Chapter 311. Baiqiu was also very confused. As a fairy snake that has lived for thousands of years, its rank has already touched the peak of the plane, and therefore, it has seen too many strange things. But the guy in front of it is the one it doesn't quite understand. In the mithril sealed mine 100 years ago, it met the mysterious old man it had seen 3,000 years ago. That was one of the few things it still couldn't figure out. Now it has met the young man it met 100 years ago. This feeling came back again. The key point is, this kid is exactly the same as he was 100 years ago. Baiqiu thought that Ji-sun, like old man Su, had mastered the law of time, and would not be eroded by time. While observing his new host, he also wanted to observe him. But after watching for a long time, he found that this was really just a small 4th-level card master. Here comes the problem. It was very curious. How could such a low-level card master discover itself? Ji-sun certainly did not discover the ability of this top-level immortal. From the beginning to the end, his confidence came from deduction. Now hearing the voice next to his ear, all the deductions in his mind became reality. And when he realized that the immortal who responded was the big snake 100 years ago, Ji-sun was also surprised. It was as if two parabolic fate lines, each of which had gone for 100 years, had communicated again. It was a magical encounter. Hearing this, Ji-sun responded respectfully, "Senior, long time no see." Since he recognized Qin Rushi, he was certainly not an enemy. This person's appearance means that they can finally survive. After many twists and turns, the plan returned to the original idea. Qin Rushi needed to successfully contract a high-level immortal before they could survive. However, the immortal who responded was far beyond expectations. However, when Ji-sun guessed the identity of this immortal, he found that the memory of 100 years ago was a little fuzzy in his mind. It seemed that he had forgotten something very important. This was very abnormal for him, who had a photographic memory. The only reasonable explanation Ji-sun could think of was that he might have seen something beyond his cognition and failed to remember it. But he always felt that the big snake might have discussed something with Old Man Su. Old Man Su was involved in a very terrifying cause and effect. As long as he did not die after contact, his fate line was very special. Ji-sun could not understand that kind of illusory cause and effect before. But now, he can vaguely understand it. He even had a feeling that the appearance of this big snake here might not be a coincidence. It was a cause and effect that had been buried 100 years ago. Qin Rushi, who was standing by, watched Ji-sun talking to himself in the air, and her expression froze at first. But the feeling in her heart became clearer and clearer, and she obviously felt a sense of security of being protected. She realized that the half-finished fairy contract was completed. Qin Rushi suddenly realized it. She had been very strange before. The sacrificial ceremony might have gone wrong. But scarlet corrupted active blood vessels is a superclass divine substance. This material is not only fatal to humans above level 7, but also to immortals. Since the material disappeared, it means that an immortal must have digested the sacrifice. Before, she didn't understand why the immortal didn't respond when the sacrifice was gone. Now she knows that it was a powerful immortal who wanted to test her. It seems that she passed the test. What she didn't know was that the bravery, futility, courage, tenacity, and friendship that she inadvertently revealed were the best qualities that the immortal valued. Qin Rushi was very surprised to have a chance to survive. But what surprised her more was that Ji-sun actually knew that immortal. Not bad. The voice in the void came again, with some praise. The fierce battle also stopped abruptly because of this voice. At the same time, a suffocating pressure came from the sky. The faces of the four people opposite the Black Widow had their changed drastically. Because at this moment, they saw a huge white-scaled snake head slowly appearing in the mist above Qin Rushi's head. It seemed to appear out of thin air, and it seemed to have been hiding there all along. Although most of the snake's body was submerged in the mist, its estimated length was over 100 meters. Just with this size, the four Dragonborn card masters were as weak as lizards in front of it. The eyes in the amber vertical pupils were cold and domineering, like two bright moons, and they didn't take the two 7th-level Dragonborn card masters here seriously at all. As soon as it appeared, the pressure instantly suppressed the dragon power of the four people. It floated in the clouds, like a mountain above their heads, giving people a fatal sense of oppression as if the air was frozen. The most eye-catching thing is the pair of small horns on the white snake's head. Seeing this, the four people's pupils shrank at the same time, and they were shocked in their hearts. Dragon horns. This is the ancestral immortal. They knew that this research institute was a secret tomb of the immortals. In their opinion, even if the people of Dongwon could get a response from a high-level immortal, at most they were some residual spirits that had just gathered consciousness, and were not too threatening. just like the incomplete golden immortals summoned by the descendants of the Bai family before. But how could there be such a terrifying existence? This is not a remnant soul at all. Could it be an ancient immortal who has lived for thousands of years? Just a glance at it makes people sweat. The strength of this dragon-scale king snake has exceeded everyone's imagination. The situation of hunter and prey changed instantly. The Black Widow Heather and Thorn, 2 7th level, looked at each other and made a decision immediately: retreat. They knew that there was no chance of winning at all, so they decisively chose to escape and fled in all directions. Now whether they can survive depends on their own methods. While retreating, the four of them used their best tricks. Heather, the voodoo master, took out several legendary spell cards and shot them at the big snake in the sky. Boom boom. The cards exploded in the air, emitting purple poisonous smoke, which formed hideous skulls in an instant. This is the strongest spell she can use at present: Poison Dragon Spurn. This is a double damage of flesh toxins and mental curses. Even opponents of a higher level have to avoid it. However, what Heather despaired about was that the snake did not react at all. It did not even open its eyes to take a closer look, and let the poison gas explode on its scales without any pain. Instead, its amber vertical pupils looked at the black dragon in the distance that used the space ability to flash 100 meters, showing a little interest. It opened its bloody mouth, and suddenly thunder exploded in the air. Crack. Crack. Several thick lightning bolts spewed out from it, heading straight for Heather and the other four. The lightning bolt arrived in an instant. The 2 6th levels fell to the ground before they ran far. Heather relied on her own healing domain to withstand the attack. However, when she wanted to continue running, she found that the lightning on her body continued to flash, with no sign of stopping. The erosion of the high-level log continued to destroy her body. In a blink of an eye, the lightning was like a scalpel, cutting her body into pieces. Ji-sun felt a palpitation when he saw this scene. He had observed and confirmed before that the domain of this Black Widow Heather had the dual effects of poison and healing. She was able to survive the attack of Leech King until now because she had infinite healing ability that was very similar to the Undying Curse. Normally, it would be very difficult to kill such a high-level healing card master unless he was killed in one blow. However, Ji-sun was enlightened at this moment. The thunder breath of the snake was not a single injury, but a continuous burning. Heather's body was paralyzed and unable to move. Although her healing ability prevented her from dying on the spot, she was burned to death by thunder and fire. The rank law is suppressing it. Ji-sun looked at it, and his eyes narrowed slightly, as if he saw himself. So he still had this shortcoming. A thunderbolt killed 3 people instantly. Ji-sun and the other 2 looked at it, and their eyes twitched inexplicably, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. However, what they were most concerned about was the black dragon Thorn in the distance. After all, this guy was a senior deacon of the Holy Church, extremely powerful, and good at space secrets, so it was hard to kill him. This was indeed the case. The big snake's thunderbolt killed the other 3 people, but the lightning only made Thorn's body stiff, and the lightning was absorbed by the space crack in a blink of an eye. It doesn't seem to have much of an impact. Seeing this scene, the snake became a little interested and murmured to himself, "Void exile? Hee, it's quite interesting. Unfortunately, this world is imprisoned by me, and you can't teleport over a long distance. How can you escape?" In the distance, Thorn's expression was so gloomy that water could drip out. He knew the meaning of this better than anyone else. Before, tearing the void was as easy as tearing a piece of parchment for him, but now it was suppressed by the domain, and the void became a thick steel plate. If you want to tear it, you have to spend dozens of times the spell power. Thorn knew it would be difficult to escape on his own. His eyes turned fierce, and he suddenly took out a card with a purple treasure door printed on it. Solve. The card collapsed, and in the blink of an eye, a simple door appeared out of thin air. Relics Void Gate Detailed Explanation, Level 5 Ancient Relic, Exclusive Relic of the Thief Sequence. To use it, you need to master the high-level space law, consume void energy, and can build a space gate leading to a directional coordinate. Ji-sun looked at this posture, and was also surprised. Ancient Relic. Not only is it level 5, but it is also an extremely rare space treasure. I have to say that the Holy Church has a very deep foundation. A random deacon actually took out a level 5 relic. With such a relic, it is not easy for anyone to keep this guy. No wonder Thorn has been fearless from beginning to end. However, the big snake looked at it with only a sneer in its eyes. Want to escape? Hee. It suddenly opened its mouth and sprayed a frost. In an instant, there was only the sound of crackling and crackling of ice. A line of death ice on the swamp ground stretched 100 meters in an instant. In a blink of an eye, a layer of crystal color condensed on the scales of the black dragon a few hundred meters away. The air around suddenly dropped by dozens of degrees. Although the law of extreme cold is one of dozens of elemental laws, it has a controllability that other elements cannot match. Once the temperature reaches a low enough temperature, microscopic matter will gradually lose its activity. Not only actions, but even the activities of consciousness will be frozen. Just when Thorn was about to open the void door to escape, he was frozen on the spot with the door. Time seemed to slow down, and his hand twisting the door handle also slowed down dozens of times. Control is also accompanied by continuous law damage. If nothing unexpected happened, this guy must have died on the spot. Ji-sun and the other two were completely relieved when they saw this. It turns out that the law of space is not completely invincible. When you encounter a crushing rank, you have to kneel down. At this time, the snake's eyes were stern, revealing an unprecedented solemnity. Ji-sun and the other two also keenly noticed the sudden solemn atmosphere, and they all guessed, does that guy have other means? Almost at the moment of thinking, the three heard the sound of the door lock opening with a click. The door of the void gate was actually opened. Oh no, this is a two-way passage. Ji-sun immediately realized that something was wrong. Because this void gate was not opened by Thorn, but from the other side. In other words, someone is coming from the other side of the void gate. The Hydralisk Legion is only the vanguard, but there are top card masters in the southern continent. The one coming at this time is definitely not an ordinary strongman. As soon as the door opened a crack, a terrifying dragon power leaked out instantly. Ji-sun and the other two were like cats whose tails were stepped on, and their hairs all exploded. It was a kind of pressure that had never been felt before. The hostility was not concealed, like a needle point, making people dare not look directly at it. What level is it? Ji-sun was so suppressed by the dragon's might that he couldn't move. It was like walking on thin ice, as if he was about to fall into an endless abyss. At the moment when his thoughts froze, the big snake snorted coldly, "Humph, a 9th level card master from the southern continent? You stretch your hand so far, do you really think you can show off in front of me?" Bai Qiu understood the significance of the card master inheritance better than ordinary card masters. Those dragon descendants in the southern continent are strong. But in its eyes, they are just servants enslaved by the dragon. Before the breath in the void gate raged, the pressure of the big snake also forced back. The guy in the door seemed to have sensed the danger, and didn't dare to show up rashly, and changed his plan instantly. Taking advantage of the gap in the void door, a dragon claw stretched out, and pulled Thorn towards the door at a very fast speed. However, because Thorn's lower body was frozen on the ice, this violent pull directly broke his legs. The man behind the door didn't seem to be prepared to worry about so much. If he wanted to save people from a distance, there was only one way. Rip. With a sound, blood and flesh mixed with ice foam splashed in the air, and most of Thorn's body rushed into the void door. The space crack healed instantly, and the domineering dragon power disappeared in an instant. Escaped? Ji-sun looked at the disappearing space door, and the pressure was instantly relieved. This was good news for them. However, the white snake above his head looked at the place where the void door disappeared, and his eyes also showed a trace of solemnity. Although the enemy was forced back, it also sensed that the opponent was very strong when the breath confrontation came into contact. Moreover, there was more than one breath of a strong man. Of course, it didn't know that in the distant southern continent, at the headquarters of the Holy See of the Arel Empire, Pope Polarant and several cardinals looked at the half-remaining body of Thorn, and their faces all turned black. After coming to his senses, Ji-sun did not forget the etiquette, and bowed to the big snake in the sky, saying, "Thank you for saving my life, Senior." Qin Rushi beside him also said, "Thank you for saving my life, Ancestor." This white snake is the contracted fairy of the Bai family's ancestor 3,000 years ago. For any descendant of the Bai family, calling him ancestor is absolutely correct in terms of seniority. Bai Qiu glanced at Ji-sun and ignored him. It glanced at Qin Rushi again and nodded, "Yeah." It seemed to be quite satisfied with the host it chose, and said again, "You girl are not bad." Qin Rushi looked flattered. Facing a top-level powerhouse, or an ancestral immortal whose fate and bloodline were connected, she did not dare to be careless, "Old ancestor you." Just as she was about to say something, Bai Qiu interrupted, "No need to be so close. I just don't want to take advantage of a junior like you. This time, I just treat it as a trade for the sacrifice you offered." Qin Rushi listened with a slightly embarrassed expression. Ji-sun, who was listening on the side, remained silent. Neither of them had any temper at all. It's understandable that such a top-level immortal would have a weird temper. Being able to come out and help is already a great honor. It is completely wishful thinking to use a contract to restrain it. But thinking that he finally met such a golden thigh, Ji-sun did not intend to let it go. What's more, the other party did not disappear directly. In fact, he had left room for talking. Ji-sun also guessed that this big snake might be curious about the current situation of the Bai family, or his own situation. But the senior has the senior shelf, and some words must be spoken by the junior first. Ji-sun asked directly, Senior, I'm asking you something. Bai Qiu knew what he was going to ask, and said directly, are you asking about the jar the guy took away just now? As he spoke, he answered himself, it's just an empty jar, no big deal. Empty? Ji-sun felt relieved for no reason. Although he didn't know why those people in the South Continent were looking for the jar. But he definitely couldn't let them get it so easily. But the question came again. The jar was empty, so where was the outer god that was originally sealed inside? Ji-sun asked directly, Senior, where is the foreign god sealed in there? Bai Qiu said casually, the jar sealed the source of the plague, Takpara, whose divinity had long been burned away by the 10,000 immortals lamp for thousands of years. There is only one piece of divine nature left, which I took away before. The big snake's tone was very casual, but it revealed several extremely explosive information. Divine nature? Burn the divine nature? Call the foreign god by his name? Ji-sun listened and his eyes turned. Could it be said that the foreign god can be killed? Bai Qiu saw through his thoughts and said directly, the law of plague is one of the oldest laws of the universe, and the plague will never disappear. The source of the plague, Takpara, is one of the most sinister and dangerous old ones in the last era. The problem has only been solved temporarily, but he will definitely come back in the future. Ji-sun listened thoughtfully, and his thoughts automatically deduced. Old ones? Last era? What is going on? Ji-sun's mind whirled history. It seemed to be stretched out more suddenly, and countless thoughts extended out. Before he could think more, Bai Qiu seemed to see through something at a glance, and muttered, your ability looks familiar, it looks like a hateful guy I met before. Oh yes, the light chaser of the Illuminati Hermitage. That guy used this ability. It was too long ago, and many memories were blurred. As he said to himself, no wonder. I was wondering how you found my... Ji-sun did not dare to speak. He even restrained all his thoughts. In front of such a being, it seemed that everything he did had no privacy. Even his thoughts were seen through. A being like Bai Qiu naturally had no interest in prying into the secrets of a low-level card master. Looking at Ji-sun and Qin Rushi, the luster in its vertical pupils was a little strange, and it complained, it's really strange. The Bai family's inherited treasure god-stealing ring is in the hands of an outsider like you, the god-stealer source card has been fused by that head, and the immortal secret scroll is in the hands of another group of Bai family members. It's true that the weaker the family, the more messed up things there are. After hearing this, Ji-sun and Qin Rushi didn't know how to respond. The ring was picked up. The source card was also merged by chance. To be honest, they are indeed all outsiders of the Bai family. But Bai Qiu is not interested in pursuing anything, it only cares about its newly chosen host. Glancing at Qin Rushi, it can't hide its disdain and said, also, you girl, you obviously have good talent, but you have only learned half of the secret method of stealing the god sequence, and even the sacrificial ceremony can go wrong. Although the immortals have a long lifespan, their practice is very slow. It must have a host to assist in cultivation. And now it has reached the last few steps, and it needs a host with enough potential to have a chance to go further. The 6th level host in front of it is obviously not pleasing to the eye. Qin Rushi listened to the complaints about himself, and even though he was usually elegant and calm, he couldn't hide his embarrassment at this moment, and said, I'm sorry to disappoint the ancestor. That's all. Although Bai Qiu was not satisfied, he had no other choice. Being able to fuse the stealing god source card is not bad at all. It's like a snake that has been used to talking to itself for a long time. Thinking of something, it said, don't wander around during this period. Learn the secret method of stealing secrets. Let me think about it. There should be some ancestral lands of the Bai family in the central continent. I show you a few addresses, you can go find them yourself. Also, I don't care what the Bai family is like now. Secret scroll of immortal law, you have to find a way to get it. That thing is very important for your future promotion to a higher level. Don't bother me if you have nothing to do in the future, and I won't respond to you. When you can summon me out with your own ability through the contract, then we can talk about other things. Qin Rushi said quickly, thank you, ancestor. Ji-sun was also happy to hear this. This big thigh, it's stable. Although the big snake's words sounded very disgusted and unfamiliar, this is a cruel world. A strong card master is not made by the seniors chewing and pouring the younger generation's mouths. But he grows up on his own in the crisis. The big snake is willing to give advice, which is already the best result. Chapter 312. This immortal snake, who has lived for who knows how many years, doesn't seem to have much interest in this weak new host. It also seems to be indifferent to the words. After giving Qin Rushi a few pointers, it disappeared out of thin air. But Qin Rushi seemed to have realized something, with a glimmer of enlightenment in her crystal eyes, and said respectfully to the mist in the void, "Thank you for your guidance, ancestor." Only she knew that this ancestor didn't seem to care much, but he had actually given the guidance that needed to be given. The food was at her lips, but at her current level, she could only digest this. Ji-sun watched the big snake disappear, and then heaved a sigh of relief. Although the big snake had no hostility, the oppression of its rank was real. Moreover, his brain would unconsciously deduce anything he saw now. And deducing the big white snake, an ancestral spirit that condensed the high-level laws of the universe, made his brain feel like it was down. Whether to say, indescribable, but at least incomprehensible. In the distance, Aragorn, who had no right to interrupt, was stunned. He never expected that things would develop into such a result. Originally, he had already held the awareness of death to fulfill the agreement with Ji-sun. Facing those masters of the southern continent, he could not think of any chance of winning. But he did not expect that the change would come so abruptly. Ji-sun's partner actually got the recognition of an ancestral immortal. How could a 6th level card master get the recognition of an immortal of that level? Although the inheritance of the God Stealer by family was discontinued in the southern continent, the 52 professional sequences actually have many commonalities. Aragorn is the descendant of the family of Hero Frederick, and he has also seen the scenery of the peak of this world. It is because his vision is much higher than that of ordinary people that he can't figure out how this contract was successful. The 6th level can comprehend that kind of domineering domain, and it is indeed a great talent. But this is definitely not the most important reason. For a fairy of that level, the 7th and 8th level card masters may not be in its eyes. A level 6 is enough? Aragorn knew that there must be some secrets behind this that cannot be known to outsiders, and he was very tactful, and did not intend to delve into it. The crisis is over. The swamp is frozen, and the wind is cold. Ji-sun did not forget Aragorn's generous reinforcement, and said to the big toad, "Aragorn, thank you." The big toad shook his head, and said apologetically, "I didn't help much." In his opinion, not only did he not help, but he almost hurt Ji-sun and the others because of his misjudgment. But Ji-sun didn't think that he had no favor because he didn't help. It seemed that they were able to survive because of the snake. But after actually understanding the world, he knew that getting a result was related to all the circumstances at the time. It must also be partly affected by the hero's luck. The two were not strangers, and they knew each other's temperament. Ji-sun didn't say much. At this time, Aragorn stretched out his scarlet tongue, rolled out a card, and said, "This key is returned to you." Ji-sun looked at the sticky card, and then at the toad. This camel's master key is a rare relic in itself, so it can be considered as returning to its original owner. Aragorn could not hide his apology and said, "I originally wanted to go with you to meet Miss Alice first, and then discuss the alliance. But it seems that the plan has changed. I still have the means left by the Holy See, and there will definitely be a lot of trouble in the future. It is very dangerous for me to stay with you, so I plan to stay as far away as possible during this period of time, and come to meet you after solving the hidden dangers in my body." Ji-sun listened with a look of understanding in his eyes. Aragorn's identity was very special, and it was expected that the high-ranking officials of the Arel Empire would not let him go easily. Ji-sun did not pretend to be polite, and said directly, "Okay, take care." "Yeah." Aragorn nodded. After the two discussed some meeting arrangements, the giant toad jumped into the depths of the swamp. After the people left, only Ji-sun and Qin Rushi were left. There was no outsider, so Ji-sun did not need to be polite, and began to pack up the spoils. There are 2 corpses of level 6 and the level 7 Black Widow Heather here. Extraordinary knowledge above level 7 is a rare resource even in the southern continent. Ji-sun had high expectations for these spoils. The previous battle was quite noisy, and the Space Gate rescued the seriously injured Thorn in the end. The high-level officials of the Arel Empire must have known the situation here. There are still many adventurers from the southern continent around the Plague Swamp. The two did not dare to stay on the battlefield for long. After picking up the things on the corpses, and dealing with the traces of the battle at the scene, they quickly disappeared into the swamp. Not long after, deep in the swamp, in a secluded forest, Qin Rushi was meditating with her eyes closed to heal her wounds. Her injuries were very serious, and she needed a lot of time to recover. Besides, she had just successfully contracted her first immortal, and she also had a lot to comprehend. The uniqueness of the God Stealer sequence is not only that the immortals can help in fighting, but more importantly, they can assist in cultivation. The Bai family's secret cultivation method has never been a secret to outsiders. But Qin Rushi did not shy away and told Ji-sun a lot. After knowing the truth, Ji-sun was envious. To some extent, the mutual cultivation and understanding between the contractor and the companion immortal can help each other understand each other. This is not just the kind of instruction by teachers teaching students by words and deeds. It is a big shortcut. It is like being close to a stove. Even if the stove does not say anything, you can feel its warmth. Energy can flow. This kind of understanding is a shortcut that countless card masters dream of. Especially for the practice related to the understanding of the illusory laws of the universe. This shortcut will make the contractor practice twice the result with half the effort. Although the giant snake fairies seemed to be indifferent, the contract existed after all. Its understanding of the law would always feed back to the host. In other words, Qin Rushi was now standing on the shoulders of a giant. Even if the giant did not deliberately point out anything, the scenery she could see was completely different from before. Qin Rushi got this great opportunity, and Ji-sun was also very happy. After all, the two were friends. Just as she understood the extraordinary knowledge in the super-level field, Ji-sun could also have another way to obtain it. Besides, a friend's thigh is also his thigh. Ji-sun always thought that Qin Rushi's legs were pretty. At this moment, Ji-sun didn't think about what happened next. He was concentrating on flipping through the spoils. There were too many things in the storage rings he had obtained before to fill in the gaps in his cognition. 2 6th level. 1 thief sequence, 1 beast walker sequence. Ji-sun was familiar with these two professional sequences. 6th level professionals are also high-level card masters in the southern continent. They have a large number of valuable professional classics and secrets. This is a 3,000-year card master tradition that has never been broken. Ji-sun found too many spells, martial arts and extraordinary knowledge that he had never heard of before. He was very fascinated. The most important gain was the storage ring of the Black Widow Heather. The 7th level bloody card of the Plague Doctor Voodoo Master was also revealed, but it was only gold quality. There were also several relics and some spell cards, which were also valuable. But Ji-sun was not very interested. What he cared more about were those inestimable classics. Is it really the Immortality Curse? Ji-sun looked at the secret cultivation book, the Immortality Secret Book of Plague Doctors found in Heather's storage ring, his eyes bright. He then confirmed that the secret method Heather used before was the Immortality Curse, one of the 52 magic secrets. It's just that the secret method recorded in this secret book is obviously not the original version. It's incomplete. It looks like a simplified version. But even so, thousands of years of improvement have also allowed Heather's lineage of plague doctors to obtain a very strong healing secret method. Ji-sun read the secret book carefully. Because he had practiced this healing magic secret art, he could easily understand those obscure professional terms. His own secret method of immortality spell came directly from the half of the original copper plate. The secret method was also understood by himself, and there were many limitations. This comparison made Ji-sun realize his many shortcomings. Although the level of mastery of the same level 4, the Plague Doctor Immortality Secret Book definitely cannot reach Ji-sun's current healing ability. But the good thing is that it consumes much less lifespan. The card masters of the southern continent, who compiled the secret book, have studied some unique cultivation tips. This is a shortcut that Ji-sun can only encounter by chance. The words in the secret book are all summaries of experience that require countless generations to try and fail again and again. If he were to explore on his own, he might not be able to think so thoroughly in hundreds or thousands of years. And the most important thing is, the things that puzzled Ji-sun at this level were not puzzled in the eyes of the Black Widow Heather, who was 3 levels higher. In this secret book, he solved many problems he had encountered before. Not only did he improve some of his shortcomings in practicing the Immortal Curse, but he also knew the path he would take in the Immortal Curse in the future. The value of this secret book is immeasurable to him. Ji-sun was immersed in the work of flipping through the spoils. Heather's storage ring contains not only the Immortal Curse, but also a large number of books related to plague doctors. Like Poison and Healing Light, Alchemist's Plague Notes, Kane's Voodoo Spells, Legend of the Duckbill Doctor in the Dark Ages, Voodoo Book, Gift of Death, and Contract of Life, the card masters of the Warlock Department, who can advance to a high level, are basically masters of research in a certain field. Heather is no exception. She has a very high level of attainment in the fields of curses, toxins, plagues, and healing. Her research results and various references are placed in the storage ring, a large part of which are her unique secret books. This is extraordinary knowledge that cannot be bought with money outside. Ji-sun was amazed. This knowledge made him feel like he had found a treasure. He absorbed it like a whale. He was immersed in that efficient learning state. Even with Shadow helping him study, he always felt that there was not enough time. A few days passed in a flash. On this day, the Shadow beside Ji-sun was flipping through various books, and in front of him was a parchment scroll with a spiritual force field. This was a special parchment. The content on it was not written with ordinary ink, but a kind of alchemical ink that could carry spiritual force. This made people read it, not only to see the words, but also to understand some of the meanings that the writer wanted to express in the words. The words on it were also mysterious and difficult to understand. It's not Tarangu, nor is it demon language, but simplified dragon language. Ji-sun has been reading it for a few days, and can roughly understand this language used by the nobles of the Arel Empire. He has been thinking about this parchment scroll for several hours. He is reluctant to let it go, because the scroll contains some secret methods about comprehension of divine power. It seems that it is difficult to enter the 7th level. If you don't have a strong dragon bloodline and can bring dragon power to assist in advancement, if you want to comprehend divine power and then advance, according to the population probability, it will take about an old man in the East Wilderness. The more Ji-sun looked, the more he frowned, and he occasionally muttered to himself. Heather is a genuine 7th level master. According to the practice notes she left behind, there are countless talented people in the southern continent who have tried to comprehend the power of God and advance. But the truth is cruel. Card masters who can advance to the 7th level are 1 in a million talents. And those who can comprehend the power of God by themselves are even rarer than those who can comprehend the power of God. Heather couldn't describe how difficult it was. But Ji-sun saw from her practice notes that she tried a lot of efforts, spent nearly 10 years, but failed in the end. In the end, he chose to improve the purity of his dragon bloodline, and relied on the dragon's might to cross the threshold of the 7th level. Most of the top-level card masters in the southern continent also took this path. Do I have to be stuck at this threshold for decades like the old man? Ji-sun also had a headache. Before, he didn't know how to do it. Now that he saw Heather's practice notes, he realized that Gongwu was really amazing. There are still many secret methods and special potions in the southern continent to assist in the perception of divine power, and there are very few people who can do it. But the old man relied on himself to grope in the dark and really did it. Everyone knows that if he comprehends divine power, his upper limit will be higher in the future. But that is not a road that will definitely yield results if you work hard. Ji-sun only saw the word metaphysics between the lines of the practice notes. It is not that there are no geniuses in the southern continent. Many arrogant geniuses choose to practice hard in seclusion. But the result is that after decades of sitting, very few people can succeed. The vast majority of people have wasted decades in vain and still cannot take the last step. No matter how you look at it, the elements of luck and metaphysics are greater than hard work. Ji-sun looked at it and muttered, "It's difficult." He thought that he might have to concentrate on finding the secret method of cultivation related to divine power in the future. Qin Rushi, who had not opened his eyes for a few days, didn't know if it was because of Ji-sun's mumbling that Qin Rushi suddenly spoke. "What's wrong?" Ji-sun raised the parchment scroll in his hand and said this. "It's about divine power cultivation." He thought that Qin Rushi was just at the threshold of the 7th level, so he handed the parchment scroll over, translated the dragon language content on it, and shrugged. According to the statement, it is difficult to comprehend divine power. It's really difficult. Looking at the words on the parchment, Qin Rushi's eyes were slightly restrained, and a serious look appeared. She has been stuck in this realm for quite a while. Of course, she could understand the difficulty of that threshold better than Ji-sun. But she thought of something and said, "But when we were at the gold-digging wharf before, Senior Gongwu gave us some advice. Now we have some clues." Qin Rushi said this, looked at Ji-sun, as if to give some advice, and said, "If you focus on the practice of fighting spirit, it will be easier." Ji-sun certainly knew. Gongwu had told him this experience of a veteran a long time ago. However, there is no formula or method for practicing intention, and one can only grow through repeated tempering. Even if this method is said, it is not much different from not saying it. At least for Ji-sun, the only benefit is probably that when he needs to fight hard, he has an extra comforting excuse to make him feel at ease. Qin Rushi hesitated for a moment, as if she wanted to say something. But if she didn't reach a certain level, Ji-sun wouldn't understand it even if she said it. She glanced at Ji-sun's slightly drooping mouth and understood what this guy was struggling with. He was obviously a 4th level person, but it seemed that he saw the bottleneck that he would inevitably encounter in his life. The more talented a person is, the more conceited he is. Ji-sun is the most she has ever seen. paranoid, crazy, and absolutely conceited. Qin Rushi was certain that if he really reached this point in the future, he would definitely not take a step back and take a shortcut, but would fight to the death with Shui. That's why he was in trouble. This obsession will become a driving force, but if it is not solved, it will become an obstacle. Ji-sun obviously did not realize his own obsession. Although he said that he was in trouble, he was very calm in his heart. The 7th level is still too far away. Instead, he looked at Qin Rushi curiously and asked, "Aunt Qin, are you sure you can advance to the 7th level now?" Qin Rushi thought about it, and then said seriously, "Well, I was not sure that I could rely on myself to comprehend the power of God and advance. According to Senior Gong Wu, I am still short of experience and opportunity. But now?" After a pause, she added, "The old ancestor has become my companion in mortal family. What I didn't understand before, I understand now. Perhaps, it's not a big problem." He obviously gained a lot in the past few days. Ji-sun was happy for her. "Oh." He raised his eyebrows, and said in a joking tone, "Then, Aunt Qin will have to take care of you in the future." He said this without any hesitation. He shamelessly expressed his hanging out with rich women, and clinging to Thais' idea. Qin Rushi smiled happily. Of course she knew that this guy was joking. But she was rarely modest. Instead, she seemed to have thought of something, with a faint smile, and said, "If you really reach that bottleneck, I can really help you a little." Ji-sun was happy to hear it. "Ah, a joke from her really works?" Qin Rushi just said it, and it seemed to be swallowed in her mouth, and she only said, "If you can comprehend the field at the 6th level, then we can talk about it." Ji-sun always felt that she hadn't finished her words. This? Qin Rushi looked at Ji-sun's obviously questioning expression, and frowned slightly. Thinking about their relationship, there was nothing to avoid. She pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "Although I can't help you understand the power of God. But if one day you touch the threshold of the realm, I do have some secret methods that can help you understand it smoothly. At least, my God descending to the earth, you are likely to understand." Ji-sun blinked, and guessed with a little surprise, the secret method of stealing the secrets of the Bai family? He thought of the benefits of contracting with the immortals to assist in cultivation that Qin Rushi had mentioned before. It sounds like a similar method. "I guess so." Qin Rushi didn't mean to say more. She raised her eyelids lazily, and glanced at Ji-sun. The fleeting look in her eyes seemed to hide something. "Okay." Ji-sun smiled and didn't ask any more questions. Since Qin Rushi said so, it must be okay. Domain is also a big threshold. According to Aragorn and others, domain is usually the control of the law that can be comprehended by the 7th level card master. The East continent is special because it has been stuck at the 6th level for 3,000 years. Therefore, many seniors who were stuck at the 6th level have comprehended and explored some forward experience and created the special legend of the 7th level. Ji-sun now has mastered the magical power of natural disaster rumbling earth, and in the future, he will definitely be able to touch the domain more easily than others. In addition, Qin Rushi's gods descending to earth is very good. Chapter 313. Be careful of the Bai family. Those guys didn't succeed last time, and this time there was such a big mess, they will definitely not give up and come to trouble you again. Yeah. But I think they won't dare to come in a short time. Just keep it in mind. Take care. Okay. Aunt Qin, see you next time. Yeah. Qin Rushi's injuries have almost recovered. She still has to go to several Bai family ancestral lands to find the inheritance of the God Stealer sequence. That is her own trial and test. Ji-sun didn't think he was strong enough to go along. The two parted ways. The sound of fighting could be heard near the swamp, and Ji-sun didn't plan to stay there, so he turned and left. As for the threat from the Bai family, Ji-sun didn't take it seriously. The hatred had already been established, and he didn't think it would make any difference to create more hatred. And if those guys weren't stupid, they would definitely guess that Ji-sun and his friends could survive the ambush in the southern continent, and they must have super powerful means. Without absolute certainty, he would never show up again. Besides, the elites of the Bai family came to the plague swamp this time, and they suffered heavy losses. It is likely that they will be quiet for a long time. As for the spoils in the DP955 Research Institute, the good things are at the bottom, and Ji-sun thinks that there is no need to consider it in the short term. Ordinary people can't take it away. With the protection of the invincible Leech King, the 7th level will die. And the jar has been taken away, and the top powerhouses of the southern continent probably have no interest in taking risks. Ji-sun thought that he would come back when he had enough strength. He estimated that Master Merlin must be very interested in those research materials and Leech King, so he left the plague swamp after sending a message to Katerina. These days, a large number of adventurers from the South Continent have poured into the Old Continent. In addition to the Hydralisk Legion, there are several other legions near the plague swamp. The news that the Hydralisk Legion was completely destroyed quickly spread among the adventurers in the South Continent. But almost no one knew what happened. This also attracted a large number of curious people to explore the remains of the research institute deep in the swamp. However, the corrupt mushroom was more difficult to deal with than the Leech King in some ways. There were only dead people, and a large number of poisonous spores in that area. After several waves of people died, fewer adventurers went to join in the fun. A few days later, in the Dark Valley, a group of fully armed mercenaries escorted supplies and moved forward slowly. The air was filled with a strong smell of decay. On the bare glowing branches, some red-eyed crows stood, staring at the people passing by. This road is a dangerous area marked as Death Valley on the map. There used to be an ancient battlefield near here, where a large number of living beings died, and therefore there are a large number of undead monsters. The mercenaries escorted the supplies along the way, and suffered a lot of losses. Oh damn ghouls, we lost 3 brothers again. Brothers, keep an eye on it, this is the supplies entrusted by the Royal Academy, don't make any mistakes. There are still 70 kilometers to go, cheer up. Captain, we have transported the supplies this time, do we really want to go to Rune Highlands to take a look? Of course we have to go, and have a look. But I heard that it is a dead wasteland, full of dead monsters, and the casualty rate of exploration is very high. Brother Lamb, you don't understand this. Didn't you understand that our goods are wanted by the Royal Academy? The supplies will arrive first, and the large forces of the Academy will come later. Do you think the intelligence of the nobles can be wrong? I suspect that there must be some great treasure on the Rune Plateau, so the nobles will come. It's right for us to try our luck first. The leader is right. Hey Scar, do you know what Rune means? Oh, I almost forgot you were an archaeologist. Tell me about it. In ancient books, Rune is the origin of all spells, and it is the symbolic embodiment of the laws of the universe. It is said that each rune has magical supernatural powers, and if you get it, you can glimpse the secrets of the higher laws. The wasteland in the northeast has been called this name tens of thousands of years ago, but the strange thing is that there is almost no record of that wasteland even in the Talon period. Now the high-level officials of the kingdom are eyeing it. Do you think there are no secrets? In the Smoking Gun mercenary group, an ordinary middle-aged swordsman sat on a cart pulled by a monster, listening lazily to other people's gossip. Yes, this is Ji-sun in disguise. Normally, after making such a big fuss in the plague swamp, Ji-sun, an important participant, should have run away. But he didn't do that. It is often safest to be in the dark. He was confident that his disguise was flawless. With a clown mask and hero cloak and other treasures, he was not afraid of being discovered by the enemy using mysterious means. Moreover, after getting the spoils from Black Widow Heather and the others, Ji-sun also determined to continue to fish in troubled waters among these people in the South Continent. The Old Continent is so big that the deeper you go, the higher the danger. If he really goes alone to search for treasure like a headless fly, not only will the efficiency be low, but the harvest will not meet expectations. These guys in the South Continent have a ready-made, systematic, and unbroken card master inheritance. The spoils of Heather and the others, if placed in the East Wilderness, would definitely be a major discovery that could subvert the entire card master world. This is much more efficient than Ji-sun alone, or even countless teams going to the ancient ruins to explore bit by bit. And the most important point is intelligence. The Arel Empire has mobilized a large number of legions and adventurers to develop the Old Continent, and the huge population base also supports a huge intelligence network. Ji-sun needs this information. He wants to prepare for his subsequent advancement. He chose this escort team because their destination is the Rune Highlands. Ji-sun has a mysterious map obtained from the Valen City rebel camp. After pondering for so long, he suspected that the Rune Plateau pointed to by the map might be related to the Mausoleum of Augustus. He wanted to go there before, but he felt that it was not safe to go alone. But now the opportunity is right. The people in the southern continent have explored several relatively safe routes, with the help of a large number of adventurers. It will be much safer to follow this team. Moreover, Ji-sun accompanied them along the way, and heard a lot of information that he was interested in. For example, this statement about the Rune Plateau. There are masters among the people. These professional mercenaries, who live on the edge of a knife, have a more sensitive sense of treasure than the top leaders. And what about the Royal Academy's supplies? Ji-sun used that information to deduce some more detailed details than the mercenaries. He had seen the escorted supplies before, and found that there were some luxurious daily necessities that had nothing to do with adventure, but were necessary for the lives of the nobles, such as gold cups, silver plates, and imitation blankets. This means that there may be a Royal Academy noble group on the way. Only those noble young masters and young ladies would be so arrogant. This made Ji-sun very interested. Let's not talk about what's in Rune Highlands for now. But at least in his eyes, the trial group of the Royal Academy is a group of walking treasure houses. The southern continent is a pure royal society, and the nobles have absolute high-end resources. According to Aragorn, the southern continent has inherited most of the 52 sequences. And there are sequences that really lead directly to the god level, and most of those unbroken inheritances are in the hands of those great nobles. This is something that countless civilian mercenary leaders, like Black Widow Heather, cannot compare with. The Royal Academy of Arel is the first aristocratic academy in the Empire, and the students there are either rich or noble. Ji-sun likes all kinds of noble young men and young ladies the most. Those noble students are going to Rune Highlands now, which must be unusual. This makes Ji-sun more certain of his speculation that somewhere in that wasteland, the tomb of Augustus may really be located. 70 kilometers is not a fast walk, and hundreds of undead monsters were killed along the way. After more than half a day, the escort team of the Big Smoking Gun mercenary group finally arrived at the Sorrow Valley camp. Further west is the Rune Plateau. When they arrived, a temporary camp made of huge wood had been built in the valley. There was a bonfire in the camp, and adventurers wearing armor and swords came and went. It was a lively and busy scene. Ji-sun was already familiar with the rhythm of spy life. After he arrived, he didn't rush around, but asked for information everywhere. As soon as he arrived at the camp, he found something unusual. There were 3 regular legions of the same size as the Hydralisk Legion. Well trained, there are many high-level card masters. But these regular troops are not here to explore, they are more like to explore the way in advance, clear obstacles, in order to welcome the nobles and young ladies of the Royal Academy trial group. The task of exploration fell on the mercenaries and hunters. These people from the South Continent have been here for many days, and a lot of intelligence has been accumulated in the camp. This Rune Highlands is really weird. I heard that yesterday, the Red Beard group had more than 300 people in the group, and only the leader Old Born came back alive. He said he encountered an undead bone dragon. Hissing bone dragon? Not only bone dragons. There are also dead giants, behemoths, human-faced ghost spiders, and demonized tree people. These are all high-level dead spirit species that can give birth to legendary monsters. I don't know where so many rare species come from in this damn place. Yes. There are also special dead spirit card masters, who find professional materials. It is said that a few days ago, a lucky guy captured a 6th-level mythical dead spirit monster horror griffin, whose combat power is close to the 7th level. That's a good spirit pet. If we really bring it back to the Empire for auction, it will definitely be worth more than 10 million gold coins. This Rune Highlands is a treasure land for necromancers and dark card masters, but for us, apart from monsters, we haven't found any valuable ancient relics. I don't know what's worth excavating. If it weren't for the High Commission, I would have wanted to leave. Hey, you don't understand, right? It is said that several different dimensional spaces have been discovered, all of which are related to tombs. I guess there may be a large tomb nearby. Didn't you see that the official legions of the 3 kingdoms have come? Something big must have happened here. I hope so. There are not enough war slaves. I hope the Wasteland hunting team can capture more people from the East Wasteland to make up the number. Otherwise, it will depend on us. I don't know how many people will die before we can explore such a large wasteland. Yes. But by the way, have you heard about the incident in the Plague Swamp? Ji-sun walked around the camp and had already heard a lot of fragmentary intelligence. As expected, this Rune Highlands is very dangerous. But as Ji-sun listened, he became more and more puzzled. Why did so many undead monsters appear here? For example, bone dragons, giants, behemoths, griffins, and other mythical undead monsters are extremely rare. Under normal circumstances, it would be a stroke of luck to encounter even one, let alone a large number of them. There are so many in the Rune Highlands, the adventurers were at a loss. But when Ji-sun heard the information, he felt familiar. Because he had encountered it once. The Silver Moon cult had summoned bone dragons and giants in Innocent City. And that hunchbacked old Duan had used a legendary spell, the Scourge of the Undead. So Ji-sun instinctively thought of a possibility in his mind. Could it be that there were so many rare undead spirits in the Rune Highlands because someone had once released a large Scourge of the Undead? The more he deduced, the more he felt that this possibility was very high. Perhaps thousands of years ago, An unknown war had taken place here. A few days passed in a flash. Ji-sun stayed in the camp. Every day, a large number of people poured into the Saro Valley camp from other places. There were also a large number of adventurers going to explore the wilderness. Various new information was also sent back to the camp one after another. While Ji-sun was inquiring about the information, he also found that there were more and more regular troops in the camp, and there were also some military secret guards disguised as adventurers among the crowd. Seeing this, Ji-sun also knew that the adults from the Royal Academy were coming soon. This day, Ji-sun was drinking in the Simple Hunter Tavern as usual, listening to the information brought by hunters from all directions. His name is now Sean. Because he predicted the arrival of the Royal Academy, Ji-sun disguised himself as an intelligence merchant to help him blend into the nobles' teams in the future. In the past few days, he has become very familiar with the adventurers in the tavern. He is quite famous. He is just waiting for the official army to recruit him. However, he did not wait for the academy, but first received a wanted order that surprised him. While drinking, several soldiers in shining armor took a wanted order and posted it in the most conspicuous position on the tavern notice board. This immediately attracted the curiosity of Ji-sun and a group of drinkers. Hey, an S-level wanted bounty from the kingdom. What's up with this guy? He's not even at level 7 yet, so why is he on the S-level wanted list? Oh, the reward for providing clues is 3 million gold coins? What did he do to deserve such a high reward? This is comparable to the cadres of the rebel dragon army. Could it be something about the plague swamp? It shouldn't be. This is a wanted order from the Red Dragon royal family. According to the nature of the royal family, they dare not say the reason for the wanted order. It may be related to some royal scandal. Hey, the time when this wanted order was issued reminds me of some gossip. According to the transport team, more than half a month ago, the Red Dragon royal treasury was robbed and a very important treasure was lost. At that time, the royal capital was in an uproar. But the strange thing is that the royal family was only looking for someone, but never told the public what was lost. Why did the wanted order for theft in the royal capital have been sent to the old continent? Judging from the description on the wanted poster, could this person be a professional spy from the East Wasteland? Hey, interesting. Everyone was very surprised. Many of the adventurers from the South Continent this time were criminals sent to the old continent to redeem themselves. So it was impossible for any wanted poster to be sent to the old continent. Ji-sun was also very confused. At first glance at the description of suspected East Wasteland spy on the wanted poster, he thought it was a wanted poster for his own bounty. But it was not. The masked portrait on the wanted poster was obviously a woman. Although the face cannot be seen, the bald head hairstyle is very vivid. Ji-sun always feels that it looks like a bald head lady he knows. But the South Continent is so far away, that girl wouldn't steal things and run to the Red Dragon King, right? What's going on? Ji-sun's expression was a little strange. But on second thought, Nanjing's ability to get out of the gate of the underworld, so it's not surprising to run to the South Continent. But what did she steal? Ji-sun was also very curious. But it's good that I didn't get caught. Just as I was thinking about it, there was a sudden commotion in the camp outside the tavern. Someone shouted at the top of his voice, "Come and see! There are big shots in our camp! So many big shots!" Ji-sun listened to his eyes shifting away from the wanted poster and murmured, "Are they finally here? After preparing for so long, I finally got here. Oh, why are there so many noble young masters and young ladies suddenly here? Oh my god, the one leading them is not the 19th prince of the royal family, His Royal Highness Salo? Really, look at the other lady in the princess dress, that's Miss Caroline, the second princess of the Grand Duke of Duishan. The red-haired one is Master Baker of the Count of Pompeii. I was once employed by their family chamber of commerce, and met that master once. Why are these big shots here? Oh, I see, this must be the graduation test of the Royal Academy. I didn't expect that the teachers of the Academy would choose the old continent as the test site this year." Ji-sun stood on the second floor of the tavern. Looking at the street, the mighty knight surrounded a group of young nobles, and walked into the camp. He listened to the people around him pointing and talking, and also matched the names and identities of those people. Sensing the aura, Ji-sun narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed. They are all very strong. The worst graduates of the Royal Academy are all third-level card masters. Among these young nobles of the same age as himself, there are even 4th level and 5th level ones. Not only are they dragon descendants with high blood purity, they are also elites, who have been accumulated with the best resources since childhood. Their combat power should definitely not be underestimated. Their status is also very noble. Among the dozens of people in the trial group in front of him, there are several princes and princesses. Ji-sun has never looked down on these people. But after seeing the background of the nobles with his own eyes, he still feels that the adventurers underestimate the nobles. These young masters and young ladies are not the legendary stupid and rich. On the contrary, they are generally very strong and excellent. The dragon race is lustful, and can even mate regardless of race. As dragon descendants, the imperial nobles naturally inherited related habits. The nobles respect the concentration of dragon blood. Therefore, the higher the nobles, the more chaotic their lives are, and the more fertile they are. It is said that the current king of the Red Dragon Kingdom has more than 3 digits of direct descendants. But it is impossible for all these princes and princesses to have the right of inheritance. Therefore, the competition for the kingship in the southern continent is also extremely cruel. Under cruelty, the strong must be respected. This group of young nobles is not simple. After memorizing the appearance and relevant information of all the people in the trial group, Ji-sun's thoughts also began to deduce and confirm something, thinking, these princes are here, so these royal families are here for the big sword. It was just a suspicion before. But now looking at those princes, he was almost 100% sure that the Augustus Mausoleum was in the Rune Highlands. It looked like a graduation test. It might actually be a means of competing for the royal power. After all, Aragorn had said before that the Olympus Holy Sword, one of the 4 royal sacred artifacts, was most likely in the Augustus Mausoleum. Some well-informed royal families had already reached out. Because they had already guessed it, Ji-sun was not surprised at all. He watched the group of nobles walk into the apartment built specifically for them in the center of the camp, as the hunters knelt to welcome them. He also paid close attention to the accompanying guards, and found many experts. The chance is not great. Ji-sun watched and pondered in his heart. Unless these noble young masters and young ladies personally took the risk, with this defense force, Ji-sun's strength might not even pass the outer sentry. The content of the Royal Academy's graduation test was not clear to the lower-level people, and Ji-sun did not have enough information to deduce what they would do in the future. But he was not in a hurry at all. According to the current information, the risk of Rune Highlands is much higher than that of the Plague Swamp. As long as this group of people want to go on an adventure, they may not miss the opportunity if they wait a little longer. The noble young masters all entered the tent, and the crowd dispersed. Behind them were supplies, servants, and slave teams. There was nothing exciting to see. The slaves were all outside the camp, chained like livestock, and imprisoned in a pile. Ji-sun glanced at them casually. These were cannon fodder consumables, and they didn't need to pay much attention to them. However, with this glance, he was suddenly stunned, and suddenly wondered in his heart, huh? He even blinked, and almost thought he had seen it wrong. After a careful look, Ji-sun was sure that he had seen it right. His eyelids jumped, and he couldn't help complaining in his heart, why did you catch this guy when you could catch someone else? Recently, people from the southern continent have indeed been catching slaves everywhere. There are also many people from the eastern wasteland in the old continent. If they are caught, they will not be killed, but used as cannon fodder. But this time, they caught the person who should not be caught the most. Hee, old senior, long time no see. Ji-sun recognized the man and grinned. He didn't expect to run into an old acquaintance in this way. If he didn't see any chance before. Then now, when he saw the slave, Ji-sun saw it. The old man with a slave collar on his neck, his front teeth were broken, and his eyes were rolling around. Who else could it be if it wasn't Old Man Su, who he hadn't seen for a long time? If you really want to capture someone as a slave, even if it's a hero like Aragorn, Ji-sun feels that the future is unpredictable. But you captured Old Man Su, a plague god? Based on the experience of several encounters in the past, this guy is a death anchor point. Ji-sun only saw one result. No matter what happens in the future, Old Man Su will live, and others, who are not strong enough, will die. Chapter 3:14. But then again, why is Old Man Su here? When Ji-sun saw Old Man Su in the slave camp, he was not worried about the situation of this old acquaintance. Other war slaves may face death at any time. But this one will not. The fate line of this old man is very special. He appeared here, it must be his own choice. Not other factors. Being captured as a slave is just a process to achieve a goal. Not the reason. Ji-sun guessed, could it be that there is also a forbidden ruin stele on the Rune Plateau? Old Man Su forgot what he was looking for, but Ji-sun helped him remember that he was looking for the steles that recorded the truth of history. Xiaomaicheng, Shangbang Prison, Mithril Mine Seal, Ji-sun knew that there were steles in these 3 places. Old Man Su had also been there. For a moment, he thought of the experience of the Mithril Mine Seal 100 years ago, but Ji-sun found that it was that memory that was blurred. The more he thought about it, The more strange it became. Hey, why do I remember that big snake saying, "What is the relationship between the old man and the steels?" The memory was already blurred. He couldn't recall what happened at that time. But he deduced the cause and effect. Ji-sun always felt that the reason why the stone tablet appeared in those three places was directly related to some old man Su. Thinking about it again, God Thief Ring and the God Thief Source card were both brought out from the mine, and then the big snake would determine Qin Rushi as the contract master. This series of events seemed to have an inexplicable connection. The noble young masters and young ladies of the Royal Academy came, and the most talked about topic among the drinkers in the Adventurers' Tavern was also the identities of those nobles. The love affairs of the big shots in the upper class have always been one of the most important topics for the lower class to entertain themselves. What love stories between princes and princesses, the lover of the countess, the wicked stepmother of the princess, the queen. Ji-sun also pricked up his ears to listen to these stories, whether true or false. Sometimes he also made up some ambiguous stories, and followed the bragging. Now that the target has come, he has to wait for the opportunity. His current identity is Sean. He is one of the most active intelligence dealers in the Sorrow Valley camp. Ji-sun felt that those noble young masters and young ladies, if they were not stupid, would definitely know the importance of intelligence. Although the nobles also had their own intelligence system, the intelligence from the people about outdoor adventures was often more down to earth. Especially in the Rune Plateau, where the casualty rate was extremely high. If you want to increase the probability of survival, intelligence is absolutely an indispensable preparation before traveling. Intelligence merchants was also the most reasonable opportunity that Ji-sun could think of to contact a group of people. The matter was similar to what he had guessed. Just when Ji-sun was drinking and bragging with a group of familiar drinkers in the tavern, an intelligence broker with an official background quietly came to the door and said that a big shot wanted to buy intelligence. Ji-sun followed the broker out of the tavern and went to an apartment built for nobles in the camp. Although the apartment was not big, it was magnificent. Compared with the simple adventurer tent, it was already very luxurious. There was also a separate study in the apartment. He was taken there. Ji-sun thought that the person he would meet would be a staff member or an intelligence officer. However, he did not expect that the person who met him was Salo, the 19th prince of the Red Dragon royal family. And there was more than one intelligence merchant. 7 people came one after another. Ji-sun took a glance and found that the most well-informed colleagues in the camp were all here. The intelligence dealers were also very sharp-eyed people. Looking at this situation, they also knew the situation. The red-haired strong young man in front of him was one of the most potential heirs to the throne of the Red Dragon Kingdom. It is said that His Highness Salo has a very high purity of dragon blood and is extremely powerful. He has long been famous in the Imperial Royal Academy. Although the intelligence dealers usually boasted about knowing all kinds of big shots, it was the first time for all the people present to be formally summoned by His Royal Highness the Prince. No one spoke during the waiting process, only the nervous swallowing of saliva and the heavy breathing that came and went could be heard. Ji-sun did not show any abnormality. When everyone arrived, Prince Salo did not even open his eyes to look at the group of intelligence dealers, but only lazily opened the conversation. I heard that you are all the most well-informed intelligence dealers in the camp. I need some intelligence. As long as I'm interested, there will be a big reward. It's our honor to serve His Highness. Ji-sun and several intelligence dealers listened to the flattered look and flattered him. If the royal family wants to buy intelligence, it can be sold at a good price. Besides, this may be their only chance in their lives to curry favor with such a top dignitary. Everyone knows that the 19th prince gathered them together, firstly to save trouble, and secondly to let the 7 people compete with each other to get more useful intelligence. The merchants also rushed to tell their information, fearing that if they told it too late, the bounty would be gone. Your Highness, yesterday the Mongoose Group's small adventure group discovered a cave called Senna's Cave in the highlands, which also contains ghost mist grass, a spiritual herb that has a miraculous effect on dragon blood atavism and fusion. But the cave also has a group of 6th-level nightmare spiders. Your Highness, this is the latest information, and it is my exclusive information. Reward? Your Highness, the leader of the Great Axe mercenary group is my cousin, and they have explored deep into the Rune Highlands. 2 days ago, they found a bone dragon's nest, in which they found a 7th-level bone dragon and a large number of undead crystals. This is good news. I give the coordinates to the steward later. Reward? Your Highness, I know a lone adventurer in the camp. He has a treasure map of the highlands. It has been preliminarily confirmed that it is a route map of an ancient gravedigger, which seems to point to a mysterious treasure. But that area is very dangerous, and the adventurer is recruiting people in the camp. Reward? Your Highness, I accidentally bought a few pieces of mysterious metal that cannot be burned in the adventurer's market in the camp. I suspect it is the legendary oxenite. I have already inquired about the source. It was brought back by the Mountain Cat Hunter group. We have bought all the relevant information, and no one else knows about it. Reward? Everyone present was smart. They knew that the prince would definitely not be interested in ordinary information, so they told all the information they had hidden in their boxes. Professional intelligence dealers also have their own sources of information. They have some information that the official authorities don't know. As they said, most of the information is exclusive information that is unknown to outsiders. Don't mention it. There are many that even Ji-sun has never heard of after asking for so long. Prince Salo was also very generous and rewarded bags of gold coins on the spot. This is much better than selling the information to those bargaining adventurers. The merchants talked for more than half an hour, and each of them made a lot of money. His Royal Highness was also very satisfied. Both sides were happy. Ji-sun occasionally interrupted and said some information that few people knew, but he didn't show much attention throughout the whole process. Have you seen the reward? Have you found any suspicious people? I'm sorry, Your Highness, no. Soon, the information exchange ended. The merchants turned around and were about to leave. If Ji-sun left like this opportunity that had been prepared for a long time would be missed. He deliberately walked at the end. And Prince Salo was smart and perceptive, he saw. Sean. The complex expression of hesitation and eagerness to show off on his face. Prince Salo had a kind of arrogance that saw through people's hearts. He smiled and asked, "Do you seem to have any information that you didn't finish just now?" A small intelligence dealer is not qualified to beat around the bush in front of him. If the worthless information wastes time, he will not be in a good mood. Yes, Your Highness. Ji-sun also took the opportunity to speak and explained, "I'm sorry that I didn't speak directly just now, because the information I want to talk about is of great importance." Oh! Prince Salo looked interested. Ji-sun knew he couldn't keep people on suspense in front of him, so he dropped a bombshell right away, saying, "Based on my observations over this period of time, I suspect that the Rune Highlands may be related to the royal tombs of the Talon period." Prince Salo's expression was normal, but a sharp light flashed in his eyes that was not easily noticed by others. He still didn't seem to be very interested, and said casually, "Interesting. Where is your source of information? Tell me about it." Ji-sun's current ability is very suitable for intelligence work. Most other intelligence merchants are engaged in reselling intelligence. But he is a person who truly understands intelligence. There are thousands of tasks in the Adventurers Guild task bar, and a large amount of new information is updated every day. The value of these intelligence varies. Some are invalid, some are miscalculated, and some are false information. Not everyone can distinguish them. It takes a lot of work to sort out those complicated and disordered fragments of intelligence. This requires extremely meticulous thinking, logical thinking ability, and keen intuition. All the intelligence in the entire Sorrow Valley camp is about the Rune Plateau. It seems that there is no connection, and they are all independent news. But from a high enough angle, from a large enough amount of intelligence, we can see that these intelligence are like pieces of puzzles, and the final piece is the entire Rune Plateau. Before, Ji-sun did not have such ability. But I am the world. Jia Yu's perfect plan is largely due to this secret method, which enables him to analyze and deduce intelligence efficiently and accurately. Ji-sun used the shadows to inquire openly and covertly these days, and mastered a lot of information. He mixed them together and analyzed them. He guessed and deduced, and came up with some conjectures that were almost close to reality. Ji-sun directly took out a parchment scroll he drew and began to explain. This is the map he drew based on the information he has mastered recently. In the entire camp, this is definitely the most detailed and accurate adventure map of the Rune Highlands. But Ji-sun knew very well that the royal family might not have mastered this kind of map. They even have more accurate military maps, as well as various ancient map relics left over from thousands of years ago. Rather than hiding them, it is better to show their value. Anyone who knows the business can see that the person who drew the map is definitely an expert in intelligence. Sure enough. Just taking out this map, Prince Salo's pupils shrank slightly when he saw the densely drawn place names and annotations on it. This time, he opened his eyes and looked at it for the first time. Sean. This intelligence dealer. Ji-sun glanced at the prince and began his performance. 7 days ago, the Iron Boots adventure group discovered the remains of a simple village in the Red Rock Terrace mountain area. Although no valuable ancient items were found, in my opinion, this village itself is an important intelligence. Even in the Talon period, this wasteland was not suitable for human habitation, so their identity and motivation for living there are questionable. 3 days ago, a rammed earth layer suspected to be a road was found in the direction of 30 degrees northwest of the highlands. It has been tens of thousands of years. I suspect it was a road to transport materials for some large-scale construction complex. But strangely, no large ruins have been found on the plateau so far. 5 days ago, the double-sword mercenary group found some rusty weapons on human corpses near the giant cliff. I have seen the marks and emblems on the weapons, which are highly suspected to be the marks of the Augustus royal family. A person with this identity appearing in this wasteland is very likely to be a tomb keeper. Also, the several different dimensional spaces discovered recently all prove that there are tombs in the ruined plateau. Also, I've heard about the Gravedigger's treasure map that my colleague Mr. Grandet mentioned before. But I think it's not an ordinary treasure, it might be a tomb-robbing map. Jisun pointed at the map and talked about it. He had a reason. Not only was he talking about Prince Salo, but even the several staff members and guards in the room looked at him with obvious surprise. Jisun knew that he would definitely receive more scrutiny if he chose to show his face in front of the nobles. But this was part of his plan. The lonely identity seems easy to imitate and not easy to be exposed. The premise is that no one knows that he is infiltrated. Jisun did this to infiltrate the Hydralisk Legion before. But now the Plague Swamp incident has exposed his existence as an Eastern Wasteland spy who is good at disguise. If he continues to keep a low profile, he will be more likely to become a target of suspicion. So he changed his mind. And a role like intelligence merchant, who has to deal with many complicated people, involves many causal lines. It is not only necessary to imitate the original's living habits and various individual labels, but also to properly handle each causal line. For normal spy thinking, this identity would not be the first choice of disguise. But Jisun chose it. He has mastered enough skills and intelligence. His almost paranoid self-confidence makes him sure that he will never expose his flaws, and this bold attempt will also allow him to gain a lot in the way of acting. My proficiency in the world has also skyrocketed. Jisun also knew it very well. This is just the beginning. To approach this group of Red Dragon nobles, the real test is still to come. He continued to point at the map without any timidity, drew an area, and said his results. I have analyzed a lot of intelligence in the past few days. I guess that if there is a tomb, it is probably in this area. After Jisun finished speaking, the whole study fell into silence. Even Prince Salo looked over and listened carefully to his analysis. Jisun's guess was right. The Red Dragon royal family did have an ancient map of the Rune Plateau, and also a professional military map recently drawn by a professional cartographer in the military. Overall, it was even more detailed and accurate than the one in front of him. But Jisun's map gave Salo a new idea. Salo was not surprised because he knew in advance that the tomb of Augustus was somewhere in this plateau. But that was top-secret information that even few people in the royal family knew. This intelligence merchant in front of him actually deduced this point based on various intelligence. Finally, they came up with a range that was similar to the one analyzed by the royal family's think tank staff. While thinking about those fragmentary intelligence, Jisun had already finished speaking. Prince Salo came back to his senses, took a look, and said calmly, "Your intelligence ability is very good. A generous reward." As he spoke, the guards beside him took out a large box of treasures. Jisun looked at him without hiding his joy and said, "Thank you, Your Highness." As he spoke, his face also showed his uneasiness of trying to hide his ambition to cling to the powerful, but he was afraid that the other party would be unhappy. Salo noticed it, and was not surprised. He always had a proud smile that belonged to the royal family. Too many people wanted to contact the royal family through him, and he had seen too many such ambitious people. Salo did not say anything, and said calmly, "If you have any information in the future, you can report it directly to me. You can leave now." "Yes, Your Highness." Jisun listened, and a trace of just the right regret flashed across his face. But he left helplessly. Jisun never thought that he could explore the tomb of Augustus by himself, and he had to borrow the power of these people. Guide the person there. Besides, he could analyze it, and there was definitely no shortage of think tanks in the Red Dragon royal family, and they would deduce it sooner or later. After leaving the apartment, Jisun's mouth slightly raised an arc, and he murmured in his heart, "What a conceited guy. Hee, if I were that guy, what would I do next?" Some people, you could only know their foundation after seeing them with your own eyes. During this meeting, the information Jisun obtained completed some necessary conditions for deduction. There were several princes and princesses who came with the Royal Academy trial group. Ji-sun speculated that some of them might know the situation in Rune Highlands. Before, he was not sure who it was. But now, it is basically certain that this Sane came for the royal mausoleum. Otherwise, he would not be so anxious to summon the intelligence merchants. The merchants took the money and bought out the exclusive intelligence. No one dared to resell it. In other words, Sane had more intelligence than other people in the trial group. Ambition, strength, and scheming are not lacking. A very strong opponent. The stronger the opponent, the more Ji-sun's interest was aroused. There were no outsiders in the apartment. Prince Salo looked at the map left by Ji-sun, and his face finally stopped being calm. He did not hide his admiration, and said in amazement, "He is a very good intelligence officer, although he was born in a wild way and has limited sources of intelligence. But it is good to be able to do this step." As he said this, he seemed to sense who was coming, and said to the door teacher, "Is that right?" At this time, an octogenarian in a white robe slowly walked into the study. He looked at the map and agreed, "It's really good." Prince Salo looked at the map, his ambition undisguised in his eyes, and sighed. Since a small intelligence dealer can think of it, others must be able to think of it. When the information about Rune Highlands is transmitted back to the capital, my uncles and brothers will probably flock here. We have to hurry up to explore. If we can successfully find the Olympus Holy Sword, all problems will be solved. Yes. The old man also nodded, but also reminded, "But Rune Highlands is very dangerous. That prophecy, your highness must pay attention to it." Prince Salo didn't care, saying, "The prophecy is the future that cannot be changed. If my mother's prophecy really says that I will encounter danger in a certain adventure, then what difference does it make no matter where I go?" He chuckled. "Besides, the prophecy is just a vague direction, not a definite result. My destiny has always been in my own hands. Besides, don't you still have the teacher?" The old man was also familiar with the character of his disciple, shook his head slightly, and said nothing more. Prince Salo suddenly thought of something. "By the way, teacher, where is Uncle Andre's promotion ceremony? If he wants to ascend the throne, he still needs strong help. If his uncle can take that step, then it will be even more reliable than him getting the Olympus Holy Sword, that royal sacred artifact." Hearing this, a hint of depth appeared in the old man's eyes, and he said, "The Augustus royal family is an orthodox royal family with blood inheritance. Such a war of annihilation is of extremely high standards, and the understanding of the plain laws obtained will be extremely large. It is indeed a rare opportunity. Once a large-scale war is triggered, the promotion ceremony can almost begin." Prince Salo's face was also happy, and he said, "Yes. I didn't expect to have such a good opportunity." As he said this, he seemed to have seen the result of the war, and said, "There is intelligence that another royal holy artifact crown of thorns is in the hands of King Augustus now. TSK, it's a pity that the royal power is not stable enough now. When he has almost integrated the East Wilderness, I don't mind trying the Kingslayer way." The old man said, "The overall strength of the East Wasteland is too weak, and it is indeed unable to stir up any big waves. But some details still need to be paid attention to. From the news from the Holy See, the destruction of the Hydralisk Legion this time is very problematic. Someone in the East Wasteland seems to have contracted a very high-ranking immortal ancestor spirit." Prince Salo said indifferently, "The God Stealer by family is indeed very strong. But an ancestor immortal spirit can't change anything. In his opinion, the immortals are the most important reason for the destruction of the Hydralisk Legion." But the old man obviously saw something deeper. He said earnestly, "The immortals are just one of the threats. On the contrary, I think the ability of those people in the East Wilderness to lurk is more noteworthy. They can lurk in the Hydralisk Legion without being discovered, which means that those people have perfect camouflage skills. If they hide in our team and attack us during our exploration of the Imperial Tomb, the consequences will be disastrous." This. Prince Salo frowned slightly when he heard it. He indeed overlooked this one. Then the old man said, "The annihilation of the Hydralisk Legion is a lesson. From the known intelligence, the spy used the substitution method to infiltrate. The spy infiltrated alone and cracked an S-level difficult space. From this point of view, he is meticulous, crazy, conceited, and strong. If I were him, I would definitely find ways to contact him now that I know the Royal Academy trial group is coming." After a pause, his eyes flashed fiercely. "In fact, we have already seen him." "Oh!" Salo also showed a thoughtful look when he heard it, and his eyes turned sinister. Thinking of something, he shouted, "Come here, strengthen the defense in the camp, carefully check everyone who enters and leaves the camp, and focus on those suspicious people who are withdrawn and rarely interact with others." As soon as he finished speaking, the guard outside the door responded, yes. Chapter 315. After the Imperial Royal Trial Group arrived, the entire Sorrow Valley camp became lively. Although the Arel Empire is an ancient aristocratic centralized system, it is a country that advocates military power because the supreme ruler is a dragon. Even if you are a direct descendant of an aristocracy, you are not qualified to enjoy the right to inherit the title if you do not have sufficient strength. So there are wars between the three kingdoms all year round, and there are constant fights within the kingdoms. Only the strong are qualified to become dragon servants. Moreover, the nobles already have a large number of offspring, and only the best ones can inherit the title. The weak are always eliminated in this struggle. The graduation test of the Imperial Academy is also quite cruel. The mortality rate of each year is very high. But if you can pass the test with excellent results, it usually means that you have the right of inheritance. Ji-sun came out of the apartment of the 19th prince and returned to the tavern. It has only been a short time, and all kinds of information are flying around. The trial tasks of the Royal Trial Group have also been announced. Those noble ladies and young masters need to explore the Rune Highlands and reach the designated location. During this period, they need to hunt zombies to obtain high-level materials, and finally judge the points and rankings. The rules are a bit like orienteering. Once the goal is determined, how to get there depends on the participant's own level. Because it is a graduation trial, the young nobles are only allowed to bring a small number of guards to the old continent this time. So they have to rely on their own abilities to recruit mercenaries. Forming a team is part of the test. As soon as this task was announced, it caught the nobles off guard. After all, there were only a limited number of adventurers in the Sorrow Valley camp, which meant that whoever could hire an elite mercenary group would have a greater chance of passing the trial. For a time, the adventurers guild in the camp became lively. These wealthy noble ladies and young masters were generous and immediately posted a large sum of money for the hiring task. All the mercenary groups and adventure groups with a little reputation were snatched away. Later, any certified hunter team could get a hiring price several times the market price. The tavern was packed with people. The adventurers came to spend money and revenge with bulging coins in their pockets. Ha ha ha, I'm rich now. The escort mission to the giant forest yesterday was only 30 gold coins. Guess how much today? Oh, Princess Caroline of the Grand Duke of Wushan offered a high price of 200 gold coins. Lucchese, don't be too happy too soon. The destination of these nobles is deep in the Rune Highlands. It is an unexplored dangerous area. It is hard to say whether they can come back alive. Whatever, I just accepted the escort mission and will not participate in the exploration battle. This price is already very ideal. Hey, what's that? I heard that the 19th Prince Salo recruits mercenaries with a settlement fee starting at 5,000 gold coins, and there is also a share of the exploration and discovery. But they only recruit certified intermediate and above mercenary groups. Our small groups are not even eligible to sign up. Hey, it's increased again. I told you not to rush to sign the employment contract. Princess Betty of the Black Dragon Kingdom didn't recruit enough people, so she doubled the bounty commission. It is said that she will also recruit various experienced hunters who are good at adventure and exploration. What is an experienced hunter? Isn't it me? You are not just bragging? Let's go and try it. The drinkers chatted excitedly. The arrival of the Royal Trial Group gave everyone a chance to make a fortune. 30 young nobles have to form 30 adventure groups, and they are all rich people, so they need tens of thousands of mercenaries. All kinds of people in the camp came together. Ji-sun also found it interesting. This kind of trial not only requires manpower, but also requires one to find ways to collect intelligence. Sean is a senior intelligence dealer in the camp. He made a lot of money in less than half an hour. Now intelligence dealers are also popular targets for recruitment. Under normal circumstances, they would not participate in adventures. But the current situation is different. Those young nobles urgently need a middleman who can help them solve the problem. Now, there is no one more suitable than a professional intelligence merchant. Intelligence merchants are familiar with everything in the camp, the details of various adventure groups, and can contact various resources. The most important thing is that they have a wide network of contacts, and they can save a lot of trouble when they meet other teams in the wild. In the tavern, Ji-sun saw that several colleagues seemed to have received recruitment invitations one after another. He himself also received more than a dozen invitations. But he didn't respond in a hurry. Rune Highlands must go. And going with the trial group is the best opportunity. But he was waiting for the invitation from the 19th Prince Salo. He hasn't received it yet. Strange, they shouldn't come to recruit me. Ji-sun was wondering if there was something wrong with him. At this moment, a guy dressed as a bearded businessman came over. The guy sat down next to him, seemed to be very familiar with him, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Hey, brother Sean, long time no see. When did you come here?" "Met an acquaintance." When Ji-sun heard this, a hint of alertness instantly hid in his eyes. The Sean he pretended to be did exist. And this is where the difficulty of pretending to be such a character lies. Interpersonal relationships are too complicated and mistakes can easily occur. No matter how powerful Ji-sun is, he can't know all the people Sean knows, especially those in the southern continent. The most feared thing about this kind of substitute disguise is that an acquaintance suddenly appears. As a professional spy, the usual response is to fool around. Pretend to know each other, and chat about some ambiguous things. In this way, even if the other party is suspicious, it won't go too far. But the premise is that the other party is really an acquaintance of the original owner, rather than coming to test. Hearing this sudden greeting, Ji-sun suddenly realized that the visitor was not friendly. He turned his head, and saw the bearded man. He showed a hint of doubt as a conditioned reflex. "Who are you?" Ji-sun didn't pretend to know him. Instead, he chose not to know him. He knew very well that this sudden reaction was enough for professional intelligence personnel to confirm a lot of information. Ji-sun's choice was risky. If the person who came was really an acquaintance of Sean, this action would immediately expose himself as a pretender. However, the consequences of this exposure were not a big problem. The greater danger came from another possibility. That is, if the person who came was also a fake acquaintance who pretended to know him to test him. If Ji-sun said he knew him right away, it would be a big problem. The bearded man keenly caught Ji-sun's suspicious look, and his eyes obviously paused for a moment of thinking, and confirmed something, and laughed, "Oh, brother Sean. We met before in Tennessee, well, from the Black Forest Chamber of Commerce." When the other party was observing him, Ji-sun was also observing him. When he saw the reaction of the bearded man, he was sure that this guy didn't know Sean at all. He was a professional intelligence officer who came to test him. The Sean played by Ji-sun was a versatile intelligence businessman. He perfectly performed the demeanor of not knowing the other party, but trying to flatter him commercially, and then continued the topic, "Oh, brother Will, why did you want to come here?" Sure enough, the suspicion in the bearded man's eyes completely disappeared when he saw this. "The Chamber of Commerce has a mission, so I came to check it out." "Oh, I have some serious business to do. I go drink with you after that." Since he was sure that the person was fine, this guy didn't want to stay any longer, so he found an excuse and left. Ji-sun politely said "see you next time," with a smile on his face, but muttered in his heart, TSK, that Prince Salo is really careful enough. At this moment, he was 100% sure that this was the person Salo sent to test him. It's not just him. Maybe every intelligence dealer who has been to the apartment before will be tempted. But from another perspective, this is also a good thing. The temptation is over. It's time to invite. Sure enough, not long after the bearded man left, the broker who invited them to the apartment before came with a contract of employment. That Salo offered a very high price and asked him to be an intelligence consultant. Ji-sun was waiting for this opportunity and readily agreed. "If you want to go to the strongest team." Ji-sun agreed to be hired, and he was not idle. He acted as a middleman and began to help recruit people in the camp. He first contacted several mercenary groups and adventure groups that had been contacted before, and then went to the slave traders to help contact and buy a few teams of war slaves. Naturally, he also packed up Old Man Su and put him in the cannon fodder camp of Prince Salo. With this person in the team, Ji-sun felt that everything was ready. Then it was to mobilize resources. This trial is estimated to stay in the Rune Plateau for several months, which requires a lot of living supplies. There was no shortage of supplies in the camp. But the arrival of the trial group also drove up prices. The prices of food, equipment, and everything else skyrocketed. It was even difficult to buy enough supplies without a middleman. Ji-sun's professional ability was also recognized by the palace steward, who went shopping with him. After a busy day, he finally stopped. The main force planned to set off the next day, and Ji-sun returned to his tent. Because of the arrival of the nobles, the number of defense personnel in the camp increased significantly. Ji-sun didn't feel threatened at all. He had passed the test, and the feeling of being watched disappeared. But it didn't matter even if he was watched. Ji-sun had now completely integrated into the role of Sean, and there was no flaw in his words and deeds. It was natural for an intelligence dealer to have a high-end tent covered with isolation restrictions. Only in the isolated tent was Ji-sun himself. He sat cross-legged in the tent and meditated, practicing while flipping through the books he had obtained before. Many experts came, and Shadow didn't dare to go out casually, so he followed them to read the information in the tent. Hard training is Ji-sun's daily life, and time flies by without him noticing. Every night, he reviews his day's experience. His boldness is not blind self-confidence, but rational judgment based on countless deductions and sufficient intelligence support. The current situation does not allow him to make any mistakes. Any mistake may mean death. Ji-sun recalled everything he encountered today. Royal Trial Group, Wanted Order, meeting with 19th Prince Sane, probing, procurement, Old Man Su. Ji-sun quickly deduced it in his mind. He didn't feel that he had made any mistakes, so he breathed a sigh of relief. However, for some reason, after reviewing it, Ji-sun always felt that he seemed to have overlooked something. After deliberately tempering intention, this sixth sense in the dark became more and more accurate. He didn't dare to be careless, and deduced it many times. But he never felt that there was anything wrong with him. Strange, what did I overlook? Ji-sun suddenly opened his eyes, his eyebrows full of doubts. It felt like something was guiding him. Mysterious level of induction? Ji-sun thought of Old Man Su, but he didn't need to worry about that guy. It shouldn't be him. Suddenly, a light bulb flashed in his mind, and he thought of something. Hey, could it be the bun head? During the day, he took the opportunity to go shopping, and asked the palace steward about the details of the wanted order. He basically confirmed that the wanted criminal, who went to the Red Dragon royal family to steal, was Nanjing. As soon as the thought came to his mind, Ji-sun began to deduce. Although the methods of the lineage of the high priest Nanjing were mysterious, their rank was not high, and they were not outstanding in the southern continent where many masters gathered. Moreover, they went to the royal court of the Red Dragon Kingdom. Suddenly, Ji-sun realized a very critical question. How did she get in? And how did she escape? Ji-sun felt that according to the information he had currently, if he wanted to steal things from the Red Dragon King's court, even a 9th rank master might not be able to escape unscathed. Since he was wanted, he would definitely go in. Could it be that the girl didn't escape at all? Thinking of this, Ji-sun's eyes twitched violently. It's really possible. Thinking of this, Ji-sun suddenly had a bad feeling in his mind. He immediately took out a scroll with a spell seal. This was the communication scroll that the girl left when she met Nanjing before. It said that she could be contacted in an emergency. The scroll was originally of legendary quality and very precious. It had never been used before. But now, Ji-sun held the scroll in his hand, and the feeling in his heart became stronger and stronger. I thought I had to give it a try even if it was a waste of a scroll. Ji-sun tore the seal and spread the scroll in front of him. Then he bit his finger and dripped a little blood on it. In an instant, the spiritual array on the scroll was activated, and the dense and mysterious runes also lit up. Before Ji-sun could carefully identify the high-level laws pointed by those spells, he suddenly saw the scroll exploded and a figure fell out. At the same time, a familiar muttering came from his ear. If you don't come out, I'm almost suffocated to death. The tent was very small, and the chubby girl fell directly on him. Ji-sun looked at the girl with a bun in his arms, and his eyes twitched inexplicably. Isn't it a communication scroll? How did it communicate with a living person? Nanjing felt a little embarrassed, sat up, looked at Ji-sun, and her watery eyes lit up. Wow, Mr. Ji-sun, we meet again. As she said that, she looked around the tent. Hey, where is this? Ji-sun rolled his eyes. This girl obviously knew that the scroll belonged to the psychic. Moreover, she also knew that she would be summoned by the spirit. Nanjing blinked her big, sparkling eyes and said, thanks to Mr. Ji-sun for summoning me out. Otherwise, I would have suffocated to death in that box. Ji-sun roughly guessed what was going on when he heard this. But he still asked, Xiao Nan, what's going on? How did you get wanted by the Red Dragon Kingdom? I'm wanted. The bun-headed guy habitually reacted slowly for a beat, thought for a moment, and then seemed to suddenly say, oh, that's right, I took the treasure away. They can't find it, so it's normal to issue a wanted order. As she said that, she looked at Ji-sun and asked in surprise, but why is the wanted order sent to the old world? Ji-sun's forehead was full of black lines when he heard it. Although he guessed from the information on the wanted order that the Red Dragon royal family had lost something very important. But after listening to the thief say it himself, Ji-sun still felt that he might have underestimated the value of the stolen item. Nanjing looked at Ji-sun's gloomy expression, as if he felt that he had caused trouble, and stuck out his tongue apologetically. The man with the bald head knew that Ji-sun must be very confused about what happened, so he explained, it's like this. When I was practicing in the underworld channel, I happened to see someone open the channel. But that underworld channel is not opened by everyone. It is the directional coordinates left by the Augustus royal family and our high priest's ancestors. Then I was curious and went along the spiritual channel to take a look. It turned out that those guys had the inheritance treasure of my high priest's lineage book of the dead, and then I took it away. Ji-sun's face twitched for no reason when he heard this bizarre story. He suddenly thought of the time in Shangbang prison. He finally understood why Nanjing could come out of the underworld. The result was that the things were taken away, and there were too many masters in the palace, so she couldn't escape. In the end, Nanjing could only hide in the royal family and parasitize an ancient relic with the secret art of spiritual communication. Then, it was a wait of more than half a month, waiting for Ji-sun to call her out. After listening to the whole story, Ji-sun also understood the reason and complained faintly, "What if I didn't use that scroll?" Nanjing blinked, with a hint of smugness on her pretty face. Our fates are intertwined, and we can sense it no matter how far away we are. The longer I am trapped, the stronger my obsession will be. You will sense it sooner or later." Hearing this, Ji-sun realized that the feeling he had just felt was not accidental. It was inevitable. Chapter 316. After listening to Nanjing's story, Ji-sun looked helpless and amused. This girl didn't know why she believed in herself so much. Ji-sun didn't think she would survive an adventure, but Nanjing was sure that he would use the spiritual scroll to save her. But there was no point in saying that. It was good to be alive. Ji-sun looked at the dusty lady with a bun-like head, thinking that she had a hard time these days, so he asked her to sit down and asked casually, "Would you like some tea?" The tent was a single deerskin tent, very small. Nanjing didn't mind at all, and sat next to Ji-sun smiling, "Okay." While Ji-sun was pouring tea, she glanced at the books on the small table and said with emotion, "Wow, Mr. Ji-sun is as hard-working as ever." Ji-sun is now very strong, and if he really wants to enjoy a comfortable life, he can live well. But in Nanjing's impression, it seems that every time he meets him, he is either taking risks or practicing hard. He has never seen him enjoy himself. Ji-sun has been accustomed to this ascetic pace of life and does not feel it is hard. He smiled and poured a cup of amber tea. Nanjing held the tea poured by Ji-sun and pursed her lips to reveal a pair of shallow dimples. "Thank you. It's been a long time since we last met," and this lady with a bun head also seemed very excited. Ji-sun looked at her excited expression and reminded her, "Be careful. The Red Dragon Kingdom has issued an S-level wanted order for you, and now bounty hunters are everywhere looking for you. There are also many high-level card masters in the camp." "Oh!" Nanjing responded very obediently. But the twinkling crystal in her eyes did not let people see that she had the intention of taking the wanted order to heart. She also sensed that there were many people nearby, and asked curiously, "By the way, where is this place?" Ji-sun responded, "An adventure camp near Rune Highlands." "Rune Highlands?" Nanjing pondered the place name, and seemed to know something. Ji-sun also poured himself a cup of tea, and sat opposite her. Thinking that this girl was the descendant of the lineage of High Priest Talon after all, she might know some secrets. He also asked casually, "Yes." A Royal Academy trial group came from the southern continent, and prepared to explore this wasteland. And I suspect that the Augustus Mausoleum is here. Some people in the trial group may also be coming for the Olympus Holy Sword in the Royal Mausoleum. There was nothing to hide from an old friend, so he explained the general situation in the simplest words. Nanjing listened with a hint of surprise in his eyes, and asked with a little surprise, "How do you know that the tomb of King Augustus is here?" When Ji-sun heard her tone, he knew that he had guessed correctly, and explained, "I encountered some things before, and after some deduction, I roughly guessed it. And now that the royal family of the southern continent has come, the guess can be basically confirmed." "Oh!" Nanjing suddenly understood after hearing this. But her expression was a little hesitant, as if she was a little embarrassed. Ji-sun glanced at her and asked directly, "You know it too?" Nanjing did not answer directly, but looked back and pursed her lips. "I can't say it." Ji-sun cast a curious look when he heard this response. "It's not that I don't know, but I can't say it." Nanjing shrugged and explained helplessly, "The High Priest's lineage has a protection contract with the Augustus royal family. There are many things that can't be said. Meaning, I really want to tell you, but I can't." Ji-sun also understood. Indeed, if someone wants to dig up the Augustus ancestral tomb, High Priest Terran will definitely not disclose the information. Nanjing turned his little head and pouted. It seemed like she wanted to say something, but had to hold it back. After holding it back for a long time, she finally managed to utter a few words, saying, "The royal mausoleum is very dangerous." "Oh!" Ji-sun listened with a hint of thought in his eyes. This statement has revealed a lot of information. Of course he knows the danger. King Augustus was the ruler of the Talon dynasty, so the mausoleum must be full of dangers. However, 3,000 years have passed, the dynasty has collapsed, and the biggest danger is actually gone. What remains are some monsters and restrictions. But Ji-sun was not the main force in this exploration, but those people from the South Continent. Since those guys dared to come, they must have been prepared. In the end, the girl with the bald head only said, "Danger," and did not stop him from going, which means there is room for maneuver. Thinking of this, Ji-sun felt that this adventure plan seemed to be more certain. He knew that the topic about the royal tomb could not be continued, so he asked, "Xiao Nan, what's the situation in the South Continent?" "Sorry, I don't know either." Nanjing knew what he was curious about, but he couldn't answer. He stuck out his tongue playfully and added, "I just walked around the palace of the Red Dragon Empire and couldn't get out." Ji-sun didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard it. "Fortunately, you have many tricks, otherwise you would have suffered a great loss." Thinking of something, Ji-sun asked again, "By the way, what is the Book of the Dead you mentioned?" He was also very curious about what made the Red Dragon royal family suffer a loss, and dare not say it. Hear this. When Nanjing heard this, he felt a little excited about sharing the stolen goods, and he took out an ancient book with a black aura all over it. The cover of the book was made of black leather of unknown material, with intricate spells engraved on it, and in the center was a creepy human eye that looked like a living thing. The edges of the book were worn, and it looked like it had been read countless times, and an old and mysterious atmosphere came to his face. As soon as he took it out, the temperature in the tent dropped sharply, and a feeling that made his soul shiver instantly hit his heart. Ji-sun's brows knitted instantly. That feeling was like the great fear he felt when he was on the brink of death countless times. Enlightenment also appeared at the same time. You are eroded by the law of death. The law of death is one of the supreme laws. This is an unknown area that Ji-sun has not touched yet. But after a moment of hair standing on end, he was not shocked by the breath of death. Instead, his face showed a spirit, and he thought, good stuff. He had experienced this feeling of clearing his mind many times on the brink of death. That was a wonderful and pleasant experience. Ji-sun instinctively had a thought in his mind. Doesn't it mean that with this book, he can artificially create the terrifying state of death? Nanjing obviously guessed what Ji-sun was thinking, and explained with a regretful tone, this book of the dead records the secrets of the law of death. It itself is also extremely polluted. If you don't reach the corresponding law level, touching this book will greatly reduce your lifespan. As she spoke, a white light lingered in her hand, instantly suppressing the black air overflowing from the book. Shorten your life? Ji-sun raised his eyebrows when he heard this. It's not that easy to get a bug. Other costs are easy to deal with. Ji-sun really doesn't dare to mess with his lifespan. The undead curse has already consumed a lot of his lifespan. If there is another one, he might have to look for a life-saving holy object like the Holy Grail. Nanjing looked at the ancient book and couldn't hide his joy. He said, I didn't expect that this Book of the Dead would be obtained by those people in the southern continent. And it just so happens that the Red Dragon Empire has a very powerful necromancer who can actually open the coordinates of the gate to the underworld recorded in the classics. Necromancer? Ji-sun suddenly realized something when he heard it. Since the Red Dragon royal family has a top-level necromancer, then Prince Salo might also have a very powerful necromancer around him. This may be the reason why they dare to attack the Augustus Mausoleum. Nanjing said, and flipped the book open. It was discovered when I snatched it before, and I didn't have time to read it carefully. While reading, she sighed, this secret book is said to be compiled by King Lanlingster, the founding emperor of Terran. This is also a high-level book that psychics and necromancers must learn. My mother said that this secret book has been lost for tens of thousands of years. Wow, I didn't expect to be lucky enough to find this relic. Ji-sun glanced at it. The dark red paper was densely written with some ancient words. There were also some precise hand-painted illustrations. He recognized those words. This is the ancient Tarun language. It is a bit like classical Chinese, which is an ancient language that is older, more obscure, and closer to the advanced demon language than the current Tarun common language. Ji-sun recognized some of them, but it was difficult for him to understand their meaning. He only took a glance and knew that the contents were advanced, and he could not understand them now. But there was no rush. Since it was the stuff of this bald-headed lady, there would be a chance to borrow it in the future. Nanjing was obviously also very interested in this book, and flipped through it roughly. At this time, Ji-sun glanced and suddenly saw a few hand-drawn pictures on a page of the book. He didn't understand the words, but he understood this picture. It seemed to record the process of making a mummification. It showed a human body that was cut into several pieces, and then the soul was extracted. The body was nailed to a cross and wrapped in a shroud, which Ji-sun found strangely familiar. Looking at the instruments on the picture again, isn't this the three-piece sealing set of light and dark holy nail, light and dark cross, and light and dark shroud? Is this the sealing ritual of the weeping angels? Ji-sun looked at it, and some thoughts suddenly flashed through his mind. His intuition told him that the angel of the Terran royal family was killed by Nanjing's ancestors, and there might be other deeper meanings. Nanjing also saw Ji-sun's expression change and asked, "What's wrong?" Ji-sun pointed directly at that page and asked, "What is recorded here?" Nanjing looked at it and frowned. I haven't learned this spell yet, and I don't quite understand it." "Well, according to the introduction, it seems to use death as a way to obtain a secret method to break through the realm." "Oh, and resurrection." "Ji-sun, resurrection?" "Yeah." Nanjing nodded and said, "Although I haven't understood it yet. But if you study the law of death to a certain extent, you will naturally master the law of life." Compatibility opposition. When Ji-sun heard this, he thought of the knowledge field that Aragorn told him before that only the top-level card master would touch. Death and life are opposites. His eyes were slightly cold, and he suddenly understood something. The weeping angel was not killed. Perhaps this was the layout left by the high priest, who killed the weeping angel for future generations. Jia Yu once said that although some ancient great men have died, some of their layouts may affect the continuation of civilization for thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. Just like the Shinshu treasure house of the City of Innocence. This layout will play an important role when necessary. Awesome. Ji-sun's mind was racing. He used the eye in the world to deduce, and then he saw a causal line that continued from 3,000 years ago, and one of the threads fell on himself. After all, the soul of the weeping angel is in him now. Nanjing was interpreting the spell on that page bit by bit, and looked up at Ji-sun's expression. "What's wrong?" Ji-sun thought about it and asked Xiao Nan, "Do you know the weeping angel?" "Yes. My mother mentioned some to me before," Nanjing said, her expression suddenly dimmed, but Ji-sun knew what she was going to say. That Aunt Nan did not stand on the side of the Orlan royal family last time in the Shinshu treasury, but helped the hermitage to kill all the old believers. Arthur, the new king of Orin, will never give up. But things are not as bad as he expected. Nanjing said frustratedly, "My mother seems to be imprisoned." Ji-sun pondered. Imprisoned? There is information from Dongda Road that the Orin royal family has been restored and the Bai family is now the new high priest. He has always avoided this topic and did not talk about it. "Yeah." Nanjing nodded, his face gloomy, and explained, "The high priest lineage and Augustus are both blood guardian contracts. Even if the Orlan royal family no longer trusts our Nen family, they will never hurt my mother. The last time, that time you were together. After seeing my mother in Innocent City, she said some strange things to me, and then I couldn't contact her. I suspect she was imprisoned." Ji-sun listened and felt relieved for no reason. After all, Aunt Nen had saved him, so it was good to be alive. But he didn't know how to solve this matter at the moment, so he didn't continue the conversation. The tent was quiet for a moment. The excitement of meeting a good friend also dissipated, and Nanjing suddenly felt sleepy between her eyebrows, as if she couldn't even lift her eyelids. She closed the secret book, turned to look at Ji-sun and asked, "Mr. Ji-sun, I'm sleepy. Can I rest here for a while?" Ji-sun smiled slightly and responded, "Of course." Nanjing tried hard to lift her tired eyelids and responded, "Oh." This lady with a bun head seemed to be really sleepy. As soon as she finished speaking, she lay on the small table and fell asleep with her eyes closed. Ji-sun looked at the sleeping girl. A hint of surprise flashed across his face, and then he chuckled. "How long has it been since you last slept?" "Oh, that's right. Before hiding in the Red Dragon King's court, he definitely couldn't sleep. The small table is for reading. It's uncomfortable to sleep on." Ji-sun called out, but Nanjing didn't respond. He thought about it, got up and picked up the girl with the bald head, and carefully placed her on the simple camp bed beside him. Then he covered her with a blanket. From beginning to end, this high-level psychic, who should have been very alert, had no intention of waking up. Her body was as soft as mud, completely defenseless. As if she knew that this was the safest place. Ji-sun looked at the pretty face sleeping peacefully, smiled and shook his head. He sat beside her, and continued to look through his books. In this way, the night passed in a flash. At 6 or 7 in the morning, the camp gradually became noisy. The young nobles of the royal trial group all planned to set off today. The mercenaries and hunters also got up early and began to pack their adventure gear. In the open space outside the camp, Dozens of teams were ready to go, with various monster mounts pulling large and small carts of supplies, preparing to go to Rune Highlands. Ji-sun also packed up his tent. At this moment, a sleeping girl with a bun suddenly opened her eyes. Then she sat up. Ji-sun was tidying up the desk, glanced at her, and smiled slightly. "You're awake." Nanjing blinked, looking at herself sleeping on the bed, and was stunned for a moment as if she had lost track of time. After a moment, she seemed to understand what happened last night. "How could I occupy the bed? Also, will my sleeping posture be ugly? Did I say anything strange in my sleep?" For a moment, the girl's psychological activities were extremely complicated. Thinking of this, Nanjing's cheeks turned red, and she muttered, "Oh, how rude." Ji-sun smiled and didn't mind at all. He just said, "Get ready when you wake up. We leave soon. This person is a wanted criminal, so of course he can't be with you." But these words interrupted Nanjing's wild thoughts. This girl also knew her situation. Before Ji-sun finished his plan, a spell flashed and her figure disappeared in the tent. The flustered reply came from my ear, "Mr. Ji-sun, I go to the Highlands first. If there are any problems on the way, you can contact me with this scroll." Ji-sun listened, looked at the scroll on the table, smiled and shook his head. There was no need to worry about the methods of this bald-headed lady. After watching the person disappear, Ji-sun packed up the tent, carried the huge backpack, and went out of the camp. A new adventure is about to begin. Chapter 317. 4 days later. Rune Highlands. A dark forest marked as Howling Woods on the map. Black fog filled the air, and the trees were as dry as iron. The air was filled with the smell of death and decay. In front of the team, a three-headed dragon with red, brown and green heads was spewing fire, burning the surrounding trees with ghosts howling. A closer look revealed that the burned trees all had strange human faces. They were burned hideously by the dragon's breath, and faint fireflies, like ghost fire, were rising from the trunks. This three-headed dragon was none other than Prince Salo after his transformation. He overwhelmed the fighting spirit of hundreds of mercenaries around him with his own strength. Because this was the graduation test of the Royal Academy, the test results would directly affect the graduation results. The students did not hide their methods, and killed people in various ways. And beside Prince Salo, the young female mage holding a legendary staff was equally imposing. This was Princess Betty of the Black Dragon Kingdom. Also a 5th-level card master, Club 8 element manipulator. Dragons are natural masters of magic, and dragonborn card masters also inherit this blood talent. Therefore, the southern continent has a large number of card masters who are proficient in the secrets of elements. And the royal family of the Black Dragon Kingdom has a very strong black dragon blood, which makes Princess Betty naturally have a very high affinity with dark elements and understanding of the laws. With the blessing of a wealthy princess, she can throw cards around like they are free. She raised her hand and cast the dragon language annihilation spell, harvesting monsters in large areas. The other triangle position is the second young master of the Red Dragon Kingdom, the Crimson Grand Duke family, Kylie, a 4th-level Black Knight, with a dragon body that is almost invincible. He wears heavy armor and rushes through the tree monsters with unparalleled bravery. On the battlefield, 3 people are the most popular. This is a huge trial group with a total of more than 8,000 people. In order to get good grades, the graduates of the Royal Academy also chose to travel in a team. Prince Salo, Princess Betty, and this Kylie. These 3 are the top 5 in the combat power of this graduation trial group. In order to achieve better results in the trial, they chose to join forces. The mercenaries and adventurers hired by the 3 were also the elites of the entire camp, and they were also a very strong force when they gathered together. This was the strongest team among more than 10 trial teams. So in the past few days, the team almost swept all the way. It was the first time that they encountered a difficult group of monsters in the ghost howling forest. Ji-sun also saw the exaggerated combat power of the 3 for the first time. Sean. As a non-combatant, he did not need to participate in the battle. He took the opportunity to observe everything carefully. Various relic-level equipment, esoteric-level spells, dragon language secrets, the means of the royal family are much richer than those of ordinary adventurers, which represents the peak inheritance of the glorious civilization of Terran for 3,000 years. This also opened the eyes of Ji-sun, a card master from the eastern wasteland. He saw the systematic extraordinary system behind the 3 people's combat power far exceeding that of the same level, saw the high-quality demon marks and professional cards, and saw the extraordinary power of the dragon language spell. Ji-sun's eyes also stayed more on Prince Salo. Watching the guy killing people everywhere, even though he had many great opportunities, he still sighed, "This guy is really strong." Salo is a rare three-path practitioner. The three dragon heads have mastered the extraordinary powers of the three paths of strength, fire, and order. The understanding of the law is so high, far beyond the general 5th level. This guy's exaggerated combat power is largely derived from several divine career sequences secretly passed down by the Red Dragon royal family. This is exactly the 5th level special career card Three-Headed Golem Holy Dragon Guard of the Spade 6 order sequence. This is exactly what Ji-sun is jealous of. The name of this sequence is not a secret to the outside world. You can get a general idea by asking around. Ji-sun even knows why this guy chose this sequence. He learned from Aragorn before that some professional sequences can be advanced. And K of Clubs Pope is a high-level path to God that at least masters Order plus Kingship. 6 of Spades Order is just a transitional sequence to Pope. This is also a secret of the royal family. But when Ji-sun saw this, he didn't think of the kingship. His mouth curled up slightly, and he thought to himself, this career card is also very suitable for me. Ji-sun had been thinking about his 5th level advancement before. When he advanced to the 4th level, he discussed with Master Merlin about the choice of subsequent advancement direction. The Master's advice was that Ji-sun's body was strong enough and his foundation was solid, so he could consider the ability of the Warlock system appropriately. Such a multidimensional improvement would maximize the combat power of the level. But if it was just the Advanced Wisdom sequence, Ji-sun felt that it was a bit of a waste of his talent as a joker. Until he saw the Three-Headed Golem Holy Dragon Iron Guard in front of him. Isn't it just right? The 3 supernatural elements of elements, flesh and blood, and wisdom are all complete. It couldn't be more ideal. As expected, it has to be a royal family. The best supernatural resources are in the hands of these guys. On the periphery of the team, 3 noble young masters led a group of mercenaries to fight fiercely. In the center of the team, a group of non-combatants such as doctors, staff officers, and maids gathered together and waited for orders. The situation was very good, and the group of people chatted casually. Old Master, what kind of monster is this? I've never heard of it. Human-faced tree demon, it is said to be a dead monster formed by the fusion of a remnant soul and a tree over 100 years old. It can only form in places with extremely strong death energy. This place is weird, and I don't know why His Royal Highness chose this road. We need to go to the assembly coordinates announced by the Academy, and other roads are obviously easier to take. Brother Sean, you are well informed. Do you know what's going on? I do know something. But I can't tell you. Ji-sun certainly knew why they took this route. Because one of his colleagues had sold Prince Salo intelligence before, there was a map found by a gravedigger pointing to a mysterious treasure. Although Ji-sun didn't get the map. But after walking this way and making some deductions, he guessed the route the team took, which was most likely the route pointed to on the map. And this direction was exactly the direction he speculated to be the tomb of Augustus. It's not surprising that Prince Salo would choose to go this way. As they chatted, they saw the young swordsman wearing a slave collar and holding a fishbone rapier in the tree monster. But then again, that slave from the East Continent is very powerful. What's the situation with his swordsmanship? He jumped several meters in the blink of an eye. He was only at the 4th level, but he killed the 4th level disaster level tree monster with one sword. His method is really weird. That is the sort of time. It's normal for ordinary people not to understand it. I don't know how the guy trained, but he actually touched the secret of the high-level law of time. What a talent. Although the card masters in Dongwon are not of high rank, they are numerous, so it is not surprising that there are a few gifted ones. It is said that when the slave-catching team caught this kid, many people died. Finally, the 6th rank took action to control him. Later, he was sold to His Royal Highness the 19th Prince for a good price. Ji-sun looked at him and narrowed his eyes slightly. The ghost-like boy was none other than Che-Er. Old Man Su was captured, so of course he was captured along with him. However, because of his strong fighting power, Che-Er became a member of the slave guards, not cannon fodder. The relic-level rapier in Che-Er's hand was the flashing heart-piercing sword that he gave to him. Ji-sun was also quite moved when he saw it. When he first met him, he was just a slightly immature swordsman apprentice. Now he has grown into a very powerful swordsman. Ji-sun looked at him and restrained his gaze. There is nothing to worry about at all. Che-Er has been with Old Man Su for so long without dying, so his fate is naturally not that easy to die. As for Old Man Su, Ji-sun glanced at him and didn't think much about it. Not surprisingly, as the battle was about to end, a dusty old man crawled out of a pile of dead branches. Many cannon fodders died, and this old man looked embarrassed, but he was fine. As always, human-faced tree demon gathered into a large forest, the strongest lord was a 5th-level disaster. This was a deadly place that was almost impossible to pass through for a small adventure group. However, for Ji-sun and his large team of more than 8,000 people, it was almost a complete victory. After the monster lord was killed by Luan and his men, the battle came to an end. The doctor came in and began to treat the wounded. Others cleaned up the battlefield. But Prince Salo seemed determined to find something and ordered a careful survey of every corner of the forest. Although everyone didn't know what was going on, they could only follow orders. Without the obstruction of monsters, this carpet search is very efficient. Not long after, someone suddenly shouted, "We found the entrance. Your Highness, there is a robbery hole here, which looks like it was left by a gravedigger. Ha ha ha, we're rich. There are many ancient relics in the cave." The plot suddenly reversed, from an adventure trial to a ruins excavation. No wonder the hunters are so excited. These noble young masters are willing to spend money, and they get a share of the treasures they discover. As soon as the voice fell, a group of people ran over and excitedly crawled into the hole covered with dead branches. Ji-sun was not surprised to hear this. He knew that it was very likely that the mysterious treasure coordinates on the map had been found. After all, there were almost no large ruins found in the entire Rune Plateau, only monsters. Now that artificial traces have been found, it's a good start. Just as he was thinking about it, a cautious voice came from his ear. To be able to gather such a rich undead aura, the underground here is not simple. I'm afraid there are a lot of undead monsters. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man with gray hair. His name was Old Fu. Ji-sun also looked sideways as he listened, with a hint of amusement that others could not easily detect. According to Old Fu himself, he was an archaeologist and knew a lot of strange knowledge, so he was hired into the team. They were all non-combatants, and they had a lot of exchanges along the way and got to know each other. However, Ji-sun felt a sense of crisis in this guy. Not everyone is a perfect actor. Lao Fu is indeed, as he said, a learned archaeologist, and he did not reveal any flaws. Normal people cannot see his abnormality. However, Ji-sun is different. In the world of me, the logic of all things is intertwined. Behind a lie, countless lies are needed to make up for the logical flaw. Ji-sun is now quite proficient in this magic secret method. Behind this seemingly perfect identity story, he found some clues after some deduction. Ji-sun can basically confirm that Lao Fu is a secret guard of the royal family. Correspondingly, this guy may have discovered someone lurking. Ji-sun was very confident that he was definitely not exposed. If he was not discovered, then it must be someone else. This matter is very interesting. Let's not talk about the royal power struggle in the southern continent. There are probably political enemies of Prince Salo in this team, so it is not surprising that there are spies lurking. But in the eastern continent, there are only a few suspected targets. Unfortunately, they are all enemies of Ji-sun. The inheritance of the Bai family has not been broken, and now he is the national teacher of the Oran royal family. Ji-sun didn't think that the new King Arthur would watch his ancestral tomb being excavated by the people from the southern continent. But he couldn't stop it head-on. There was no better way to lurk than the Bai family. So Ji-sun suspected that there were probably people from the Bai family in this expedition team. With this thought in mind, he used his identity as an intelligence dealer to hint to the old master about the Bai family's lurking methods from time to time in the past few days. Ji-sun thought that these two sides should still be able to collide with some sparks. "Your Highness, there seems to be an underground palace below, very large. Oh my god, so many relics." Soon, the first batch of mercenaries who went underground brought up exploration information and a large number of ancient items. Old Fu, the archaeologist, was also called over. After some identification, he immediately confirmed that those rusted metal weapons and broken pottery jars were from the post-Terran period, and they were burial objects. This meant that there was really a mausoleum underground. Now everyone was excited. There were many nobles and tombs in the Talon period. If a tomb is really excavated, it is like encountering a gold mine for adventurers. However, when Ji-sun heard the news, he was a little surprised. Is it so easy to find? Now, Nanjing has confirmed a piece of news that Rune Highlands is the location of the tomb of the Augustus royal family. And there is absolutely no ordinary tomb near the royal tomb. In other words, even if the underground palace below is not the royal tomb, it must be an important ancient relic. Ji-sun originally thought that it would take a lot of effort to find it. But now, he found it right away. It was so easy that it seemed like he was just lucky. Others hadn't realized the specialness of this mausoleum. But Prince Salo came for the royal mausoleum. He immediately ordered everyone to go underground. The news could not be leaked, and even Ji-sun and other logistics personnel followed him down. The underground space was very large. It was really like a huge underground city. The underground palace was supported by various huge pillars, and the highest point was a full 100 or 200 meters high. Looking far away, you can't see the end. Although many places have collapsed, it is still very spacious. Ji-sun and the thousands of people came in and spread out, and they didn't feel crowded at all. The assassin climbed up the stone pillar lightly, and lit the eternal lamp on the high wall of the tomb. In an instant, the orange-yellow light illuminated the entire underground palace. An extremely spectacular scene appeared in everyone's eyes. As the light was turned on, everyone's faces showed a look of horror. Oh my God, what kind of tomb is this? No one present had ever seen such a large tomb, and they were all shocked by the scene before their eyes. This is a tomb underground palace in the style of the Tarun period, and the whole body is made of huge dark yellow stone bars. Huge stone statues of guards standing 100 meters high stand everywhere in the underground palace, majestic and cold. The walls are full of colorful and exquisite murals with delicate brushstrokes. The murals record the daily life, war stories, myths, and legends of some people in the Tarun period. The characters are vivid, as if seeing a vivid historical scroll unfolding, and people personally touch the glory and mystery of the Tarun civilization. All the items in the underground palace seem to be built for gods. Everything in sight was dozens of times the size of normal human objects. Humans were as small as ants in this ancient monument. This also made everyone feel an inexplicable sense of awe and admiration. Looking at the scene in front of them, everyone was excited. But Ji-sun's trembling eyes showed a hint of doubt. Have you really found the royal tomb? It is likely true. The reason for this idea? Because he has seen this style. It was in the Grand Cemetery maze in the suburbs of Wuzue City, with the same style, and according to Ji-sun's understanding of history, the specifications of this mausoleum are definitely not ordinary aristocratic mausoleums. Even ordinary royal families are not qualified to have such a large tomb statue. It could only be the royal mausoleum of Augustus, but just because he felt that he had found it, Ji-sun became more suspicious. Because the process was too easy. This made Ji-sun instinctively feel a sense of crisis, as if they were deliberately guided here. Yes, from that Gravedigger's map, the cause and effect of the matter began. Ji-sun thought of something, and a slight doubt appeared between his eyebrows. Strange, if there is really someone guiding, who would it be? As soon as this thought came, a sense of conspiracy came over him. Not many people knew that the tomb of Augustus was in the Rune Highlands. The Orlan royal family, the Bai family, the high priest's lineage, and the high-level officials of the Arel Empire. Ji-sun deduced it in his mind in an instant. But he didn't expect that anyone had the motive to lead Prince Salo and his group into the tomb. Just as he was thinking, the guards beside Prince Salo shouted in the distance, "Your Highness has ordered that all those who enter the mausoleum will be rewarded with 3,000 gold coins. After returning, everyone will receive dividends. Start exploring now, and those who make important discoveries and make contributions will be rewarded generously." As soon as these words came out, the mercenaries and hunters became excited. Everyone knew the danger, but they were working for money, so a reward would be great. Under the generous reward, the adventurers also excitedly explored the depths of the underground palace. Prince Salo brought this group of people here, of course, to be cannon fodder. Ji-shuenka didn't dare to be careless at all. After confirming that the place in front of him was most likely the royal mausoleum, he decisively scanned the cannon fodder slave camp, and soon found a timid old man. He himself was not sure that he could survive in the mausoleum full of dangers. But Old Man Su could. Chapter 318. After discovering such a large ancient tomb, the mercenaries and adventurers of the trial group were shocked and fell into a kind of almost crazy joy. Just looking at the specifications of this tomb, everyone knew that there must be treasures in this tomb. Apart from other things, just these exquisite stone carvings and murals, as long as they can be transported back to the southern continent, are ancient artifacts that the nobles will buy at a high price. The settlement rewards they can share far exceed the remuneration for employment. However, Ji-sun felt more and more that something was wrong. While everyone was searching for treasures in the empty underground palace, he quietly came to Old Man Su. If war slaves accumulated enough merits in the adventure, they could also regain their freedom. At this moment, all the slaves were excitedly looking for treasures everywhere in the underground palace. However, only this old man was hiding in an inconspicuous corner, looking up at the modeled ancient characters on the wall, as if reading something. This is the ancient Tarun language. Even in the Tarun dynasty 3,000 years ago, only a few people who could read these characters were polymaths. It's not just the meaning of the words, it's necessary to understand the meaning of the words in the context. Sean is an intelligence dealer who is interested in ancient artifacts, and no one would doubt it. Ji-sun wandered around and tried to take a look. He understood some words, but couldn't understand long paragraphs of sentences. But he knew that Old Man Su must have understood it. With a glance, the old man's yellow and black face, like bacon, twitched, as if he saw something terrible. Then Ji-sun watched the old man stretch out his hand and rub it under his dirty robe, and 2 mud balls appeared in his hand a moment later. Ji-sun looked at the balls. His keen sense of smell had already allowed him to tell what it was. His eyelids twitched for no reason, but he became more and more curious. What was this guy going to do? Then he watched Old Man Su quietly insert the 2 balls into his ear canals. Is this to seal the ears? Ji-sun understood a little. Old Man Su knew some strange ways to save his life, such as putting his head under his crotch to prevent evil spirits. It seemed like an outrageous method, but Ji-sun had tried it himself, and it worked very well. Seeing the strange behavior of the old man, he vaguely understood something, and quietly found some ointment and sealed his ears. Thinking of something, he took the opportunity to walk around and told Che Air with directional sound transmission. The young swordsman was also surprised to hear that Ji-sun was in the team. But more of a surprise. The front hall of the underground palace was mostly some funerary ornaments, which were almost rotten and not of much value. Thousands of people searched like locusts passing through, and soon explored everything. The archaeologist, Lao Fu, was obviously also proficient in the structure of the ancient tomb. He found a wall with an abnormality, and after blasting it open, a stone door appeared. Although Ji-sun was not very proficient in archaeology, he also knew a little. This was the sacred road leading to the main tomb chamber. Prince Salo came for the Olympus Holy Sword, and of course, he would not just stay in the front hall. That kind of thing could not be touched by others. He had to go in himself. At a command, the group followed the sacred road all the way to the depths of the tomb. Once they entered, they found that the front hall that shocked them just now was just the tip of the iceberg. The building area of this underground mausoleum is so large that it is unbelievable. The degree of luxury is something that even Salo, a member of the Red Dragon royal family, has never seen. Old Master, what's going on? This scale may be the royal mausoleum of the Terran period. According to the records in the literature, the upper-class nobles in the late Terran period were extremely extravagant, and their mausoleums were also extremely luxurious. Usually, the larger the country they ruled during their lifetime, the larger the country they wanted to rule after their death. I guess, if this underground palace is a royal mausoleum, the building area would probably be larger than our Red Dragon King Court Acheron. Sure, that's really outrageous. How much manpower and material resources would it take to build it? Why do you think rebels were rampant everywhere at the end of the Tarun dynasty? It would be impossible to build a mausoleum of this size without 1,000,000 workers. Moreover, the Tarun dynasty had the custom of burying people alive with the dead, so the workers who built the mausoleum would not survive. The death atmosphere in this mausoleum is so strong, probably because many people died here. Then we have to be careful. Don't be afraid of shit. With so many treasures, even if the person buried in this mausoleum is resurrected, I will break off a few of his teeth. Ji-sun's hearing is now blocked, but he can still communicate smoothly. It must be said that the old master really knows a lot of tricks. He can tell a thing or two about the illusions of the murals in the mausoleum. Ji-sun also knew that Prince Salo came with his equipment and was prepared to explore the tomb. Anyone can guess that there must be unknown dangers in such a mausoleum. But for mercenaries who trade their lives for money, nothing can stop them from looking for treasures that are within their reach. And fortunately, they did not encounter any danger. There was only a group of iron-backed spiders in the corridor that ran in from nowhere and used the mausoleum as their nest, and some expected traps. A dozen war slaves who were exploring the way died, but it did not cause much damage. This made the trial group more excited. As they walked along and searched, they found various burial objects one after another. Pottery jars filled with jewelry, treasure chests filled with gold coins, piles of gold and silver objects, and some relic-level armor and weapons. Under the light of the fire, the corridor shone with jewels and treasures. This mausoleum is of extremely high specifications, and the burial objects will certainly not disappoint. Just these burial objects are already a huge harvest. The adventurers were very excited. They picked up along the way. When the storage rings were full, they hung the gold and silver jewelry on their bodies. Prince Salo did not stop him. He had no interest in these tacky gold and silver treasures, and ordered everyone to continue to go deeper. The team of several thousand people was very long, and Ji-sun mixed in the middle of the team and quietly followed Old Man Su. But this corridor seemed endless, and there was no end no matter how hard he walked. It was estimated that Xian had walked for several kilometers, and went down for hundreds of meters, and finally someone found something unusual. Suddenly someone shouted, stopping the team from moving forward, "Your Highness, we seem to have entered a circular maze." There are also professional adventurers in the team, who are proficient in exploration. Solving mazes is their specialty. They also discovered that the corridor began to repeat. This means that they have returned to a certain origin. As soon as these words came out, the crowd was in a commotion for a moment. Ji-sun and the team was not surprised at all, because he had discovered the abnormality a long time ago. And he is very familiar with this environment. The dark green thick earth walls and architectural style around. Isn't this the maze passage in the Great Cemetery Maze? But there are also differences. Ji-sun remembered every route of the maze he had walked through, but he didn't see any scenes in his memory here. This is not the maze he is familiar with. In fact, from the beginning, he had a feeling that this was not the tomb of Augustus. But with such specifications, even the prince is not qualified to build it. If it is not the tomb of King Augustus, then what could it be? Everyone in the trial team heard that they were trapped, and there was a little panic in the adventure team. However, Prince Salo, the temporary leader of the team, didn't care at all. If they really found the mausoleum of Augustus so easily, that would be questionable. On the contrary, it seems reasonable now that there is a little crisis. Moreover, this is a supernatural world, and it is normal for the maze mechanism in the mausoleum. Salo had been prepared. It was just a maze. No matter how clever it was, it would not trap them to death. Ji-sun thought so too. Prince Salo waved his hand and ordered, "Continue to explore." The mercenaries didn't dare to say anything. His Royal Highness is here, and they have nothing to worry about. However, the adventurers did not dare to run around, and most of them gathered around the three young nobles. Compared with the nervous mercenaries, Prince Salo, Princess Betty, and that Kylie were much calmer. Their knowledge and strength are also the confidence to face the crisis. "Salo, what is going on? It looks like a royal tomb from the Talon period, but I don't know who is buried there. This is the first time that someone has found a tomb of this size in the old world. Trials are not important. As long as we can find some royal relics and inheritance, the trial results will definitely not be bad." That's right. Ji-sun followed behind and listened to the conversation of the three people. It was basically confirmed that except for Salo, the other two did not know what was going on in the mausoleum. The team walked in the corridor like this, and did not encounter any danger. Ji-sun observed as he walked. His deduction ability was now dozens of times more active than before, and he did see some of the tricks in the maze. But he didn't need to remind them. There were many experts in the team who were proficient in decryption. Soon, the restrictions of the maze were cracked. The moving maze was not particularly tricky, but after being stuck at a few key intersections, it was no longer an infinite loop. However, they did not find a way out. Instead, they discovered a huge new space. The main tomb chamber has been found. Someone in front shouted excitedly. Ji-sun listened, but became more cautious in his heart. So easy to find? Looking again, old man Su seemed to have a premonition of something bad, and had shrunk into a corner. Prince Salo led a large army to this huge space. It was like a shaft structure, and everyone appeared halfway up the wall. 100 meters below, there was a huge space the size of several football fields. As soon as I entered, it was like entering a cold storage, and a chill that made my soul tremble came over me. At a glance, there was a dead air lingering in the field of vision. A thick layer of fog like a black quilt accumulated on the ground at the bottom of the pit, and it was unclear what was on the ground. However, everyone's eyes were focused on the huge golden coffin in the center of the space. The coffin was engraved with an ancient and mysterious spell, shining brightly. When the magic lamp shone over, mysterious patterns flowed on the surface of the coffin, and there was also the dazzling light of 7 colored gems. It was huge, heavy, luxurious, noble, mysterious, and simple. The naked eye could see an indescribable majesty. The golden coffin lay there, as if an emperor was sleeping here. Looking down from above, the most eye-catching thing was the totem engraved on the coffin lid. A human body with an eagle's head, wearing a crown, holding a gem in the left hand, a holy sword in the right hand, and a holy cup floating beside him. Ji-sun recognized it at a glance. This is the pattern of the 4 sacred vessels of royal power. Seeing this scene, almost everyone recognized it, the supreme totem of the Augustus royal family, the sacred eagle of Landlingster. This is the oldest royal emblem of the Talon dynasty. Only the true Augustus emperors can use it, representing the supreme royal power. Is this the tomb of an Augustus emperor? Seeing the totem on the coffin, almost everyone's breathing became heavy. Only then did they realize what an incredible relic they had discovered. If it was really the tomb of Emperor Augustus, it must contain treasures of inestimable value. Seeing this, even the nobles who were used to seeing treasures were shocked. Princess Betty covered her mouth and exclaimed, "This is actually the tomb of Emperor Augustus?" Prince Salo's eyes became hot. He stared at the pattern of the holy sword on the coffin, unable to hide his expectation, and murmured to himself, "Have you found it?" At this time, the vanguard mercenary below reported, "Your Highness, it's safe below." Hearing this, Kylie on the side laughed excitedly, "Ha ha ha, I'm really lucky this time." As he said this, he jumped down. Although the three of them were temporary teammates, this kind of wealth was in front of them. It was not the time to be humble. Whoever could get it would definitely be better than others. Moreover, others did not know the existence of Olympus' holy sword, but Kylie had heard some rumors. But this was not the time to share. Seeing her teammates jump down, Princess Betty certainly didn't want to be left behind, and jumped down holding the princess' skirt. No matter which generation of King Augustus this was, there must be treasures in this tomb. Strike first to gain the upper hand. As soon as the two of them went down, a large group of people followed and climbed down from the rock wall. Prince Salo watched, but did not rush to move. Instead, he glanced at the archaeologist not far away. Old Fu. The two looked at each other, as if they had communicated something. Ji-sun watched this scene quietly. But before the two of them had time to hesitate, the surprise discovery of the vanguard came from below. "We've made a fortune. We've made a fortune. Haha, look, there are so many high-quality dark energy crystals here. Oh my god, is this a black crystal vein? How can there be so many crystals? Hey, there are traces of battle. And corpses. Has anyone been to this mausoleum?" Prince Salo's heart skipped a beat when he heard this, and his face changed drastically. Has someone got there first? If that's the case, it's a big problem. He did not dare to delay any longer and jumped down. As soon as the three nobles went down, the guards and the elite group also jumped down together. Instead, the war slaves fell behind. Although Old Man Su was very reluctant, he was also driven and followed the large group along the rope to the ground. Ji-sun followed quietly. After passing through nearly 20 meters of cold black fog, his feet stepped on the solid ground again. Even if the dispersal technique was used, the ground was still flowing with black air that soaked his feet like water. It was not just the black air, but everyone seemed to have walked into a crystal vein. There were crystal clear black crystals everywhere. Clusters of sword-handle-shaped ores were densely arranged together, forming a dazzling black crystal forest. When Ji-sun saw this, his pupils shrank slightly, but he thought to himself that it was not good dark matter crystals. These crystals are not ordinary dark attribute energy crystals. They are dark matter crystals formed by the overflow of divinity. The reason why Ji-sun could distinguish them was because he had seen them with his own eyes. Previously in the secret realm of Xiamu City, in the cellar that sealed the remains of the Weeping Angel, a large number of these crystals were formed because of the overflow of divinity. Could it be that there are also some remains of the angel here? The wings and body have been found. So there is an angel's head here? Ji-sun thought of this instantly. However, the Xiamu City cave was previously set up to suppress part of the body of the old god, the dream, and the lord of joy, Arachne, so the overflow of divinity was not too much. The condensed crystals are far less than what is in front of us. This is an exaggerated number like a forest. What's going on? Isn't this the mausoleum of Augustus? How come there are angel remains? Ji-sun was very confused. But it was not a bad thing for him. These dark matter crystals condensed from the overflow of divine matter are good things. These are high-purity crystals that can be directly absorbed into extraordinary properties. He didn't even dare to think about how much the properties would increase if he absorbed all the crystals here. At least the 4th level of perfection is enough. There are many more. Ji-sun silently estimated in his heart, and a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. This time, I really came at the right time. The higher the rank, the higher the quality of the extraordinary characteristics required. The characteristics that ordinary corpses can provide are already very limited. These crystal cores solve the urgent problem. But at the same time, Ji-sun thought of the resurrection ceremony he had seen in Nanjing's Book of the Dead before. If the angel's body is really here, it must have its purpose. He vaguely saw the layout of a big hand reaching out from 3,000 years ago. But now, he didn't think about those things, and quietly used the feast to devour it. His current rank can also withstand the infusion of more powerful extraordinary characteristics. This absorption, the ultra-high purity crystal provides him with a lot of attributes. Enlightenment prompts out. Unknown dark element affinity +1. You use the feast, mental power +0.01. You use the feast, the upper limit of the spell power plus 0.03. You use the feast, physical fitness plus 0.07. There are obvious traces of fighting in the underground palace. There are thousands of corpses here. Everyone walked carefully. But the strange thing is that there is no living creature in the whole underground palace except them. The crowd did not encounter any danger. Did the monsters also die in the long thousands of years? Ji-sun was a little suspicious about how these guys died. But the time was too long, and the black air corroded, the corpses became dry bones, and Ji-sun could not see the cause of death of these corpses. He followed the old man Su, swallowing the extraordinary characteristics all the way, and walked carefully towards the golden coffin. When he walked to the center, he saw Prince Salo and his group, who had arrived earlier, were pondering around the black stone tablet. Ji-sun raised his eyes slightly when he saw the familiar black obelisk. He glanced at the old man Su with misty eyes not far away and thought to himself, is there really a forbidden stone tablet? Now things seemed to be more complicated. Ji-sun was sure that there was definitely no King Augustus in the golden coffin, but it happened to be in the main tomb chamber. As Ji-sun thought about it, his eyes gradually became deeper. Chapter 319. People below level 6 should not look at the stele, or they will become mentally distorted without knowing it. There is the legendary Forbidden Ruin stele here. Has anyone read it? What is written on it? It seems to record a fierce battle that once took place in the mausoleum of Augustus. Well, I see the name of Mad King Alduin on it. The fallen emperor of the Talon dynasty? Could this be the tomb of Alduin? Prince Salo's group was studying the stone tablet and discussing it. There were obviously more than one black stone tablet like this, and a few people in the southern continent had heard of it. But the stone tablet was written in the real advanced demon language. Apparently, they couldn't understand it either. Since it was suspected that this underground palace was the tomb of Augustus, no one dared to be careless. Probably wanting to understand the contents of the stone tablet before taking action, this group of people pondered for a long time. Ji-sun watched from a distance. He was also very curious about what was written on the black stone tablet. But from the information he knows now, the content on the stone tablet seems to be different for everyone. Old Man Su found the forgotten memory awakened from the stone tablet. Catalina understood the magic solution from the stone tablet. Jia, you read the historical truth from the stone tablet. And Ji-sun himself also saw some fragmentary information about the blood plague on the stone tablet in Shengbang prison. And he almost got addicted to it. He couldn't interpret it before, and he didn't think he could understand it now. He looked at it, and then restrained his gaze. Ji-sun pondered the common points of several stone tablets in his mind, and at the same time, a thought came to his mind. Could it be that the existence of the stone tablets is related to divinity? It seems that this stone tablet needs to be charged by divinity to maintain its specific functions. For example, showing words? However, pondering the stone tablets is not a top priority at the moment. More importantly, this underground palace gave Ji-sun a very strange feeling. It was a feeling like a poisonous snake crawling up along the ankle. It was getting clearer and clearer. Now the cold feeling has crawled to the back of the neck. But he didn't find anything abnormal in his perception. Not only Ji-sun didn't sense it, but the high-level guards and mercenaries didn't sense it either. It's hard to say where this weird sense of crisis comes from. However, Ji-sun glanced at Old Man Su, who was already shrinking in the corner of the crowd, and he knew that something was wrong. Since it was guessed that this was the tomb of the Augustus royal family, everyone could think that there was danger. But looking at the mysterious golden coffin, the greed in everyone's eyes still overwhelmed everything. Prince Salo had come for the royal mausoleum. Seeing that no one could read the stone tablet, he didn't waste any more time and ordered, "Go and get ready to open the coffin." Then the guards protected the three young nobles, and placed various forbidden cards around them. A few war slaves took crowbars, and trembled, as they walked towards the golden coffin. Ji-sun also watched intently. He thought the source of danger would be the coffin. However, no one expected that before the slaves got close to the coffin, suddenly, bang! A muffled sound blasted through the eardrum like a cannon. It scared everyone. In a blink of an eye, the three nobles actually started fighting among themselves. The one who attacked was the second young master of the Crimson Grand Duke, Family Kylie. He punched Prince Salo next to him. The sneak attack was so close that Salo was caught off guard by the punch, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Several guards were also shocked and quickly guarded Salo. Ji-sun looked at this scene, and doubts instantly gathered between his brows. Although he guessed that the nobles were definitely not good people. But it was not time to divide the spoils yet, so wasn't it too early to tear each other apart? Prince Salo couldn't figure it out. He didn't plan to share the treasure with anyone, but now was not the time to do it. Besides, there were also college instructors and a team who were responsible for supervising the assessment. He shouted, "Kylie, do you know what you are doing?" However, what no one expected was that when Kylie heard this, the corners of his mouth raised a cold arc, and a hoarse voice that seemed not human came out of his throat. "Anyone who trespasses into the Imperial Mausoleum must die." The sound was not loud, but it echoed clearly throughout the underground palace. Thousands of people in the trial group got goosebumps all over their bodies, as if they had seen a ghost. Everyone's first reaction was that this young Master Kylie was possessed by an evil spirit. Prince Salo frowned, seeming a little confused. The guards on the side had already shouted, "Be careful of the evil spirit. Use holy light to disperse it." After all, they were elite guards of the royal family, and these people reacted immediately. Looking at the changed Kylie, this situation is nothing more than a mental illusion, or being possessed by an evil spirit. At the first moment, several guards and Kylie rushed forward, pinned their young master under them, and prepared to exorcise the demons. This rune plateau is full of undead monsters, and the mercenaries have been prepared. All kinds of exorcism equipment, purification holy water, holy light spells, and anti-curse tools were taken out. In an instant, the huge space was filled with holy light. The black air was dispelled. The light made people feel at ease. In the distance, Ji-sun looked at this sudden change, and a hint of doubt appeared in his pupils. Strange, is it mental control? Normally, high-ranking nobles have no shortage of treasures. That young Master Kylie must have equipment to prevent mysterious methods. If it is really an evil spirit possession, mental pollution or something, it should be easier for others to be affected. Why is he the first to be affected? And there was no ghost in the main tomb from beginning to end. So where did the evil spirit possession come from? After ruling it out, it seems that the only possibility is mental control. Could it be some kind of undetected mental monster? Or some kind of high-level relic? Ji-sun had a bad feeling. Although Kylie was only at level 4, he was only a hair's breadth away from level 5. In addition, the luxurious equipment on him allowed him to be attacked silently. The quality of this spiritual technique must be extremely high. Ji-sun estimated that it would be difficult to be immune to it below level 7. It seems that few of the thousands of trial groups can be immune to this strange attack. But the biggest source of fear is that no one knows how Kylie was attacked. The mercenaries may not have anything good in their hands. But the three great nobles had plenty. For this trial in Rune Plateau, the nobles prepared a large number of monster equipment and spell cards to deal with the undead. Hundreds of holy light cards exploded like firecrackers, and there were 2 7th-level ultimate spell cards, Holy Expulsion. The cards released ripples of white light that rippled throughout the underground palace. In the underground palace, the dazzling holy light bloomed for a long time. The smell of money also brought people a strong sense of security. "Ha ha," I said, "it's much safer to follow the team of His Royal Highness the Prince." That's right. With these high-level cards, any 10,000-year-old evil spirits will be burned to ashes. The holy light illuminated the excited faces of the mercenaries. This hiring was too easy for them. They pushed forward all the way without encountering any decent obstacles. The confidence of being rich and powerful dispelled the fear in everyone's heart. But Ji-sun looked at it with a more solemn expression. "How did you get caught?" He still couldn't see what the problem was. But it was definitely not a small trouble that made Old Man Su deal with it in such a cowardly way. And with the large-scale holy light dispelling just now, if there were any undead monsters in the underground palace, even if they were hidden deep, they should have been exposed by now. But after the holy light, no undead appeared. Moreover, the expression of Master Kylie, who was forcibly exorcised by the guards, was still ferocious. No matter how advanced the dispelling spell was, it was completely useless. Before Ji-sun could figure it out, the crisis quietly arrived. The white light flooded the moment, and not only Master Kylie, but also the faces of the mercenaries in the team gradually showed a strange smile. They were talking to themselves, repeating the same words, "Anyone who trespasses into the Imperial Mausoleum must die." The mercenaries also discovered that there seemed to be some strange guys in the team. "Six brother, what's wrong with you? Why are you showing such a scary expression? Also, don't point your knife at me, it's scary." "No, don't get close. You see, he looks exactly like Master Kylie just now." "Hey, is he possessed by an evil spirit? But wasn't the holy light just now dispelled?" In an instant, the terror that had just disappeared immediately spread. Everyone in the underground palace was horrified to find that more and more of their companions were talking to themselves in a mysterious way. Those fragmented voices gathered into one, like a spell to summon the god of death. It made people's backs cold. Ji-sun had already discovered the problem. He could see people's fear emotions while wearing a clown mask. There was a trace of fear on the heads of these thousands of people. But in the blink of an eye, he saw that the black line of fear on someone's head disappeared out of thin air. These people definitely cannot completely block fear. There must be something wrong. First, there were dozens of people, then hundreds of people, and finally thousands of people. It was like a certain time node had arrived, and it spread in patches. But after a few breaths, Ji-sun looked at almost all the mercenaries around him, and the fear was gone, and there was only that weird smile on their faces. Thinking of this, he felt something was wrong, not good. Those guys have been controlled. In this underground palace, most of the 6,000 or 7,000 people have been controlled. How did they do it? This unknown method made Ji-sun feel numb. The real danger of Wang Ling has come. It came suddenly, leaving no chance for anyone to buffer. At this moment, he didn't care about being exposed, and walked directly to the side of Old Man Su, who was not far away. At this moment, Old Man Su stared at everyone around him with his small eyes. He seemed to know that these guys had been controlled, and had a premonition of something bad happening. Just when he was about to hide far away, he saw someone approaching. Ji-sun instantly recovered his original appearance and greeted directly, "Old Senior, I am Ji-sun." Old Man Su was stunned. "Ah, Ji what?" Ji-sun's eyes twitched when he heard it. This old man forgot about himself. But before he had time to reminisce about the past, he saw Old Man Su glance at the group of people in the distance, and his expression was panic for a moment. This old man didn't care about Ji-sun, and suddenly seemed to be possessed by evil spirits, and fell straight to the ground. Playing dead? The heartbeat and breathing were suppressed, but not completely gone. Ji-sun watched Old Man Su act like this, not knowing why, but he followed without hesitation. For Qigong masters, fake death is a very basic thing. However, as soon as he laid down, Old Man Su opened one eye and complained, "Stay away from me, kid. You have so much qi and blood in your body, it's hard to hide it from that thing." "Can't hide it?" Ji-sun clearly felt that his qi had been perfectly restrained, but the old man still saw it at a glance. But he didn't think he would harm the old man. Ji-sun had no intention of moving, and asked shamelessly, "Senior, what should I do?" Old Su looked disgusted, as if he felt that this guy was just trying to trick him, but he seemed to remember who Ji-sun was, and said anxiously, "Cover the body next to you and hide for a while." Ji-sun did as he was told. Before he could ask anything else, Old Su suddenly lost his temper. Ji-sun didn't dare to be careless, and restrained his breath. The next moment, a fierce battle broke out in the underground palace. And suddenly, Ji-sun saw the mud balls stuffed in the old man's ears, and guessed how those people were caught. Be careful, they are also possessed by evil spirits. The huge underground palace was instantly in chaos. Thousands of possessed mercenaries swung their knives at their companions. More than 80% of the mercenaries were controlled, including 5th and 6th level card masters. This overwhelming number made the battle almost suspenseful. The crowd gathered again, and in a blink of an eye, the trial group was full of casualties. Screams and strange laughter came one after another. Not only the mercenaries, but also many of the guards brought by the 3 nobles were hit. And they were horrified to find that the dispelling spells against the undead and mental pollution were completely useless. They could not think of any means to exempt from that mysterious control. Prince Salo and Princess Betty were surrounded by dozens of anxious people, and soon forced into a corner. The situation reversed so suddenly that there was no time for people to react. Fear spread rapidly. In the distance, Ji-sun and Old Man Su, who pretended to be dead, just avoided the first wave of attacks from the people around them. Although Ji-sun sealed almost all the life features of his main body, his shadow was still hiding in the darkness, observing carefully. At this moment, he also understood what happened to the ancient corpses on the ground when he came in before. It seemed to be some kind of monster that could enter through the ear. It didn't even show up, and these thousands of people were afraid that they would have to die here. I will never understand why until I die. Prince Salo's group has gathered 80% of the high-end combat power in the trial group. Although they are facing enemies dozens of times more, they will not be wiped out in a short time. But they will definitely not get any benefits. However, at this time, Prince Salo did not know who to order, and shouted, "Don't retreat." Now that they are here, and the coffin is right in front of them, they will never give up like this. Ji-sun heard this, and knew that these guys still have some tricks. I have seen the ability of space teleportation in the Plague Swamp before, and I think these people probably have similar life-saving things in their hands. This underground palace can't trap them. At this time, Ji-sun controlled the shadow to look at that. Old Fu. In this situation, this guy can no longer hide. He turned around, and a dark gold card disintegrated in his hand. The shadow of the demon god behind him appeared, and the black dragon scales covered his whole body. He stomped his feet, and immediately shouted, "Corpse domain expand." Ji-sun looked at it, and said without surprise, "A 7th level domain expert. Has this guy finally made a move?" Old Fu is indeed an official hidden among the adventurers. And he was very strong. As the domain was displayed, the hundreds of mercenaries around him fell into a state of stiffness. He took out another black spell card, his eyes shone, explode. The spell was cast instantly. Suddenly, he saw a crackling explosion in the crowd. Various limbs and flesh flew everywhere. Corpse explosion? It turns out that it was not an archaeologist, but a necromancer of the Club Blossom 9 Ghost Whisperer sequence. Although Ji-sun had never seen this spell with his own eyes, he had seen an introduction in the classics. This is the signature spell of a high-level necromancer. The principle of this spell is to detonate the biological energy in the body of a newly dead organism to create a biological bomb. The power is roughly equivalent to the potential of a card master to explode his body several times in an instant, which is quite considerable. Generally speaking, a corpse can kill or injure several card masters of the same level. Lao Fu's corpse explosion detonated dozens of corpses nearby, and in an instant, the crowd within a radius of 100 meters was cleared. Awesome. Ji-sun looked at it, and secretly said that he had learned something new. Bang! 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 Old Fu detonated dozens of spell cards in succession, clearing a large area of space in an instant. The ground was full of broken limbs and arms, and scarlet intestines and stomachs were flowing all over the ground. However, it was after this bloody explosion that everyone finally found a clue. In the skulls of those guys whose brains were blown open, a group of soft-bodied tentacle monsters that looked like spiders were parasitizing on their brains. Mythical creature Bad Omen brain-eating worm. Damn it, it turned out to be this ghost worm. The larvae of this thing are smaller than air particles. They enter the brain through the ear canal, then parasitize and grow, and eventually control the person. Hasn't this poisonous insect been extinct for countless years? How could it appear here? Don't waste time. They are parasitic, the larvae have matured and died long ago. Someone recognized the origin of the little tentacle monster, and turned pale with fear. At this moment, everyone understood why the previous dispelling spell was useless. Because this is not a possession of evil spirits, nor is it a mysterious spell. It's physical parasitism. Since entering the mausoleum, the entire trial group has been threatened by these insects. Ji-sun looked at the insects that used their tentacles to cling to the corpse's brain to absorb nutrients, and secretly felt lucky. If the ears hadn't been sealed before, I wouldn't know how I died now. This extraordinary world is full of strange things. At this point, everyone knows that the guy who was parasitized has no room for redemption. Everyone took action without hesitation. Normally, even if the parasites of 5,000 or 6,000 people cannot wipe out Prince Salo's 100 or so people, it is enough to fight to a draw. However, there is a 7th level necromancer here. Corpse explosion, it is just the beginning. When the old master used the corpse explosion to clear the field, the shadow of the demon god appeared behind him, and a huge hexagram formation had formed under his feet. The rolling spell power poured into the formation, and a strong breath of the dead instantly swept the entire cave and poured into the corpses on the ground. Looking again, all those people who died in the previous explosion stood up. Summoning the dead is the specialty of the Ghost Speaker Path professional. For them, corpses are weapons, the more the better. Old Fu controlled the army of dead spirits, and killed the parasites in a blink of an eye. As the two sides fought, a large number of corpses appeared again, and then the infusion of the dead spirit spell made them stand up again. Repeated cycle in a blink of an eye, the situation changed from one-sided to evenly matched. Then, the army of dead spirits became larger and larger. The more they killed, the more they killed. While everyone was dumbfounded, this guy took control of the situation in a short time. Lao Fu controlled a legion of undead by himself and completely controlled the situation. The crisis that seemed to be wiped out just now was reversed by one person in the blink of an eye. So that's it, it's a good plan. Ji-sun understood it when he saw this. Prince Salo and his group recruited so many mercenaries not just to help explore. Now it seems that the more important purpose is probably to provide some mobile corpses for Lao Fu. A 7th level necromancer, with thousands of fresh undead that can explode at any time, can almost handle all the known crises on the Rune Plateau. The crisis was resolved, and Ji-sun breathed a sigh of relief. But he suddenly thought of something. Bugs, why does it feel like the Bai family's method, not the current Dongwang Bai family, but the Bai family during the Talon period? Old Fu took control of the situation, and the others were shocked. Prince Salo also said respectfully, "Teacher." Everyone understood the identity of this person. There are still a large number of parasites in the underground palace, but they are no longer a threat. There are undead to deal with, so Lao Fu didn't worry. He walked slowly to a place not far from Prince Salo. Without any warning, in the moment when no one could react, Lao Fu suddenly turned into a bone spear in his hand, pierced out like lightning, and directly pierced a guy's heart. This sudden and ruthless move scared others, and made them think that this person was also parasitized. However, before everyone's surprised expressions were fully unfolded, they suddenly saw a human-shaped object struggling on the pierced corpse, as if it was about to break through the skin. Ji-sun watched this scene from a distance, gloating in his heart. Did the guy from the Bai family really get caught? Chapter 320. The unlucky guy that Lao Fu stabbed to death with a bone spear was called Haku. This guy was the quartermaster of the trial group. He was also one of the few procurement officers who could get close to the three noble students and often contacted other people in the camp. Ji-sun had previously guessed which identity he would choose to parasitize if he was a member of the Bai family. This Haku was one of the identities he suspected was the most suitable. Ji-sun didn't know what means Lao Fu used to see through him. But as a 7th level necromancer, he must have some special means. Of course, there were some hints from before. The God Stealer sequence has been cut off in the southern continent, and none of these people have seen the Bai family's methods. Now seeing something strange coming out of that person's skin, everyone's expression was slightly horrified, thinking it was a monster. But Lao Fu didn't give that person a chance to fully show up. His expression was stern, and he pulled out the bloody bone spear like lightning, and stabbed the swollen skin with another spear. However, this spear pierced the skin like a deflated balloon, and Haku collapsed, and a wisp of green smoke floated out. Humph! Seeing this, Old Fu had seen through something. He snorted coldly, and a spell card popped out from his left hand, which exploded in midair. Several ferocious evil spirits pounced toward somewhere in the void. The crowd then saw clearly that the wisp of green smoke coming out of the corpse condensed into a charming and handsome young man. The man was covered in a veil, seemingly unreal. Looking at the evil spirits attacking, the white-faced man had a strange and disapproving sneer on his face. "I'm curious. How did you find me?" As he spoke, a white fox phantom appeared behind him. However, this companion immortal was not the insignificant silver-eyed immortal fox before. Instead, it was a golden-eyed immortal fox with white fur mixed with golden light and a pair of strange golden eyes. As soon as the immortal fox appeared, it tore several evil ghosts into pieces and swallowed them into its stomach. It seemed to enjoy such a delicious sacrifice, and a dangerous smile appeared on its face. With the immortal by his side, Bai Wei's momentum became ethereal and illusory. One man and one fox, smiling strangely at the hundreds of people in the southern continent in front of them. They showed no fear at all. Ji-sun looked at the charming guy and recognized him at a glance, thinking, "Oh, it's an old acquaintance. If it's not Bai Wei, the first genius of the Bai family, who he had met before, who else could it be?" Ji-sun looked at the golden-eyed fox fairy behind him and muttered in his heart, "But this guy is much stronger than I saw before." He was not so strong when he saw him in the plague swamp before. Now he can remain calm in front of the 7th level? As expected, most of the card masters in the God Stealer sequence come from the immortals. This golden-eyed fox is one of the top immortals that Bai Wei and his friends had awakened by sacrificing hundreds of thousands of people at the DP955 Research Institute. I don't know how the Bai family nurtured it, but it allowed this immortal to recover such strength in such a short time. However, Bai Wei is not afraid. But he doesn't think he has the qualifications to confront him head-on. There are more than 1 7th level people in Prince Salo's group. Bai Wei just sneered and looked at the underground palace, then squinted at the golden coffin, as if he was sure of something, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Others don't know the secrets of this mausoleum, but his Bai family knows. This is not the mausoleum of King Augustus. It is a suspected tomb. It is to trap and kill those who break into the mausoleum. Old Fu saw that he failed to kill the other party, and the spirit of death was surging all over his body. He turned around and prepared several spell cards. The people around Prince Salo also quietly entered the stealth state at this moment, and they were surrounded. No matter who it was impossible to escape from their hands. However, Bai Wei did not give those people a chance to attack again. He knew his situation, and did not want to escape. Instead, he snorted coldly and said sarcastically, "Since you want to get the treasures in the royal mausoleum, let me show you." As soon as these words came out, Old Fu vaguely sensed something and shouted, "Not good. Stop him." However, it was too late. As soon as these words came out, everyone saw Bai Wei disintegrate into a puff of green smoke. Looking again, he had appeared in front of the golden coffin like a ghost, and kicked the lid of the golden coffin fiercely. With a bang, the heavy coffin board fell to the ground with a muffled sound. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Even Ji-sun, who was lying dead in the distance, felt that it was not good. He quietly touched the light and dark holy nail on his waist. Because the enlightenment appeared at the first time, you are exempt from the soul curse damage from the weeping angel. Just as Ji-sun guessed, the coffin was not the body of King Augustus. It was the remains of the weeping angel. Like the previous encounters, this remains had uncontrollable pollution leakage. Almost at the moment when the coffin lid was opened, an indescribable pressure swept across the entire underground palace. Ji-sun had encountered it several times, and was no longer surprised. This situation was basically a dead end for the people of the East Continent, because no one had seen the situation above the 6th level. But for the people of the South Continent, it was not completely unsolvable. After all, even in the Red Dragon Kingdom, there were 9th level card masters. They had a clear enough understanding of the top level extraordinary power. The Weeping Angel was the national angel of the Talon dynasty when he was alive, and his combat power had reached the top of the card master. But after death, it must have been greatly reduced. What's more, it was just a part of the body. Prince Salo and his party came to excavate the imperial tomb. How could they be completely unprepared? The moment he sensed the overflow of the curse, an ancient silver mirror with a dragon carved on the back suddenly appeared in the hands of the old master. The mirror glowed white, and before the things in the coffin came out, the silver light in the mirror covered them. Ji-sun saw that the mirror was a special relic. Gravedigger's Soul Detection Mirror Detailed Explanation, 5th level ancient relic, Ghost Whisperer sequence exclusive item, additional entries, soul sealing, soul prohibition, tomb detection, curse immunity, additional damage and suppression effects caused to all undead creatures based on their own understanding of the law. So many good things. Ji-sun muttered. This mirror can suppress the curse of the Weeping Angel, which is enough to show its grade. But before everyone had time to breathe a sigh of relief, they saw a wisp of black lines coming out of the coffin, eroding the silver mirror bit by bit. In a blink of an eye, the originally silver mirror seemed to be oxidized and blackened, and gradually became dull. Seeing that the mirror was about to fail, Old Fu's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly mumbled something in the language of the dead, as if he wanted to communicate with the person in the coffin. However, before he could finish, he suddenly felt as if his chest was hit by an invisible force, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Backlash. Old Fu looked suspicious. No, it's just a remnant of a god. How could the remaining law pollution be so high? The card masters of the Ghost Whisperer sequence deal with various undead creatures. At his level, he has seen the remains of gods. But he has never seen such a strong existence after death. The person in the coffin did not feel decayed and died, but instead made him feel like a seed sprouting and full of vitality, as if it was about to be resurrected. But it was not the kind of transformation into a dead spirit. It was a situation he could not understand. Thinking of this, Lao Fu was confused and his face turned pale with fear. If the person in the coffin really came out, he might not die. But everyone else here would have to die. The situation was urgent. The mirror would not last long, and now the only choice for the group of people in the South Continent was to leave here as soon as possible. Since it was not the tomb of Augustus, Prince Salo had no intention of staying to continue the adventure. He looked at his teacher vomiting blood and asked, "Teacher, are you okay?" This was a question of concern and a question about whether they wanted to go out. Just when Lao Fu felt that there was no need to continue taking risks, he looked at the mirror and suddenly became happy. "Hey, I found the entrance to the real mausoleum." Salo listened and a dark light flashed across his pupils. "Teacher, you? It's underground." Lao Fu looked at the mark on the mirror and showed a look of sudden enlightenment. "There is a very strong undead fluctuation underground. Haha, if this coffin hadn't been opened, I wouldn't have discovered that this suspicious tomb was a means to cover up the entrance to the real mausoleum. The legendary mirror tomb actually exists. What a clever trick." Ghost Whisperer, the entry-level profession, is gravedigger. He knows the structure of various tombs very well. It can be said that as long as he is sure that the tomb of Augustus is in the Rune Plateau, he will find it sooner or later. Really? Salo was also happy when he heard it. But before he could say anything, Lao Fu frowned suddenly, changed the subject, and said seriously, "But someone went down there." Outsiders could not see anything, but as a gravedigger, he saw some traces left by his colleagues. For example, some backup plans for coming back. And what he didn't say was that it was precisely because of these traces left by the predecessors that he could find the exquisite hidden entrance so easily. Salo's eyes showed a contradictory expression of expectation and fear of disappointment. Did someone go down? Yes. Old Fu nodded and explained cautiously, there are some tricks left by the gravedigger here. But it doesn't look like they were left recently. But a long time ago. As he said, he added, and those who went down didn't come out. Old Master knew why Prince Salo came. This was also a reminder to him that he might not be able to return after going down. Salo listened but didn't care, saying, since King Augustus's tomb is here, there is no reason not to go. It's better that the people who went in last time didn't come out alive. If he really didn't dare to take risks, he wouldn't come to Rune Highlands. Besides, he is not a gravedigger, he has the powerful support of the Red Dragon royal family behind him. Then Salo also looked at Old Master. Teacher, what do you think? Old Fu said calmly, Your Highness, just make the decision. Originally, we came for the mausoleum, and we were mentally prepared. Although there was a little accident, it was still in the plan. Salo chuckled, then give it a try. Old Fu didn't say much. He took out a dark red card and stuck it on the ground, calculated the space coordinates, and a twisted light gate appeared. The mirror was dim, and the person in the coffin could no longer suppress it. The group of people from the southern continent did not delay, and entered one after another. Bang! The dark mirror fell to the ground. The huge underground palace suddenly became quiet. The man in the coffin was no longer suppressed, and the pressure swept the entire underground palace again. Ji-sun saw the whole scene. He was not surprised at all that Prince Salo and his group could escape. The spatial ability used was also expected. But I didn't expect such a coincidence that this group of people actually found the real royal tomb? Besides, someone has been here before. What kind of tomb robber is so powerful? Ji-sun always had a hunch that the people that Lao Fu just mentioned, someone came here, seemed to have some connection with the gravedigger's treasure map they had obtained before. But before he could think about it, Shadow saw a head with silver-gray light, eyes closed, but golden blood flowing from the corners of the eyes, slowly floating up. Desolate and lonely, with a beautiful face. But there was also an indescribable weirdness. Ji-sun had seen the soul of the weeping angel, and recognized the head at a glance. It really was the head of the person he was thinking of. Now that there was no one else, there was no need to pretend to be dead. Ji-sun stood up directly, and exhaled a breath of foul air. Old Man Su beside him also opened one eye slyly, and seeing that Ji-sun was fine, he dared to sit up and muttered, Hey, why did the curse disappear? He looked at the floating angel head in the coffin again, and said in surprise, He didn't attack you. Ji-sun also breathed a sigh of relief. He had just discovered this. Except for the indiscriminate pollution leaking out when the coffin was opened, the angel head did not release the cursed pollution to him afterwards. This scene is exactly the same as the situation in the ruins of Xiaomaicheng before. The headless corpse of the angel was also in the same situation at that time. Not only did it not attack him, but it showed goodwill. It was just a guess before, but now Ji-sun has confirmed that it is because of the entanglement between his fate and Nanjing. The Book of the Dead records the ceremony. The angel was killed and sealed separately. This is the method used by Nanjing's ancestors. Although Ji-sun didn't know why Nanjing's ancestors wanted to kill the national angel, the fact is that he had no hostility. The angel obviously felt the entanglement of Nanjing's fate. He just floated on the golden coffin stupidly, and did not show any hostility. If he did not move, the biggest threat in this underground palace would no longer exist for Ji-sun. And the pollution just now leaked, and all the dead spirits and parasites died. Now there are only two living people, Ji-sun and Old Man Su. As for the evil omen brain-eating worm, as long as the ear orifices are sealed, it seems that there is no threat. The empty underground palace was dead silent. Without others, Ji-sun didn't have to worry at all. The feast was full of firepower, devouring the dark matter crystals all over the ground in the underground palace, with 10 times the efficiency just now. The various body data on the panel also skyrocketed visibly. Old Man Su obviously hadn't recovered his memory yet. He ran to the black stone tablet and pondered the inscriptions. Ji-sun also walked over. The stone tablet was only 10 meters away from the coffin. Ji-sun looked at the floating head. He didn't know how to deal with this angel head, but he still showed respect to this strong man from 3,000 years ago, bowed and said, Thank you for your mercy. Although the head didn't open its eyes, it seemed to be looking at him quietly. All was well. Ji-sun breathed a sigh of relief, and glanced around to see if there was any potential crisis. Old Man Su had his back to Ji-sun, but he seemed to know what he was looking for, and said lightly, The kid from the Bai family also followed him down. Hearing this, Ji-sun's deep pupils instantly dimmed. Oh? Bai Wei looked cool, but in fact, that guy had no strength to confront those people from the South Continent head-on, nor did he have the ability to deal with the remains of the weeping angel. Only by stealing the chicken and forcing the people from the South Continent to escape by borrowing the remains of the angel would he have a chance to survive. Ji-sun deduced the result. But after hearing the confirmation from Old Man Su himself, he was completely relieved. Ji-sun also walked to the stone tablet, looked at Old Man Su from the corner of his eye, and asked with a chuckle, "Senior, did you remember me?" "I did remember it." Old Su showed a trace of disdain on his face, and said faintly, "Every time I meet you, it's always bad luck." Ji-sun didn't take the complaints to heart, but blinked and asked, "Senior, is the Imperial Mausoleum really down there?" Old Su knew why he asked that, and said bluntly, "You want to go down too? Haha, do you know why those people who went in last time couldn't come out? There's no need to be modest in front of this senior." Ji-sun shamelessly handed the old man the ladder. "Senior, why?" Old Su didn't want to say it, but looking at Ji-sun's eyes full of curiosity, he obviously felt like showing off again. He raised his neck slightly, and said complacently, "This is a one-way restriction. You can use space means to get in, but you can't use space means to get out. Or do you think the designers who built the royal mausoleum are all fools?" "Oh!" Ji-sun's eyes turned as he listened. He also showed a hint of realization. "I was wondering how it was so easy to get in. It turns out the murderous intention is here." Ji-sun was just wondering why the royal tomb was found so easily. Since the designers of the Talon dynasty could design such an exquisite tomb, the anti-theft measures would not be so simple. You can easily get in with the space ability. Now it seems that the cleverness is still here. Those designers probably guessed that if the dynasty collapsed countless years later, and there were no tomb guards, the royal tomb would be discovered sooner or later. After the discovery, no matter how clever the anti-theft measures are, they will inevitably be cracked. On the contrary, creating such an entrance that is relatively easy for people to enter has become a wonderful anti-theft method that gambles on human nature. If you come to this suspected tomb, if you are not killed by the evil omen brain-eating worm, then the means are definitely not weak. Rather than letting people slowly crack it, it is better to expose the real tomb directly. It's just a gamble on human greed, whether they will be anxious. People who come here will never give up easily. The more prepared and resourceful you are, the more conceited you are. If you don't see through this one-way restriction, it will be difficult to get out after you go in. Just like the group of people who came last time. Now those guys in the southern continent probably didn't see the problem with the restriction of the mausoleum, otherwise they wouldn't have gone in so rashly. Now that he knew that the real Augustus mausoleum was underground, Ji-sun's mind became active. He didn't have any spatial ability, and he didn't think he could dig a tunnel in by digging the ground, so he asked directly, "Senior, do you know how to get down?" Old Man Su rolled his eyes and complained, "How should I know?" Ji-sun confirmed again and flattered, "You don't know?" Old Man Su pursed his lips and responded with silence. Ji-sun then confirmed that the old man really didn't know. It seems that this old senior is still the same as before. His memory has recovered a little, but not completely. Ji-sun is not in a hurry. Things like tomb exploration are not first come first served. The group of people from the southern continent have gone down now, and it would be better to wait for them to wade through the mines, and deal with the secret passages, and so on. If they are lucky enough to come out alive, maybe they can still find a chance. Ji-sun did not force it, but thought of something and said faintly, "Chair was also taken away, and I said I would go down to save him." When Old Man Su heard this, his cloudy eyes were moved. Ji-sun was not talking nonsense. He really wanted to save people. He really wanted to go down. But even if he could go down, he had no confidence that he could come out alive. But if Old Man Su was with him, that would not be certain. Old Man Su was still reading the stone tablet. Like Xiao Macheng before, the contents on the stone tablet seemed to be very much. Old Man Su stopped and seemed to be petrified. He didn't say a word. Ji-sun couldn't understand the stone tablet, but he was not idle. He devoured the extraordinary properties of the black crystals like a whale. While absorbing, he also collected the spoils. There are 6,000 or 7,000 corpses here. Not only mercenaries, but also noble guards. The value of the spoils they carried is also very considerable. The shadow and the main body searched separately, looting along the way. Ji-sun first found the body of the young Master Kylie, peeled off the storage ring in the guy's hand, and immediately found the treasure. Although the relic-level armor on the body was valuable, he only took a look and put it away. On the contrary, Ji-sun stared at the classics he found in the storage ring and was overjoyed. Wow, the students of the Royal Academy are really surprising. Kylie, a graduate student of the Royal Academy, of course, his storage ring must contain the Academy's textbooks. Dragon Knight's entry training secret technique, fire dragon breathing method, Black Knight's recipe for replenishment, Dragon Strike technique, Felix's gun skill secret, legend. Although they are only books related to Black Knight, Ji-sun also felt like he had found a treasure. He had never seen such a complete textbook. The system is complete, the depth is high, and there are extensions and explanation notes. This is not comparable to the Card Master books that Ji-sun bought from the market before, or those mercenaries who got them from the wild. Ji-sun's eyes lit up. The books in the storage ring, from entry level to advanced, cover almost all the knowledge needed below the 6th level of the Black Knight sequence. There are also pharmacy, dragon language tutorials, war command, marching formations, not only teaching materials, but also the family secrets of the Scarlet Duke of the Red Dragon Kingdom. These books are the privileges of the nobility that cannot be bought outside. If you master these books, you can completely train a qualified high-level general. Good stuff. Ji-sun flipped through a few pages, and his breathing became heavy. This knowledge was priceless to him. Ji-sun had come all the way to the 4th level, relying entirely on luck and chance, picking up parts here and there to assemble himself. His body was like a vase made of various ceramic fragments. Although it looked so big, there were gaps in many places. And these classics were the complete Card Master heritage passed down from the talent period 3,000 years ago, and the wisdom crystallization of those dragon-born Card Masters who had improved countless times. This knowledge can make up for the gaps in Ji-sun's body to a great extent. Ji-sun was also very moved. In the past, he worked hard to pass through an alien space, and he might only get a rare martial arts. But in this Kylie storage ring, various rare books and secret skills are piled up like a mountain. This is the monopoly of knowledge. This is the nobility. At this time, Ji-sun turned to a secret book engraved with gold, and his pupil shrank. Hey, this dragon fist is similar to Senior Gongwu's Ba fist. This is the boxing skill that has been passed down for 1,000 years by the Scarlet Duke family. Legendary boxing. Great stuff. There may not be many boxing books of this quality in the folks of the entire East Continent. Gongwu said before that Ji-sun's Qigong foundation is already very solid. Subsequent growth is completely based on Ba Quan and absorbs various boxing styles for his own use. These classics of the southern continent have opened up many new ideas, which are just right for use. Ji-sun flipped through them casually and put them away happily. The classics require a lot of time to digest, and there are too many spoils of war to deal with in the underground palace. It is not too late to slowly check them when you have time. At this time, Ji-sun looked at the golden coffin again. This is not an ordinary precious metal coffin. It can seal the angel's head and prevent pollution from leaking out. Its own extraordinary value is also immeasurable. And Ji-sun always feels that there must be some treasure in this coffin. Chapter 321. Ji-sun carefully considered the golden coffin, and after not finding any traps, he chose the place where Bai Wei had landed before and walked up. The angel's head was still floating in the air, exuding a cold breath all the time. Although this person did not show hostility, Ji-sun did not dare to be careless, and politely said, "Senior, excuse me for disturbing you." After saying this, he saw that the angel did not respond, and then he stood up. The lid of the coffin was flipped on the ground, and the inside was empty, and the objects were taken in at a glance. A hollow carved pottery jar, a pure gold human-shaped inner coffin. There are also a lot of black crystal clusters. Nothing else. When Ji-sun looked over, he saw a golden soft-bodied creature wriggling in the pottery jar. Living creature? Ji-sun was also very surprised and instinctively alerted. The floating scalpel beside him was immediately placed in front of the creature. In this ancient tomb thousands of years ago, any living creature could be extremely dangerous. Looking closely, it was a pure gold tentacle soft-bodied worm. Golden Omen brain-eating worm mother detailed explanation, a mythical creature that has survived for more than 5,000 years, hermaphrodite. It can reproduce eggs infinitely, parasitize the brain of intelligent life, manipulate targets, epic spiritual material. The original source is here. Ji-sun looked at the content of enlightenment and guessed something. The worm eggs floating in the air in the entire mausoleum are all from this golden brain-eating worm. The designer of the Imperial Mausoleum put such a worm mother here, which can already deal with most intruders. Ji-sun had seen the introduction of this mythical insect in ancient books before. This insect is a physical parasite, and its body has no combat power. The solemnity on his face also dissipated. Looking at the introduction of the epic material, Ji-sun's eyes lit up. He had spent a long time with Master Merlin before, and learned a lot of knowledge related to card making. In theory, all materials with extraordinary properties can be used as materials for the card master profession. Moreover, The effects brought by the material will have some of the abilities of its original body. This also makes the abilities of card masters of the same sequence unique. Since this golden bug can be used as a material, Ji-sun immediately thought of its parasitic and terrifying group mental control abilities, and pondered in his heart, if this bug is made into a professional card, will it give people the ability to control group thinking? If that's the case, he really has some ideas. However, epic quality materials can only be used at least at level 7. It's too high-end, so there's no need to worry about it for now. Ji-sun had a flash of thoughts in his mind, but he didn't think about it carefully. He thought that he would know after showing it to Master Merlin. He took out a culture dish specially used for collecting living samples, and put the worm in it. In a blink of an eye, Ji-sun looked at the golden human-shaped inner coffin again. Since it was confirmed to be a suspected tomb, the inner coffin would definitely not contain King Augustus. Ji-sun suspected that there was a high probability that there was also an anti-theft mechanism for tomb robbers, and there must be something terrifying inside. What the brain-eating worm couldn't solve, might be solved by the person in the coffin. If the coffin was intact, Ji-sun would not have opened it rashly. But now, there was a crack in the inner coffin. A faint silver light could be seen. And when Ji-sun looked over, enlightenment appeared again. You exempted the faith pollution directed at Arachne, the Lord of Dreams and Pleasure, once. Is there a silver moon believer in this coffin? Ji-sun was slightly surprised. But he understood it after a little thought. At the end of the Talon dynasty, the old god Arachne was the queen of the mad king Alduin. It's not surprising that there are silver moon believers in Augustus's mausoleum. And they are not ordinary believers. If people can see it, they will be polluted. The person in the coffin must have been of a very high rank. However, since the coffin lid has been opened and the existence inside has not turned over, Ji-sun has actually guessed the result. Has the energy been absorbed by the angel's head? Ji-sun has understood it. The spells on this coffin are very complicated, but he understands some simple spells, pointing to faith convergence, energy storage, internal circulation nurturing, and so on. Ji-sun guessed that as long as there are silver moon believers who contribute their faith, they can gather here to continuously provide energy for the coffin. The designer of the mausoleum probably wanted to ensure that the person in the coffin could guard the mausoleum for thousands or tens of thousands of years after death. Unfortunately, the lid of the coffin was opened and the structure was destroyed. 3,000 years later, the remaining divine pollution of the person in the coffin was very weak and no longer threatening. This scene was similar to Xia Muqing's previous situation. At the beginning, part of the angel's body also absorbed the power of faith of the silver moon outer god. In other words, someone didn't want the silver moon sect to reappear in the world. Since the national angel was killed by Nanjing's ancestor, the head was here, probably because of that person's arrangement. Thinking of this, Ji-sun also plucked up his courage. He carefully controlled his shadow, and crawled into the coffin through the gap. Only then did he confirm that there was no danger. There was a mummy that had decayed into powder inside. And next to the mummy, there was a metal object that emitted moonlight in the dark. The pollution just now came from this thing. Ji-sun completely opened the coffin lid, and a crescent-shaped weapon came into view. The thousand-feathered moon wheel with lost divinity waning moon detailed explanation, a mysterious weapon forged from the Rhea divine sensitive alloy, an ancient relic exclusive to the Moon Queen path, requiring exclusive spiritual secrets to activate, single-edged sharpness +9, magic breaking +88%, ignore +50%, hallucination +150%, causing mental neglect effect on the target, invisibility +3, air breaking +1. The moon wheel is composed of 720 flying feathers, which can change shape and form. An exclusive attack feather formation, causing continuous attacks on the target, divinity lost, part of the power lost, and weak spirituality remaining. This. Ji-sun couldn't take his eyes off it. He had to admit that this was the most beautiful weapon he had ever seen. The moonlight was like silver, and the arc was like a crescent moon. Half a person's height, it was like wings beside the mummy. The Silver Moon sect had a very high aesthetic sense, if nothing else. Ji-sun looked at this strange weapon, as if he saw a beautiful girl lying quietly in a dark coffin, waiting lonely for 3,000 years. He couldn't help but reach out and want to touch this beautiful weapon. However, as soon as he put his hand into the coffin, he suddenly heard a series of clicks of metal snapping. Looking again, the originally smooth Silver Moon scimitar turned out to have sharp feather-like blades, like exploding scales. Seeing this, Ji-sun finally understood what the 720 flying feathers displayed in the Enlightenment meant. This moon wheel has another form. I see. And after seeing this, It's no wonder that Ji-sun felt strangely familiar with it before. Aren't these flying feathers the advanced version of his plague doctor's scalpel? The same material, the same properties. Ji-sun's scalpel was also obtained from the hands of the Silver Moon believers. Now it turns out that the origin is here. It is indeed a weapon passed down from the Silver Moon sect. This relic is spiritual. Ji-sun was slightly surprised, but then his eyes were full of joy. The spiritual relics are of extremely high rank, just like the God-Stealer ring on his hand. This strange weapon guarded the owner, and probably knew that an outsider wanted to take it away, so he showed his hostility. Fortunately, there was not much spiritual power left, otherwise Ji-sun really doubted that it would automatically jump out to protect its master. Moonwilly was furious, but Ji-sun did not take it by force. This relic is a professional relic, which requires the exclusive secret method of the Silver Moon sect to activate. If it were someone else, it would not be useful. But he happened to meet Ji-sun. He thought of something, and the spiritual tentacles that condensed the thoughts of the empty moon gently touched the moon wheel, trying to appease the little spiritual power left. As soon as the spiritual tentacles stretched out, a magical scene happened. The moon wheel immediately calmed down. The exploding flying feathers also calmed down, and turned back into the smooth and beautiful crescent moon weapon. Ji-sun also saw the pollution enlightenment at the first time. Fortunately, he was not afraid of the pollution of faith, and his hand touched the moon wheel. Got it. The original owner of this moon wheel has died, and the contract mark is now blank. Ji-sun cut his finger very skillfully, and drew the contract rune on the moon wheel. The mysterious rune lit up, and he also felt the blood contract connection in the dark at the first time. The contract was signed with a spiritual object, not a cold dead object, but one that could get a response. Ji-sun felt like he had raised a puppy, and it barked after recognizing him as its master. It felt good. After the contract was signed, he tried to control the moon wheel's strange weapon. The spiritual tentacles picked it up, like a slowly rising crescent moon, floating in the air, shining brightly. The silver light illuminated Ji-sun's face, that was secretly stunning. But then he frowned. This moon wheel is too heavy for his current mental power. It is very difficult to lift it. It is difficult to control. Considering that it is a weapon of the top masters, this is normal. Since the whole cannot be controlled, then separate it. As Ji-sun thought, the moon wheel made a click, and the flying feathers stood up one after another. He controlled more than a dozen of them with his mental power, and shot them out. He watched the cold light disappear in front of him, and in a blink of an eye, the thick black crystal not far away was smoothly broken into two pieces. The entries of invisibility and breaking the air are more hidden, faster, and more confusing than a scalpel, making it hard to defend against. What a good thing! Ji-sun tried it, and was very happy. Unfortunately, it was too difficult to control. His mental power was not outstanding at present, and the number of thoughts he could control was very limited. He was proficient in the 6 flying knives in his hand, but there were 720 moon wheels. Ji-sun's current ability was far from enough. No wonder it was exclusive to Silver Moon. I'm afraid that only the god of Void Moon could fully control it if he wanted to cultivate it to perfection. He sighed slightly. But he was also glad. If the Silver Moon mummy in the coffin could still fight, holding the moon wheel, it would kill a large number of people. It is hard to imagine how many lives would be needed to kill it. Ji-sun was very happy to have obtained the treasure. There was nothing else in the coffin. Ji-sun had his eyes on the golden coffin. The law level of the coffin itself was too high to fit into the storage ring. The outer coffin was several meters long and wide, so one person couldn't move it. But the inner coffin was only the size of a person, and carrying it was roughly equivalent to carrying a corpse, so it was not a big problem. Thinking of this, Ji-sun has already noticed it. At this time, he looked up at the angel head floating in the sky again, and thought of something, and asked respectfully, "Senior, if you agree, I will take you out?" Although he didn't know what Nanjing's ancestors had arranged, he thought that this head should not be left in the underground palace. And the angel soul is now in his body, and it seems that having an extra head is nothing. When he meets Nanjing later, he will ask her how to deal with it. As soon as he said this, Ji-sun looked at the head without making any statement, as if he had agreed. He pointed at the golden inner coffin and suggested, "How about you stay in the coffin for a while?" He didn't have any special sealing items like a shroud, so he didn't dare to carry a highly contaminated angel head around. The golden coffin was just right, which could prevent the pollution from leaking out. There was silence for a few breaths. Perhaps sensing Ji-sun's kindness, the angel head slowly floated down and landed in the coffin. Seeing that he agreed, Ji-sun also breathed a sigh of relief. He silently muttered, "Sorry for the offense," and then closed the lid of the coffin. Thinking that this golden gemstone coffin was still too eye-catching, Ji-sun took out the bandage and wrapped the whole coffin. Then he made a sturdy strap so that it was convenient to carry it on his back. Ji-sun got the two treasures, the moon wheel and the golden bug, effortlessly, and was in a good mood. Sure enough, the good things still depend on the nobles, especially the royal family. Old man Su was still looking at the forbidden ruined stone tablet in a daze, and it was unknown when he would wake up. Ji-sun did not bother them. After dealing with the things in the golden coffin, the underground palace was completely safe. He collected the spoils from the corpses while absorbing the extraordinary properties in the dark matter crystals. In a flash, a whole day passed. The spoils of 6,000 people were too much. Even if those low-value things were not taken, Ji-sun was already overwhelmed. The storage ring given by Nanjing was already filled with various high-level items, classics, potions, equipment, and materials. He also had hundreds of mercenary storage rings filled with supplies, packed together. Even with Ji-sun's current state of mind, he was quite pleased by the feeling of becoming rich overnight. And good things come in pairs. Now the level 4 Devil's Feast has a very high devouring efficiency. Strength, physique and other three-dimensional attributes have soared from 160 plus to 270 plus. This increase directly raised his physical combat power by several times. Now he feels that he has some chance of winning against some ordinary 5th level card masters. Although it has not yet reached the state of overflowing his 4th level physical body, the good news is that those dark matter crystals have only swallowed about a quarter of it. Ji-sun cut up the rest and collected them, waiting to absorb them slowly later. During this period, Ji-sun has been thinking about the mechanism of this mausoleum. He thinks that since it has been confirmed that the real imperial mausoleum is under this suspected tomb, there must be other methods besides the space displacement used by those people in the southern continent. This is not his blind guess. It was because he had a special thing in his hand, which pointed to his conjecture. All day long, while collecting the spoils, Ji-sun carefully checked almost every corner of the underground palace. Every brick, every mural, every symbol, and even the pattern of the floor tiles were not spared. But he never found what he was looking for. Ji-sun looked at his pocket watch. It was evening now. He had been in this underground palace for 15 hours. A wisp of black extraordinary characteristics was continuously pouring into his body. As he walked around, he muttered to himself, could it be that the location of the secret passage on the map is not this suspected tomb, but somewhere else? As he said this, he looked at the parchment scroll that he had read countless times. Tunnel map of the Mausoleum of Augustus. Detailed explanation. The craftsmen who built the Mad King's mausoleum knew that they had no hope of survival, so they cleverly left a secret escape passage when they built the mausoleum. You could enter and exit the legendary mausoleum along the tunnel. This was the prize that Nanjing drew after completing the Grand Cemetery maze. I have never found the use of this map before. Now seeing that the architecture in this mausoleum is exactly the same as the style of the Grand Cemetery maze, Ji-sun feels that this should be here. But after searching for more than 10 hours, and still not finding the secret passage marked on the blueprint, he began to doubt his judgment. No. Since it is a secret passage, it must not be easy to be discovered. Ji-sun had nothing to do, so he pondered over it in his mind. He had already walked through the entire underground palace, and was thinking about whether to walk through the complicated maze outside, when suddenly, he heard the old man Su's complaints from behind. Are you thinking about how to get down? Don't waste time, there is no such passage. This mausoleum was built using a very clever spatial mirror design, which won't give anyone a chance to take advantage of it unless you can travel through space, like those guys before. Huh? Ji-sun listened, and a flash of inspiration came to his mind, as if he had grasped something. Normally, what the old man said was not wrong. King Augustus built a mausoleum for himself, so he would definitely not let anyone go in to dig his own grave. After the mausoleum was closed, there would definitely not be a door left for people to enter. But this secret passage is the escape route left by the craftsman. Mirror space? Ji-sun suddenly caught the fleeting inspiration. Although old man Su looked unreliable, he was always reliable at critical moments. He pointed out the most important design of this maze. When Ji-sun thought of this, the 3D map of the underground palace measured by footsteps immediately appeared in his mind, and then he copied it by mirror, and the map was used. He suddenly realized, so that's it. Old man Su listened to Ji-sun's excited voice, his face full of question marks. Ji-sun looked at him and laughed, Senior, thank you for your advice. Old Su's eyes widened like bells. What did I tell him? Ji-sun looked at the underground palace in front of him, his eyes gradually deepened. I think I may have found the entrance to the mausoleum. Old Su's expression was not very good. You kid don't really want to go down, do you? Ji-sun did not answer but asked, "Senior, have you recovered your memory?" Old Sue, what? Durly, no need to ask, no. Ji-sun was also used to it, and did not say anything more. He calculated the scale on the drawing in his mind, and then walked along the floor tiles. Walk east for 75 steps, turn right for 60 degrees, walk 90 steps, turn 90 degrees, and walk in a triangle in a specific direction. Gradually, Ji-sun found that the space around him became like liquid and became viscous. Seeing this scene, he was even more certain that his guess was right. If you want to hide under the eyes of the supervisor, it is definitely not an ordinary secret passage. Those craftsmen designed a very clever and hidden secret passage by using the spatial rules of the mausoleum. This secret passage was not in the space he was in before. Instead, it was hidden in a place invisible to the naked eye. Found it. Following this path, after reaching the predetermined location on the map, he saw a space crack suddenly appear in the corner of the wall. The secret passage is a gap between the real space and the mirror space. At this time, a magical scene took place. In Ji-sun's vision, there was still the dark underground palace, but he could not see Old Man Su. This is another space. He knew that he had found the real mausoleum of Augustus. Ji-sun walked back along the same path, and just saw the expression of Old Man Su, who looked like he had seen a ghost, and asked in great astonishment, "Ji-sun, boy, why did you disappear while walking just now?" Ji-sun smiled brightly, "Senior, I found the entrance to the mausoleum. This secret passage can not only go in, but also come out. In other words, he has an absolute advantage that those people in the southern continent have never had." Chapter 322. After discovering the entrance to the real mausoleum, Ji-sun was eager to try. Although there are many ancient relics in the old continent, how many imperial mausoleums are there? And this unpredictable danger and opportunity is like a fatal temptation, which makes some people feel irresistibly excited. But he doesn't think that only a secret passage map is his life. In a blink of an eye, Ji-sun looked at Old Man Su and said, "Senior, I plan to go down and see if I can rescue Che-er." This is also the truth. Old Man Su felt uneasy at his look and said unhappily, "Think it over carefully, kid. This mausoleum was built by the master craftsman of the Talon dynasty. Anyone who enters will be cursed. No one can get out alive except the descendants of Augustus." Ji-sun's pupil shrank slightly when he heard this. He keenly caught a few key words: master craftsman, curse, and descendants. This old man always gives some important reminders at some critical moments. It's as if he saw the construction of the mausoleum with his own eyes, and knew everything. Ji-sun knew that the old man's memory was like a conditioned reflex, and that he would probably not get anything out of him if he asked directly, so he cleverly guided him by asking, "Senior, do you know that there is a curse down there?" Old Man Su said casually, "It's written on the walls outside. Those who trespass into the mausoleum will have their souls forever sunk into darkness, and suffer endless curses." Ji-sun almost forgot that there were indeed a lot of incomprehensible ancient Talon words written in the underground palace outside. Before, Old Man Su used the mud pill to seal his ears, because he had read the contents of the murals. He asked again, "What else is written on the wall outside?" He felt that even if Old Man Su didn't go, asking clearly would give him more confidence. Of course, it would be best if they went together. Although Ji-sun liked adventure, he knew his own limitations. For ruins of this scale, this old senior was the golden thigh. Hearing this, Old Man Su's eyes showed the confused look of amnesia again, and he complained faintly, "How would I know?" Ji-sun thought that he couldn't ask anything, so he had to give up and said, "Senior, then I go." He saw the old man's entanglement, but did not force it. Just as he was about to turn around and walk into the secret passage, he suddenly heard a sigh, "Forget it." Old Man Su was afraid of death, and he would never take risks if he were in another place. However, when Che-er, who was taken to the bottom by the people from the South Continent as his grandson, was taken to the bottom, he also frowned and followed him to the secret passage. Ji-sun looked at the old man's resolute expression, as if he was going to die, and felt inexplicably funny. He didn't think the old man would die. Even this guy himself didn't realize that he couldn't die. The two walked into the space crack in the secret passage. The surrounding scenery changed, and in a blink of an eye they appeared in a dark and depressing maze. Ji-sun looked at the dark passages built by high walls, and a familiar feeling arose spontaneously. Isn't this the maze in the Great Cemetery Maze? The dark high-wall corridor, the strong breath of the dead, even the spacing of the corridors, and the patterns of the wall tiles are exactly the same. Ji-sun and Chujio Nanjing were trapped in that maze for a long time before. He almost memorized the layout of the entire maze. After walking for a while, and turning a few corners, he determined their exact location. Ji-sun felt inexplicably relieved. "Hey, it's really that maze." After confirming his location, this maze no longer had any meaning of mystery for him. However, it was different from the other dimensional space. This was the real mausoleum of Augustus. The monsters in the maze might not have a rank limit like before. Just the broken skeletons in the corridor did not look like the ordinary stuff that could be broken by bullets before. There were many 3rd and 4th level skeletons. Ji-sun did not dare to be careless. I just don't know if it is the same as the previous cemetery maze. These skeleton monsters are caused by human fear. But Ji-sun felt that he probably didn't have the chance to experience it. The group of people from the South Continent came down first. They have cleared the monsters in the corridor. With Lao Imo, the 7th level necromancer, in the team, no matter how many skeleton monsters there are in this maze, they probably won't pose a threat. As the two walked deeper into the maze, they saw more and more traces of battle, and more skeletons. Occasionally, they could see a few black iron, silver, quality materials in the pile of bones. Ji-sun walked along, and it seemed as if he had returned to the scene of exploring the maze. At the beginning, he was still an apprentice card master, and he was very careful when encountering those little skeleton monsters. Looking back, he was already a card master who had reached the 5th level halfway, and he walked leisurely. However, in addition to the skeletons, there was another kind of monster in that different dimension. Ji-sun was wondering if he would encounter it. Not long after, he saw a dried corpse nailed to the wall by coffin nails and a cross. Its mouth was sewn with gold thread, and it looked hideous and terrifying. This was the Secret Keeper. It was an S-level disaster in the maze of the Great Cemetery. Now it seems to be at least a 6th level undead. Moreover, this monster still has the characteristic of immortality. That's why it was sealed on the wall. When Ji-sun approached, Chidi also reminded him of the pollution. But it was not a big problem for him now. He observed the monster that was nailed to the wall, and was still struggling, and muttered in confusion, "What is going on in this maze? The undead monster can't die? It's okay for a different dimension. After all, there is a patch of space will. But how can the monster in this real tomb still be unkillable? This is another way of perpetual motion machine." However, as soon as he said this, Old Man Su next to him complained, "Who told you this is a maze?" Ji-sun heard this and turned around and asked in confusion, "Huh? If it's not a maze, what else could it be?" Old Man Su smacked his lips and said, "This is a burial pit. The nobles of the Terran dynasty like to bury people alive, so that they can enjoy their status in life after death." At this point, he glanced at the dark corridors around him, and added, "Moreover, this burial pit is very special. King Augustus didn't just want someone to guard the mausoleum. He has great ambitions." When Ji-sun heard this, his mind was suddenly opened. Yes, he had always thought that this was to prevent tomb robbers from creating a maze. Now it seems that his thinking was too low. Secret Keeper, since he is immortal, he must have some source of energy. Speaking of this topic, Old Man Su's cloudy eyes seemed to penetrate endless years and time deep and shining. He talked eloquently. This is not a simple burial, but the entire maze is a huge spell barrier, used to accumulate dead energy and resentment. Bury millions of people in this pit, use restrictions to continuously condense dead energy, and the souls will never be able to transcend. That guy wants to use this dead energy to revive and be reborn. Resurrection? When Ji-sun heard this, a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind, as if he had grasped something. King Augustus actually wanted to be resurrected? At the same time, he suddenly thought of the weeping angel. Didn't he also use death to gain new life? What a big move. This maze can not only nourish the dead air, but anyone who enters and cannot leave will die here and become nutrients. Ji-sun was also thankful that he had this old senior with him. Otherwise, he would never have seen such a mystery. With such a mysterious senior, who knows everything by his side, he was not shy at all and asked directly, "Senior, can the dead be resurrected?" Old Man Su's arrogant personality could not stand being flattered, so he raised his neck and said proudly, "What's so strange about that?" He explained, 3 healing when the 4 sequences of the path are advanced to a certain level, they all have some ability similar to resurrection. Just like your immortality spell, isn't it to reverse the process of death? It's just that you only know a little bit now. When Ji-sun heard it, it really made sense. The Black Widow Heather, who met in the Plague Swamp before, was the 7th level of the Plague Doctor sequence. In her spoils, there was also some knowledge pointing to a higher level. It's just too little and too fragmented, not enough for Ji-sun to build enough cognition. Old Man Su looked at the pile of skulls in front of him and said, "However, the extraordinary power of all things in the universe is not born without roots. It is a process of converting one energy into another energy. The same is true for life and death. Its essence is just the transformation of some extraordinary characteristics. Usually it operates according to certain specific rules. If you want to reverse it, you need some special secret methods. And this reversal process will inevitably cause energy loss. In other words, if you want to resurrect a person, you have to pay several times, or even dozens of times the price. The higher the level of the creature that dies, the greater the price of resurrection. King Augustus buried so many people with him. I can't think of what else he wants to do besides resurrection. So that's it. Ji-sun listened with a look of great enlightenment. At the same time, a sharp look gathered in his eyes. I have heard that the fallen emperor of the Talon dynasty, the Mad King Alduin, was cruel and incompetent. Now he is sacrificing tens of millions of people at any time, which shows that he is just like that. But at the same time, Ji-sun also had a doubt in his mind. Since such a big plan was set up for resurrection. 3,000 years have passed. What is the current situation of Emperor Talon? Old man Su obviously saw through everything. After speaking, he added, "It's a pity that the plan was broken by someone. The plan of King Augustus may fail. Otherwise, just this maze, with thousands of years of accumulated resentment of the dead, those guys before would not be qualified to leave this corridor alive, or in other words, whoever comes will die. Break the situation?" Ji-sun breathed a sigh of relief for no reason. If the emperor really resurrected, it would not be a good thing. But from what old man Su said, it was not the people from the South Continent who broke the situation. It was the people who came in 3,000 years ago. And seeing this, Ji-sun gradually deduced some clues of the truth with I Am the World. Someone wanted to stop King Augustus from resurrecting, and someone guided them to this mausoleum, just like a big hand extending from 3,000 years ago to the present. But it is very clever, and completely invisible. It is because there is no trace that Ji-sun feels that this layout is inexplicably familiar. Ji-sun was already familiar with the structure of this maze in the Great Cemetery Maze. Before, I thought it was a mechanism, but now it seems that the entire mausoleum is built on a strange spatial rule. This maze is roughly like a magic cube. The trick to cracking it is to run. Use speed to erase the spatial transformation of the maze movement, and you can find the exit. There are experts in decryption among the people from the South Continent, so they will find a solution sooner or later. However, this rule is a physical rule, which requires constant trial and error. And the more people there are, the more trouble there is. It will definitely take a long time to crack the maze with such a large group of people. Even though those people came in more than 10 hours in advance, Ji-sun estimated that they may have just left the maze not long ago. The monsters were pushed aside by the people from the South Continent, which made it easier for Ji-sun and the others. They had almost no obstacles along the way. Although they knew that those people on the South Road would definitely leave something behind on the way, Ji-sun and his companions had to sneak along the passages they had walked through in order to avoid the monsters in the underground palace. The two of them jogged along the way, and successfully found the secret room full of various symbols that was once the exit of the alien space. It was very difficult to crack the clues hidden in the ancient Talon language on the wall. Now Ji-sun followed the rules, and saw the answer at a glance. Besides, people from the South Continent had already been here and cracked the passage from the secret room to the main tomb. A mysterious staircase leading to the underground appeared here. The symbol on the mural pointed to the burial place of Mad King Alduin. Ji-sun looked up and saw a huge moon on the ceiling of the secret room. This is the symbol of the Silver Moon Queen's tomb. After cracking the mechanism, there is a high probability that a passage to the Queen's tomb can be opened. However, Ji-sun did not intend to cause unnecessary trouble. He walked in along the passage that those people from the South Continent had walked through. After walking for a while, the vision gradually widened. This doesn't look like a mausoleum, but it really feels like walking into a luxurious and magnificent palace. Various stone pillars, dozens of meters high, support the dome with a very strong architectural style of the Talon period. Various exquisite murals and statues can be seen everywhere. A heavy sense of history hits you. Ji-sun is also very moved that there is such a huge space underground. However, the traces of the battle are very obvious. There are broken pillars and various collapsed buildings everywhere. The entire palace has almost collapsed. Ji-sun tested the strength of the stones. Even a scalpel that could cut iron like mud could only leave some shallow marks on the stones. This was not the core area of the battle, but the affected edge. It was hard for him to imagine what kind of battle could destroy such a solid palace like this. Fortunately, these traces of battle were not left by those people in the southern continent, but by those people thousands of years ago. Ji-sun guessed that it was probably the group of people that old man Su said destroyed the layout of this mausoleum. Now it seems that he may not be a tomb robber. Otherwise, he would not risk his life to prevent the resurrection of Mad King Alduin. Seeing that he was interested in the stone, Old Man Su introduced, "This is the Asgard god stone. It is said that the stone on the god mountain of the gods was used by the old gods to build temples." Ji-sun nodded, and his expression was slightly strange when he heard the word in the past from the old man. At this time, the two had already heard the sound of fighting. The battle was fierce. All the people in the southern continent seemed to be restrained and could not take care of themselves. Ji-sun and Old Man Su quietly moved over and did not encounter anyone to intercept them. They saw countless broken limbs along the way. Those dead bodies were probably the dead bodies summoned by Lao Imo. What surprised Ji-sun was that some of them were puppet limbs engraved with high-level spells. There were a lot of them. It looked like a puppet army was smashed to pieces, with fragments scattered everywhere. Some were newly broken. Most were antiques buried in the soil. When Ji-sun saw those puppets, he inexplicably thought of a person. He had seen a very powerful puppeteer before. In the Shinshu treasure house. The god of play Domingo, one of the 4 knights of the king of Orlan. Seeing the puppets here, Ji-sun had already guessed what those people in the south continent had encountered. The 4 knights of the king were not new, but were passed down from the Talon dynasty. They were the 4 most trusted close guards of the emperor. That is also the inheritance of the 4 divine sequences. Following the sound of the battle, we found broken limbs and corpses all the way. Arriving at the 3rd floor of the palace, the sound of the battle was clearly audible. "I will hold this disaster back. Assassin team, go upstairs to find Augustus's body first." "Mr. Fu, no, we can't go up. The number of puppets controlled by the monster is too many. And there are silk thread traps everywhere, and the monster will find you once you touch them. Then concentrate your firepower to kill it first. I don't believe this monster has endless puppets." Ji-sun's real body didn't dare to go up, but controlled the shadow to find out the situation. The battle was as fierce as he heard. In the shared vision of the shadows, corpses were everywhere. More than 100 people from the south continent came in before, and now there are less than 100 left. All are elite. Red dragon, black dragon, green dragon, bronze dragon. Now they have transformed into various dragon forms, and are in a bitter battle. Across from this group of people, a one-armed mummy with most of its body missing was guarding the stairs of the palace, with the posture of a single man guarding the pass. This one-armed mummy used the spirit of the dead to weave a defensive formation like a spider's nest. Under the silk threads, there were puppets with broken arms and legs. The puppets' methods were also dazzling. Elemental spells, poisons, flying needles, close combat, steel wires, flying ropes, almost all the methods that human card masters can use can be seen in the hands of puppets. It blocked 100 times more intruders with its own strength. When Ji-sun saw this, he immediately guessed the identity of this person. It is most likely Samir Roger, one of the 4 knights of the last king of Terran 3,000 years ago, known as the Thousand-Handed Shiro. A legendary top-level magician, who has the record of destroying a country. The mummy's one arm is an old injury, and those puppets are all rags. But even so, it did not lose the upper hand in the battle. These invaders from the southern continent are not minions, but the elite brought by Prince Sane. Moreover, they have various high-level cards and powerful ancient relics in their hands, and their combat power is extremely strong. But even so, they still did not get the upper hand against those puppets. It is hard to imagine how powerful this magician was when he was alive. It seems that the group of people who broke into the Imperial Mausoleum that year were also very strong. Ji-sun was shocked by the scene in front of him. To be able to kill Thousand-Handed Shirosamil, there must be top-level strongmen in that group. While thinking about this idea, Ji-sun was even more amazed by the ability of the one-armed mummy to control puppets. Although the god player Domingo, who met in the Shinshu treasure house, was also very strong, he still controlled the puppets, like a group of puppets. When the number is large, it becomes very stiff. However, the mummy in front of him was completely different. Although they were only connected by silk threads, the puppets looked like living people. Each puppet had perfect fighting skills and responses. Like living people with their own consciousness. This was the difficulty. To control a puppet to such a detailed level of anthropomorphism, Ji-sun's current mental strength felt that it was very difficult. 3 or 5 puppets were already the limit of his thinking. However, in front of him, there were hundreds of them. And this was not the limit. The mummy was only controlling it with one hand, with an air of ease. This ability was not exaggerated, but incredible. Could it be the 52 magic secrets of the legendary magician sequence? Ji-sun had a vague guess. But this was not the time to watch the fun. He observed that everyone around Prince Sane was dragged by the monster, and could not get away. This was the best opportunity. If the two sides really decided the winner, Ji-sun did not think he could get any advantage from either side. Thinking of this, he controlled his shadow, and quietly moved towards the upper level of the palace. He wanted to see what happened to the body of King Augustus. Shadows are elemental bodies, and are almost not subject to physical restrictions. He quietly moved up all the way, and successfully avoided the two sides in the fierce battle. Ji-sun's shadow came to the upper level of the empty palace, and saw a huge golden throne in the center at a glance. The throne was cut in half by some sharp weapon, and there was a very smooth cut on the backrest. On the throne, a figure with a big sword stuck in his chest sat there alone. When Ji-sun saw this, his pupil shrank slightly. Is this the Mad King Alduin? Looking again, the sword was also familiar. I had seen the pattern on the coffin before. If Ji-sun felt that he was not wrong, it was the Olympus Holy Sword, one of the 4 sacred weapons of the kingship. Chapter 323. Ji-sun looked at the burly corpse on the throne with a big sword stuck in his chest, and felt a very strange feeling in his heart. Mad King Alduin was like a specimen of a lion placed in a museum. Still majestic and powerful, but no longer alive. It was as if people saw the moment when the glorious civilization ended. The feeling of death and the end lingered in his heart for a long time. He was also very emotional. Without the pioneers who broke into the mausoleum, they would not be qualified to come to the burial place of the last emperor of the Talon dynasty. Just the 1,000-handed Shirasamir of the 4 knights downstairs is enough to stop countless intruders. However, as soon as this thought flashed, Ji-sun suddenly thought of another question in his mind. Since the body of the Mad King has been disposed of, what about those people before? They couldn't get out. Where are the bodies? Thoughts in his mind were rapidly deduced, and he always felt that this mausoleum was not as simple as it seemed. Ji-sun's eyes only looked at the big sword for a moment, and then converged. He had no interest in royal power. This legendary sword of the regicide was not so attractive to him. And the Olympus Holy Sword was indeed a good thing, but not everyone could get it. Just like the Sismak Holy Grail, only those with the fate of kingship could get it, otherwise it might cause some fatal consequences. Ji-sun did not intend to be the trial and error person. Besides, the old shaman of the Bai family had not appeared yet. If he got it now, he would become the target of public criticism. The most urgent task was to find a way to rescue Che-er. Che-er is one of the few war slaves still alive. Although his rank is not high among the group of people still alive in the southern continent, those who are higher than him are not as calm as him in battle. His time sword is elegant and sharp, which can definitely be called a life-saving weapon. At this moment, Che-er is fighting fiercely with several broken puppets. A layer of rainbow-like space ripples lingers around his body. This is the visual phenomenon presented by the local time distortion. Che-er's understanding of the law of time is not too high, but even this point is enough to allow him to frequently avoid fatal crises in fierce battles. Clearly watching some attacks that were almost lethal, they suddenly slowed down the moment they touched his body, and his own actions could be accelerated and avoided instantly. It was like the picture was played at double speed, and it was difficult for people to catch the trajectory and predict. Even Ji-sun felt that such ability was very tricky. Not to mention Che-er's exquisite swordsmanship, this time ability alone was enough to kill people unexpectedly. Old Man Su really taught a very powerful disciple. Ji-sun murmured in his heart. Those people in the southern continent only thought that they had met a talented young swordsman. But they didn't know that Che-er's understanding of the law of time came from the wretched old man they captured together. The 4th level Che-er was so difficult to deal with, so it can be seen how powerful he will be in the future. Time is indeed one of the supreme laws of the universe. However, Che-er is now at the forefront of the battle, and it is not easy to untie the slave collar on his neck. Ji-sun is not in a hurry, because he has discussed the plan with Old Man Su. Ji-sun hid in the lower level of the palace, controlling the shadow to search deep inside the palace, trying to find the source of the doubt in his heart. The best result would be that the people from the South Continent and the armless mummy would both suffer losses. But it was obviously impossible. Ji-sun didn't think that the people from the South Continent would dare to attack the Augustus Mausoleum with such little ability. As he expected, just when Ji-sun controlled the shadow to go to the upper level of the palace, several people from the South Continent, who were fighting fiercely, noticed something unusual. Old Master, who was controlling the dead spirits in battle, noticed something at the first moment, and said in a deep voice, "A bug has sneaked in." As soon as the voice fell, a female voice said sternly, "You guys deal with this, I deal with that guy." As she spoke, her figure was annihilated into a ball of dark elements and disappeared on the spot. Ji-sun was not surprised to be found by the group of people from the South Continent. After all, When they came from the maze before, they had been following the passage that the group of people from the South Continent had walked through. It would be strange if those guys didn't leave some marks or something. But he was a little surprised that the person who came was Princess Betty of the Black Dragon Kingdom. Originally, he thought that a guard would come, but he didn't expect that the most distinguished person in the trial group would come. Although she and Salo are both royal families. But in terms of status, Princess Betty has more advantages in the Black Dragon Kingdom than Prince Salo in the Red Dragon Kingdom. Looking at the cool and pretty princess with black lipstick in front of him, Ji-sun's pupils narrowed slightly. His keen mind has already deduced some interesting results, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Hey, it's getting more and more interesting. I thought this was a stage play with Prince Salo from the Royal Academy's trial group as the main character. Unexpectedly, there was an ambitious person hiding beside him. This woman must have noticed something and deliberately avoided the battlefield. But before Ji-sun could think about it, this woman raised her staff and rushed over with a black dragon flame wave. Ji-sun's body chi was corroded, and he quickly retreated dozens of meters. Seeing this, Betty's expression was slightly stern. Qigong master? As if she was very surprised. She thought it was the guy from the Bai family, but she didn't expect it to be someone else. Since it was not the expected enemy, Betty did not rush to attack, but asked coldly, "How did you get in? This mausoleum is easy to enter, but it is not so easy to get out." They found this problem after they came in before. Now seeing other people coming in, of course they are very curious. And they must find out. Ji-sun looked at Princess Betty asking this question, smiled awkwardly, and ignored the other party's question. Betty then snorted coldly, "Huh? Since you don't say it, then capture it first, and see if you will tell it then." She didn't waste any more words, and raised her staff, and several spell cards flew towards Ji-sun. The instant 4th level spell secret spell, Corrosion Arrow turned into several sharp arrows that broke through the air at high speed, and appeared 100 meters away in the blink of an eye. The angle was very tricky, blocking almost all of Ji-sun's dodging space. He was carrying a coffin on his back, which was not convenient for fighting, so he turned around and placed the coffin across his chest, blocking several corrosive arrows. The dark element corroded the bandages, revealing the golden coffin board inside. Betty looked at the things inside with a slightly surprised expression. Her intuition told her that there was something fishy about this coffin. The angel head was in the coffin, and Ji-sun had brought it with him for self-defense. He thought that if he encountered a situation that he could not defeat, the angel senior would not mind helping him. Just like he had used the angel soul several times before. However, the Princess Betty in front of him did not need it yet. Ji-sun put down the coffin and felt relaxed instantly. He moved his stiff shoulder blades, tilted his head, and looked at the Black Dragon Princess opposite him, his eyes full of teasing. Having absorbed a lot of extraordinary characteristics before, his physical attributes have skyrocketed, and he just needs a hearty battle to familiarize himself with his skyrocketing strength. Since the opponent's rank is not too high, the matter is not so urgent. Besides, he also needs to attract some attention to create a chance for Old Man Su to save people. Betty looked at the eyes staring at her, as if she was greatly offended. No civilian has ever dared to look at her like this. The most important thing is that those eyes seem to have a magical power to see through everything. She felt like she was naked, exposed to that person's eyes without any cover. This feeling made Betty feel very unhappy. With a cold snort, a golden card in her hand had already disintegrated. The attack was the 5th level ultimate dark spell Evil Wind Ghost Erosion. As the spell condensed, the surrounding space instantly condensed into a black whirlwind, with flying sand and rocks. The rich dark element has a strong corrosive property, which also makes the wind blades like a rotating sickle. This is a large-scale indiscriminate attack, and it is impossible to avoid it. Ji-sun looked at the spell, with a slight surprise in his eyes, and murmured in his heart, "The noble students of the Royal Academy of Arel are really strong. If this trick was used on others, they would really suffer a great loss." Unfortunately, after absorbing a large amount of dark matter crystals, Ji-sun's affinity for dark elements is also very high. In his eyes, those sharp black evil winds are like soft whips whipping at him. What's more, he still has the magic secret magic supreme hegemony body to protect his body. Ji-sun's eyes suddenly shone, and the black energy in his body was as blazing as fire, and his skin was shining with bronze metallic luster. He did not retreat at all, but kicked the ground hard and rushed towards the woman. Pa! There was a burst of air. Ji-sun's figure turned into a stream of light, and in a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the opponent. Princess Betty was stunned for a moment when she saw her expression, and she seemed to have never expected that a card master who was lower than her could ignore this secret and attack actively. However, before she could figure it out, a huge force hit her abdomen, knocking her body backwards like a cannonball. Bang! With a sound, Betty hit the wall dozens of meters away heavily, causing a large amount of dust. However, before she could recover, she saw a series of air ripples explode in her vision. The figure was already chasing after him. Bang! 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 Ji-sun hammered the wall without mercy. His fists were like cannonballs, and the nearby ground shook violently. Under the fist, Princess Betty, who was wrapped in the dark shield, was stunned. She had never expected such a scene. She was surprised and suspicious. What kind of boxing is this? Why is it so domineering? Element Manipulator is the most common spell card master. The most obvious weakness of this profession is poor melee ability. If you can get close, your combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Ji-sun's actual combat experience is gained through repeated battles. How could he not seize this good opportunity? The muffled sound of artillery bombardment continued. In just a moment, dozens of punches were thrown. Ji-sun's Bakuan, which now has exaggerated strength values, has reached an outrageous level of power. To be frank, these punches alone are enough to kill most of the same stage. What a pity. That is for ordinary card masters, not Dragonborn. Not to mention a royal family with strong black dragon blood. Ji-sun used his fist to accurately hit the opponent's shield. It looked brutal, but it didn't cause much damage. The gap in the laws brought by the high rank is a chasm that is difficult to cross. The power of his dozens of punches was offset by 90% by the shield, and the remaining ones could not cause much damage to the powerful dragon body. Suddenly, Ji-sun's pupil shrank, his feet suddenly stepped into the air, and he retreated violently. Almost at the same time, a strong dark shock wave exploded from Princess Betty. After retreating dozens of meters, Ji-sun stood in place, a little regretful. Is it true that you are not hurt? He tilted his head again and looked at his opponent. Looking at the shadow of the demon behind him, Ji-sun showed a wicked smile in his eyes. Hee, are you finally serious? Betty looked at Ji-sun in front of her with a dark face. Her eyes seemed to be murderous, and said coldly, I have to admit that you are the strongest opponent I have ever seen among the 4th level opponents. Oh! Ji-sun listened and grinned. He was not in a hurry to take action. Instead, he was in high spirits and responded very gentlemanly. It is my honor to be praised by the Black Dragon Princess. Betty sneered, responded with an expression as if looking at a dead person, and changed the subject. But it ends here. Do you think you'd be fine after avoiding the corrosive dragon breath just now? Hearing this, Ji-sun shrugged disapprovingly. He didn't like this kind of condescending momentum. After a pause, he snorted and said with a wry smile, Are all of you nobles so confident? As soon as these words came out, Princess Betty, who was originally full of confidence, had a cold look in her eyes. She suddenly had a bad premonition. The feeling of being seen through came over her again. Ji-sun's clear eyes reflected the dark elements that were gathering. He raised his eyebrows and said, You were passively beaten just now. Are you trying to hide the process of your dragon language spell accumulating energy? Then you lure me to attack you at close range, and use a large-scale spell to complete the mark lock. Then you think I can't run away? You? Hearing this, Betty's pupils shrank suddenly. At this moment, she could not hide her shock. This man really saw through everything she had just done. How is it possible? However, despite her surprise, the spell was completed, and the dark gold card in her hand was instantly released. The secret technique, Black Dragon Bite. Ji-sun looked at the spell used by the woman and murmured, Well, since you are serious, you can also try my method. This is an opponent who can't survive without full strength. Although he saw through the opponent's mind and means, Ji-sun also knew that this spell was tricky, and he could no longer avoid it. At this moment, a terrifying dragon might appear behind him. Ji-sun didn't even need to look back. He could already sense a giant dragon condensed by dark elements, opening its bloody mouth behind him. This kind of marking magic is a bit like magic lock. Once locked, you can only resist. And this move almost touches the 6th order law level profound spell, which is enough to kill him. But it is because he can kill. Ji-sun felt happy. The elemental black dragon behind him swallowed it instantly, and he resisted this spell. His robes were torn to pieces in an instant, and his body was covered with wounds caused by darkness corrosion. The corrosion law of this move even broke the supreme tyrant body, severely damaging his body. Unfortunately, Ji-sun knew the undying curse. As long as he didn't die suddenly on the spot, he couldn't die. I'm not dead. Ji-sun felt the pain and tilted his head, as if he was recalling the fleeting near-death experience just now. At the same time, a grinning clown demon appeared behind him. If he wasn't dead, then his blood would boil. He was severely injured, but he still smiled. Betty looked at the guy who was covered in blood but still smiled evilly at her, and her heart was inexplicably trembling. What's wrong with this guy? From childhood to adulthood, she has never seen such a strange and dangerous opponent. Ji-sun deliberately wanted to attract enough attention, so that old man Su could create a chance to save people. Princess Betty also had her own plan. She wanted to avoid the battle in the palace, so she was not in a hurry to go back. Besides, she also had her own pride. How could a dignified Black Dragon princess lose to an enemy who was one level lower than her? The two sides opened a new battlefield on the other side of the main battlefield and fought fiercely. Bang. 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 Although Ji-sun was suppressed throughout the whole process. But he also felt very lucky to meet such an opponent. I have to admit that except for the lack of practical experience, the ability shown by this woman is almost impeccable. The spell skills and understanding of the law are extremely high. And Betty is the princess of the Black Dragon Kingdom. Her heritage is also the essence of dragon language spells, and Terran's heritage 3,000 years ago. But it is because of this kind of opponent that Ji-sun's fighting spirit becomes more and more excited. He can put pressure on himself to die, but he can't kill himself. This kind of opponent is perfect. As long as he can't die, his super high comprehension makes him stronger all the time. Enlightenment is constantly refreshing. You peek into the secret of Black Dragon Breath, spell proficiency plus 19, dark element cognition plus 2. You understand the secret of dark law perception plus 4. You listen to the sound of spells, dragon language spell understanding plus 9. Dragon power resistance plus 3, just wanted to make some noise before. But as the fight went on, both sides got really angry. All kinds of methods were used. Ji-sun also saw too many true dragon secret spells in this Black Dragon Princess that ordinary card masters could not touch. For Ji-sun, who now has mastered the world, if the enemy has exposed his methods but not killed him, he would have no chance to use the same trick again. As the fight went on, Betty also found that they were in a weird stalemate. Obviously, his strength was much higher than the opponent, but he felt a sense of frustration, as if his fist was hitting cotton and he could not kill. The guy on the opposite side was injured again and again, but he stood up again and again, and he was completely invincible. Ji-sun didn't care about the situation on the old man Su's side. He didn't need to worry about that old senior. He was more curious about whether the old bastard of the Bai family had taken any action. This is the tricky part of the secret fetus parasitic technique. Unless the parasite takes the initiative to come out, or the host is on the verge of death and is forced out, it will hardly be sensed by any means. Before, the guy hid in a group of people in the southern continent because he knew he was being guarded and didn't dare to show up. Now that Ji-sun has appeared and created such a good opportunity, Bai Wei should also show up. This is also the best and only opportunity. He felt that he was that guy's, and he would definitely take action. Ji-sun was not disappointed. Just when the two battlefields were fighting very fiercely, a wisp of white smoke quietly touched the throne of the Mad King Alduin. But not everyone is like Ji-sun, who can resist pulling out the legendary Olympus holy sword that represents the strongest royal holy weapon. Bai Wei looked at the big sword, thought deeply for a moment, and still reached out. However, as soon as his hand touched the sword, he seemed to sense something and his face changed drastically. On the other side, air waves and ripples frequently exploded in the air, but Ji-sun's figure was nowhere to be seen. On the opposite side, the dozen slender black dragons guarding Princess Betty were breathing dragon breath. But her cursed shield would occasionally strangely have a sunken fist mark. The two sides were still fighting hard. It was not just Ji-sun who gradually understood the enemy's methods. This Princess Betty was also very talented. She also saw that the opponent's Qigong master's methods were difficult to deal with, and thought of a way to deal with it, that is, consumption. Although this high-intensity attack frequency is tricky, it consumes a lot of physical strength and magic power. Since they can't kill each other, they didn't think about killing. As the fight went on, it became a war of attrition. It depends on who reveals a flaw first, or whose magic power is completely consumed. One is a glutton, and the magic power is many times higher than that of the same level, and the other is a high-purity dragon, and the dragon bloodline gives her an exaggerated magic power and related growth talent. The two sides were at each other's throats, and neither could do anything for a while. And Prince Salo still failed to capture the mummy that controlled the puppet. Just when everyone thought that this war of attrition would last for a long time, something unexpected happened. Ji-sun was fighting hard, and at this time he flew backwards and broke a stone pillar. He was about to rush up again. But suddenly he stopped, because he sensed two familiar gases coming out from the ground. Before he could figure out the strange guesses in his mind, a head covered with yellow sand popped out from the sand not far away like a mole. Next to him was Che-Er, who was also covered in dust. Earth escape technique? Ji-sun's eyelids twitched. He felt that his brain was a little unable to process the scene he saw. He had deduced countless plans before, but he never thought that Old Man Su would use this method to rescue Che-Er. He had seen the Earth element escape technique. But how did this physical Earth escape technique work? Just as he was thinking, he spat out the yellow sand in his mouth. Old Man Su seemed to be chased by something terrifying and shouted, "Ji-sun, run!" The normal plan was that after rescuing Che-Er, if they were discovered, they would be hunted down by the people from the southern continent, so they should run away. Now they ran away. But it seemed a little different from the original plan. Ji-sun immediately realized that things were not good when he heard it. As soon as Old Man Su appeared, he pulled Che-Er out of the mud. While Ji-sun was still immersed in thinking about the principles of the physical Earth escape technique, the old man had already run away. At the same time, he looked at Ji-sun's surprised eyes, and reminded him urgently, "Don't stand there like an idiot. The real guardian of the mausoleum has been triggered. It will be too late if you don't run now." The real guardian of the mausoleum? When Ji-sun heard this, he was also puzzled. Wasn't the thousand-handed Shirasamir the guardian of King Augustus' mausoleum? What real guardian is there? Although he was thinking in his mind, he was not slow in action. It must be a terrifying existence that could scare Old Man Su to run away. Ji-sun did not hesitate to fight. He rushed forward 100 meters in an instant, picked up the golden coffin, and immediately chased after him. Soon he caught up. Seeing that Old Man Su was running slowly, he also grabbed the old man, and the three of them rushed into the maze they came from. On the opposite side, Princess Betty looked at the scene in front of her and her expression was also confused. She was also shocked. How did two people appear in the ground? She didn't notice it at all. Also, why did the guy who just fought to the death run away? That guy definitely didn't run away out of cowardice. In an instant, Betty also realized something and said to herself, "Not good." With her eyes turning, she did not hesitate at all and ran after him. Almost at the same time, Prince Salo and his group also ran out of the palace with terrified expressions. It was as if there was something terrifying chasing them. Ji-sun did not think about why Old Man Su could physically escape into the earth. This guy always has some strange ways to save his life in a crisis. Just like when he was in the underground palace of Xianmaicheng, the old man said thunder and killed an ancestor of the Bai family. Ji-sun was curious about what was chasing him. If you run into a bear in the forest, you don't have to run faster than the bear, you just have to run faster than everyone else. There were several groups of people behind him, and they were about to enter the maze, so Ji-sun was not worried about escaping. He controlled the shadow and stayed where he was, wanting to see what kind of monster could chase the 7th level people of the South Continent and make them flee in panic. In the blink of an eye, a group of people from the South Continent ran over in panic. Then, the Tomb Guardian. It appeared. Ji-sun thought of all kinds of horrible disasters, undead spirits, and even the resurrection of a top-level card master from ancient times, but he never expected that it was just a few iron lumps that came. Is that a mechanical armor? Ji-sun saw the picture shared by the shadow, and his pupils shrank. Mechanical? The pinnacle technology of the Talon dynasty, the mechanical titan. Chapter 324. Damn it, what the hell is this thing? Be careful, there's another one that can turn invisible. Don't fight that magic lightsaber head-on, there's a high-level magic breaking sharp spell on the blade. Even the dark gold shield can't stop it. Protect His Royal Highness, go to the maze first. A dramatic scene is unfolding. The group of people from the southern continent, who were fighting the one-armed mummy just now, are now fleeing in a panic. Even the 7th level card master, Old Fu, can't hide his panic on his face at this moment. While he was protecting Prince Salo from escaping, he tried to stop the mechanical armors behind him. But the effect was minimal. Lao Fu's profession was a necromancer, and he was best at controlling the dead to fight. Moreover, he had nurtured several high-level dead spirits, whose combat power was no less than his own body for most of his life. Normally, the number of enemies was meaningless to him. Even if he encountered several enemies of the same level, he was still confident that he could deal with them calmly. It can even be said that he can deal with most threats below level 8. This is also the most important reason why he became Prince Salo's accompanying worshipper. However, facing this mechanical monster that he had never seen before, the confidence in Lao Fu's heart was shattered. The 7th level brass corpse dragon he summoned behind him at this moment was the strongest defensive undead spirit that he had spent many years refining with various precious materials. The spellcast iron bones were indestructible, and a strong acid dragon breath could easily melt gold and fossils. He once used this brass dragon to successfully escape from the mouth of an 8th level monster. However, the undead dragon that Lao Fu relied on the most, at this moment, seemed so pale and powerless when facing the mechanical monster behind him that was more than 10 meters tall. Clang! 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 Behind him was a tall mechanical titan chasing him relentlessly. It held a huge dark red lightsaber, and slashed at the brass corpse dragon, sparks flying everywhere. A closer look showed that the dark gold bones of the bone dragon that could withstand the 8th level physical attack head-on were now cut open with one cut, and 3 or 5 cuts could cut off a dragon bone. Not only did the defense not have an advantage, the dragonborn undead's power advantage also did not take advantage at all. He was beaten back step by step. Even if a mouthful of acid dragon breath was sprayed over, the magic energy coating on the machine only dimmed a little, and it was restored to its original state in a blink of an eye. Seeing this, Lao Fu felt distressed and horrified. This was his strongest defense brass dragon. If it was replaced by other 5th level and 6th level undead summons, they would basically be killed with one sword. Rushing through would only stop the mechanical titan from swinging the sword for 1 second. Then it turned into 2 pieces of corpses with smooth cuts, and the corpses stood there. These dead spirits were all heirlooms of Lao Fu, and his heart was bleeding when he saw them. But even so, he had to keep summoning dead spirits to block them. Because these mechanical monsters were not only strong, but also fast. There were not only mechanical warriors with magic swords more than 10 meters high, but also warlock machines that used magic cannons for long-range attacks, and the more difficult ones were the assassins, who could be invisible in the void like ghosts. These 3 mechanical armors looked like a tactical team. Not only are their individual combat power explosive, but they also cooperate very well, killing people like cutting melons and vegetables. In the blink of an eye, half of the nearly 100-man team in the southern continent was lost. Those card masters who ran slowly were almost killed one by one. Even the various quicksand spells, mud spells, and vine spells were not very effective. Everyone knew that they could only rely on the complex maze to see if they could survive. While running, the picture in Ji-sun's eyes stopped abruptly. The last picture shared by the shadow was a ghost assassin with 5 mechanical eyes on his head, who killed the shadow with one sword. Can you sense energy fluctuations? When the shadow was killed, Ji-sun murmured in his heart. His mechanical skills were not bad, and he also saw some clues. The shadow was an elemental body, and could be accurately detected, which meant that the perception of the mechanical assassin could lock on energy fluctuations. If it could lock on the shadow, it could also lock on the person. It's very troublesome. Seeing the 3 mechanical armors, Ji-sun's expression instantly became solemn. Machines are a taboo in the southern continent, so those guys who escaped only knew that the 3 machines were powerful, but they couldn't understand why they were so outrageous. However, Ji-sun knew more than that. He also knew that this was the final product of the top-secret Titan project of the Tarun royal family. Ji-sun and Dong Chi had experienced an alien space called 1981 Titan Mechanical Research Institute. That space was the ancient research institute that produced mechanical energy cores. There were some mecha design drawings in it. So Ji-sun saw the appearance of the 3 mechanical armors just now, and was very familiar with them, and immediately guessed the relationship between the 2. Thinking of this, he was also very emotional in his heart. The Tarun dynasty is not only a brilliant civilization of the card master, but also has reached such a level of mechanical technology. How could such a powerful empire collapse? The first time he saw the Titan machine, he also saw the word unsolvable. The meaning of the machine lies in replicability. Once the design drawings are mature and there are enough materials, it can be manufactured on an assembly line in theory. One machine may not be a big problem for the card master. What about 100, 1,000, or 10,000 machines? Now 3 Titan machines have driven the group of people from the southern continent to flee in a hurry. If there are more, even the 8th level strongmen will have to avoid their sharp edges. If it was a reorganized army, no one could resist the power that Ji-sun knew at present. Oh, the time is wrong. Ji-sun thought about it and guessed why. Calculating the time when Titan Research Institute developed the mechanical core product in 1981, was the end of Talon. Perhaps the dynasty collapsed before it could be mass-produced. And then, they were used to guard the mausoleum. It was not until much later that Ji-sun realized that the more important reason was that the machine was designed at the end of Talon. The empire was already in turmoil, and the Mad King Alduin was afraid that such a force would overthrow his rule, so he blocked these top technologies. Alduin was suspicious by nature, and he didn't trust anyone except a few people around him. This mausoleum was related to his plan of resurrection. Any tomb keeper was not as reliable as a machine. In order to be foolproof, he let the few finished Titan mechanical warriors guard the Imperial Mausoleum, waiting for him to resurrect and take power again. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and Ji-sun and the other two had already rushed into the maze. They didn't dare to stop and ran all the way. After seeing the terrifying combat power of the 3 Titan machines, Ji-sun didn't think he could withstand 3 swords. Now there are those guys from the South Continent blocking behind him, but it seems that they can't stop for long. The complex maze gave people a little sense of security. But it was not enough. While running, Ji-sun asked anxiously, "Senior, what should we do now?" The old man Su beside him shouted, "What else can we do? Run." Ji-sun's right eyelid twitched when he heard this. I thought the old man would have a good idea. But it seems that he didn't. Their only hope of survival now is to escape from the secret passage before being caught up. However, as he ran, Ji-sun's premonition became worse and worse. He always felt that since the designer of the mausoleum had built 3 mechanical armors to guard the mausoleum, he would never let anyone escape so easily. Countless experiences have proved that Ji-sun's guess about bad results has always come true. Bad news came one after another. Although the maze was large, it would not take much time for the 3 of them to run back according to the route in their memory. But after running through a few passages, Ji-sun's expression suddenly changed. No, the rules of the underground palace have changed. He remembered the layout of every corridor in his mind. So as soon as he came here, he found that the corridor he came from before was suddenly wrong. The corner that was clearly to the east now turned to the west. This underground palace that moves like a Rubik's Cube, if it is changed a little, the path will be completely different. If they want to find the secret passage again, they need a lot of time to try and find new rules. But what they lack most now is time. Ji-sun even suspected that the movement rules of the maze are now disordered. The purpose is to completely block those who break into the mausoleum. This is bad. Facing the dead end, Ji-sun's mind raced, trying to find a glimmer of hope. But no matter how he thought, it was a dead end. He ran through several corridors, all of which were different from his memory. The map in Ji-sun's mind was completely messed up. At this moment, a light bulb suddenly lit up in his mind, and he decisively let Old Man Su go and let him run ahead. Since scientific memory doesn't work, we can only rely on metaphysics. In the team of 3, there is also an anchor point. Old Man Su himself didn't realize that he was regarded as a human navigation by Ji-sun. No matter what the passage was, the old man just plunged into it. Normally, running around in the maze is very dangerous. Not to mention encountering an immortal monster like the Secret Keeper. If they encounter a dead end, the mechanical titan will chase them, and they will die. However, Old Man Su has a risk avoidance physique, which allows the 3 of them to magically avoid all monsters and not encounter any dead ends. Seeing this, Ji-sun also breathed a sigh of relief. However, this kind of running around made him not know where they are now. Escaping from the underground palace has become a gamble of luck. And the sense of crisis of death has always lingered in his heart. As Ji-sun ran, his mind was also rapidly deducing. Their threats were not only the monsters and mechas in the maze, but also those people in the southern continent. Ji-sun and his 3 companions were not the only ones who discovered that the maze had changed its operation mode. Prince Salo and his group ran into the maze and immediately discovered this problem. The 3 mechas were chasing them relentlessly, and dozens of people had died. Even if they ran separately, the effect was not ideal. The 3 mechas seemed to have the means to lock in on the intruders. No matter where they hid, they would be accurately located and found. Then, they would chase and kill, and then chase the other team. The oppressive feeling of death in this maze battle royale made even the strongest Lao Fu in the team sweat. Originally, if they could not escape by using the familiar passage, at least they would not run into a dead end. But now that the passage has changed, life and death depends entirely on luck. Without a familiar road, it is easy to run into a dead end. This is not it. Even though there were several teams of guards who acted as bait to lure away the 3 mechanical titans, it didn't take long before the sound of metal friction and running was heard again behind them. And they have already hit a dead end. Prince Salo has never faced such a desperate situation before, and he can't hide his anxiety. Damn it, what should I do now? Old Master knew what he was thinking and stopped him. Your Highness, in this situation, it's useless no matter who you summon. Even if you summon those people in the palace, it won't solve the problem. Salo's face darkened when he heard it, and he remained silent. He dared to break into the mausoleum of Augustus before because his mother gave him some special permissions, allowing him to summon the palace worshippers. Thinking that no matter what kind of difficult monsters he encountered, he would have a backup plan. But the current situation is that, let alone summoning people, can he solve the 3 mechanical monsters? Even if he solved them, he couldn't get out of the mausoleum. If he really caused the court worshippers to die here because of him, his mother's lineage would also lose everything. Salo didn't want to do this, and he didn't dare to. But if they didn't do anything, they would die sooner or later. Just as he was thinking, Princess Betty beside him thought of something and shouted, "Those 3 guys were able to come in before, maybe they know the exit of this maze." When Salo heard this, a dark flash appeared in his eyes. Yes. Chase those 3 guys. Ji-sun and the other 2 ran all the way, and Shadow was watching from the extreme position behind them. The worst situation still happened. While running, Shadow was killed again. Ji-sun explained the current situation at the fastest speed. "Senior, the mechanical titan is chasing us. It's the assassin. There are at most 10 breaths left, and it will definitely catch up." When Old Man Su heard this, his face was stunned. Huh? Catch up? It would have been better if he didn't say it. Once he said it, the old man became more panicked. It's over. What should I do now?" Ji-sun didn't want to hear this. He wanted to know if there was any solution. But obviously, there wasn't. Perhaps at the most critical moment, Old Man Su's big account online would solve the problem. But Ji-sun felt that he shouldn't put all his hopes on him. Old Man Su really wouldn't die. But he would. At the moment of speaking, the puff sound of the magic boiler accumulating energy and rushing rapidly could be heard in the corridor. "It's locked." Ji-sun's eyes were cold. He decisively gave up the backup plan of Old Man Su and analyzed it quickly in his mind. His strongest means were the head and wings of the angel. But he was not sure whether the angel's attack would be effective against the machine after it was released. Moreover, Ji-sun always had a feeling that the weeping angel was Terran's national angel, and might not help an outsider like him to resist the Gravekeeper. If he wanted to survive, he had to think of another way. He could not escape. Ji-sun recalled some of the plans he had deduced before. When they escaped before, Ji-sun did not do nothing, but arranged some misleading baits such as clothing and blood. Shadow was killed twice, and he also collected some key information. There is absolutely no chance of winning in a head-on confrontation. The only hope is to dodge. It is unknown whether the machine is controlled by the undead or a complete mechanical body. But both have a shortcoming. That is perception. The perception of the undead and the machine is a preset conditioned reflex, not a judgment made by real wisdom. Thinking of this, Ji-sun's mind was rapidly deduced. Although machines are powerful, they are not without shortcomings. Their perception system is artificially set, which is nothing more than auditory perception, olfactory perception, thermal energy perception, dynamic target perception, and biological characteristic perception. I tried it with flesh and blood bait before, and the mechanical assassin was not fooled. It's not just blood and smell. It should be a complex perception ability. Thinking of this, 6 breaths have passed. Ji-sun made a decisive decision. He quickly said to the 2 old men Su beside him, "Senior, we can't run away. We can only play dead to avoid. You try to suppress all life signs as much as possible." Ji-sun had seen the old man Su's killing technique, which was better than his own. Chair got the old man's real teachings, so he should be good. Chair had a deep trust in Ji-sun, and responded without hesitation, "Okay." Old man Su didn't say anything more, and lay on the ground in an instant, already dead. Ji-sun saw Old Man Su doing what he was told, and he also felt that his plan had a 3-point higher success rate. But without thinking too much, he stopped suddenly, put down the coffin, and broke the bandage on it with his fist. If there was an accident, he could only bet on the angel to help. At the same time, he also lay on the ground and threw out an ice card. This is an ordinary second-level spell card with average attack effect, but it has a function of cooling a large area. Ji-sun was not sure how the mechanical armor found the target, so he could only do everything he could think of. Ji-sun and the other 2 had just laid on the ground. After the card shattered, a layer of frost condensed on the ground within a radius of 100 meters. The cold air instantly suppressed the body temperature of the 3 people to a level almost identical to that of the environment. Almost in the next second after all this was done, at the corner of the corridor, a translucent shadow flashed in the air and rushed over. This was the Titan mechanical assassin, who could optically turn invisible. At this moment, it was like a hound chasing its prey, and a sense of death oppression that was more oppressive than the cold air slowly approached. On the ice, there were crackling and crackling sounds. It was also thanks to Ji-sun and the other 2 that they had good psychological quality and fake death skills. Otherwise, Just hearing that sound would expose any abnormal heartbeat. Ji-sun blocked all nervous emotions. He thought this was good news. Not being discovered immediately meant that these methods really confused the Titan assassin. This tense confrontation lasted only 1 second, and suddenly the sound of mechanical friction broke out. A gust of wind blew, and Ji-sun watched the shared vision of the shadows go dark again. Shadow was killed again. But its effect as bait has been achieved. Since it was not discovered at such a close distance just now, it will be even harder to detect now that it has left. It seems that it has been fooled. But because Shadow was killed only outside 2 corridors, he was not sure whether the mechanical assassin had gone far. Ji-sun and the other 2 just lay there, still not daring to move. A few minutes later, Ji-sun and the other 2 still lay there. They didn't know how long they would lie there. But there is no better solution than lying there and pretending to be dead. The ideal situation is that the 3 Titan machines kill all the people in the South Continent and then return to the palace to continue guarding. Only then will Ji-sun and the other 2 have a chance to leave the maze again. However, things did not go as planned. Ji-sun and the other 2 could escape, but the group of people in the South Continent could not. It's not that those people didn't think of Ji-sun's way of faking his death, but their situation is the same as that of Governor Chow in the Great Cemetery Maze. Too many people have become a burden. As long as someone cannot absolutely fake his death, he will attract targets. Ji-sun knew that if those guys couldn't escape, they would definitely think of looking for them. Ji-sun was not lucky that they didn't come. He could only pray that they were killed by the mechanical titan before they came. Unfortunately, they didn't. The corridor was originally dead silent. But at this time, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded. Ji-sun heard the footsteps that were already very close, and immediately knew that something was wrong. He stood up decisively. Senior, let's go. Old Su and Che-er beside him listened, and immediately stood up from under the ice, complaining at the same time, damn it, why did those guys come to us? But the enemy came faster than expected. They didn't come running. They came through the wall. A space crack suddenly appeared in the corridor, and several embarrassed guys rushed out. Ji-sun looked and saw that it was not Prince Salo and his men. Who else could it be? There were nearly 100 people before. Now there are only 5 people. Prince Salo and his men have been chased, and have no choice but to run. They don't have Old Man Su's human navigator, and Ji-sun's familiarity with the maze. They ran around in panic, but still couldn't get rid of the mechanical titan's pursuit. They were stuck in a dead end several times. Fortunately, they had a few life-saving space shuttle cards. That's why they survived until now. When they just jumped out of the space crack, Prince Salo and his companions were happy at first. But then they frowned. They thought that Ji-sun and the other 2 had a secret way to leave the underground palace, but when they saw the ice on the ground, they understood everything instantly. Did these 3 guys use fake death to deceive those mechanical monsters? The 5 people of Salo had different expressions, and their minds became active. Ji-sun did not expect that the 2 sides would meet in this way. Both sides stared at each other. No one dared to make a move. Now there might be only 8 of them alive in the entire underground palace. If they made a move here, they would definitely attract the lock of the 3 nearby mechanical titans. And they could already hear the metal friction sound of the warrior mechanical titan chasing. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely tense. The 5 people of Salo were already frightened birds, and they dared not move. Ji-sun saw that the other party had no intention of taking action, and it was too late to change places. He sneered, and simply lay on the ground. Old Su and Che-er on the side saw it, and followed suit. When the 5 people of Salo saw it, their expressions were stiff. But when they heard the mechanical sound getting closer and closer, they did not dare to hesitate, and lay down together. They did not dare to try this method easily before, but now the 3 guys in front of them had obviously tried it, and the 5 people thought that they would have no problem. This is also the only hope of survival at present. In the huge underground palace corridor, the cold air was floating, and there was an eerie silence. Ji-sun and the other 8 pretended to be dead in an awkward and tacit way. While they were pretending to be dead, on the other side, in the palace where the Mad King Alduin was buried, a young man wearing a crown slowly climbed the steps and sneered. Even if you covet the ancestral tomb of Augustus, it depends on whether you have the life to get out alive. This person was none other than Arthur, the new king of Orin. Chapter 325. Ji-sun estimated that the 3 Titan mechas were controlled by the undead rather than technology. Their perception was just like the other undead monsters in the underground palace, and was obviously limited. Otherwise, if it were controlled by living people, it would not be so easy for 8 living people to fake their death and hide it. After lying for a while, the mechanical friction sound in the maze finally disappeared. But no one on both sides dared to move. No one knew whether the three Titan mechas had gone far, and it was not certain how large their perception range was. In a flash, it was almost half an hour. It was long and uneasy. While pretending to be dead, Ji-sun also repeatedly deduced everything. Whether it was the people from the South Continent or the three Guardian mechas, they were invincible. If he wanted to survive, he could only rely on the angel's body, and the old man Su, who was sometimes smart and sometimes not. No matter which way of thinking, he felt that the probability of his sudden death was very high in the current situation. But Ji-sun always had a very strange feeling. From the beginning when Prince Salo bought the Gravedigger's map from the intelligence dealer. From the beginning to the present situation, the cause and effect line is very simple. After getting the blueprint, he must check it out. After checking it out, he found the royal mausoleum and trapped the royal mausoleum to death. The events are clear and everything feels natural. But it is because of this seemingly normal plot development that Ji-sun always feels that there are still some hidden lines that he has not noticed. The sudden appearance of the Titan mecha must be someone who triggered some restriction in the mausoleum. It is most likely by way of the Bai family. However, although the Bai family has a long heritage, it is not necessarily clear about the situation of the Augustus mausoleum. Now the Bai family has become the high priest of the Orin royal family. Ji-sun always feels that by Wei's appearance, he seems to be instructed by the new king of Orin. But if the Orin royal family is involved, this matter is not so simple. Ji-sun thought of some possibilities in his mind. But the reality lacks some necessary evidence to confirm his guess. Soon he waited. The 8 people from both sides just lay on the ground pretending to be dead. Pray that the 3 mechas did not find the target, and then return to the palace. This deadlock may be broken. However, suddenly, there was a slight sound of air flow in the underground palace. Although it was weak, everyone present was a master, and their perception was extremely sharp. Everyone realized a problem at the same time. Someone was fighting. This underground palace has been silent for thousands of years. It was dead silent without outsiders entering, and there was not even any air flow. This meant that there were others in the underground palace besides them. The battle was far away, and the shockwave could still reach here, which meant that there was a lot of movement. But where did this person come from? The people in the southern continent were still guessing what was going on. However, when Ji-sun sensed this fluctuation, he suddenly understood, is that so? If it was just by Wei, that guy definitely didn't have the qualifications to make such a big noise. There was only one possibility. That was someone from the Orin royal family. If it was really as he had deduced, then Ji-sun felt that his old friend should have come too. Thinking of this, Ji-sun's heart suddenly resumed its normal beating, and then he suddenly stood up. This slight movement made the hearts of the 5 people of Prince Salo not far away tremble, and they thought he was going to run away at all costs. After all, even if they avoided the mechanical monster, they would never let these 3 people go. As long as they are not stupid, they will definitely choose to find a chance to escape. Without waiting for orders, the captain of Prince Salo's close guards immediately turned over, and was about to take action. However, what was unexpected was that after getting up, Ji-sun had no intention of running away. His frowning eyebrows were completely relaxed, and he moved his frozen muscles, ignoring the silver-armored guard opposite who locked him. It was a dead end just now. But now, it is not. The weak fluctuation in the air completed the last link of his deduction. Old Man Su and Che-er watched Ji-sun stand up, and they also stood up. The 2 did not understand why, but they did not have time to ask. Because Prince Salo, and the other 4 who noticed that something was wrong at this moment also stood up from the state of suspended animation. The 2 sides confronted each other. They did not dare to act rashly. Looking at Ji-sun, who was calm and unhurried on the opposite side, the expressions of the 5 people in the southern continent gradually became solemn. They couldn't figure out where the guy's calmness came from. The higher the rank of the card master, the sharper the perception of crisis. Prince Salo and the other 5 all felt that the shadow of death from being chased by the mechanical titan was lingering in their hearts again. It seemed that they were also being watched by some mysterious existence. But they didn't know where the source of the crisis was. The 7th rank old master glanced at the golden coffin beside Ji-sun, and guessed that there must be something dangerous inside. But he was confident that if the 3 people on the opposite side had any abnormal movement of touching the coffin, he could kill them immediately. Ji-sun was of course self-aware. He couldn't do anything in front of a 7th level card master. If he really wanted to release the angel, he had a little chance when he stood up just now. If he missed it, it would be gone. But now, he had no such idea at all. Instead, Ji-sun looked at the people in the South Continent in front of him, his deep pupils faintly showing a hint of teasing, and said, "Your Highness Salo, are you interested in a gamble?" Salo listened, looked down upon him, and sneered, haha. He is the 19th prince of the Red Dragon Kingdom, a high-ranking noble, and a pure-blooded dragon. Not just anybody is qualified to talk to him. Seeing this, the captain of the guard beside Salo immediately understood and said calmly, "Who are you?" Ji-sun didn't care about the other party's arrogance at all. After all, it's normal for a powerful person to be a little arrogant. He also ignored the guard's aggressive questioning and continued, "Your Highness Salo, think carefully, this is your last chance to get out alive." As soon as these confusing words came out, a murderous intent immediately filled the air. There was also an indescribable weirdness. Ji-sun's calmness made the 5 people on the opposite side look suspicious and cautious. 5 pairs of eyes stared at the 3 people in front of them like blades. They couldn't understand where the confidence of the 3 people in front of them came from. An unknown sequence guy, a 4th-level swordsman, who comprehended the sword of time, and a weird old man who could rescue people in front of so many people. Although it was indeed extraordinary. But after all, the gap in rank is too big. The 5 people from the southern continent didn't think the other party had any chance of winning. When Ji-sun said this, even Old Man Su and Che-er looked sideways, also wondering where Ji-sun's confidence came from. Although Salo felt that he was offended, he could have immediately ordered someone to kill the other party. But his intuition always made him feel that this matter was getting weirder and weirder. Could it be that those guys knew the location of the 3 mechanical monsters and deliberately angered me? Or did they know that there was any special taboo in this mausoleum? Or maybe Salo was also very sharp-minded, and he thought of a lot of things at once. Ji-sun completely ignored the guard's intention. After a moment of silence, Salo finally spoke, "What do you want to bet on?" He didn't dare to make a rash decision without knowing it. Ji-sun said directly, "Play a game with me. If you win, I tell you how to leave this mausoleum. If you lose, just leave your life behind. Since the old friend is here, all the crises are solved. It's a pity that these guys died like this. Just to have some fun." Ji-sun couldn't beat the 2 6th-level guards and the 7th-level old teacher, and he had no interest in it. But here were 2 outstanding graduates from the Royal Academy of Arel, whose ranks were just right. It would be a pity not to try. Princess Betty had tried it before, and she had seen most of the spells. Besides, this woman obviously had some hidden cards. Ji-sun didn't intend to force her into a desperate situation. And this Prince Salo was a more suitable opponent. If we really talk about strength, this guy is a little stronger than Betty, and can bring a greater threat of death to Ji-sun. As a melee professional, the ancient martial arts on him are exactly what Ji-sun is extremely curious about. But because of this, he feels that it would be a pity if he doesn't fight. Besides, Ji-sun is determined to get this guy's 3-headed golem Saint Dragon Iron Guard profession card. As soon as this was said, the 5 people in the South Continent had different expressions. They thought Ji-sun would use duel. In this form, he fought for the last chance to survive. After all, duels were very popular among the imperial aristocracy. Once he agreed, he had to abide by it. However, none of the 5 people expected that Ji-sun's gambling conditions did not mention letting him go. What on earth does this guy want to do? It was the first time that Salo encountered such an arrogant provocation. He felt offended and angry, and said coldly, "Hey, are you so confident that you can beat me?" Although he did not see the battle between Ji-sun and Betty, he could guess that it must be very difficult to survive in the hands of Betty, the first element manipulator of the Royal Academy. But even so, he was also confident that he would never lose. No, if we don't exclude external things, I'm not sure I can beat you." Ji-sun also saw the confidence in his strength from the other party's eyes, and some thoughts in his heart could no longer be suppressed. He raised an exaggerated smile at the corner of his mouth and added, "So, how about adding a condition that we don't use any external means and rely on our own strength to duel?" He didn't doubt that a prince had some treasures on him. But Ji-sun also has it. It would be meaningless to take out the angel soul. As for helpers, he also has them. Rely on your own strength? Hearing this, Salo actually had the intention to kill. Where does this guy get the confidence to defeat a pure-blooded dragon with his physical body? When has he ever been humiliated like this since he was a child? Salo's last bit of worry disappeared. I thought the other party would use some means, such as the things in the coffin, or special relics or something. Now it seems that he just wants to fight to the death with me. Of course, he was not afraid, and he was also interested in fighting with such an opponent. He didn't think he would lose. Salo was about to say something, but the old master beside him also saw his student's thoughts and suddenly interrupted. "Haha, you are just a nobody. What qualifications do you think you have to say this to His Highness?" As a 7th level, his perception was more acute. His intuition told him, that there was something fishy about this. The old master couldn't figure out where the crisis was. But he definitely didn't want his own prince to fight a life-and-death duel with someone. So, even if he lost face as a high-level card master, he planned to take the initiative and solve this problem. Moreover, for a necromancer, getting certain answers does not necessarily mean that he needs to be alive. This sudden interruption actually concealed a little bit of death energy fluctuation that he had gathered to form a spell. As the spell cards in his sleeves dissipated, Lao Fu's eyes were full of coldness. Spell 3 corpses separated souls. In an instant, 3 blood-red evil spirits appeared out of thin air above Ji Sun and the other 2. The 7th level card master sneak attacked and cast a spell instantly, without giving anyone any chance to react. Ji Sun actually guessed that he would sneak attack the moment this guy opened his mouth. The 7th level didn't want to face the sneak attack, and he couldn't avoid it, and he didn't mean to avoid it. He just muttered in boredom, boring. The 3 evil spirits rushed towards Ji Sun, and the other 2 with ferocious faces. Although Prince Salo and Princess Betty on the opposite side also felt that this sneak attack was a bit embarrassing for the royal family, they couldn't say anything in the current situation. 3 corpses separated from the soul, it is already a very high-level necromancy spell. Once the target soul is locked, it will not stop until it dies. And it is not a normal biological energy fluctuation, so it can be sensed by those mechanical monsters to the greatest extent. Originally, I thought that I would see Ji Sun and the other 2 die on the spot in the next second. But the accident came even more suddenly. A dramatic scene was staged immediately. The 3 evil spirits rushed into the distance of 1 foot between the 3 people, trying to attack the soul. But the next moment, the old man with an unremarkable appearance just glanced at them, and a sharp flash flashed in his turbid eyes, and the 3 evil spirits stopped on the spot. Instantly, they were like cats whose tails were stepped on, and their fur immediately stood up. Yes, they stood up. The 3 evil spirits seemed to have seen something that made them extremely frightened, and their spirit bodies were frightened and turned into irregular jagged shapes. What's going on? The 5 people from the South Continent on the opposite side were puzzled as to what the 3 guys had done. It seemed that the old man glared at them, and he was so frightened that his spirit body almost collapsed. Evil spirits that were originally condensed evil spirits, how could they be frightened? However, before their shock showed on their faces, an even more unexpected scene appeared. The 3 evil spirits seemed to have seen something extremely terrifying, and turned to flee. However, they did not expect that just after they ran a short distance, a wisp of soul-shaking cold wind blew past. Like lightning, a blue ghost cat with 5 eyes sprang out of thin air from the void. In the blink of an eye, it swallowed the 3 evil spirits into its stomach. The 5-eyed cat swallowed the evil spirits as if it had eaten 3 mice, and squatted in the corner with satisfaction. At this time, a slender hand stretched out from the void, gently stroked the big cat's head, and praised, "Meow meow, you did a good job." Seeing the cloaked man who appeared out of thin air, the people of the southern continent were as if they were facing a great enemy. Ji Sun had seen this ghost cat before. It was a very rare ghost species disaster Inamoluo 5-eyed evil cat. And the mysterious person wearing the cloaked man was of course its owner, the psychic lady. Ji Sun looked at the man and cat who suddenly appeared, as if he had known it long ago, and was not surprised at all. Instead, he was a little surprised by what old man Su did just now. It was not the civet cat that scared away the 3 evil spirits, but this old man. Just as he was thinking, Nanjing lifted his cloak and bowed very obediently. "Hello, Senior Su." Old man Su was stunned for a moment, and replied hesitantly, "Hello, young lady." But after thinking for a while, he asked again, "Do we know each other?" Nanjing blinked and said, "My mother mentioned you to me. You once gave her some advice." "Ah?" Old man Su obviously forgot, and looked confused. A few simple words made the 5 people from the southern continent on the opposite side break out in cold sweat. They never thought that things would develop to such a point. Old Fu looked at the 4 people in front of him, who were already very serious, and whispered to Salo beside him, "Your Highness, be careful. Moro cat, this kind of evil creature is not unfamiliar to him, a necromancer. Not to mention that this legendary disaster is hard to come by. Even if it is captured, it is difficult for humans to tame it. Even if it is really tamed, it is extremely easy to devour its owner. This psychic is not very old, but he can tame this evil cat so docile?" Old Fu realized instantly that the person coming here is definitely not simple. So the young man's confidence is that this psychic is an accomplice? But Old Fu is a little confused. In Long Wei's perception, the other party's rank may not be higher than his. How can he be so calm? In his eyes, the 4 guys in front of him are full of weirdness. Things are getting more and more unpredictable for him. After Nanjing greeted Old Man Su, he looked at Ji-sun with a smile and asked curiously, "Wow, how did Mr. Ji-sun guess that I was here?" Obviously, the old gentleman didn't notice it. "Just now." Ji-sun smiled. This girl with a bald head was able to hide in the Red Dragon Palace for half a month without being discovered. It was normal that the 7th level old master couldn't notice it. He didn't know how to explain his deduction. He didn't elaborate, but instead asked Xiao Nan, "When did you come?" Nanjing came, so Chu Jiao should have come too. This was also the result of Ji-sun's previous deduction. The noise of the battle just now must have been a conflict between Chu Jiao and the new King Arthur, since it was guessed that Bai Wei was lurking in the trial team and came to the Imperial Mausoleum at the behest of the Oran royal family. Then it is not surprising that Arthur, as the king, would appear in his own ancestral mausoleum. And Augustus is not the only legitimate heir of Arthur, but also an illegitimate princess who is living outside. It is not surprising that Chu Jiao came here. In the battle of the treasure house of the god ruins of Innocent City, the Silver Moon sect and the Scarlet sect were almost wiped out. Ji-sun also learned some details later. The reason why Nanjing's mother did not stand on the side of the Oran royal family at that time was not because she betrayed the blood contract between the high priest and Augustus. Instead, she supports Chu Jiao, the first heir. This also involves some complicated struggles for royal power and plans for the continuation of civilization. The details cannot be explained in a few words. But Ji-sun knows that Chu Jiao is now trying to take back some of his own things because of his mother's death. This mausoleum is also the mausoleum of Chu Jiao's ancestors. She also has the right to inherit some of the ancestral heritage inside. No matter what his friends want to do, Ji-sun will certainly support them. And this old friend is now a member of the Illuminati Hermitage. So this matter is very subtle. Ji-sun felt that Mushroom Head could definitely think of what he could think of. No wonder he felt that the hand that left no trace was a little familiar before. It was only then that he figured it out, because the Illuminati Hermitage was involved in this matter. As for why it was so mysterious, it was to guard against some mysterious means. After all, there are many high-level dragons among the giant dragons who have the ability of divination and prophecy. For example, the Black Dragon. But Ji-sun still had one thing in mind. The Gravedigger's treasure map before should not be the work of Mushroom Head. Although the intelligence system of the Illuminati Hermitage is powerful, it has been isolated in the East Wilderness for 3,000 years. Ji-sun speculated that Jia Yu didn't even know that the mausoleum was in the Rune Highlands before. So, there must be someone else who came up with this information. When Ji-sun saw Nanjing, he thought of the only possibility, which could only be the rebel dragon army in the southern continent. It should be that Alice's side began to play a role. Thoughts raced in an instant. Hearing Ji-sun's words, Nanjing's eyes were as bright and clear as flowing water, and she said, "I have been following you since you entered the Tomb of Doubt." After all, the mausoleum is very dangerous, and she was also worried that Ji-sun would encounter an accident, so she followed him all the time. Besides, she is the direct descendant of the High Priest, and she also wants to see if someone has trespassed into the mausoleum of Augustus. Ji-sun didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard it. He thought the trial was very dangerous, but it turned out that this girl with a bun was secretly following him throughout the whole process. However, now is not the time to think about those things. He looked at the 5 people from the southern continent opposite him and said again, "Your Highness Salo, what do you think? If you change your mind now, what I said is still valid. No matter what the outcome of the battle between Chu Jiao and the new King Arthur is, it is impossible for these outsiders from the southern continent to get out alive." At this point, the 5 people from the southern continent already knew that things were not going well. Sane certainly saw the situation clearly. Not to mention the 3 Titan machines that disappeared. Even the mysterious psychic who appeared now had to be taken seriously. Although he didn't see as clearly as Ji-sun, he also saw the outline of the conspiracy. The psychic who had followed him all the way but didn't notice it at all, and the people fighting in the depths of the underground palace, can directly prove that this trial seemed to be calculated by someone from beginning to end. Since the other party came prepared. If they really fight, they may not have a chance of winning. Besides, even if they win by luck, how can they get out? But Salo didn't expect it. He thought the other party said a duel because of some tricks. Now it's obvious that there is a great chance of winning, but he still insists on fighting. Salo didn't flinch, and he didn't hesitate anymore, and agreed okay. After saying this, even the old Fu next to him didn't say anything more. He looked at Old Man Su and Nanjing again, and the more he looked, the more he felt a sense of mystery that was hard to figure out. Chapter 326. The people in the South Continent didn't understand what was going on. How did it suddenly change from a maze battle royale to a one-on-one duel? Even Prince de Salo himself didn't fully understand why the guy on the other side was so determined to duel with him. And not far behind him, Princess Betty's sharp eyes showed a hint of depth, as if she had guessed something, and she said to herself, "Does this guy want to use Salo to hone his martial arts? What a tough guy." She had fought with Ji-sun before, and deeply felt the difficulty of this enemy. He was obviously one level lower than her, but they fought to a draw. Even though there were many geniuses in the Imperial Royal Academy, she had never encountered such a tough opponent. The guy was almost killed several times in the battle, but from beginning to end, she did not see any fear, timidity, or retreat on his face. There was only excitement, ferocity, and almost hysterical fighting spirit. Betty couldn't figure out why a 4th-level card master with unknown origins could be so ridiculously strong. And the ridiculous strength was only part of it. What lingered in Betty's mind was the terrifying learning and replicating ability. Any of her spells, once used, the opponent would have a very deep understanding, and would never be tricked again. This incredible ability to comprehend before the battle was what she found most difficult. The more he fought, the stronger he became. So she knew it from the beginning. This guy didn't come after Salo for any conspiracy, but simply wanted to fight. To improve himself. Even if he died, he would not hesitate. Really crazy. Thinking of this, a hint of depth appeared on Betty's cold face. Although she didn't think Salo, who was stronger than herself, would lose. But she always felt that the guy on the other side would not lose. Nanjing and Ji-sun were very familiar friends. Since she killed Chao Yu, the governor of Wuzhou City, she knew that Ji-sun's character was like this. So when she heard about the duel, the bald-headed lady did not dissuade him. Besides, she didn't think Ji-sun would lose. Since the rules were set for a fair duel without external objects, there must be a restriction. Nanjing glanced at Ji-sun and suggested, "Mr. Ji-sun, how about I set up a duel arena for you?" Ji-sun grinned, "Okay." Nanjing didn't say much after hearing the response, and raised her hand to summon a secret scroll. Then she tore open the scroll, found a certain spell, and clapped her slender hands, "Poker game duel arena." Instantly, a blue barrier appeared on the spot. Thinking of something, Nanjing murmured, "This is a fair competition, no foreign objects are allowed." As if some kind of rules were set, an enlightening and visible dual rule appeared on the blue light barrier. Ji-sun was also quite surprised to see Miss Ballhead use this trick. He had seen this spell. Poker game is a rule-based barrier spell. When he was planning to kill Queen Orlan in Lion City, Mushroom-headed Jia, he used a poker game called Snow White. This kind of spell requires a high level of understanding of the law. Normally, even legendary masters may not be able to master it. Ji-sun did not expect that Miss Wanzatu could use such a high-level spell now. The people on the opposite side of the South Continent also had different expressions. Even Lao Fu looked at Nanjing using this poker game with a serious look. He took a look at the huge scroll, and thought it was some kind of solidified spell that could only be used by borrowing relics. But whether it was a relic or one's own ability, if it could be used, it would be a strong enemy. Poker games are not unfamiliar to high-level card masters. As a member of the royal family, he has naturally seen a lot of them. Salo watched Ji-sun walk in, took a look at the barrier, and walked in without hesitation. As the rules say, this dual field prohibits all external objects. Before the winner is decided, outsiders should not try to intervene. Unless, the means can break the rules of the dual field. Salo has never been challenged to a duel by a card master who is one major rank lower than him. He dared to agree. Of course, he has the corresponding strength. As a royal and pure-blooded dragon, Salo could not hide his anger. Looking at his opponent, he sneered, "Do you think you are qualified to fight me with this poker game? Even with the flesh, would a dragon be afraid of a human? It's just wishful thinking." He even felt that the enemy in front of him had cut off his only way out. Ji-sun didn't mind being looked down upon. These days, he had already seen that these dragons seemed to be like dragons, and they had an instinctive arrogance towards pure-blooded humans, just like higher creatures looking down on lower creatures. The purer the blood, the stronger the sense of superiority in life. Of course not. Ji-sun's mouth curled up in a teasing arc, shrugged and said, "It's 20 to 80 between you and me. You're 80, I'm 20. Humph." Prince Salo snorted coldly. He wanted to say that the other party was self-aware. But after thinking about it for a moment, he felt something was wrong. This is a fight to the death. This guy in front of him knew that the chances of winning were so low, and he still dared to make such a request. But? Unexpectedly, Ji-sun suddenly changed the subject. There was no fear on his face, but a strong fighting spirit was overflowing from his eyes, and he grinned with neat white teeth, If you still can't kill me in a quarter of an hour, the victory and defeat will be 50-50. Hearing this, Prince Salo frowned immediately. Although he thought that a battle with such a big gap would not take a quarter of an hour. But hearing the words 50-50, he felt humiliated again. He turned around and looked at the more evil smile. He thought it was a trick, put away his contempt, and said in a deep voice, "Do you think you can anger me like this?" "No." Ji-sun shook his head and said his thoughts calmly, "I'm just telling you a fact." After saying this, he also wanted to test his ability to deduce the world. As Ji-sun raised his eyebrows, murderous aura surged into the sky, and the corners of his mouth showed uncontrollable excitement. "If you are still alive after 2/4 of an hour, then you will definitely not survive. I'm afraid of you." Salo was about to sneer. But as soon as he finished speaking, the shadow of the clown demon god appeared behind Ji-sun. Salo's pupil shrank suddenly. Demon solution? When he saw the clown demon god, he swallowed his words, and his expression immediately became solemn. He couldn't hide his surprise. What sequence is this? The South Continent continued most of the inheritance of the Talon dynasty. There are almost some records of the 52 demon god sequences in the palace treasury of the Black Dragon royal family. But I have never seen a demon god in this form. Is it just a special cursed spirit? Salo thought about it, and immediately rejected his idea. This pressure can dispel his dragon power. It is definitely a projection of a high-level demon god. It is absolutely impossible for a cursed spirit to be condensed by a card master of this level. For the first time, he realized that the opponent in front of him might be more capable than he expected. And there was a sense of evil. Not only Salo, but also the other people in the southern continent outside the barrier, except Betty, could not hide their surprise. Even the 7th level old master looked at the mysterious shadow of the clown demon god. His face was full of solemnity, and he guessed in his heart, could it be a discontinued 52 epic source card? What he saw was not only a career sequence he had never seen before. He also saw a kind of superb talent. The smile on Ji-sun's face and the clown's phantom seemed to be imprinted from the same mold, and when people looked at the demon phantom, it seemed like the card master's own projection. Old Fu knew what this meant. This was a manifestation of the high degree of fit between the card master and the demon mark. It usually means that the other party has mastered the magic solution for a long time, and he has an extraordinary understanding of the demon power of this sequence. Just talking about the understanding of the power of the professional demon, Lao Fu has never seen this level in any 4th level card master. Looking at the shadow of the demon god revealed by the opponent, Salo instantly drowned the surprise in his eyes, and his expression became more and more indifferent. "I have to admit that you do have the strength to fight me. The dragon is a superior race that pursues power. As a high-purity dragon descendant, he does not allow his pride to be tarnished in the slightest. As a prodigy who has been arrogant since childhood, this red dragon prince also has the desire for a strong opponent." As he spoke, Salo's bones and muscles crackled, his skin was covered with dark red dragon scales, and his body visibly grew. In a blink of an eye, the high-pitched dragon roar resounded throughout the barrier. 3 ferocious dragon heads, red, brown, and green, stared at the enemy in front of them. He said domineeringly and majestically, "Well, it just so happens that no one in the academy can force me to use my supernatural powers, so I let you see it." But before he finished speaking, he suddenly heard a pop sound of stepping into the air. Ji-sun's eyebrows flashed with sharpness, and his leg muscles suddenly bulged, and he disappeared on the spot in an instant. The dragon race is not only powerful, greedy, and arrogant, but also cunning by nature. Ji-sun certainly knew that the guy on the opposite side could not say so much because of arrogance, but was secretly accumulating spell power and preparing a very strong spell. This duel is a fight to the death, and there is no room for carelessness. This is true for both sides. Strike first to gain the upper hand. Just watching the series of air explosion ripples in the air, I was overwhelmed, and the distance of 100 meters was reached in an instant. "You Lu Bung." A layer of frost lingered on Ji-sun's fist. He charged a heavy punch, and punched the lower abdomen of the 3 dragon heads, which was the position of the heart. Bang! The muffled sound of a sandbag and a heavy hammer. While transforming into a giant dragon with a length of more than 10 meters, and gaining super strong defense, Salo also lost the ability to move quickly. The target was also bigger. The domineering fist force penetrated the dragon scales that had not been completely covered, and the force was completely poured into the huge body. Salo did not expect the opponent's speed to be so fast. Even among the 5th level ones he had seen, there were few with such exaggerated displacement ability. When this punch came down, Salo groaned. Before his dragon claws could hit him, Ji-sun had stepped into the air again and appeared on the back of the dragon's body. Then another heavy punch came down. Bang! The huge force made the dragon's body tremble slightly. The muffled sound was still echoing in his ears, and then he heard the sound of breaking through the air again. His figure flashed, and another punch hit his lower abdomen. Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, Ji-sun's figure was like a ghost, and he punched more than a dozen times in a row. Every punch hits the flesh. The reason why he likes such an opponent is largely because this guy can withstand his full firepower. An important feature of Gongwu's Ba Quan is real damage. As long as it can touch the opponent's body, the damage will be directly increased. Ji-sun's understanding of Ba Quan is still very superficial, so he can't play the level of Gongwu's point and the power to hit wherever he points against the magic card master. The Princess Betty who fought before was a spell system, and Ji-sun couldn't do anything to her. The most important reason is that his current power can't completely break the 5th level spell shield. But this Salo is a melee fighter of the order sequence, and can only be resisted by the flesh. Not to mention who is stronger or weaker, it can only be said that Ji-sun's current level of Tyrant Fist is more restrained by the melee Salo. That is, at the same time of fighting and touching. Ji-sun has analyzed the data he wants in his mind. This guy's dragon body physique, toughness ranges from 900 to 1200, and the strength value should be above 800. You must not fight hard. The law of flame dragon breath is also very penetrating, but as long as you are not sprayed directly, you will not die. The most troublesome thing is the ability of the Order Dragon Head. So far, he has not shown 2 advanced spells. Since it is aimed at the kingship, the ability of this sequence is definitely not bad. This attribute is absolutely overwhelming for human card masters of the same level. The dragon body has almost no shortcomings. If there is one, it can only be agility. The 3-headed dragon that Salo transformed into cannot fly, and in this duel with limited range, the huge body actually limits his combat power. Ji-sun's current agility attribute is 273, and after the transformation, it has reached an exaggerated 500 plus. Although he is not that strong among the 5th-tier players, he is just a bit faster than Salo. As long as he roams and consumes energy, he can slowly gain an advantage. But the premise is that he should not be touched. With such a gap in attributes, Ji-sun knew that if he was touched, he would be very disabled. The battle in the duel field suddenly became white-hot. Several people from the southern continent were stunned. Salo's strength was justified. But the guy on the opposite side was still a 4th-tier player? It was also the first time they saw such an exaggerated and outrageous career sequence. They saw in Ji-sun the shadows of the Qigong Master and Beast Walker, and it seemed that there were shadows of the natural disaster and hero sequences? And the secret method displayed in the battle was equally outrageous. A healing ability that can instantly restore the body, a golden body, and what about the exaggerated curse power? This is definitely not an ordinary secret method. It must be of a very high grade. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, even Lao Fu, a tutor at the Royal Academy, would not have believed that someone could master such a variety of professional abilities at the same time and comprehend it so deeply. Ji-sun showed too many different professional abilities, and no one dared to determine what his profession was. But the fact is, he was very strong, so strong that at the beginning of the duel, the clown's momentum even overwhelmed the 3 dragons. And seeing this, Princess Betty, who was watching the battle from a distance, finally understood what was going on with her feeling of being seen through before. As a bystander, she finally understood the terrifying calculation ability under the clown's combat power. Obviously, Salo has overwhelming strength in terms of rank combat power. It was obvious that he could injure the opponent with one grab, and that a breath of dragon's breath could burn through the aura. But unfortunately, none of them caused fatal damage. Even after several extreme pulls, it only touched the corners of the clothes, causing some minor injuries. At first, I thought it was because the clown had a high fighting instinct. Or maybe it was a coincidence. But after watching for a while, Betty has confirmed that this seemingly thrilling battle is entirely due to some kind of calculation ability. Every punch is just right, every step is accurately calculated to land, and every dodge is accurately predicted. The opponent's reaction is just like playing chess. When the spectators only see the current move, the chess player has already seen the move several moves later. Betty finally understood why she couldn't kill that guy before. The opponent calculated everything about her. Betty also understood what Ji-sun meant by what he said before. After 2/4 of an hour, Salo had no chance of winning. This deduction ability will become more and more advantageous as time goes by. After Salo used all his methods, there was nothing left that would make the opponent beyond expectations. Naturally, the chances of winning will become lower and lower. Thinking of this, Betty felt a chill on her back. What a terrifying opponent. Thinking that if she had continued to fight, she would have ended up with the same result. She glanced at Salo, who had always been suppressing her in the academy, and made her own judgment in her heart. Although the dragon's power and fire dragon breath are strong, that guy will definitely not be hit. If Salo wants to win, he can only rely on his order ability. But in a blink of an eye, she looked at the figure that landed accurately like a ghost, and muttered in her heart, why does this deduction ability seem like some legendary magic secret? The pace of the battle was very fast. The two men in the duel arena had already fought dozens of rounds in a blink of an eye. Salo was hit by dozens of punches, and looked very embarrassed. But Ji-sun did not dare to be careless at all. He knew that the damage of these attacks on the enemy was very limited. It was impossible to determine the winner in a short time. Moreover, although he tried his best to interrupt before, this guy had resisted for so long, and the spell should be ready. The reason why Ji-sun said that the victory and defeat in the previous quarter of an hour was 20 to 80. The most important reason was the spell he was going to face next. Ji-sun knew that the other party was going to use the power of the order sequence. But he didn't know much about this sequence. Besides, Salo was the prince of the Red Dragon, and he must have mastered some secrets unknown to the outside world. Hey, what spell will it be? A range attack, or a locking spell? Ji-sun had already deduced several possibilities in his mind. In each of the endings, he would be dead. In this moment, Ji-sun wandered around Salo's body like a ghost, but the feeling of approaching death became heavier and heavier. Although I don't know what kind of spell this guy prepared. But Ji-sun can already feel the cold feeling of the sickle of the god of death on his neck, which is getting clearer and clearer. Because of this, Ji-sun's face showed greed for this kind of pleasure. Like dancing on the edge of a knife. One step to life. One step to the abyss. It's hard to find an opponent who can make you feel the threat of death. Because of this excitement, Ji-sun's thoughts have been deduced to the extreme. The world became clear. At this moment, something unexpected happened. It also came as expected. Prince Salo's green head, which represented order, suddenly burst out with a powerful dragon power, and a majestic voice, like a cannonball filled his ears, divine power 10 laws of kingship. Ji-sun's back instantly went numb when he heard it, and he immediately understood what it was. Rule-based means. It's really a range-based spell. The strong will not complain about the environment. Although this arena limits the performance of the dragon body to a certain extent. But at the same time, it also restricts both parties. If it is a ranged spell, it is absolutely impossible to avoid it. Salo sneered. The spell was completed, and the opponent had no chance of escaping. Law 1. King's power suppresses. Law 2. I execute the punishment of justice. Law 3. What I judge is the imprisonment of truth, judgment, splitting corpses. The three evil dragons spoke at the same time, and the three mantras seemed to have some kind of magic. As soon as they spoke, some kind of extraordinary order was created in the dark. Magic power? As the target, Ji-sun sensed the danger immediately. He confirmed that it was a range attack, and with a turn of his eyes, he made a decision immediately. He did not dodge, but rushed towards the huge dragon body. He had already found out the weak points of the dragon body after some testing just now. I happen to know magical power. Ji-sun's fist was wrapped in a gravitational vortex, like a black hole, and his eyes were like torches, Bakwan earth rumbling. This is the best opportunity. Salo saw this and his pupil shrank slightly. Is this the natural disaster magical power? Seeing the gravitational vortex lingering on the fist, he felt vaguely familiar. Isn't this the magic secret method of the rebel cadre Aragorn to cause the gods to fall? How could this guy also do it? Salo was greatly surprised, but he restrained himself in an instant. At the same time, he sneered in his heart. How could he not see Ji-sun's tactic of exchanging injuries for injuries? It was absolutely impossible for the other party to interrupt him. Salo was confident that he might be injured by a punch. But the other party would definitely die. He did not stop the spell at all, and the sound of the fist and the high-pitched dragon roar sounded almost at the same time. Puff. With a sound. Salo's three dragon heads spurted out blood at the same time. At the same time, the clown in front of him froze. Bang. He exploded into a ball of blood mist, and died on the spot. Dead? The audience under the ring held their breath when they saw the scene. Old Fu was relieved when he saw Salo use this move. This is the secret magical power of the Red Dragon royal family. The terrifying power is definitely not something a 4th level or even 5th level card master can resist. Especially in this kind of environment where it is impossible to escape. The winner is already determined. Betty's frown relaxed slightly, And she was just curious, that guy actually knows the secret method of inducing the fall of the gods, and he has never used it before. However, compared with the relief of the people in the southern continent, the audience on the other side was much calmer. Except for Che Er, who couldn't hide his nervousness. Old Man Su and Nan Jing seemed to have seen through something, and their expressions were calm. The old man smacked his lips and commented, "This kid is not bad. He didn't die with this move, and the opponent has no chance. Yeah, it's over." Nan Jing's crystal eyes were also bright, and his eyebrows were curved with a smile. Mr. Ji-sun is really as good as always. Chapter 327. Most Dragonborn card masters follow the career path of powerful force brings miracles. After all, the defense brought by the dragon bloodline, elemental affinity, and great power make their attributes far superior to human card masters of the same level. They don't need too complicated skills to exert amazing combat power. The same is true for Prince Salo in front of him. But Gongwu's Bakuan style is proficient in breaking power with skills. Coupled with the deduction ability of I Am the World, Ji-sun can't give the enemy any chance at all. Although it was far from being as thorough as Mushroom Head in calculating complex events, it was completely sufficient for this one-on-one duel. Although the transformed three-headed dragon was extremely fierce, it could only exert a few % of its combat power when facing an opponent like him. In Ji-sun's eyes, Prince Salo's attack had no secrets at all. From the moment Ji-sun threw his first punch, he had already seen countless future branching scenes. The opponent would counterattack with the dragon claw, diagonally downward at 15 degrees, hitting his footing, stepping into the air to dodge, and after the dragon claw missed, the dragon's waist would be hit by another punch. The slight instability of the left center would cause the red dragon head to spit out dragon breath to drive it away. He would dodge the dragon breath to the extreme, slightly burn it, and then attack the right side. The so-called changes of moves, skills, and strategies would be meaningless. All kinds of possibilities, like lines of fate of different colors, were rapidly deduced in Ji-sun's mind. To others, this was an extremely fierce duel with ever-changing situations, and full of uncertainty. But in Ji-sun's eyes, it was like a movie he had watched countless times. Every frame of the picture would not exceed his expectations. The future was playing out in the present like the past. This was no longer a simple prediction. Instead, it was a kind of prophetic knowledge attained after deducing the causal line. Ability. That's why the people of the East Continent all say that the Light Chaser's ability is unsolvable. As Gongwu said, unless the power is overwhelming, it is impossible to lose. The current situation is the same. Prince Salo wants to kill Ji-sun, who is only a step away from the 5th level, but he doesn't have the power to crush him. Then he can only use some means that are beyond Ji-sun's cognition and cannot be deduced. So he used Divine Power 10 Laws of Kingship. It's a pity that he was not killed. Then, there will be no chance again. Bang. With a sound, Ji-sun's body exploded into a blood mist. Blood flowed from the corner of Salo's mouth. He tried hard to suppress the restless blood in his body caused by the strange gravity, and finally showed a sense of relief. However, the solemn expression on his face just relaxed, but suddenly changed. What's going on? Salo looked at the scarlet blood in front of him, and turned into black as ink in an instant. He didn't understand what happened at all. The old Fu and others from the southern continent in the audience also froze on the spot. They watched helplessly, as the shattered corpse disintegrated into a dark element. Not far away, a figure slowly condensed. Ji-sun couldn't hold back the burning sensation in his throat, and quickly covered his mouth with his hands. Wow! He spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood seeped out from between his fingers, staining the front of his shirt red. This mouthful of blood was full of embarrassment for having escaped a disaster by luck. But his face didn't show a trace of solemnity from being severely injured. Instead, the corners of his mouth were pulled up high, and he murmured to himself, "Hee, I almost died." Ji-sun slowly raised his head and looked at Salo, who was full of doubt not far away. He tilted his head and praised sincerely, "What a powerful magical power! The secret 10 laws of royal power of the Red Dragon royal family is indeed well deserved." This scene not only made Salo look shocked and angry, but also made several people from the South Continent under the ring stunned. At this moment, in the eyes of several people, the excitement in Ji-sun's eyes was burning like a flame. That weird and strange smile seemed to make people see the irony of death. In a blink of an eye, the green light of the undead curse lingered around his body, and Ji-sun's temples were slightly frosted, and he had already returned to normal. He looked at Prince Salo, whose contempt had long disappeared from his face, and smiled softly. "Then, it's my turn. It's an honor to meet an opponent like you. But I've seen it, And that's it. As he spoke, circles of gravitational ripples that distorted space lingered around Ji-sun's body. Pop. There was a sound of air explosion. The bricks and stones under his feet cracked, and his figure had disappeared from the spot. Salo wanted to kill Ji-sun, so he had to use some means beyond his cognition. Similarly, if Ji-sun wanted to win, he had to use some means that were beyond his opponent's cognition. Ji-sun just avoided the 10 laws of kingly power, and used Joker's exclusive secret method shadow trick. This secret method can not only create a shadow that is exactly the same as itself, but also use true or false stand at a critical moment to make the shadow bear a fatal blow. Prince Salo's order magic does lock and imprison the range, but the moment of killing is a targeted damage. The shadow deceived the opponent's perception, and took the fatal damage of the main body. Ji-sun also felt that he was lucky. This magical power was also due to Salo's low rank and low proficiency in magical powers, otherwise it would not be as simple as a serious injury. But since he survived, then this spell is no longer a threat to Ji-sun. The release method, charging time, spell range, and attack characteristics are all clear. These bases are needed for prediction and interruption. Once exposed Ji-sun will never give the opponent a second chance to cast it. Before Sha Luo could react, Ji-sun, who had flashed and rushed 100 meters, had already punched his dragon scales. Earth Rumble, it was a natural disaster magic driven by gravity. Ji-sun had received guidance from Aragorn before, and his understanding of the 52 magic secret arts of the Fall of the Gods had been greatly improved. On the panel, the proficiency of this magic secret art soared from the initial LV1 to the current LV3. The most important thing was that in order to repay the grace of rescue, Aragorn taught them the secret of using Frederick that had been passed down for thousands of years without reservation. There are a lot of understandings of the law level, and techniques for dealing with various professions. This made Ji-sun's original Earth Rumble power surge several times. Gravity is gunpowder, Earth Rumble is a cannonball, and Tyrant Fist is a cannon barrel. When this punch was thrown, the air was twisted. With the point of force as the center, it was like a punch hitting a mirror. Crack. Crack. The void even cracked. Bang! Salo could not avoid it, and could only watch the fist hit the blind spot of his three-headed dragon's neck. Even though he hardened his muscles, the strange gravity from his fist still poured in. The sharp pain, like a blade breaking in his body, instantly exploded from the point of force. The magic secret technique is of a higher grade than the magical power, and can also ignore the suppression of the law of the grade to a large extent. And the range of the effect of the heavenly meteorite is not the dragon scale. It is everything within the force range. Ji-sun's fist force tore the flesh and blood through the dragon scales, and also caused great damage to the internal organs. Salo resisted this blow and groaned. Fortunately, the dragon's body is very durable, so he didn't suffer much from this punch. But the Red Dragon Prince realized at this moment that the opponent really had the means to kill him. With his body injured, his red dragon head turned back quickly, and spit out a breath of flaming dragon breath. However, Ji-sun was no longer there. Before Salo could react, he felt a needle-like pain in his waist again. Then it was the left, right, and back. The previous probing attacks made Ji-sun familiar with the various martial arts and combat habits of the Red Dragon Prince. At this moment, he was firing at full power. His figure was like a ghost, flashing frequently near Salo's dragon body of more than 10 meters. His punches hit the flesh, his momentum was getting higher and higher, and he fought heartily. On the other side, Salo's expression became more and more ugly. From this moment on, he finally realized that he might not win. Outside the duel, several people from the South Continent were stunned. The battle that was thought to have ended, no one expected such a change to happen. Not only did the man not die, but he burst out with several times the previous combat power. What kind of golden body, outrageous healing ability, exaggerated spell power, the grade of these secrets, they were just skeptical before. It was not until Ji-sun used the magic spell of attracting the gods to fall, which was known to almost everyone in the southern continent, that they realized that things were not good. This guy mastered more than one of the 52 magic secrets. And not just mastery. This level of proficiency is definitely not as simple as just a taste, it is enough to be considered proficient. It turns out that Salo, who was one of the best graduates of the Royal Academy this year, had the confidence to challenge him with a big level difference. Princess Betty frowned when she saw this, and was also very confused. What kind of occupation sequence is this guy who actually hid these methods before? Magic secret arts are not something you can learn just because you want to. It requires super high talent and occupational fit. Otherwise, there are many magical secret arts in the 3 royal treasuries of the southern continent. If you can learn them without any conditions, everyone in the royal family should know them. And after seeing this, Betty also understood. This guy is probably the spy from the eastern wasteland who rescued Aragorn in the Plague Swamp and caused the annihilation of the Hydralisk Legion. It's terrifying to think about it. This guy clearly knew that he would be wanted, but he was still so bold that he had been setting up a trap since he was in the Sorrow Valley camp, waiting for their trial group. Then he followed them all the way. Observed all the way. What a crazy and difficult opponent. Thinking of this, Betty glanced at the three people opposite Nanjing and had already begun to retreat. Just as Ji-sun asserted at the beginning. A quarter of an hour after the start, the two had a 28 to 20 chance of winning or losing. If he hadn't died, then it's a 50 to 50 chance. Now the battle is in the second stage. In the duel field, both sides opened fire and used various means to attack each other. Ji-sun's momentum has reached the extreme. He evaded the attack with his flexible body movements and then bombarded the opponent with his magical boxing. It seems that he has completely taken the initiative in the battle. But normally, Salo still has a high chance of winning. After all, there is a big level difference, and the defense of the dragon body makes it impossible for him to be killed in a short time. Dragon breath and great force can cause fatal damage to the opponent. So he can take 100 punches and still fight, while the opponent will be seriously injured after taking one punch. The battle becomes a war of attrition. Even if it is a war of attrition, the power of dragonborn spells is more advantageous than that of humans. He bet that Ji-sun will make a mistake. Several people from the South Continent in the audience had the same idea. But as time went by, their idea became more and more pessimistic. The mistake they were waiting for did not happen even once. Although Ji-sun seemed to be in a state of crazy excitement. But his behavior showed an absolute rationality that was almost numb. Every displacement, every punch, every dodge, was just right. There was no mistake. This was an absolute control over the battlefield. On the other hand, Salo was irritated by the passive heavy blows again and again, exposing his shortcomings in various ways. It was no wonder that the Black Dragon Prince was mentally unstable. Anyone would despair in the dilemma of being predicted by the enemy no matter what they did. Just when everyone in the southern continent pinned their hopes on a war of attrition, things once again went beyond their expectations. They thought that if the war continued, Salo would definitely consume all of the opponent's spell power. After all, the magic secret technique was not something that could be used casually, and the spell power consumption was much higher than that of ordinary spells. They thought that Ji-sun would definitely not be able to hold on for long with such high-intensity displacement and output. However, they were disappointed. After fighting for so long, not only did they not see any signs of Ji-sun's energy decline, but his energy even became more and more condensed. Instead, the dragon breath from Salo's mouth gradually weakened. The people of the southern continent guessed a little wrong. Dragonborn card masters do have more spell power than humans of the same level. But there is a secret technique of the 52 magic gods called gluttony that specializes in spell power. It can be said that among the 52 magic gods' forbidden techniques that Ji-sun currently masters, the gluttony secret technique taught by Gong Wu himself is definitely the most proficient. Joker's full element affinity allows him to absorb all elements as spell power. His spell power value on the panel has now exceeded 100,000. This is a big hurdle. This is not much different from the 5th level Salo, and Gong Wu has spent his life studying the secrets of Qi. The use and concentration of Qi has reached a level that others cannot imagine. Other Qigong masters need to consume 10 points of mantra power to punch, and Gong Wu only needs 4 points to achieve the same power. At that time in Shangbang prison, Gong Wu asserted that Ji-sun's way of multi-sequence full access would require far more mantra power than ordinary people. So there has been targeted guidance. Now, Ji-sun has learned the true teachings. This also makes his consumption far less than it seems. On the contrary, Salo's damage is high, but whether it is dragon breath or huge force attack, it also consumes a lot of mana. One increase and one decrease, this gap appears. And the gap will become larger and larger as time goes by. As Ji-sun said, if he is not dead after 2/4 of an hour, then Salo has no chance of winning at all. Before they knew it, the duel between the two sides had been deadlocked for more than 2/4 of an hour. You were burned by Dragon Breath Secret Comprehension +4, Fire Element Resistance +1. Suffered Dragon Scale Retaliation Damage, Retaliation Proficiency +19. You observed the secret technique Dragon Law Words, comprehended this skill, Proficiency +1. Dragon Might Resistance +2. The battle continued, and enlightenment kept flashing. Ji-sun fought more and more smoothly. At this moment, in his eyes, Salo on the opposite side was no longer a threat at all. For Ji-sun, this kind of battle is a good opportunity to brush up on skill experience. It must be said that the royal family's foundation is really strong. In addition to his magical power 10 laws of royal power, Salo also mastered a lot of secret skills and secrets. Level means 3 dragon heads, 3 professional sequences, countless coordinated fighting methods. This made Ji-sun face dangers and open his eyes. This is a mature inheritance system passed down from the Talon period, which is exquisite and more detailed. Ji-sun also took this multi-professional route. This gave him a very important guide. It was hard to find an opponent. Ji-sun had a lot of fun fighting, and the smile on his face became brighter and brighter. On the other side, outside the duel arena, the faces of several people from the South Continent became more and more ugly. At this point, how could they not see that Salo's chances of winning were getting slimmer and slimmer? Originally, they wanted to wait for Salo to kill the enemy before making plans. But now it seems that if they wait any longer, they may only end up with the corpse of their own prince. Of course, Lao Fu could not watch his disciple being killed. But poker game duel field cannot be destroyed. He looked at the bald-headed lady who cast the spell. It's very weird. A sinister look flashed across Lao Fu's eyes. In any case, kill these 3 people first, then talk about it. This 7th level necromancer once again lost face and chose to sneak attack. His expression was calm, but in his sleeves, 2 dark gold cards had quietly disintegrated. The spell was completed instantly. Seeing that the 3 opponents were unaware, Lao Fu was relieved. At least he could kill one first. The 2 cards he used just now were the 7th level Bone Shackles and Arcane, Evil Eye Gaze, which were his best assassination methods. He had used this combination of spells to kill several people of the same level. He was confident that those below the 8th level would be seriously injured if they didn't die. Quietly, a rolling gloomy wind filled the corridor. This was normal in this underground palace full of undead spirits. But Betty on the side seemed to have noticed something, glanced at Lao Fu, turned her eyes, and didn't follow up to cooperate, but quietly stepped back half a step. Nanjing, who was standing opposite, still had a relaxed smile on her pretty face, and had no reaction at all. Without warning, a hexagram formation suddenly lit up under her feet. The black light spell on the formation lit up, and the girl with the bald head in the center was imprisoned on the spot. In a blink of an eye, a golden skeleton slowly rose from the formation. Like a shackle, it locked her joints tightly, making her unable to move. Che-Er, who was standing by, discovered something and shouted, "Be careful!" He wanted to draw his sword to rescue her, but it was too late. Looking again, a red formation appeared in the sky, and a foul scarlet breath hit him. A huge bloodshot eyeball was summoned. This 7th level undead evil eye, the pupils were focused, and a destructive energy wave had already condensed. Both 7th level spells were cast instantly, leaving no chance for people to react. In the distance, Lao Fu finally saw that the sneak attack was successful and exposed his true face, and shouted, "Curse to kill!" As soon as the voice came out, the gray light in the evil eye pierced Nanjing's forehead. This scene happened so fast that Che-Er just drew out his sword and froze on the spot. Old Su seemed to be several beats slower in reaction before he understood what happened. But he just glanced at the skull, then looked at the evil eye, pursed his lips, and lost interest. The people on the opposite side of the South Continent were shocked at first, and then overjoyed. As long as this mysterious psychic was killed, the situation would immediately improve. But the reversal came faster than the sneak attack. The glow of the evil eye pierced Nanjing's head, but others did not see the scene of the corpse lying on the spot. The girl seemed to realize it late. She looked at the skull that imprisoned her, and the evil eye on the top of her head, grinning and showing her little tiger teeth. "Ah, it's a very rare undead spirit." This scene made the old man across from him feel like he was struck by lightning, and he stood there in a daze. How could she not be dead? Before he could figure out what happened, the girl with the bald head across from him looked over and said politely, "Old sir, bystanders cannot disturb the duel." The old man's face twitched. He was about to shoot out another spell card hidden in his hand, but at this moment, his eyes seemed to see something terrifying, and the whole person froze there. Because in his eyes, behind the girl with a bun on the opposite side, a demon with a fish tail and snake hair suddenly appeared, holding the trident of the sea god. Diamond 4 Psychic, the demon he pointed at was the lord of all demons, Fusicus. But this was not the most shocking thing for Lao Fu. When the demon shadow appeared, a circular shadow of an ancient building appeared behind Nanjing at the same time. It was like a huge arena, with all kinds of terrifying monsters imprisoned in it. When this shadow appeared, an indescribable demon's pressure instantly swept across the entire corridor. The secret magic of the devil? Old Fu is a necromancer, and this sequence has many similarities with the spiritualist lineage. From the shadow of the magical building, I have never seen it, but I feel vaguely familiar with it. The South Continent has inherited most of the 52 forbidden magics of the devil, but there are a few secrets that are absolutely not passed on even in the Talon era. Just like the Bai family's god-stealing sequence. And in front of me, the secret technique of the high priest lineage. Old Fu thought of the legend recorded in the classics, the secret magic of the devil that can control all spirits, and was so surprised that he couldn't speak. This is the God Control Court. At this moment, he finally understood why this young psychic, who seemed to be of no higher rank than himself, could contract Maluo five-eyed evil cat this legendary disaster. While speaking, a dead psychic ghost fell out from the shadow of the building behind Nanjing. She looked at the corpse of the ghost and sighed slightly, muttering to herself, "It's very troublesome to refine this kind of life-saving ghost." She did not dodge it, but this kind of curse was not a threat to her. It would be the same result if it happened 100 times. Old Fu wanted to say something, but in the blink of an eye, he saw a group of dead knights stepping out of the temple in an orderly manner. The Moon Knights of the Terran royal family. At this moment, he finally confirmed who his opponent was. The Nan family, a descendant of the court high priest during the Terran period. High priest is a title that represents wisdom, omniscience, mystery, power, and authority. Even 3,000 years ago, the people of the southern continent never expected that the person who came would be of such an identity. But it was too late. Nanjing grabbed the golden skeleton that was trying to escape, and the evil eye on its head was also imprisoned by the imperial court. After a stalemate, it was sealed in. Having lost a little ghost and gaining 2 high-level dead spirits, the girl showed a little smugness on her face. But the expressions of Lao Fu and his men on the opposite side were very ugly. While they were stunned, Princess Betty had appeared at the corner of the corridor at some point and quietly disappeared into the darkness. Half an hour later, Ji-sun punched Salo in the heart, and gravity exploded the broken heart that had been hit by hundreds of punches. The 3-headed dragon was also unable to maintain its beastly form and turned back into a human corpse. Very strong. Ji-sun's chest rose and fell violently, and he gasped inside. Although he won by chance, he had to admit that this Salo was the strongest person he had ever faced. As he sighed, he looked at the extraordinary characteristics on the corpse slowly condensed into a card, and a smile appeared on Ji-sun's face. As the Prince of the Red Dragon Kingdom, Saren's fused professional card was of course the best quality that could be found. And the higher the quality, the higher the probability of a bloody card after death. Ji-sun felt that he was lucky. The devil mark and occupation card of this guy were analyzed from the corpse. He didn't care about the mark. But he was very satisfied with the occupation card. 3-headed dragon Sahamet, remnant, quality dark gold. Detailed explanation, Order Path Spade 6 Punishment Guardian 5th Order Occupation card. This is an exclusive occupation card after a Dragon Knight improved the original template. Later generations named the occupation card of this sequence after the name of his mount, Sahamet. After integrating 3 sequences of coexisting materials of no less than gold quality, it can be refined into a finished occupation card 3-headed golem Holy Dragon Guardian. Fusion requires super physical attributes and dragon blood. Successful fusion will gain a huge amount of flesh and blood growth, and obtain the body of the 3-headed golem. It turned out to be a special version of the occupation card improved from the original template. Ji-sun looked at it with a little joy in his eyes. This is much better than expected. Chapter 328. Ji-sun took the bloody occupation card from the corpse in his hand, and pondered the card attributes displayed by Enlightenment. This is a professional card with improved characteristics of the Dragonborn card master in the southern continent. It has very high requirements for physical attributes, and also requires Dragonborn blood. Normal 4th level pure-blooded human card masters cannot integrate it at all. But Ji-sun thinks it should not be a big problem for him. Master Merlin said before that blood plague can fit almost any known gene chain, including the dragon race. As for other attribute conditions, he felt that his current state could not be lower than that of Prince Salo, who had advanced to the 5th level. The only thing that required the 5th level, 3 cobras, was that it was not easy to find the main material. Ji-sun searched the information stored in his mind. Things like 3-headed terror bird, 3-headed magic swamp frog, 3-element hell demon vine were all usable materials. However, these materials did not fully meet his needs. He also didn't know what Prince Salo's 3-headed Asian dragon was. Where did you find the materials? Ji-sun didn't think much about it. He thought about asking around after he got out, such as asking Katarina. The Alliance army is currently exploring the old world very deeply, and they may know some information. Ji-sun peeled off the storage ring on the corpse, took a look, and was surprised again. It must be said that the South Continent is really rich in resources, much richer than the East Desert. When he was at the Saro Valley camp before, seeing the Red Dragon Prince's rich recruitment behavior, Ji-sun knew that this guy must have good things. The storage ring was filled with a dazzling array of treasures. Various high-level potions were neatly arranged in rows, spell cards, martial arts scrolls, secret books of the Royal Academy, secret collections of the royal family, and several relic-level armors and dragon spears. The royal family's things were of course the best. A casual glance showed that these were high-level goods that could not be bought on the market. For example, the test tubes of the special blood recovery potion were inlaid with pure gold carvings, and the label also said, "Special for the royal family." Nameplate. Not to mention the efficacy, the value of this test tube alone is equivalent to the living expenses of an ordinary person for several years. There are so many good things. Ji-sun has also killed several nobles in the East Continent. But when it comes to spoils, they are not as good as this Red Dragon Prince. That is to say, the previous duel was limited to not using external objects, otherwise with these things, Salo's combat power would probably increase several times. If they really had to fight hard, Ji-sun felt that he might be the one to die. The duel was over, and the enchantment of the poker game was also lifted. The spoils would be cleaned up later. Ji-sun walked out. He could not see what was happening outside during the previous battle, but now that he came out, he only saw Nanjing and the other two standing there. There were two bodies on the ground, two 6th rank guard captains of Salo. Ji-sun glanced at the bodies, and guessed that a battle had taken place. The bald-headed lady had inherited the legacy of the High Priest, and was originally a psychic with a Knight Undead army. Her current combat power could not be measured by normal ranks. There were only 4 enemies, but how come there were only 2 bodies? Ji-sun asked curiously, where are the other 2 people in the South Continent? They ran away. Nanjing puffed out her cheeks, shrugged, and added, the lady in the black dress was very smart. She ran away when she saw that the situation was not good. As for the old gentleman, he saw that he could not do anything to me, so he also ran away. He is a 7th level person, and is determined to leave. I can't stop him at the moment. As she said that, she blinked again and added, but he can't leave the royal mausoleum alive. Oh! Ji-sun didn't feel sorry that the 2 enemies escaped. He felt that the mausoleum was too big. If the 2 died somewhere else, it would be a pity if the spoils on the bodies could not be found. As he said that, he happened to look into Nanjing's watery eyes and smiled. Xiao Nan, thank you. You saved me again. The girl with the bun said modestly, no way. Even if I'm not here, Mr. Ji-sun will definitely be able to handle it. She smiled with curved eyebrows, as if she saw something that was related to fate, and added, besides, Senior Su is here. Old man Su, who was digging his earwax with his little finger, grinned and showed his broken front teeth. This old man enjoyed the feeling of being flattered. He didn't have the temperament of a superior at all. He said casually, no, the young lady is also very good. Ji-sun knew that he was able to survive all the way here because of the old man, so he also thanked him. Thank you, Senior Su. Hearing this, old man Su was no longer so happy with Nanjing. He changed his tone and muttered with disdain, no good will happen if you meet a kid like you. Ji-sun smiled but said nothing. It wasn't the first day he had known this old man. He listened and didn't take it seriously at all. As he was talking, a faint sound of wind came from the corridor, as if a fight had started somewhere again. Ji-sun's expression froze slightly. It sounded like the deep underground palace. Now that he knew Chujo had come, he certainly wanted to check on his old friend. Old Su's neck shrank, and he looked terrified. He also saw Ji-sun's dangerous thoughts and suggested, then how about we just say goodbye? Ji-sun thought for a moment, and said without hesitation, okay. Senior, let's have a good gathering next time we have a chance. He knew that old man Su was willing to enter the mausoleum for Che-er. Now that the people have been rescued, the old man will not meddle in other people's business. The old man also has his own things to do. Besides, Ji-sun also felt that what the old senior said was right. It is indeed not good for 2 people to get together. It is hard to say who implicated whom, but Ji-sun himself has the aura of unlucky gambler, and old man Su himself has a big karma. Anyway, many people will die every time the 2 of them meet. Old Su turned and left, and Che-er said solemnly, Mr. Ji-sun, thank you. See you next time. This is not a place to reminisce and chat. Ji-sun also nodded. See you next time. Old Su and Che left. Ji-sun was not worried about the safety of the two. In a blink of an eye, he went to absorb the extraordinary characteristics of the two guards' corpses on the ground, and also collected the spoils. Not to mention the equipment and potions, the extraordinary inheritance of these royal guards is also a high-level product that ordinary people in the southern continent cannot access. For Ji-sun now, the more the better. In the previous battle, he clearly felt the improvement of the world's cognition of me, the world. While stripping the equipment from the corpse, he said, "But speaking of which, Xiaonin, you have become so powerful now. Being able to force Lao Fu to retreat, the combat power of this bald-headed man is comparable to that of the 7th level. It is true that every time we meet, there is an amazing growth." Nanjing was praised, and a touch of pleasure appeared in his smart and pure eyes, but he also said modestly, "How can I be so powerful? I just rely on some methods left by my ancestors." As she spoke, she did not forget to say quietly, "And now I have to learn a lot of things every day, which is very distressing." Ji-sun listened and smiled without comment. He did not say more on this topic, but asked, "Chujio is here too?" "Yes." Nanjing nodded and said, "Sister Chujio went to the king's land palace. Some of the inheritance of the Augustus lineage was left in the ancestral tomb, and she wants to take back some of her own things." After a pause, she added, "But Arthur is here too. I don't know if it will go smoothly or not." Ji-sun listened and thought for a moment, then stopped talking. Chujio and Arthur had a conflict and fought fiercely. But Nanjing didn't say he would help, so outsiders like them shouldn't be needed. After all, the palace where the Mad King Alduin is buried has been confirmed to be guarded by Titan machines, and it is definitely not something that people other than the bloodline of Augustus can intervene in. Thinking of the 3 machines that had been chasing them before, Ji-sun asked, "Where are those Titan machines?" "I don't know. Should we chase that old man in the maze?" Nanjing glanced at Ji-sun, as if he had guessed what he was thinking, and smiled knowingly. "Don't worry, our Nan family and Augustus have an eternal blood contract. They won't attack me. However, I don't have the authority to control them, and I don't know where the blueprint is." Ji-sun listened and smiled. This girl knows what he is thinking. That spell lightsaber chased the 7th level, and killed them randomly before. It would be strange if he didn't envy it. He just thought that if it was possible, he would get a few of them out. This kind of talent's top technology mecha, wouldn't it kill everyone? At worst, it would be even better if I could find some blueprints and make them myself. Unfortunately, it seems that I can't get them. Although the maze was filled with cold wind, without the deadly threats of enemies and Titan machines, everything seemed less urgent. Both of them thought it was good to be alone. After Ji-sun collected the spoils, he saw the golden coffin in the corner and remembered something, saying, "By the way, Xiaonan, I found the head of the weeping angel before. It seems to be the seal set by your ancestors." Of course, Nanjing had seen it a long time ago, and a trace of thought appeared in her eyes. She said, "I don't know what the ancestors arranged at the beginning. However, I have studied the secret method of resurrection in the Book of the Dead these days. I think the ancestors should resurrect the national angel." As she said that, she took off the large scroll on her back and said, "And Sister Chujio also gave me the other parts of the body. She said that it was my mother's instruction after she met the light chaser before." Ji-sun was also surprised that Nanjing didn't know the situation very well. When Jin was talking, the scroll in front of Nanjing had already lit up, and a headless body wrapped in a shroud was summoned out of the hexagram formation. She looked at Ji-sun, not paying attention, and asked, "How about we put the body together first?" "Yes." Ji-sun also thought it was feasible. The angel had never shown hostility to him, so there was nothing to worry about. Besides, there was the high priest Nanjing here. Ji-sun stepped forward and gently pushed open the lid of the golden coffin. The angel's head with eyes closed slowly rose up and floated in the air. Instantly, the breath of white and dark intertwined stirred in it, and the mysterious pressure of the upper creatures filled the entire corridor. At the same time, the headless body in front of Nanjing seemed to have received some kind of call. The shroud automatically loosened, and the angel's body slowly rose up and floated towards the head. At the wounds of the two bodies, streams of white and black light overflowed and connected together. At this moment, it seemed as if time had stopped. When the severed head touched the body, the wound healed visibly. In the blink of an eye, a graceful angel's body appeared in front of the two. The gray-black wings gently spread out on the back, and the light of holiness and evil flowed endlessly. He seemed to be concentrating with his eyes closed. His expression was majestic and holy, and there was a mystery of the advent of a dark demon. The angel's body was uncovered, beautiful like a work of art, but it made people feel no evil thoughts. Those black and white streams of light were extremely polluted, extraordinary characteristics, but at this moment, they did not make Ji-sun and the others feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, it gently circulated in the void, lingering around the two people. Ji-sun looked at this magical scene, and suddenly something seemed to flash in his mind, and he thought to himself, light and darkness coexist, and the extraordinary nature is opposite? In other words, he has mastered at least two opposing laws of the universe? This angel seemed to be deliberately guiding him, allowing him to see some extremely high-level scenery in the extraordinary realm. Ji-sun also took out the light and dark holy nail. But after waiting for a long time, he did not find that the soul had any intention of coming out and merging into the body. Although the angel's body was pieced together, it seemed to be asleep, floating in the air. After waiting for a while, Ji-sun realized that the way to open it seemed to be wrong. He glanced at Nanjing beside him. The girl with a bun was also confused and responded with an expression of, "I don't know why either." Then she took out the Book of the Dead and started to read it on the spot. The grade of this secret method was too high, and she couldn't understand it for the time being. She pointed at the words with her finger and read them bit by bit. This is indeed a ritual that can revive the national angel. However, the book records that splicing the body is not the last step. There are still several procedures to go, such as the promotion ceremony, the burning of the divine fire, and the recondensation of the godhood. Ji-sun suddenly understood. So it is not enough to splice the body together? The subsequent procedures sound beyond their current abilities. The two stared at the angel's body in the sky. Although the body did not harm the two, it was still a special pollution source. Ji-sun suggested, "How about you collect him first? This angel corpse cannot be put into the storage ring, so he can't take it away. Nanjing's psychic skills can be used." The girl nodded, "Yeah. It seems that it can only be put away." Ji-sun thought, and looked at the light and dark holy nails in his hand again. The angel soul has saved him several times. Now Ji-sun's strength does not need the soul's protection. Besides, the fate line in his eyes has also reached the end. It is impossible to stay by his side. Thinking of this, Ji-sun looked at the soul and said goodbye, "Thank you for your protection all the time." As soon as these words came out, the translucent soul seemed to understand, and a dark light lingered. Not far away, the floating angel corpse actually protected his chest with one hand and gave a night salute to the two. At the same time, enlightenment appeared. You received the blessing of the weeping angel, luck +2, and the understanding of related laws +100%. You received a message that the exclusive magic secrets of the hero sequence were buried in the stone sculpture of the dead. Huh? Ji-sun didn't expect to get a halo blessing. Moreover, there seems to be another coordinate. Nanjing seemed to have sent some instructions. She returned the greeting to the angel respectfully, and then put it into the scroll. The angel disappeared, and the indescribable pressure of the conflict between light and darkness in the corridor also disappeared. Ji-sun figured out the coordinates in his mind, and found that he had been there before, actually in the secret room of the Moon Queen. He was also surprised. It turned out that the secret method of the hero sequence that Aragon had said was monopolized by the Terran dynasty for countless years was indeed buried in the mausoleum. The angel seemed to be repaying the favor by telling the coordinates of the burial object. Ji-sun would certainly not let go of such a treasure. Nanjing, who was standing by, heard what he said and said, "Let's go take a look." Ji-sun agreed happily, yes. As they talked, they walked quickly in the corridor. The environment in the dark corridor was a bit creepy. But for the two of them, it was completely unnoticeable. There were no skeleton monsters to disturb them, and they were very comfortable. Because the route of the maze had changed, Ji-sun had to observe the route again. This requires a lot of attempts. If you walk, it will take a lot of time. If you run at full speed, you may touch some of the undead guards in the mausoleum. At this time, Nanjing summoned his spiritual object Imal Luo Five-Eyed Evil Cat again, turned over and rode on it. Ji-sun was slightly surprised to see that this spiritual body of disaster could be ridden. But before he could say anything, Nanjing on the back of the spirit cat greeted him enthusiastically. "Mr. Ji-sun, can I take you with me?" She added, "The spirit cat is very fast." Hearing this, Ji-sun felt that this scene was familiar. "Oh, I remember now. After the adventure in the other dimension in Greedy Mine, this girl with a bun also took Ji-sun on a motorcycle for a while." Looking at Nanjing's pure eyes, Ji-sun responded with a hearty smile, "Okay." He turned over and sat behind her. Nanjing seemed to recall the past scene, with a faint blush on her pretty face, and smiled brightly, "Meow, let's go." At the command, the civet cat flew out at high speed. And it was amazing that such a large monster was like a ghost. It ran so fast that no sound of breaking wind could be heard, and there was no sound when it landed. Ji-sun was stunned for a moment. Nanjing in front of him said generously, "Mr. Ji-sun, you can hug me, otherwise you will fall down." Ji-sun recalled that she had said the same thing when they were riding a motorcycle. However, the two were not so familiar with each other at that time, and they were a little embarrassed. Listening now, Ji-sun embraced her naturally, and was gentle. The girl with the bun head didn't mind at all, and reminded her, "Sit tight." The light and shadow of the corridors around him quickly retreated in his vision. Ji-sun also carefully memorized the rules of these corridors. The strong wind blew, and his long hair was tickled, and a touch of the unique girlish fragrance of the girl with the bun head rushed into his nose. Nanjing stared into the distance. Her eyes were crystal clear and distant, and suddenly she seemed to think of something, and she said, "Mr. Ji-sun, we also met in this maze." Ji-sun looked at the surrounding environment and felt strange. When they first met, he, Nanjing, and Chujio were all like this, adventuring in this intricate maze and looking for the exit. Now it seems that time has gone back. By chance, they are adventuring together in the maze again. The civet cat ran faster and faster, but time seemed to be passing more and more slowly. Nanjing had a brilliant smile on his face. After the fierce battle, Ji-sun could not hide his fatigue between his brows, and it was a rare moment of relaxation. I don't know if it's because the civet cat is very fast, or if Ji-sun's deduction ability is several times stronger than before, or if he's just lucky. After running along the way they came before, after several trials and errors, the two of them found a secret room leading to the underground palace very smoothly. This secret room full of various carvings is where the angels guide the secret method of burial. However, Ji-sun immediately discovered something unusual when he arrived, and was surprised, as someone opened the tomb of the Moon Queen. He remembered clearly that before, those people in the southern continent only opened this passage to the tomb of the Mad King Alduin. But now, it is obvious that the mechanism on the wall of the secret room has been tampered with. The most obvious thing is the moon mark in the center of the ceiling, which points to a different direction. Nanjing also looked at it, and thought of something, and said suddenly, "It should be the lady in the black dress who escaped before." Ji-sun asked in surprise, "Princess Betty of the Black Dragon Kingdom?" "Yes." Nanjing nodded and said, "I noticed something wrong with her before. Now it seems that she should have been affected by the dream of the Moon Queen and the magic of Arachne, the Lord of Pleasure." Ji-sun frowned as he listened, and said, "That is to say, the will of the Moon Queen may have escaped from the mausoleum through that woman." He was very familiar with the Silver Moon sect, and he also had a deep understanding of the horror of faith pollution. Otherwise, Jia would not have spent so much money to get rid of those old god believers. Yes. The people of the Silver Moon sect had actually cracked most of the seals before, and the Moon Queen should have awakened long ago. As long as the mausoleum is opened, she will definitely wake up. Nanjing pondered for a moment, and knew what he was worried about, and said, "But the situation is not that bad." Ji-sun cast a questioning look. "Oh?" Nanjing said, "The means that Mad King Alduin arranged back then were for him, and the Moon Queen to be resurrected and regain power. But later those means were destroyed by my Nan family's ancestors. The angels have almost absorbed the divinity gathered in the Silver Moon altar. Even if the Moon Queen's consciousness awakens, it will not be a big threat in a short time." Ji-sun heard it, and it was right. Now the angels' remains have been found, and the situation is clear. The places where the angels' remains were found is sealed part of the miracle of Arachne, the Lord of Dreams and Pleasure. Now it seems that Nanjing's ancestors set up those seals just to allow the body to absorb divinity and transfer the ritual that the Mad King was going to use to revive to the angels protecting the country. This arrangement is extremely ingenious now. Not only did it prevent the Mad King from resurrecting, but it also absorbed all of Arachne's divinity. Killing two birds with one stone. Nanjing added, and without relying on the royal power, it is difficult for Arachne to absorb the power of faith. In the current situation, the royal power of the Orlan royal family is not stable. The dragon clan is in power in the southern continent, and will never tolerate the spread of foreign gods. So even if he goes out, it will be difficult for him to become a big shot, I guess. She said, as if she thought of something, and hesitated. "Forget it, anyway, there is no problem for the time being." Ji-sun also guessed what Nanjing wanted to say later. Betty's identity is not ordinary. She is the princess of the Black Dragon Kingdom, one of the 3 major kingdoms in the southern continent. If the Moon Queen can really pollute this person, there will be more room for manipulation in the future. Faith is immortal, and the old gods are immortal. Arachne, the Lord of Dreams and Pleasure, could not disappear completely. Since Nanjing said it was nothing serious, Ji-sun didn't worry too much. In a blink of an eye, he looked at the symbols on the wall of the secret room, then looked at the position of the 4 pillars, and then reached out and pressed the mechanism on several brick walls in order. There was only a sound of bricks and stones rubbing against each other. It was as if a secret compartment was opened, and a bronze gold plate fell down. Ji-sun was quick and took it in his hand. It was heavy, with a mysterious and ancient dark copper glimmer. Ji-sun looked at it carefully, and it was densely engraved with mysterious symbols that his brain couldn't remember. He was not unfamiliar with this copper piece, because he had a fragment of the undead curse in his hand. And the content recorded on the piece in front of him was the exclusive 52 magic secrets of the hero sequence Lightless Sun. Chapter 329. Ji-sun looked at the ancient copper plate in his hand. His eyes gradually deepened. The shadow of the clown demon behind him also appeared. The moment he looked at it, those mysterious symbols seemed to come alive, floating and flickering in front of his eyes. The high-level demon language is the embodiment of the pattern of the law of the universe. Each character contains a large amount of high-level information that exceeds what humans can bear. Reading will bring a very heavy load to the brain. Ji-sun's feeling at this moment is very obvious. It was like unzipping a super compressed file in his mind. Just a few characters released hundreds of thousands of times more information. Even with the Joker super high comprehension, he couldn't digest it all at once. Just reading these few breaths made him feel dizzy. Each of the 52 forbidden magic skills requires a lot of time to comprehend, and also requires the assistance of the magic power pointed to by the professional sequence. Unfortunately, the inheritance of the hero sequence is almost extinct in the market. Ji-sun didn't know much about this sequence. It was very difficult to read. Thinking of this, he instantly retracted his gaze, suppressed his curiosity, and sighed slightly. I still have a long way to go to comprehend it. At the same time, he also saw his own shortcomings. Joker is just a threshold, just like feeding food into your mouth. You still have to have the ability to digest it. Now that he has learned several magic secrets, his body is strong enough, but the shortcomings of wisdom are becoming more and more prominent. He is following the path of multiple sequence full pass. The demand for wisdom will increase in the future. Fortunately, I got a very ideal career card this time, and I can improve it slowly in the future. The thought flashed through his mind. There will be plenty of time to improve and comprehend in the future, and Ji-sun no longer bothered about the content on the copper plate. Instead, he could not hide his joy. This is the complete 52 magic secrets. It can be said to be one of the treasures of the entire card master civilization. Ji-sun was also very curious about what was so special about the Lightless Sun that had been banned and hidden by the Terran royal family for countless years. Thanks to the guidance of the Weeping Angel, otherwise, this copper plate would have been buried in this mausoleum for who knows how many years. Nanjing, who was standing by, also looked at the copper plate in Ji-sun's hand and sighed, "Wow, a complete original copper plate is very rare. As far as I know, there are no more than 5 copper plates of the 52 forbidden magic techniques that are still intact. Even the imperial court of my high priest's lineage has some missing inheritance." Yeah. Ji-sun also felt very lucky. There are indeed many 52 mysterious magic techniques circulating on the market, but almost all of them are incomplete copies. After countless years of legend, they are already very different from the original divine magic. For example, the Plague Doctor's undying secret book that Black Widow Heather practiced in the Plague Swamp was actually a simplified version of the magic undying curse. However, the effect of her version may not even be 1/10 of the original. The copper piece in front of me is inestimable. Nanjing frowned again and said, "But this is the exclusive secret of the hero sequence. This sequence is a bit special. It is very difficult for others to interpret it." Ji-sun smiled disapprovingly and said, "It's not a big problem." He certainly knew that interpreting this original copper coin would require a hero sequence card master, and the higher the rank, the better. He just happened to know one. Aragorn is trustworthy in both character and rank. The most important guy is a cadre of the Rebel Dragon Army. The Rebel Dragon Army has not been wiped out by the 3 kingdoms in the southern continent, and its foundation is also extraordinary. There are also top-level card masters in that organization. Ji-sun didn't think that if he showed the secret method to Aragorn, the other party would be embarrassed not to send a gift of equal value in return. Maybe he could get another secret method of the 52 magic secrets in exchange? Besides, Ji-sun has deduced a very interesting fact. That is, the group of people who broke into the mausoleum and destroyed the body of Mad King Alduin 3,000 years ago are probably related to the current Rebel Dragon Army. As the two chatted, suddenly, a cold air gushed out from the corridor. The temperature in the secret room dropped by dozens of degrees, making people's hair stand on end. Ji-sun was very familiar with this kind of cold air that could freeze the soul, and his eyes were cold. The 9th day of the first lunar month? He looked at the corridor leading to the underground palace, and guessed that the battle below was very fierce. Almost at the same time, he heard the sound of crackling of stones rubbing against each other. The sand and gravel in the cracks of the rock wall fell down, and the whole underground palace trembled, as if some mechanism was activated on a large scale. The most intuitive thing was that the heavy stone door on the corridor in front of him slowly fell down. Ji-sun immediately realized that something was wrong. Nanjing's face changed as well, and he turned over and rode on the spirit cat, and said urgently, "It should be that Arthur has obtained the authority of the mausoleum, and now he wants to use the mausoleum to trap Sister Chujo to death. Let's leave the Imperial Mausoleum quickly." Ji-sun frowned. If the mausoleum mechanism can really be controlled, it will be a big problem. He did not ask about Chujo's situation. The new King Arthur was forced to use the mausoleum mechanism, so it seems that this guy did not gain much advantage in the battle. Moreover, Nanjing and Chujo must have been prepared before they came. Ji Xuanzi didn't say anything more, just turned over and rode on the spirit cat. The two of them, and the cat rushed out of the maze at a very fast speed. The surrounding rock walls retreated rapidly, and the speed was already extremely fast. While running, Nanjing said very quickly, "Mr. Ji-sun, you pointed the direction of the spirit cat. I rescued Sister Chujo." "Ji-sun, okay." As she said that, Nanjing clapped her hands and summoned the inheritance scroll. She seemed to have an emergency plan in advance, opened the scroll, and poured the spell power into a spell array. Spiritual summoning Big Mouth Yushinluo. Bang. A cloud of white smoke came out. In the hexagram formation, a 5-meter-tall strange god that looked like a giant fortune cat appeared out of thin air. The fortune cat was summoned, and black fire was blazing on its body, as if it was attacked by something. Ji-sun recognized the origin of the black fire at a glance. The law of fear? Just when I was thinking about how this fortune cat caught fire, I saw it open its mouth and spit out a person covered in wounds. Who else could it be if not Chujo? Can it be like this? Ji-sun was also slightly startled when he saw the look. He thought there might be a fierce battle, but he didn't expect that the way to save people that Nanjing said was like this. Her spiritualism was really outrageous, and she could even turn a living person into a living person. At least no one in the spiritualist lineage that Ji-sun knew about could do it. After a little thought, it was probably through the underworld passage mastered by the high priest lineage that the person was brought out. Without thinking too much, Ji-sun was quick-witted and stretched out his hand to grab it, urging gravity to directly suck Chujo into his hand. Chujo, with a pale face, looked at Ji-sun and the other man in front of him, and instantly felt relieved. Before he could say a word, he fainted immediately. She was seriously injured. Ji-sun frowned, and it was obvious that Chujo's body had gone limp. He put it between himself and Nanjing, and lay on the civet cat's back. It happened that there were many top-grade healing potions in Prince Salo's spoils of war. Ji-sun took out 2 and poured them on the wound, and at the same time he uttered a light huh? In addition to the traces of severe injuries on Chujo's back, the most important thing was that she was carrying a rusty cross sword. Olympus' holy sword. When Ji-sun saw the shape of the eagle-headed cross-shaped hilt, he thought it was the big sword that he had seen before, stuck in the body of Mad King Alduin. It turned out that he had snatched this thing away. However, why does it not look as majestic and domineering as expected? This is the legendary 4 sacred artifacts of the king, the sword of the Kingslayer mentioned by Aragorn. Why does it look like an ordinary iron sword with rusty spots? Ji-sun has seen the sacred artifacts of the king. The Sismak Holy Grail of Chujo. If not the king's fate touches it, it will burn to ashes. The crown of thorns of the new King Arthur can absorb the law of fear. And this great sword is absolutely nothing special. It is dull, has no extraordinary characteristics, is not sharp, and even looks ordinary. When holding Chujo just now, Ji-sun deliberately tested it, and the holy sword is completely harmless. Since there is no negative pollution, he didn't pay much attention to it. His thoughts flashed away. Just curious. Ji-sun has no interest in Wonkwon. So this great sword has no attraction to him, it is just a special weapon. Instead, he was more concerned about Chujo's injury. The limp body in his arms was as cold as a popsicle, and she was barely breathing. He felt her heartbeat, which was intermittent. Ji-sun's medical skills were not bad. After determining the injury, he began to treat the civet cat on its back. The original maze corridor had changed, and it would take a long time to get out. But coincidentally, the set left by the old man Su and his grandson became the best signpost. Ji-sun smelled the scent in the air and guided the civet cat to run all the way. Fortunately, they found the place where they had entered before with minimal trial and error. This underground palace can only be entered but not exited. Logically, Chujio would definitely die this time. The new King Arthur did not expect that he would be recognized by his ancestors first and obtain the authority to the mausoleum. But because of a secret passage left by the workers 3,000 years ago, his painstaking trap plan would fail. The civet cat carried 3 people and rushed out of the imperial mausoleum. Then he ran to the ground from the previous robbery hole and soon disappeared in the black mist of the wasteland. There are many dead spirits in the Rune Highlands, and there are many dangers. But the civet cat is a dead spirit disaster, and its keen perception easily avoids those dangerous areas. After running for half an hour, it stopped at a valley. It should be fine. Even if there is any way to find us, Arthur dare not chase us. Oh! Arthur is the descendant of Augustus, and he is involved in too many Terran secrets. People in the southern continent are looking for King Orin, and he definitely dare not show his head outside for a long time. Even this time when he came to the imperial mausoleum, he had to borrow the Bai family's means to dare to show up in the mausoleum. So that's it. Nanjing jumped off the civet cat's back. Ji-sun also jumped down holding the unconscious Chujio. Then he took a blanket and spread it on the ground, and gently put the person on it. Nanjing also checked the wound on Chujio's back. The necessary treatment was done well. There was no danger to his life, and she was relieved. Now that he was safe, Ji-sun also felt relieved. Having spent quite a while in the mausoleum and fought around, he was already hungry. He took out the boiler, lit a fire, and started stewing the broth. Nanjing helped at first, but she ended up taking care of the whole process. This girl seemed to have practiced her cooking skills, and she could easily cook all kinds of dishes. She also enjoyed it. Ji-sun also felt that it was good to be idle. It would take some time for the food in the pot to cook. While paying attention to Chujio's injuries, he also began to count the harvest this time. Now that I have left the Imperial Mausoleum alive, I have truly put all the gains into my pocket and made them my own. Not to mention the things in the hundreds of storage rings, there are also treasures such as the moon wheel, the brain-eating mother worm, the dark matter crystal, the occupation card, and the original copper coin. It can be said that I have gained a lot. As expected, when it comes to treasures, you have to look at the nobles, including the nobles buried in the soil. If I were to go on an adventure alone, I am afraid that even if I went into the difficult different dimensional space countless times, I might not be able to get so many treasures. The gains are just one of them. Recalling the adventures along the way, Ji-sun also enjoyed the feeling of cruising between life and death. Of course, it was also thanks to the many friends and strong enough. Thinking of this, Ji-sun glanced at the lady with the bald head. The campfire reflected a slightly round, but very cute face. Nanjing was holding a wooden spoon and scooped a little soup. Blowing it, he tasted it lightly. Then he showed a very satisfied expression. As soon as she looked up, she saw Ji-sun looking over. She blinked and asked, "The meat is almost stewed. Mr. Ji-sun, do you want to try it?" The broth in the pot was bubbling, and the air was filled with fragrance. Ji-sun smiled and agreed, "It smells delicious." Nanjing listened and smiled happily. "I have been alone in the wild recently, so I have practiced cooking." As she said, she served Ji-sun a bowl. The two chatted casually, and suddenly heard a light cough. Nanjing looked over quickly. "Hey, Sister Chujio, are you awake?" Ji-sun looked at the awake Chujio, and the last trace of worry disappeared. "Once you wake up, there won't be any problem." Chujio glanced at Nanjing, then at Ji-sun. Although her expression was still cold, she had a soft look in her eyes after waking up and seeing her two best friends. She said weakly, "I'm sorry to bother you." Nanjing seemed unhappy with Chujio's politeness, and muttered, "Sister Chujio, there's no trouble at all." Ji-sun also felt that Chujio was colder than the last time he saw her. He knew it was because of the career sequence. White Queen, this road is not easy to walk. The higher the rank, the colder the temperament. He didn't mind, and smiled, "Long time no see." "Yeah." Chujio glanced at him, pondered for a moment, and said, "Long time no see." As she spoke, she couldn't help but cough lightly, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. "Ji-sun, your injury?" He treated the injury. Of course he knew it was very serious. The pollution of the high-level law of fear is not so easy to deal with. Chujio knew what Ji-sun had done, and gratitude appeared in his eyes. He shook his head and said softly, "It's fine now." As she spoke, she took out a small silver holy cup and held it in her palm. After a stream of white spell power was poured into it, a faint holy light emerged from the holy cup. Visibly, The marks of burns on Chujio's skin faded quickly, and her face gradually became red. But in just a few breaths, she was completely recovered. What a strong healing ability! Ji-sun was also surprised. This healing effect is not worse than his own immortal spell. Oh, that's right. Before, the side effects of his immortal spell were solved by the Holy Cup. Sismark Holy Grail. The Holy Grail symbolizes healing with kindness. It seems that my old friend has already mastered some of the functions of this Holy Grail. Nanjing seemed to have known it for a long time, and was not surprised. Seeing Chujio recover, she smiled with a shallow dimple on the corner of her mouth. Sister Chujio, are you hungry? The food is just ready. I will help you get a bowl. Chujio nodded slightly yes. Once the wounded recovered, it seemed that there was nothing to worry about. The three of them sat around the campfire, leisurely drinking the hot broth. We three haven't met like this since we separated in the Great Cemetery Labyrinth last time. Wow, Sister Chujio, you don't know how powerful Mr. Ji-sun has become. His disguise is so good that those people in the southern continent didn't notice it at all. Later, he even killed a 5th-level dragonborn. The three of them felt very relaxed when they were together. Nanjing seemed very excited, and his little mouth was never idle. He kept chattering about the thrilling adventures in the mausoleum, and his own experiences during the days of separation. Although Chujio rarely interrupted, it was obvious that she enjoyed this kind of casual time together. Ji-sun felt the same way. The two people in front of him were also friends, who had lived and died together many times. Being able to sit together and chat greatly relieved the tense nerves of adventure, and made the body and mind very happy. There was nothing to be shy about. Talking about the topic of the Imperial Mausoleum, Ji-sun asked directly, by the way, Chujio, did you come here this time to contact the people of the South Continent? Yes. Chujio nodded. The Allied forces had received news before, saying that they had contact with the South Continent and could cooperate. We originally thought that we needed to be cautious. Later I heard that it was your friend who reached a cooperation agreement soon after meeting. Ji-sun listened and nodded. Just as he expected, the news of the Imperial Mausoleum really came from the rebel dragon army. Moreover, some of the people who broke into the mausoleum 3,000 years ago were the ancestors of a certain high-ranking member of the rebel dragon army. Chujio, there are powerful prophets in the southern continent. In order to keep secrets, the high-ranking members of the rebel dragon army dare not get involved in any incidents involving the Imperial Mausoleum. Now Donghuang has not attracted much attention in the southern continent, so cooperating with us is the best choice. After getting the Olympus Holy Sword, the subsequent war will be more certain. Ji-sun listened and confirmed his previous deduction. The rebel dragon army did not come in person, which was indeed to contain and confuse the high-level officials of the Arel Empire. However, when talking about the Holy Sword, Ji-sun glanced at the rusty iron sword beside the campfire and confirmed, is this really the Holy Sword of Kingship? Yes. Chujio confirmed that it was not a fake. She also knew what Ji-sun was wondering about, and explained, it is not easy to get the approval of the royal sacred objects. Especially this holy sword. It requires unparalleled courage and strength, as well as a special fate. Ji-sun suddenly realized it after hearing this, but was also curious, you can't use it either? Chujio shook her head, pondered for a moment, and said, even among the emperors of my ancestors, it is difficult for anyone to master two royal sacred objects at the same time. Ji-sun, oh? Nanjing on the side also blinked, quite interested in this topic. This was originally a royal secret that could not be told to outsiders, but Chujio did not avoid the two of them. She said directly, the royal orb symbolizes order and law, the holy grail of Sismark symbolizes benevolence and healing, the crown of thorns symbolizes power and glory, the holy sword of Olympus symbolizes strength and destruction. The royal sacred artifacts not only represent power, but also national destiny, strength, fate, luck and law perception. Except for the first emperor of Terran, Emperor Lanlingster, no one can hold four royal sacred artifacts at the same time. Chujio is an illegitimate daughter, so she doesn't have a strong sense of belonging to Augustus' bloodline, and she is a little unfamiliar with certain titles. She continued, it is said that in the middle period of Talon, there was an emperor who was recognized by the three holy artifacts of the Holy Grail, the crown, and the orb, and he was already a prosperous king. For other emperors, it is usually very good to be recognized by a royal holy artifact. Is that so? Ji-sun has learned a lot, and it turns out that there is such a saying. It seems that there are some extraordinary reasons behind these four holy artifacts. Then, why did the founding emperor of Talon master the four holy artifacts? Ji-sun's thoughts raced, thinking, is that Lanlingster M, Augustus the Mr. M on the Joker card? I don't know the details. After all, Chujio said this and didn't continue. What she didn't finish was that after all, she was an illegitimate daughter, and she didn't get the orthodox royal inheritance. What we know now is also excavated from the ancient relics bit by bit. She didn't care about the royal power, but the indifference she had suffered from cold eyes and rejection since childhood made her less convinced of her bloodline. Jisun pondered for a moment. These words contained a lot of information and were too advanced. The more he thought about it, the more questions he had in his mind. He needed more information to deduce some subsequent causes and effects. Jisun thought for a while and asked, Chujio, what happened in the mausoleum later? Is there a legacy of Augustus in the imperial mausoleum? Yes. Chujio didn't avoid him at all and said directly, Antonin gave me some pointers before. But she didn't go into details. I only know that there are inheritances in the imperial mausoleum that are very important to my career sequence and the entire card master civilization, such as the Titan mechanical drawings. Jisun's pupil shrank slightly when he heard this. There are indeed drawings. If we really get those drawings and can produce those terrifying mechanical armors, it's hard to say what the future situation will be. Chujio's expression dimmed slightly when he said this. Unfortunately, my current ability is limited, and I don't know much about the situation in the mausoleum. It's already very difficult to grab the holy sword. After a pause, she sighed. I didn't get into the ancestral tomb this time, and there will be no chance later. Ancestral tomb? Jisun caught something. Chujio said without reservation yes. In this Rune Highlands, there is the Augustus ancestral tomb, which buries the biggest secret of the Talon dynasty. Hearing this, Jisun's eyes gradually deepened. That's right, the tomb we went to before was only the tomb of Mad King Alduin. There must be other tombs in the Talon dynasty, with so many generations of emperors. And from what Chujio said, the palace was the entrance to the ancestral spirit. When checking Chujio's wound, Jisun found that her wound was at a very high level of the law of fear. The new King Arthur was no longer a simple 7th level king. It was normal that he couldn't beat him. It sounded like Chujio had missed a great opportunity to inherit. However, when thinking of ancestral tomb, Jisun suddenly had a coordinate in his mind. He also had something in his hand. A mysterious no detailed explanation, a sketch drawn by Master Gamer pointed to a coordinate in Rune Highlands. Chapter 330. Jisun took out the yellowed straw paper. On the paper were only some graffiti-like landmarks of mountain terrain and a crossed-out coordinate point. This was the reward drawn from the previous Valen City rebel camp. And the special items from the S-level difficulty space are definitely not ordinary. Jisun previously suspected that it was the tomb of Augustus. Now it seems that it is not. At least it is not the tomb of the last emperor of Talon, the Mad King Alduin. But the coordinates on this map point to the depths of the Rune Highlands. Now that it has been confirmed that Rune Highlands is the location of the tomb of the Talon royal family, what else could this place have? Jisun felt that even if it was not the ancestral tomb that Chujio mentioned, it was likely to have some direct relationship. Chujio looked at the map, his expression also lost in thought. You mean, there must be clues related to the ancestral tomb of Augustus here? Yes. Jisun also deliberately observed Nanjing, the inheritor of the high priest, and saw her confused look. Obviously she didn't know. He added, but we may have to go and see what it is to confirm it. Since we have come to Rune Highlands, we must go and see what the map is pointing to. Master Gamer was a top card maker thousands of years ago. He was able to make a universal key to unlock slave collars, and his spell attainments can be seen. This top card maker is thinking about something, which is definitely not ordinary. If it was Jisun who was alone before, he might have to carefully consider the risks of exploration. But now the strength of their team of 3 is more than enough. Chujio can fight back and forth with the new 7th level King Arthur, and has the qualifications to go deep into this highland, not to mention the mysterious and unpredictable Miss Ball Head. The most important point is Chujio's bloodline. Jisun guessed that the place marked on the map may be a one-way trip for outsiders. But it may not be the case for Chujio. This may be a special pass. Just like the previous mausoleum, the mausoleum's anti-theft ban is aimed at outsiders, and will not harm the descendants of Augustus. Nanjing blinked and immediately became interested. Okay. In her eyes, it was rare for good friends to get together, and adventure together was something worth looking forward to. She tilted her head and asked, Sister Chujio, what do you think? Chujio nodded and said, yeah. She also felt a familiar sense of tacit understanding lingering in her heart. They were all old friends who trusted each other very much, so Jisun didn't waste time and said directly, the coordinates are about 170 kilometers northeast, but the information near that coordinate is currently blank. The adventurers from the southern continent found some high-level undead monsters in the periphery. He had played the role of an intelligence dealer before, not just to sneak into the Royal Academy's trial team. It was originally to prepare for the coordinates on the map. He had collected enough intelligence. After eating, the three of them rested for a while, and set off. There are a large number of undead monsters in the Rune Highlands. The deeper you go, the higher the level of the undead monsters. And this is an intelligence blind spot, and Ji-sun doesn't know what he will encounter. The three dared not walk too fast. Fortunately, with Nanjing's five-eyed civet cat, the three of them avoided those dangerous areas with its super strong spiritual perception. The journey was smooth. The three of them walked and chatted along the way. With such a dense concentration of undead monsters, there must have been a top-level undead warlock who used the undead scourge. There must have been a fierce battle on the Rune Plateau back then, and no one knows who started it. This should have happened after our Shinhua went to the East Wasteland. There is no record of this in the court's inherited books. Xiao Nan, do you know how the Talon dynasty collapsed, and how did Mad King Alduin die? I don't know. My mother never told me. It is said that several outer gods awakened, and then the empire collapsed. Sister Chujio, what about you? I don't know either. But judging from the current situation, the collapse of Talon may not only be due to the outer gods, but also the corruption of the royal power. I have worked with the Dragon Rebel Army before, and talked about that period of history. They said that the collapse of Terran was directly related to the stupidity and cruelty of the Mad King Alduin. Otherwise, he would not have died, and destroyed the coffin in the Imperial Mausoleum to prevent his resurrection. I think this matter has something to do with Xiaonan's ancestors. After all, the National Angel was killed by your ancestors. How would I know the arrangement of the ancestors? My mother didn't tell me clearly, always letting me understand more by myself. As the excavation of the old continent deepened, the history buried in the dust gradually surfaced. Ji-sun became more and more interested in that period of Tarun's history. From glory to collapse, in his eyes, this is the fate of the dynasty where countless personal destinies converge. This kind of world is fascinating just by deducing it. It just so happens that there is a descendant of the royal family and a direct descendant of the high priest. They know too many historical secrets that others cannot know. But what is not so coincidental is that one of them has an illegitimate daughter, and the other has not received the complete inheritance of the high priest. They didn't know much about that period of history. In the end, Ji-sun pieced together some fragmentary information and deduced the general situation of the dynasty's collapse. It took the three of them most of the day to walk more than 100 kilometers. Although the map was simple, the key landmarks were described very accurately. Ji-sun and the other two finally approached the coordinates pointed to on the map. As they walked, they were surrounded by a tall wild forest filled with thick fog. The branches were bare and black as ink, and they looked like monsters with bared fangs and claws in the thick fog. The vegetation on the Rune Plateau has been polluted by the spirit of the dead for many years, and it is basically dead like this. The three of them are not surprised. This place is very close to the coordinates, and Ji-sun dare not be careless. He guessed that even if it is not the ancestral spirit, it must be a special place. So he kept an eye on the surroundings along the way. Fortunately, the three of them have very sharp perceptions, and with the spiritual objects of Miss Ballhead, they avoided the danger of most adventure groups being wiped out with a high probability. But even though they were very careful, something went wrong. As they walked, Ji-sun found something wrong and stopped. Chujio saw him stop and immediately realized something, and asked vigilantly, "What's wrong?" Nanjing was a little slow to realize it, staring at the surroundings with his smart eyes, but didn't find anything unusual. There were no monsters, and no pollution. There was no difference from the previous journey. Ji-sun looked thoughtful and said calmly, "We are lost." Lost? Both Chujio and Nanjing were a little surprised by this. The three of them were all high-ranking, so it stands to reason that they would never make such a low-level mistake as getting lost during an adventure. Moreover, they thought about it, and found no problem, and everything was normal along the way. But since it was Ji-sun who said it, the two women also took it seriously. However, if they were just getting lost, it would not be a big problem for them. Nanjing tilted his head to look at Ji-sun and asked curiously, "How did you find it?" "The flat stone next to your left foot was placed by me before. We never went back, but this stone appeared again. In other words, either there is something wrong with this space, and we are back to where we were before, or our perception is disturbed." Ji-sun was also very surprised. He definitely did not take the wrong path. Since it has been confirmed that the Rune Plateau is the location of the Augustus Mausoleum, he did not dare to be careless from beginning to end. He kept counting his steps to calculate the distance, and used a variety of reference objects to determine the direction. He even considered that the subjective consciousness was disturbed by some mysterious factors, so he left physical marks along the way. Theoretically, it is absolutely impossible to get lost. But the facts are in front of us. After using several methods, we still got caught. The perception did not detect any abnormality, and a small stone mark made things weird. But his tone was very calm. After all, this was a good thing in a sense. The mysterious power that can affect the perception of three people at the same time must be at a very high level of law. This means that they have found the right place. Hearing Ji-sun's words, Chujio's expression did not change at all. He looked around with a cold gaze, sensing something. Originally, they were lost, and the atmosphere was a little serious. But at this time, Nanjing's voice, which was a beat slower, rang out, "Where is the stone?" The girl with the bun instinctively lowered her head to see which mark Ji-sun mentioned. But after a glance, she still didn't see it. She was stunned for a moment, and then she realized something. She took a half step back and saw the stone under her feet. When Ji-sun saw this scene, his eyebrows moved slightly, as if he was smiling. The girl with the bun had a very proud chest, which blocked her sight just now, so she didn't see the stone at the tip of her toes when she lowered her head. Even Chujio, who had a cold expression, had a faint smile on his lips at this moment. Nanjing looked at the two people's strange eyes, and a blush instantly spread on her pretty face. In a panic, she explained, "I just didn't notice it just now." Ji-sun couldn't help but chuckle after all. He actually noticed it when they met again in the tent of the Sorrow Valley camp. Nanjing's figure was a little fuller than the last time he saw her. Her waist was still slender, but her chest was even more majestic. At the age of youth and romance, her figure is like a pomelo in autumn. As time goes by, she gradually becomes more mature. But she exudes a pure breath that is unique to girls. This contrast makes this bald-headed lady uniquely cute. Hearing this, Nanjing also knew what he was laughing at. He cast a resentful look at him and whispered, "Mr. Ji-sun, you are making fun of me." Ji-sun smiled and shook his head. He was not an outsider, so he raised his eyebrows and glanced at her again, and said truthfully, "It's fine. Xiaonan is getting prettier and prettier." "Ah?" If it was when they first met, Nanjing would definitely not dare to respond. But now that they have experienced many life-and-death adventures, they are no longer unfamiliar. Besides, she could also hear that Ji-sun was really praising her. The atmosphere was not awkward, but rather warm and pleasant, like that of close friends. Hearing this, the bald-headed lady's eyes suddenly stopped being resentful, and she tilted her head to look at Ji-sun's expression seriously. Then she grinned. Her dimples slightly sunken, revealing a pair of cute little tiger teeth, and she playfully responded, "Thank you for the compliment." Ji-sun smiled without saying anything. A rare softness also appeared in Chujio's sharp eyes. The serious atmosphere of being lost was diluted by Nanjing's words. But after coming to their senses, the three of them also had to solve the dilemma in front of them. After observing for a while, they found that there was no danger, so they continued to walk. Ji-sun was very familiar with the principles of various mazes. Now that he has accumulated a lot of knowledge and has a strong deduction ability, ordinary mazes do not pose a threat to him at all. Besides, there is enough food in the storage ring, and it is impossible to be trapped to death. In his opinion, the danger is never the maze itself, but other problems. It seems to be back to the time of Graveyard Maze. Chujio and Nanjing are obviously stronger, but they are very patient to be Ji-sun's little followers. With such two powerful partners, Ji-sun also focuses on solving the problem of getting lost. Various marks were left along the way, trying various solutions. This walk took nearly half an hour. The three of them were worried that the monsters did not appear, so they kept circling in this foggy forest. Suddenly Ji-sun stopped again. "Strange, it's an irregular cycle?" After walking a few times, he also confirmed some patterns. That is, there is no pattern. The area of this forest is far smaller than the area of the cemetery maze, and there is no trace of any artificial mechanism. So it's not a moving maze. How did they do it? What's even more bizarre is that the three tried every possible means, but they didn't notice what mysterious force was interfering with their perception. This is what Ji-sun is most puzzled about. Theoretically, such an irregular maze is absolutely impossible to exist in a limited space. At least it won't make him completely unable to find any clues. Either there is something wrong with the spatial laws in the forest, or is it human intervention? Ji-sun deduced the two most reasonable scenarios. His intuition made him lean more towards the latter. That is, there is some kind of mysterious will in this forest. It artificially changed some paths, making this forest maze irregular and inducing Ji-sun and the other two to get lost. The purpose was not to trap and kill them, but to prevent them from approaching the area with coordinates on the map. Thinking of this, Ji-sun's expression became slightly strange. Why does it feel like a boring prank of some ancient will to find some fun in its long life? Hey, that's right. Ji-sun had an idea. No living people have come to Rune Highlands for thousands of years. It has been trapped for too long, so there may be some mentally unstable undead. Could it be a neutral undead? Ji-sun thought of the situation in Xiao Meicheng's secret realm. There are many high-level undead trapped in the time loop for thousands of years, and most of them are neutral. No malice, just trapped. Maybe it's true. Ji-sun stopped to think, and Chujio and Nanjing didn't disturb him, standing quietly beside him. Seeing his expression suddenly relieved, Miss Wanzada spoke. Mr. Ji-sun, did you find anything? She was not panicked at all. If we are trapped, we can go to the underworld at worst and leave. Ji-sun said his guess. It's not the maze that trapped us. It may be some ancient will. He was not sure what it was. Everything has spirituality, ancient relics, dead spirits, and even flowers and plants with consciousness. After hearing this, Chujio and Nanjing understood something and immediately became alert. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Ji-sun suddenly spoke. Senior, we are adventurers, following the treasure map to come here. No intention of offending. Thinking that the will was neutral, he tried to communicate. Ben was also telling the truth. In case the other party was interested in communicating, there would be a follow-up. But after saying this, there was no movement at all. The surroundings were still dead silent. Ji-sun frowned slightly. There were only two results. Either he guessed wrong, or that ancient will. I don't want to pay attention. When Ji-sun thought of this, another idea flashed through his mind. He looked at Chujio beside him and suggested, Chujio, how about you show your demon power? Chujio understood tacitly and nodded yes. She also guessed that this maze, whether it was a restriction or something else, was most likely left by the ancestor of Augustus. Her bloodline identity might be the only key. As she said this, her expression suddenly became stern, and a snow-white female demon wearing a crown appeared behind her. At the same time, the overbearing cold air also spread into the forest. Diamond Q White Queen is one of the two exclusive extraordinary sequences that the Augustus royal family has inherited for countless years. Ji-sun thought that 3,000 years had passed, and that ancient will would know this professional ability even if it didn't know the person. The fact was the same as he thought. That will came faster than expected. Just the moment when Chujio showed the shadow of the demon god, a hoarse and light exclamation sounded. Ji-sun was delighted. It really exists. It was just a guess just now. Now that it is confirmed that ancient will really exists, the current situation has suddenly become complicated. Nanjing and Chujio beside him also looked cautious. At that time, in the dark forest, a hunched figure slowly walked out of the mist. Human? Ji-sun was also slightly surprised. Or rather, a creature in human form. The old woman in front of him looked like a zombie crawling out of a grave. The black and gray robe on her body had long been tattered, and she was holding a dead wooden cane. Her exposed skin was pale and dry, and it looked like it was on the verge of rotting. Her eyes were also dim and blue like a ghoul. But when she raised her head and looked at Chujio, a hint of life emerged. Sometimes it appeared, sometimes it disappeared. Ji-sun observed the mysterious old woman, who suddenly appeared calmly. She looked like a dead spirit, but she seemed to be a living person, and there was no chi on her body at all. The old woman looked at the shadow of the demon behind Chujio, and then looked at Nanjing, who was carrying a large scroll and had entered a combat state. She was dazed for a moment, and then she seemed to remember something, muttering to herself, the successor of Master Nan, it seems that it has been too long, it has been a long, long time. Hearing this, the three of them were all stunned. Did this person recognize Nanjing as the descendant of the high priest? Ji-sun didn't feel any hostility at the first time, and his heart was relieved. The most important thing is that no matter what the old woman in front of him is, she has normal thinking and should be able to communicate. Just when Ji-sun was thinking about how to start, something unexpected happened. The old woman stood there in a daze for a while, and her memory seemed to have recovered a little bit. She looked at Chujio again, with a solemn and humble respect on her face. Then she let go of the cane in her hand, straightened her tattered clothes, and knelt down solemnly in the surprised gaze of Ji-sun and the other two. I am the tomb guardian, who guards the ancestral tomb. I pay my respects to your majesty. This is an ancient court etiquette. This scene stunned Ji-sun and the other two. Being knelt down by an existence, who was unknown how strong, and had lived for many years, Chujio was also stunned in place, even a little at a loss. The kneeling ceremony has been abolished since the collapse of the Oran dynasty more than 200 years ago. Even for knights, the highest etiquette is only to kneel on one knee. However, the old woman in front of her performed a very exquisite kneeling ceremony towards her. Chapter 331. Chujio is indeed a descendant of the Augustus royal family. But as an illegitimate daughter, she has never enjoyed any royal treatment since she was a child, and she doesn't think she is special. There are some old ministers in the royal court who have not given up the kneeling ceremony, but she has never been treated like this. What's more, the one kneeling to her is a senior who has lived for an unknown period of time, and is older than the oldest elders she has ever seen. Chujio looked at the hunchbacked old woman, who was humbly crawling on the ground in front of her. The kindness in her heart made her a little flustered, and she hurriedly said, "Senior, you don't have to perform such a great ceremony, and you are wrong. I am not your majesty." She thought the other party mistook her for the current king of Orlan. This misunderstanding must be explained. But after saying this, the old woman did not stand up, but responded on her own, "I am the head of the palace appointed by His Majesty Crosa, and the tomb guardian appointed by Lord Nan. I am ordered to guard the ancestral tomb here." It seems that she has not spoken to a living person for a long time, and has forgotten some of the ability to communicate with people. This speech is intermittent. Occasionally, it seems that she has forgotten how to organize her words, and has to pause for a moment to recall before continuing. However, when these words came out, Ji-sun and the other two were shocked. Crosa was the title of the last emperor of Terran, the Mad King Alduin. This was the official term in history books. And the position of the head of the palace was a bit like the chief eunuch, and he was also a top-notch powerful figure in the dynasty. These titles were not important. What was important was a simple sentence that made the three realize that the old woman in front of them was an old official of Terran 3,000 years ago. The three of them could tell from her appearance that the old woman was very old. But they didn't expect her to be so old. A person who lived 3,000 years ago? No. Ji-sun observed again, and confirmed that the old woman in front of him was not a person. She didn't have the chi of a living person. To be precise, she should be a dead spirit like a lich. The fact that she could live for so long was enough to prove that this old woman was definitely not simple. As soon as her identity was revealed, the heavy feeling of history came over him. Ji-sun looked at her, and suddenly had a very strange feeling. This old woman seemed to be involved in an extremely long fate. She was involved in the fortune of the dynasty, the changes of civilization, and the truth of history. She was a living witness of history. She connected the Terran dynasty 3,000 years ago with the present era. Like the words in a history book, she, like those ancient relics, was the carrier of that glorious history. It was when she heard this incredible identity that Chujio felt even more unbearable. After restraining the shock in her heart for a moment, she said again, "Senior, you are wrong. I am not the king of Augustus. Terran has collapsed, and the royal family no longer exists." But she didn't dare to say it directly, for fear that some words would irritate this survivor of the previous dynasty. And to be honest, Arthur is the heir to the throne. However, unexpectedly, the old woman determined something and said very solemnly, "Your Majesty, according to the ancestral precepts of the Terran royal family, if you can integrate the seal of the royal power and have the coronation ceremony performed by the high priest of the court, you are the only legal heir to the imperial power." At this, Chujio and Nanjing were stunned at the same time. Because they really knew this. I have heard it many times since I was a child. Even Ji-sun thought of a sentence he had seen in a book about the court etiquette of the Orlan royal family. If power is not restrained, it will become a terrifying monster. This is why the high priest of the royal court has almost the same power as the king. It is to restrain the royal power. At this time, the old woman continued, "Before, a descendant of the royal family used a ritual to awaken the ancestral spirits, who guarded the tomb in the mausoleum of His Majesty Crosa. I saw it too, but did not respond to him. Although he had fused the tyrant mark, his aptitude was too mediocre. He barely succeeded in fusion with the help of the royal sacred artifact, and his luck was still far from enough. Moreover, the high priest he brought was not Lord Nan," he said, and respectfully gestured to Nanjing. "This Lord Nan refers to a certain lady with a bun." No wonder his attitude changed immediately when he saw Nanjing just now. After hearing this, Ji-sun and the other two understood everything at the same time. It turned out that the heir to the royal power of Augustus was not only to fuse the White Queen or Tyrant two-source cards. There is another indispensable condition, which is the approval of the high priest. Arthur is the king, but he did not wait for the approval of Nanjing's mother, and later imprisoned her, letting the Bai family take the position of high priest. But Chujio is different. She fully meets the requirements. Not only has she merged with the White Queen, but she also has Nanjing, the High Priest, accompanying her. This means that she is the legitimate heir to the kingship in the ancestral precepts of Augustus. At this moment, Jisun finally put his mind at ease. This was the question that had worried him the most just now. Because Arthur had obtained the authority to the Mad King's mausoleum, Chujio almost died in that underground palace. Jisun was also afraid that the man in front of him might be controlled by certain authorities and pose a threat to them. After hearing this, Chujio didn't know what to do. Having said that, she didn't think of herself as a king, and she wasn't interested. She wanted to fight for those inheritances just to become stronger, for that unfair fate. However, the mausoleum keeper in front of her had said this, and she didn't know how to speak again. Both sides were silent for a moment. Chujio couldn't bear to see the old man kneeling on the ground, so he said, "Senior, please get up." The old woman seemed to have some deep-rooted ideas, and said stubbornly, "I am just a remnant soul guarding the ancestral tomb, and I don't deserve your majesty's treatment." Jisun, Nanjing, Chujio, the three of them were silent. It is really hard to understand the court rules of 3,000 years ago with the concepts of this federal era. Not only does this old woman look like a zombie crawling out of a grave, but her thoughts also reveal a rotten smell everywhere. But he has been loyal to his duty for 3,000 years. This alone is enough to make the three people respect him. Chujio knew that he could not get away with it, so he organized his words and still used honorifics and said, "Then you stand up." Hearing this, the old woman stood up. "Yes, your majesty." Jisun watched from the side, with a gleam in his eyes. Who is the legitimate successor to Augustus's kingship? This can be discussed slowly later. In the current situation, because of the arrival of this mysterious man, it seems that all the difficulties have been solved. Before Jisun came, he had already made a mental estimate that this place must be more dangerous than the Mad King's tomb. This was indeed the case. The tomb keeper who had lived for 3,000 years was here, enough to block everything. It was thanks to Nanjing and Chujio, otherwise Jisun felt that even if he was a few levels higher, he would never be able to touch such a person who had been written into history. At the same time, Jisun also looked forward to it. The previous Mad King's tomb had so many treasures, so what about this Augustus ancestral tomb? Jisun was not dreaming of getting rich by thinking about those treasures. Rather, he was interested in the dusty history and the secrets of the extraordinary level. All the emperors of the Talon dynasty were buried here, so how many secrets were buried there? Is the founding emperor, Lanlangster M. Augustus, also buried here? Also, what happened to the Talon dynasty back then? With a living witness of history, wouldn't someone be able to answer all the questions that the three of them had discussed all along? Thinking of this, Jisun also felt the magic of fate. In this situation, there is basically no need to consider exploring by yourself, just follow. As for safety, traps, mechanisms, and restrictions, there is no need to worry about them. If the other party has malicious intentions, there is no need for other means. Just this psychedelic forest is enough to trap them. Chujio, who was standing aside, glanced at Jisun and guessed his thoughts, so he said directly, "Senior, I want to go to the ancestral tomb to take a look." The old woman agreed, of course. The existence of the ancestral tomb is for the continuation of the inheritance of the Augustus royal family. "Your Majesty, you are here, and I have some things to give you." As she spoke, she leaned on her cane and led the three people into the depths of the thick fog. "Your Majesty, please follow me." The three followed the old woman into the psychedelic forest. It wasn't long before the three walked out of the fog. The surrounding dead spirits were thick and sticky like porridge. After entering, people felt a piercing pain as if they were falling into an ice cave. It was also fortunate that Jisun and the other two had extraordinary means. Otherwise, these dead spirits alone would be enough to make ordinary adventurers unable to move. Jisun looked at it and sighed in his heart. It's really a good place to practice. He can absorb all elements, and practicing here is definitely several times more efficient than other places. However, when he saw this living environment, he thought about how powerful this mysterious old man must be. After walking about 1 or 2 kilometers, it seemed that he had entered some kind of barrier. Some hard stones could be seen around. This is the Asgard god stone. I have seen it in the mausoleum before. The stones were very fragmented, and looked like the stonemason had carved something and left some leftovers. Jisun thought they would go directly to a special mausoleum. However, after walking for a while, the old woman in front suddenly stopped and apologized to Chujio. "Sorry, Your Majesty, this is not a place where living people would come, so it's a little deserted, and I'm sorry for treating you badly." As she said that, she waved the cane in her hand, and it seemed that some kind of restriction that interfered with perception disappeared. Ji-sun and the other two also saw the real situation in front of them. The surrounding environment is like a quarry, very simple. Except for a small house made of stone fragments, there are no other buildings. This is the residence of the Tomb Keeper. The stones are all Asgard god stones, which would not surprise Ji-sun. But on these stones in front of him, countless mysterious symbols are densely carved. It looks like a religious scripture. It is not just a few characters, but also contains huge and mysterious content. But it is not the ancient Talon language in the tomb. It is not the demon language, nor the mysterious symbols of the common spell system. Ji-sun wanted to see clearly what those symbols were. But after just a glance, those symbols in his vision seemed to surge in dense masses, filling his sea of consciousness like a dam breaking, making his thoughts freeze. Supercognitive high-level information. Ji-sun had been trained by Master Merlin before, and he knew what this feeling was. He realized that something was wrong and quickly retracted his gaze. Chujiu and Nanjing, who were standing beside him, were higher in rank than him, and were in a much better situation. But they also found that there was something wrong with the symbols carved on the stone tablet. If it were a low-level card master, he would probably have a mental breakdown after just one look. At this time, the old woman next to him noticed the three people's recklessness, but only glanced at Ji-sun, and reminded him, "This is Little Rune, young man, your current realm is too difficult to read." Ji-sun's expression was stern. Little Rune? Rune Highlands. He suddenly realized what this was. Rune is an ancient language, and the translated meaning is the symbolic embodiment of the laws of the universe. This is an existence older than the higher-level characters such as demon language, god language, and dragon language. Ji-sun had heard people from the southern continent talk about the uses of rune before, but at this moment, he could not accurately understand what this term refers to. As she spoke, the old woman changed her tone to respectful and explained to Chujiu, "Your Majesty, this is what I have learned from studying the Emperor's steel in these years of loneliness and idleness, and I carved it casually. Although it is a little bit of my superficial understanding of the laws of the universe, it is difficult for card masters below the 7th level to bear it." Ji-sun and the other two were confused. But obviously, the other party thought they knew what Little Rune was. This cognitive gap made the three people confused. Ji-sun was an outsider, so it was difficult to ask. Even if he asked, the other party might not respond. Chujiu understood tacitly and said modestly, "Senior, I'm sorry, because the inheritance I came into contact with has been discontinued. I can't quite understand what you just said about Little Rune." "You?" The old woman was obviously surprised that the three of them didn't even know Rune, but after thinking about it, she didn't say anything and asked, "How many years is it in Talon now?" Ji-sun, Nanjing, Chujiu, the three looked at each other with strange expressions, not knowing how to start. Terran collapsed. Now it is the Federation calendar. Oh no, after Arthur's restoration, the Oran calendar was used again. As if there was more communication, the old woman's thoughts gradually became normal. She guessed something inside, as if she realized that she had asked the wrong question. She said to herself, "So the Empire collapsed?" Chujiu listened, nodded and replied, "Yeah." "Old woman, how long has it been?" Chujiu, 3,000 years. "Oh, it's been so long." The old woman sighed. "Yes, it's been a long time. So long that she even forgot her own name." Chujiu looked at the traces of time on the old woman's face, and a trace of pity appeared in her deep pupils. Although she didn't have a sense of belonging to the blood of Augustus, it was hard not to respect this old minister who had been loyal to her blood for 3,000 years. She explained simply, "The empire collapsed. The royal family went to the East Wilderness, and some people went to the South Continent. The inheritance was thus cut off. It was only recently that we found it. I came here this time to find out what happened back then. So that's how it is." The old woman seemed to understand everything inside. It turns out that the preparations made by Lord Nan predicted this result. When Ji-sun and the other two heard this mumbling, they all realized that the dusty history was about to unveil its mystery to them. Oh, that's right. When the old rulers awakened back then, ordinary people would be polluted if they talked about their names. Actively severing the civilization, isolating and preserving it, is the only way. What happened back then? That has to start from the last era. The wise and great Emperor Lanlingster ended the chaotic era ruled by the Old Ones with fear. The Emperor drove the ice giants to the extremely cold Ice Ridge wasteland, the Darkborn to the depths of the Abyss Rifts, the Fire Demons to the depths of the Crypts, and all the alien races that threatened the continuation of the Kashi civilization were driven out of Middle-earth and established the Talon Empire. The empire was glorious for tens of thousands of years, But after several struggles for power, the country's fortunes also weakened. When His Majesty Crosa came to power, the dynasty was already in tatters, with famine, plague, and frequent wars. The old god sect emerged. This is the outer gods' rebellion that has been turbulent for 100 years. This opening is like listening to a myth. Ji-sun and the other two listened with great interest. Only then did they know that in addition to the East Wasteland and the South Continent, there are other continents. There are so many powerful alien races. The age of chaos before the Talon Empire. How exciting would that be? Ji-sun listened to these stories, and actually had deduced almost everything before. After all, this old woman is a Talon internal official, so she was still very euphemistic. It's said to be a natural disaster, but it's actually a man-made disaster. The dynasty is corrupt, and all kinds of demons and monsters have emerged. Jia, you had talked about the nature of the old god belief before, and there was a sentence that Ji-sun was deeply impressed by, that only suffering can make people believe in gods and pray for miracles. If people can eat and drink enough by themselves, they will believe in themselves more. This is also the source of the spread of various strange sects and beliefs. But then, Ji-sun didn't know the ancient secrets. The old woman continued, in fact, the cholera had already planted the roots in the last era. Those were a few mysterious pottery jars. No one knows where they came from, and no one knows who made them. But there are some terrifying existences sealed in the jars. They represent the evil, chaos, and disorder in the world. Even Emperor Lanlingster didn't get rid of those jars. They can only be sealed up. Later, some jars were excavated from ancient ruins. The pollution of the faith of the foreign gods spread. This is the beginning of the chaos. First there was 1, then 2, 3, and finally 7. And those foreign gods are the so-called 7 lords of the calamity. Their names cannot be mentioned. But your majesty, you must know. Scarlet Corruption Saiades, Beast Blood Boiling Mudu, Source of Corruption Nicer, Mysterious Worm Mother Karakta, Lord of War Monliad, Source of Plague Takpara, Elemental King Lagros. These are the 7 culprits who brought the calamity. Hearing this, Ji-sun felt a chill in his waist for some reason. If he heard it right, 2 of the 7 jars were hanging around his waist. And unfortunately, he had heard of several of the names of those foreign gods. Chapter 332. 7 Lords of Natural Disaster. Ji-sun listened to the old woman's story, and realized that there were 7 mysterious pottery jars. Each jar really contained an old foreign god. And it was a relic from the last era. The history was older and more mysterious than he thought. Even the Augustus royal family didn't know where the jars came from. After hearing this, Ji-sun suddenly understood why the powerful Talon Empire collapsed. With so many foreign gods causing chaos, it was like a person suffering from multiple terminal illnesses at the same time. It would be strange if he didn't die. Scarlet Corruption, Lord of Plague, these 2 Ji-sun had experienced before. He also suspected that the Beast Blood Boiling Mudu was most likely the source of pollution in the other dimension in greedy mine that turned the townspeople into werewolves. This was after the card masters of Talon had used all means to seal and deal with it. But just a little bit of pollution leaked out, and almost caused the entire civilization of the Federation to collapse. Ji-sun could hardly imagine how terrifying the 7 Lords of Natural Disaster that once ravaged during the Talon period must have been. At the end of the dynasty, it was a cruel and chaotic world with demons and monsters coexisting. A piece of dusty history was told by an eyewitness. Ji-sun and the other 2 listened very carefully. The old woman continued to narrate, the rampage of those foreign gods brought plague, famine, insect plague and chaotic climate to the empire, especially the Lord of War Disasters, Monlian. He is the personification of war disasters and draws faith and divine power from war. His coming caused the empire's fortune to decline greatly. The lords of various places gathered their own troops, and rebels rose up, and the war continued. Lord of War. Ji-sun really felt that he had broadened his horizons today. The old man's narration was not just about language, but also about using some kind of mysterious power to guide people to know more accurately. So much so that just hearing the names of these old gods made Ji-sun and the other 2 feel as if a huge amount of information had flooded into their minds. Chu Jiao and Nan Jing were both serious, thinking deeply. Ji-sun's thoughts also began to deduce automatically. At this moment, he seemed to understand a little bit what the concept of God was. Behind that name, he saw wars, mountains of corpses, seas of blood, killing, tyranny, betrayal, death, destruction, all gathered together. This is the war disaster. This is a god, and also a law of the universe. He was originally indescribable, mysterious, omnipresent, but difficult to detect. But through certain phenomena, he appeared in the eyes of the world. That is war. I didn't see it before, just because I was not high enough. I only saw the appearance of war. But he didn't see the cosmic law pointed to by the appearance. For a moment, Ji-sun was thoughtful. Chujiu and Nanjing on the side also looked thoughtful. They knew that this mysterious old senior was guiding them to see some scenery from a high place. The story continued. His Majesty Crosa has great talents and has made a great wish to save the empire. Everyone thinks that His Majesty's use of the Silver Moon sect is excessive. The rebels also raised their troops in this name. In fact, the situation of the empire at that time had reached the point where drastic measures had to be used. Your Majesty wanted to use the Silver Moon faith to gather national strength and fight against the faith pollution of the 7 foreign gods, but unfortunately the empire was already in a state of collapse. Moreover, the natural disasters brought by the 7 old gods also quickly eroded the national fortune. The empire was in decline, and Your Majesty's royal power and luck were also greatly reduced. Later, he was contaminated by the backlash of the tyrant Mark, became suspicious and cruel, and did some things that caused misunderstandings in the world. Although Lord Nen tried his best to change, it was a pity that he was powerless to change the situation. This old man who had been loyal to the Augustus royal family for thousands of years slowly told the secret unknown to outsiders. After hearing this, Ji-sun finally understood why the last emperor of Talon had a nickname of Mad King among the people. It turned out that he was attacked by the tyrant Mark. The K royal power sequence is indeed very powerful, with a kind of tyranny that almost surpasses other sequences. But the most important source of extraordinary power behind this tyrannical and powerful back is the royal power itself. Just like the new King Arthur was able to advance to the 7th level in a short period of time, it was because he successfully restored the throne, and the royal power fate and luck soared. At one time, Ji-sun saw too many things. Some were about the extraordinary sequence, some were about the historical truth, and some were about his own thinking about the law. With a myriad of thoughts, he was immersed in the mysterious state of enlightenment of his wandering mind. At the same time, I Am the World was also touched. These stories completed the incomplete puzzles in Ji-sun's mind, and a complete national destiny line appeared in his eyes. From another angle, the so-called historical truth is also different. Before this, all the historical truths that Ji-sun had obtained came from folk unofficial history, mostly from people like Aragorn, whose ancestors were once descendants of the rebels. From the perspective of the folks, the stupidity and debauchery of the Mad King Alduin was a very important cause of the collapse of the empire. Throughout history, most of the kings who lost their country were like this. Ji-sun also thought so before. But now in the narration of this palace eunuch, he heard another version of the truth of the story. The madness of the last emperor was also real. But it can also be said that he was crazy, largely to save the empire, and was later contaminated by the backlash of the Mark, which made him the foolish and tyrannical Mad King in the eyes of the world. Two perspectives, the same characters, different stories. Ji-sun thought of this, his eyes gradually deepened, and he thought, it turns out that once a person has a position, the things he sees have deviated from the truth. This ancient story completes his understanding of the world's limited views. At this moment, I was deeply touched. Your Majesty and Lord Nen used the whole country's strength to fight against the natural disaster, and successfully defeated several of the old outer gods, sealed them up again, and hid the jars in various places. But the source of the plague Takpara could never be solved. He does not need faith, and gains power by spreading plague and bringing death. Even if the body is sealed, as long as there is a little bit of plague spreading outside, it will never be cut off. The then Dean of the Royal Academy of Sciences, Lord Ni, the head of the god-stealing by family, was ordered to study the plague potion. I don't know what happened later. I made some mistakes, and Your Majesty allowed me to be the keeper of the ancestral mausoleum, and no longer care about worldly affairs. Since the empire has collapsed, it seems that the plague medicine has not been developed in time. And Your Majesty, you came from the East Wilderness, so I think it must be passed down by Lord Nen through the torch plan, which is fortunate. When Ji-sun heard this, the story lines in his mind were connected. The DP955 Research Institute in the plague swamp that he went to before was where the Bai family researched the antidote for the plague. From this point of view, the Bai family during the Talon period was still full of loyal and brave people. Ji-sun felt that he had seen that Lord Ni before. It was probably the golden corpse he encountered in the seal of the mithril vein 100 years ago. Ji-sun sighed slightly when he thought of this. And the feeling of different fates touching each other was magical. For Ji-sun and the other two, this was clearly something that happened in ancient times. But for the old woman in front of him, it was just a story about how she and her colleagues had fought side by side. At this point, Ji-sun and the other two had almost understood that period of history. Nanjing's eyes turned, and she suddenly asked curiously, "Senior, what about the undead in Rune Highlands? And your body doesn't seem to be a complete spirit." She is a psychic, and she has already seen the peculiarity of this old woman. But she didn't understand it completely. That's why she was curious. "Lord Nan, you are too polite. This old servant is not worthy of your address." The old woman followed the rules she believed in all her life from beginning to end, responded humbly, and said, "This is exactly what the old woman wants to emphasize." She explained, "As for the undead on the Rune Plateau, they are the ones left over from the war. At that time, the Empire was devastated. After the Lord of War, Monliad, used the war to restore his divine power, he coveted the secret treasures in the Imperial Mausoleum. Later, he sneaked into the plateau, and the war broke out. In that battle, the tomb keepers were killed or injured. I activated the protective ban of the ancestral mausoleum and barely managed to injure them. However, in that battle, my body was also severely injured. I was on the verge of death and had to use the secret method of corpse transformation to turn into an undead. With the help of the ancestral spirits in the mausoleum, a remnant soul was left, and it has survived till now." Nanjing listened and said obediently, "Oh." However, Ji-sun heard a hint of grandeur in this calm narration. "This old man severely injured an outer god?" Hiss. Although the old woman modestly said that she used the prohibition of the Imperial Mausoleum, her opponent was a genuine true god. This also directly confirmed that the rank of this person in front of him must have been terrifyingly high when he was alive. Even in the Talon Empire back then, this person was definitely a strong man at the top of the pyramid. There is another key point in this statement. What secrets are there in the Imperial Mausoleum that an outer god would covet? Ji-sun's mind was full of thoughts, and he had many doubts in his heart. But he did not speak out of his presumption. He just acted as a small, transparent person and listened. Just thinking about it, the old woman's tone suddenly became serious. "Your Majesty, you must remember to be careful of the Lord of War and Disaster. Although he was severely injured in that battle, he escaped. Although his godhead is almost broken, I am afraid it will take thousands of years to recover. But once the war and disaster happen again, he will definitely be able to absorb the power of God and make a comeback." Hearing this, Ji-sun and the other two were stunned, and they all thought of something. Lord of War and Disaster, Monliad, was not sealed. Where did he go? The three of them were full of imagination. Judging from the current situation, the war between the East Wilderness and the South Continent is imminent, and it seems that the chaos is about to begin. Before, I didn't have enough insight and thought it was just a conflict between civilizations. Now I think about it carefully. This kind of war, wouldn't it be a war and disaster pollution? And even if there is no conflict between the civilizations of the two continents, even within the South Continent, the three kingdoms have been fighting for many years. At this moment, the war in Ji-sun's eyes has gone beyond the surface, allowing him to see some laws of the universe. The so-called God level seems to have some ability to control the laws of the universe, and to be present in specific things. Ji-sun also remembered that Aragorn had said before that some big figures in the southern continent wanted to use this war to achieve some extraordinary promotion ceremony. When he thought of this, he felt as if he had grasped something. War is a sequence of communication with gods. Communication with gods is a direction, a path, and a process of understanding the laws of the universe. War is like a grand performance ritual, which allows some people to understand the realm of gods and step up to the divine level step by step. The steps that step up to the highest level are piled with corpses. 10,000 bones wither, one general becomes successful. Could the Lord of War have fled to the southern continent? Ji-sun thought of the Holy See of the Arel Empire collecting jars. I didn't know why they did it before. Now I see. Is it really what I think? Thinking of this, Ji-sun felt his lower back getting colder and colder. The two spell pottery jars on my body are really like bombs. Maybe two outer gods will appear one day. I used them as a gathering jar for cultivation before, and I thought it was good. Now it seems that they are hot. Oh, there's another one. It is the one with cracks. It is now in Master Merlin's Research Institute. If those people in the South Continent really know about it, they will definitely grab it at all costs. Although the Illuminati Hermitage is very strong in the East Wilderness, it will be destroyed in an instant if it is exposed to the eyes of the Holy See. Ji-sun felt that he had to pass on these situations to Jiayu as soon as possible. That guy must be able to think deeper than himself. However, as soon as this thought came up, the sense of crisis became stronger. Ji-sun felt that something was not going well. When you think of something, that thought has a causal connection with this world. For example, mysterious abilities such as prophecy and prophet can be used for divination. Ji-sun did not dare to use the communicator. He felt that he had to go there in person. There was no problem before because those people in the southern continent did not have any directional intelligence. But as time goes by, the news of the battle in the Shinshu treasury that destroyed the vampires will inevitably spread. Perhaps it has been noticed by some people. It's a big trouble. Thinking of this, Ji-sun's eyes became deep. Time passed by unnoticed. The old woman roughly recounted what happened that year. However, because her own soul was incomplete and the time was too long, many things were vague and she could not remember them. But she remembered her duty, guarding the ancestral mausoleum, and handing over the secret treasures in the ancestral mausoleum to the descendants of Augustus. After the old woman finished her story, she pointed to the stone house and said, "Your Majesty, since you are here, please follow me. There are secret treasures left by the emperors of past dynasties in the ancestral mausoleum." Chujio listened and did not refuse, but nodded and said, "Then I trouble you." Although she did not think she was an emperor, she came for the inheritance of the royal mausoleum. And at this moment, after listening to the glorious stories of the great men of the Talon period, who gave everything for the continuation of civilization, some of her ideas in her heart changed subtly. The old woman said, respectfully leading the way. She didn't say that others couldn't follow. But after all, this was the ancestral tomb of Augustus, which made the other two a little embarrassed. Ji-sun turned his head and met Nanjing's gaze. The expression of this lady with a bun seemed to speak, "Shall we go?" Ji-sun responded to her with action. This opportunity to see the peak scenery of the Card Master civilization is really missed if it is missed. Ji-sun felt that any hesitation would be disrespectful to the opportunity. He followed them shamelessly. He thought he would talk about it when he was stopped. Nanjing was a little shy, but when she saw Ji-sun and Chujio had left, she followed them. The old woman leading the way didn't say anything. Ji-sun breathed a sigh of relief. The three of them walked to the small stone house. I thought this house was the old man's residence, but it turned out not to be. It was more like a temple. The stones of the piled stone house were also engraved with various mysterious symbols, which looked like some kind of barrier. When Ji-sun and the other two were curious about what was in the stone house, the old man told them in advance, "Your Majesty, didn't you ask me what a little rune is? Little rune is the rune that humans can see and understand. In layman's terms, when a card master reaches the 7th level, he can comprehend the domain, which is a manifestation of their control over the laws of the universe they understand. And little rune is to condense the domain into a supernatural symbol with traces like words, which is a higher level of understanding of the law." Ji-sun was not at that level yet, so he felt it was impressive. But Chujio and Nanjing obviously understood something, and nodded as if they understood something. After a pause, the old man pointed at the things in the room and said, "This Emperor's stone tablet records the great rune. In other words, it is a necessary factor for condensing the godhead of mortals." Godhead? Ji-sun was stunned when he heard it. Is this the royal family? The topic is too high-end. This feels like a field that can only be touched by the 8th, 9th, or even higher levels. The 52 divine sequences that others talked about were just talk. No one thought they could really become a god. However, in the heritage of the Talon royal family, this was not a legend. The miracle was right in front of us, a real thing that could be touched. After all, Ji-sun was born in the wild, and this experience made him feel a little magical. It was like a wild boar that was used to eating local products, and a mouthful of bran was put into its mouth, and it was a little stuck in its throat. It really fits the saying that the end of a lifelong effort of the lower class may just be the starting point of the upper class. But what surprised Ji-sun was still to come. Ji-sun had heard the term Emperor's Steel from the old woman before. In the old woman's own words, the symbols of mysterious power carved on the surrounding stones were just some superficial insights from the stone tablet, carved casually. So Ji-sun became more and more curious about what kind of mysterious thing this stone tablet was. He followed Chujio, learned from the previous lesson, and did not dare to look around. Thinking of little rune. It's so amazing, the Emperor's Steel must be something even more amazing. But when the few people stopped, the old woman didn't remind them to pay attention to anything, but directly introduced, "This is the Emperor's Steel carved by Emperor Lanlingster himself, and it is also one of the most important inheritance treasures of our Talon." Carved by Emperor Lanlingster himself? The three people were very curious when they heard this. Look up and drive over. However, when the black steel came into view, Ji-sun's eyes immediately froze there. It was not because he was shocked by the mysterious symbols on the steel, but because this steel looked too familiar. The black flowing material, isn't this the same stone material as the forbidden ruin steel that he had seen several times before? Ji-sun observed it, and confirmed that it was. He never expected that the great Emperor's stele would actually exist like this. However, after careful observation, this one in front of him was not the same as the ones he had seen before. The several forbidden ruined stele that he had seen before all had a unified rectangular base with a pointed obelisk shape on top. And this Emperor's stele is dome-shaped. It is estimated to be about 2 times 2.5 times 4 m in length, width and height, and the specifications are also different. Intuition also tells Ji-sun that the two stele are made of the same material, but they are not the same thing. The old man looked at the stele with awe like an apprentice. She turned to Chuchio and said, "Your Majesty, you are at a level now. If you want to comprehend the realm you have left, it would be best to comprehend this stele. This is also the ancestral precept of the palace. After the new kings of each generation are crowned, they will definitely come to the ancestral tomb to worship their ancestors and comprehend this Emperor's stele." Chuchio was surprised to hear the origin of the stone tablet, but she was a little puzzled. She was a member of the White Queen sequence and needed a special inheritance. This stone tablet can? The old man seemed to have guessed her doubts, and then explained, Emperor Lanlingster is an eagle that can soar in the cracks of the abyss. It is said that the ancestor is a peerless strongman who is proficient in most of the 52 demon god sequences. This stone tablet is a great rune carved by him with his lifelong wisdom. The wonders of the laws of the universe contained in it are unimaginable. I have been comprehending for thousands of years, and I have only barely grasped the surface. Chuchio Nanjing, when these words came out, the two women glanced at someone at the same time. They were not surprised by the meaning of the stone tablet, but the sentence, mastering most of the 52 sequences. When Ji-sun heard this, he instinctively thought of the professional sequence of mastering all methods. Isn't this Joker? He suddenly realized that the signature of Mr. M that he saw on his Joker mark was most likely the founding Emperor of Tarun. Chapter 333. Ji-sun listened to the old man's narration of the secrets of the Terran dynasty court, and basically confirmed that the Emperor Lanlingster had most likely merged the Joker mark. At the same time, he also thought of another question. That is, why did the demon mark appear in the different dimension? Under normal circumstances, the epic source card will be analyzed after a person dies, and will be obtained by others. Just like the two source cards Tyrant and White Queen inherited from Augustus, they were passed down from generation to generation in the royal family. If it appeared in the other dimension, Ji-sun currently knows that it is possible that the original fusion person died. Either he died in the other dimension, or he died in some unknown area that cannot be reached by human power. For example, the world rift between continental plates. A certain high-dimensional existence that Ji-sun temporarily recognized as the world would help to recycle it and make it reappear in the exploration rewards of the other dimension. There are also unique but very important ancient relics such as Hero Cloak, Sismac Holy Grail, Power Gem Gold Ball, etc., which are also in this situation. This is also the reason why Ji-sun got the Grey Joker in 407 Abnormal Biology Research Institute. But how could the great Emperor Lanlingster, who was able to end the chaotic era and establish such a powerful talent empire, die suddenly? If he didn't die suddenly, shouldn't his demon mark be passed down to Augustus' lineage? Or is there another possibility that the one that Emperor Lanlingster merged was not the Grey Clown, but another colorful clown? Ji-sun didn't know. No one could help him solve his puzzle. He had read a lot of information, but no book mentioned this sequence. The world only knew 52 sequence. The friends around him also knew about Ji-sun's situation. But except for Jia Yu, the leader of the Illuminati Hermitage, no one had heard of Joker. Even the Mushroom Head knew about it, but he only deciphered a few words from the secret stone tablet inherited by the Illuminati. It was not clear what the Joker sequence was. And listening to the tone of the Tomb Guardian, who had lived for 3,000 years, it seemed that she didn't know either. Joker was like two special cards hidden outside the 52 divine sequences. It is hidden in the shadow of history and unknown to the public. For a moment, many doubts emerged in Ji-sun's mind. As he was thinking, he glanced out of the corner of his eye and happened to meet the eyes of Chuchio beside him. Apparently, this old friend thought of the same question tacitly. She also wanted to clarify the doubts in her heart, so she turned to the old man and asked directly, "Is the ancestor of Lanlingster also buried in the ancestral tomb?" "Your Majesty, don't you know?" The old man asked back, and suddenly realized, muttering to himself, "Oh." She didn't say the second half of the sentence, but she had guessed it. The struggle for the throne is not new. In the long history of the Talon Empire, there have been many struggles for the throne between brothers and fathers and sons. But this is a matter between the descendants of Augustus, and outsiders cannot interfere. As an eunuch who writes the history of the court, just record it truthfully. She only needs to know that the person in front of her is the first heir to the throne, in accordance with the ancestral precepts of the court. The old man didn't want to ask anything, and responded directly, Emperor Lanlingster is not buried in the ancestral tomb. Because the emperor went to the Abyss Rift to explore the ultimate secret of the world. He never came back. When these words came out, Ji-sun and the other two had different expressions. The rank of the great Emperor Lanlingster must have reached the pinnacle of the world. There are probably not many things that can be called secrets in his eyes. Went to the Abyss Rift? Ji-sun himself was also curious about what was at the end of the Abyss Rift. And what exactly is the different dimensional space? And what is the world will? Chujio asked directly, what is under the world rift? This is also a question that everyone is curious about. At present, no one knows. People only know that the gravity of the crack is in the opposite direction, and they can only cross it through the iron chain. There seems to be some terrifying existence in the void of the crack. Even if there is the ability to fly, if you don't follow the iron chain, you will definitely go there and never come back. Ji-sun heard from Gongwu that he went down the crack tens of thousands of meters along the rock wall many times, but still didn't find the end, and almost got lost, and finally returned empty-handed. Just as the three of them cast expectant eyes, the old man shook his head, no one knows. After a moment of silence, she said in a deep tone, it is recorded in the palace history that the emperor had explored the endless abysses between the continents many times, but after returning, he did not tell anyone what he saw. The most detailed record I have seen in history books is only a few words in the original text. The emperor returned from the abyss with injuries, and stayed at home for several months. Ji-sun and the other two frowned as they listened. Their appetite was whetted, but they did not get the answer. But from this sentence, it seems that there is indeed something terrifying in the abyss that can hurt Emperor Lanlingster. At this time, the old man said, the last time the record says that the emperor went to the end of the rift in the southern continent, he never came back. Chujio, southern continent? Yes. Southern continent. The old man nodded, knowing why the three were confused, and explained, in fact, the southern continent has another name in the legend, called the Origin Continent. It is said that before the chaotic era, the birthplace of our human card masters was there. The upper limit of the laws on that continent is very high, and the resources are rich, but the living environment is extremely harsh, and there are many mythical species such as dragons and giants living there. Humans are just an inconspicuous lower race, and their survival is very difficult. The Middle-earth is more suitable for human habitation, so they migrated here later. So that's how it is. Ji-sun had heard from Aragorn and Alice before that the environment in the southern continent is harsh, but the creatures are strong. I thought it was an undeveloped wilderness. I didn't expect it to be the other way around. The birthplace of the Kashi civilization is actually there. The old woman knew that ordinary people would be curious when they heard this kind of news. She said in a slightly admonishing tone, but your majesty, don't take it too seriously. Even in the secret history of the palace, these are just ancient legends that have not been confirmed. Before the chaotic era, it was a forgotten timeline. The emperor went to the southern continent to explore the historical truth. Chujio nodded yes. Ji-sun was also curious. But he also knew his own strength. There was no need to think about those unrealistic things for the time being. From the old man, Ji-sun guessed that Emperor Lanlingster was most likely to have fallen in the southern continent. Combined with the M signature on the seal, it is basically certain that the person is the fused Grey Joker. Chatting aside, the duty of this tomb keeper is to guide the new emperor to obtain the inheritance of Augustus. The topic returned to this emperor's steel. The old man looked at Chujio and continued, the emperor condensed his life's wisdom into the great rune of this steel. Everyone sees and comprehends differently. This is also the only entrance to the ancestral spirit. Only when your majesty comprehends the inheritance left on the stone tablet can you gain the recognition of the ancestral spirits to enter the imperial mausoleum and find the secrets left by the previous emperors. Chujio, thank you for your guidance. As she spoke, her eyes also fell on the contents of the stone tablet. After reading it, it was as if she was immersed in it, her pupils were dilated, and a faint spiritual light could be seen. Ji-sun looked at Chujio's expression, and thought of the scene in the ruins of Xiamu's city before. At that time, Catalina also read the stone tablet under the guidance of Old Man Su, and was in the same state of enlightenment. After thinking about it, Ji-sun was also confused. This emperor's steel was confirmed to be the Great Rune, so what were the forbidden runes steel carved on? This curiosity drove Ji-sun to eagerly see what was on the steel. But this was a secret thing of the Augustus royal family after all. It was reasonable for him, an outsider, not to dare to look at it. Unexpectedly, at this moment, The girl with a bun-like head next to him had a cute and innocent expression on her face, and spoke directly. Senior, can we see this Emperor steal? Of course, the phrase we also includes good friends. Ji-sun listened and admired in his heart. This girl is really sensible. It's not easy for outsiders to ask, but it's different for the high priest. Even if you can't see it, it won't be taboo to ask. Sure enough, the old man heard the question and responded happily. This Emperor's stone tablet is the secret treasure of our Talon inheritance. Lord Man, you are the high priest of the empire, in charge of everything in the ancestral mausoleum. It's the old slave who has usurped the throne. Ah? Nanjing was slightly startled. Is this still his job? As he spoke, the old man also answered the other question in his words, and the emperor left this stone tablet in the past, originally wanting to pass on the inheritance to future generations, not limited to the palace. As long as your majesty and Lord Nan agree, others can also see it. Hearing this clear answer, the tangle between Ji-sun's eyebrows immediately dissipated. Before he could speak, Nanjing blinked and asked again, can we see it at our current level? This is also what Ji-sun is worried about. Before looking at those little runes outside. Almost lost, now this stone tablet contains more advanced extraordinary content, and it is impossible to read it casually. Ji-sun thought that some special protective measures were needed, but the old man said casually, of course it is possible. Before the two of them were confused, she explained kindly, the little one outside makes people feel uncomfortable because Master Nan's realm has vaguely touched that limit. If you can see it, the extraordinary information will flow into your mind, impacting your consciousness and bringing hidden dangers. But the Great Rune is not a problem. If you don't reach that level, you can't see it. It's just like the world we live in. The laws of the universe are actually flowing around us all the time. But if you don't reach that level, you can't see the laws of the universe. The Great Rune is the embodiment of the original law. Nanjing thought, oh. Ji-sun also understood. It turned out that his realm was too low, and he couldn't see it, so he didn't have to worry about it. Both of them knew that this was a popular science, but it was also intended to guide them to think. Ji-sun felt that the word sounded familiar. He remembered that Qin Rushi had said the same thing. Since he could see, Ji-sun turned his eyes to the stone tablet. Before he locked his eyes on the stone tablet, he seemed to see all kinds of mysterious symbols flowing in front of his eyes. But when he really looked at it, he saw nothing. It was a very strange feeling. Normal things, if you observe them, will become clearer and clearer, and will appear in your senses. But the content of this stone tablet is the opposite. If you don't look, it's there. If you look, it slips away and disappears. In an instant, Ji-sun knew what the old man meant. His current realm is too far away to understand. Big Rune is completely beyond the range of his current five senses. Ji-sun didn't plan to give up. He thought that he had to comprehend something. But at the same time, he didn't forget some of the worries he had thought of before. The 7 lords of natural disasters. And the matter of the South Continent looking for the jar must be informed to Jiayu. The sooner the better. It may take a long time to comprehend the stone tablet. Ji-sun did not dare to delay. Just as he was thinking whether he should leave first, Nanjing beside him tilted his head and asked, Mr. Ji-sun, what's wrong? Ji-sun told him his plan. This matter involved too many things, and he could not use the communicator. He originally planned to go there in person. But he did not expect that the bald-headed lady proposed a better plan. Do you want to send a letter to the leader of the hermitage? Ji-sun nodded yes. Except for Mushroom Head, he didn't think anyone could handle the news better. That's easy. Nanjing patted his majestic chest and said, I have contacted the hermitage before. In order to facilitate contact, I established a psychic contract with their intelligence officer. Mr. Ji-sun doesn't need to go there in person. I let the psychic ghost deliver the letter. It's almost impossible to leak it through the underworld. Ji-sun, oh? The intelligence officer of the hermitage is the fire starter Irene. We played cards together before. A very reliable and mysterious legend. Nanjing said, just give me the letter you wrote. Ji-sun didn't waste time, took out a pen and paper, and wrote. He used an encryption method that only he and Jiayu could decipher, and wrote down what he knew and some guesses in the letter. The sender didn't know the content, so it was even less likely to be affected by the mysterious spell. Nanjing summoned an ugly toad, which swallowed the letter, and then disappeared in the spiritual array. Ji-sun also felt it was magical, and thought of the method she used to communicate with the spirit of the 9th day in the mausoleum. This method is indeed safer and more efficient than delivering the letter in person. After delivering the letter, Ji-sun's mind was completely free of messy thoughts. He looked at the stone tablet again. Time passed in a flash. After looking for nearly half an hour, there was still no harvest. With a glance, the old man guarding the mausoleum was like a sculpture, standing aside, and completely without any breath. There were 3 people in the room, and only Ji-sun could still be distracted. Chuchio was already immersed in a state of enlightenment of the stone tablet, with a layer of light cold air lingering all over his body. The cold air intertwined and lingered, as if it was operating according to some special law, gradually forming a unique domain field. Although Ji-sun's current realm is not high, he can already see that this is the prototype of the domain formed by the law. After mastering the natural disaster earth rumbling he mastered, he can comprehend the earth rumbling domain. It seems that Chuchio should have touched the mystery of the domain. Ji-sun was pleased for his old friend. At the same time, he also felt that this Emperor's steel was really a good thing. Looking again, the bright eyes of the girl with a bun next to him also lost their agility, replaced by a misty depth. It seemed that she also understood something. Comparing them, Ji-sun really felt that he seemed to be a little short of it. But it was true. This Emperor's steel was originally a heritage of the Terran dynasty. Chujio and Nanjing were both descendants of the royal family and a high priest, so the content on it must be more suitable for them. Just like many professional sequences are inherited from family, because blood can also inherit many extraordinary characteristics. Ji-sun had a flash of thought. However, as he thought, a flash of inspiration suddenly came to his mind. Hey, that's not right. Ji-sun thought of a question. Since Emperor Lanlingster is also a Joker inheritance, shouldn't I be more compatible? Just like the inheritance copper plate that records the 52 magic secrets, only with the blessing of the magic power of the corresponding professional sequence can one read and understand the most accurate inheritance. Could it be the same situation with this steel? Thinking of this, Ji-sun showed a little hesitation. But only a second later, he was ready to try. The spell power rolled, and the clown shadow behind him had entered the state of magic solution. Magic solution can bless temporary enlightenment, and the efficiency of comprehension will be greatly improved. The most important thing is that Ji-sun wants to verify whether he can really see something on this steel by activating the power of the devil. I didn't do this before because I felt that as an outsider, I could see this Emperor's steel. I was originally benefiting from my friend's help, and it would not be good to take over the show. Now, it seems that I have to be thick-skinned. Chujio and Nanjing will definitely not mind. As for the Tombkeeper, Ji-sun felt that he was a younger generation with thick skin, and this old senior would definitely not say anything. He put away his distracting thoughts. The clown shadow appeared, and the world in his eyes was completely different. With the power of the demon god, Ji-sun looked at the stone tablet again, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Because at this moment, he found that those mysterious symbols really stayed in his vision, and it was not obscure, but there was an inexplicable sense of fit. It felt like there was a wheel mark on the rugged road leading to a distant place. Other carriages were bumpy because of their different sizes. Ji-sun's own wheel spacing was exactly the same as the wheel mark, and it fit perfectly. It really works. Ji-sun was delighted. At this moment, looking at the stone tablet again, although there was no text, he suddenly realized the general idea contained in those symbols, the universal rune. Chapter 334. After the magic was solved, Ji-sun looked at the Emperor's stone tablet again, and the mysterious symbols on it seemed to be inexplicably familiar. The contents were no longer obscure, but there was still a kind of mystery that was difficult to describe. He only understood the part that he could understand at his level. It was because he understood a little that Ji-sun was impressed by how magical the great rune on the stone tablet was. It gave him the feeling of seeing a complete and unique world. A world created by a powerful god-level person, full of all things. This is rune, a special symbol of the origin of the universe. Just a few of the most superficial characters contain indescribable super-limited information. At this moment, Ji-sun truly understood the true meaning of rune. Just like reading the high-level demon language on the original copper plate, the information was too much beyond the cognitive level, and could not be retained in the mind. But because of the 100% fit brought by the power of Joker Demon God, the meaning of the text on the Great Emperor's stone tablet was also analyzed to the maximum extent. But even so, Ji-sun still couldn't explain what he saw. Even to his own brain, he couldn't express what he saw and understood at the moment. If you really want to express it, a symbol may require hundreds of thousands or millions of words of lengthy description to express it. This is its exaggerated information content. Seeing this big rune, Ji-sun has never felt so clearly his lack of knowledge of the world. Just like the law of fire element on the stone tablet. Description: Ji-sun's current realm is simply unable to accurately understand what this kind of cosmic law is. He can only describe what he sees to his brain through the different forms of the fire element law in nature, such as bonfires, lava, meteors, dark fire, etc. Then it can leave an impression in cognition. At this moment, Ji-sun also understood why gods are incomprehensible, and incomprehensible to ordinary people. It is because the cognitive system of low-dimensional creatures cannot construct the ability to describe that kind of high-dimensional existence. I can't even think of it. The reason why he can understand these superficial things is because of the aura of forced comprehension brought to him by Joker. But this kind of comprehension that seems to have only touched a little bit of the superficial things is like a treasure to Ji-sun. This great rune not only improves his understanding of the laws, but more importantly, this idea. An advanced idea to the gods. This allows Ji-sun to see the future development direction of his career path. That is, the clown of all things. This Emperor Stone tablet not only records the elements, but also war, kingship, mystery, order, wisdom, healing, love, and dozens of cosmic laws pointed to by 13 extraordinary sequences are all in it. This is the great rune that Emperor Lanlingster condensed when he comprehended the world. A month has passed quietly. It seemed like a long time had passed. It also seemed like a moment of distraction. In front of the stone tablet, only Ji-sun was left sitting there. He was completely immersed in that mysterious state of comprehension, not noticing the passage of time at all, and he kept muttering to himself, "The earthquake in natural disaster rumbling earth is the manifestation of the law of destruction in the natural world in the form of a natural disaster. So this is the domain." Before, he only knew that if he practiced the magical power earth rumbling, as long as his comprehension was high enough, he could touch the threshold of the domain. But he didn't know why. But at this moment, he really understood. This Emperor Stone tablet raised Ji-sun's vision to the top of the mountain. Although the way to climb the mountain still needs to be walked step by step. But he has seen the direction of this road from a high place. Seeing this, Ji-sun's eyes converged from the stone tablet and exhaled a breath of turbid air. His mind was filled with knowledge at the moment. It couldn't hold any more. Although he was confused, he felt very comfortable. He could only understand so much at his current level. And what he understood was enough for him to consume for a long time in the future. After coming back to his senses and easing off for a long time, Ji-sun's pupils refocused, and he murmured to himself, "All things in the universe, this is the name of my future field." The corners of his mouth raised a brilliant arc, and there was a clarity in his eyes that he had never seen before. This was the refreshing pleasure brought by the transparent understanding of the future. Ji-sun's Joker sequence is very special. He has learned a lot of things, and he is indeed very strong. But because no one has heard of this sequence, he has no reference to the direction of advancement before, so he can only explore it by himself. One of the big problems is the direction of future promotion. Generally speaking, only if you have a deep understanding of your own professional ability can you successfully touch the watershed of the top-level card master, the field. But Ji-sun specializes in the abilities of several professional sequences at the same time. No matter which ability he uses as his direction, it is not suitable. Even Gongwu didn't have any good suggestions. But now there is. The great emperor still records the promotion path of the clown sequence. All are specialized and blossom in all aspects. This is why the emperors and high-level officials of all generations of Terran came to comprehend the steel, and were able to gain insights into their respective career sequences. Because the great emperor was already proficient in many sequences. In layman's terms, the career path is like the skill tree in the previous life game. The rank of the card master is the trunk of the tree. The thicker the trunk, the more abundant the fruit it can bear. The career tree of the 52 career sequence is a tree that bears a kind of fruit. The career tree of the Joker sequence is like a graft. Because the trunk is strong enough, it can bear colorful and diverse fruits. The biggest feeling from studying the stone tablet is that Ji-sun confirmed what his skill tree looks like, and how it should grow in the future. After a long time, Ji-sun narrowed his eyes slightly and thought, Emperor Lanlingster is really a great joker. Oh. Now that he has read the content on the stone tablet, he is almost certain of this. This feeling of 100% fit is definitely not bad. At the same time, he was also very curious. The great clown was so special. What about the colorful clown? From the current situation, even if Emperor Lanlingster has stood at the peak of the card master civilization, he still has not touched the ultimate secret of this world. This also aroused Ji-sun's strong curiosity. The more he knows, the more mysterious this world is. He was also very curious about what is under the Abyss Rift. However, strength is the foundation. Thinking of this, Ji-sun glanced at the black stone tablet and sighed, there is a lot of room for improvement in the future. This all-seeing rune is indeed a perfect match for the profession. Unfortunately, there are many laws that need to be comprehended. The more laws you comprehend, the stronger your final combat power will be, and the more perfect the field you will condense. But even in the same professional sequence, there are no two card masters who are exactly the same. Although Ji-sun and Emperor Lanlingster are both jokers, they have different choices and different abilities in the future. He was filled with emotion as he thought about it. Now he has mastered many secrets of various professions. Gluttony, undying curse, supreme domination, I am the world, inducing the fall of the gods, and the void moon god of the silver moon sect who has learned a little bit seems to be a magic secret, and there is also the hero sequence exclusive secret, the lightless sun, which he has not yet deciphered. He has 7 of the 52 magic secrets. But just getting started with these secrets took up almost all of Ji-sun's energy. He didn't think practicing was hard. But learning so many secrets at the same time is a bit too much for the brain. There is a feeling of being powerless. Thinking of this, Ji-sun's heart became more and more eager to improve his wisdom, thinking in his heart, the 3 Life Masters materials for advancing to the 5th level this time must have a significant improvement in the wisdom attribute. I don't know if there is any news from the Alliance army. The thoughts in his mind flashed away. Ji-sun looked at the empty stone house, and he was the only one there. Chuzhou and Nanjing seemed to have understood the restrictions of the Augustus Mausoleum from this stone tablet a few days ago, and then, swoosh, it was teleported away in an instant. The tombkeeper said before that the stone tablet was just the entrance. The real tomb contains the exclusive secrets left by the emperors of the Terran royal family to their descendants. But Ji-sun no longer envied those things. He had already gotten enough. Just digesting the insights of this month, he would not have time for a long time in the future. There was nothing to worry about the 2 friends in the tomb. Ji-sun didn't know how long they would stay. Anyway, he had a spiritual contract with Nanjing, so it was convenient to contact him at any time, so he planned to leave first. Deal with the things that need to be dealt with, and find Master Merlin to solve the problem of the 5th level professional card. And after listening to the story of the 7 lords of natural disaster, Ji-sun also felt that this chaos was very exciting. I have to go out and take a look. Walking out of the stone house, Ji-sun saw the hunchbacked old woman sitting on a stool outside, carving a piece of stone in her hand. Even if someone came out, the old woman didn't seem to notice it at all, and she was concentrating on carving those runes. Ji-sun didn't dare to disturb him, but he bowed and said, "Thank you for your guidance, senior." The old man seemed to not understand, and did not respond. The only sound beside his ears was the sound of the carving knife carving stone fragments falling to the ground. Ji-sun was not surprised. The old senior in front of him, who had lived for more than 3,000 years, was not a human, but a dead spirit. The extraordinary characteristics of relics would dissipate over the long years, let alone memories. The little intelligence she had left only remembered her loyal duties. After saying hello, Ji-sun turned around and walked into the mist. It was very smooth, and he walked out. Ji-sun followed the way he came all the way back to the camp of Sorrow Valley. A month has passed, and more adventurers from the southern continent have come to Rune Highlands. Ji-sun didn't care. The biggest secret of Rune Highlands is the Mausoleum of Augustus. The only survivor of the people who went to the mausoleum in this trial group might be Princess Betty of the Black Dragon Kingdom. However, that woman was contaminated by the Silver Moon Queen, so I don't think she would easily reveal the secret of the mausoleum. On the contrary, in order to hide her contamination, she would try every means to conceal this experience. Besides, it wouldn't be a big problem if it was really leaked. At present, it seems that the Augustus Mausoleum is not so easy to break into. Ji-sun did not delay, and hurried all the way. A few days later, 300 miles northwest of the now ruined Lion City, there is a small ruin called White Bone Fortress. This is the meeting place agreed with Jiayu. During this period, a large number of adventurers from the South Continent poured into the Old Continent, and the new cities built by the major families of the Federation were almost wiped out. Neither the current Alliance army nor the hunters dared to show their heads. They could only hide in the wilderness and fight guerrilla warfare. And the latest news Ji-sun got is that the 3 kingdoms of the Arel Empire have officially issued a notice that no one from the East Wilderness will surrender. It looks like they are going to destroy the Orlan royal court and fight to the death. Before, Ji-sun thought that it was because of the Capone family of the 5 major federal congressmen who surrendered to the enemy, which led to the ambush and murder of the Red Dragon 7th Order Legion commander, which caused the South Continent to lose trust in the East Wilderness. Now it seems that it is not the case. The fact is that some high-ranking officials of the Arel Empire want to use the war to complete some kind of extraordinary promotion ceremony. Only the War of Annihilation may have such a ritual specification. Ji-sun has not yet touched that level, but has only deduced some causes and effects. Perhaps there are some deeper meanings. And he can see that the deep-seated hidden danger is that the war disaster has been hidden in the current situation, and is getting worse. Next to a dry well in the ruins of the fortress, Ji-sun was thinking, and suddenly heard footsteps. Looking up, two mysterious people wearing special cloaks of the Illuminati came out not far away. Before the people arrived, the soft voice came first. "Hey, long time no see. Why do I feel that your temperament is different, Ji-sun?" The person who spoke lifted the cloak, revealing a head of brown wavy hair and a charming face. It was the Illuminati's chief intelligence officer, the firemaker Irene. Ji-sun stood up and smiled. "Sister Irene, long time no see." Irene stared at Ji-sun and looked at him, with a little surprise in her eyes. "TSK, you change a lot every time I see you." As she spoke, she raised her eyebrows and said with an expression that confirmed something, "Yeah, you're getting more and more handsome." Having played cards together before, Ji-sun knew her cheerful personality well, and was not at all stage shy. He smiled and said, "Sister Ai-lin is getting more and more beautiful." "Oh, I love hearing that." As she spoke, Ai-lin pointed at the people around her and said with disdain, "I'm not like some people who say I'm going to die alone." Ji-sun laughed and looked away. The other cloaked man raised his head and revealed a pale face. It was Jiayu, the leader of the Illuminati. Ji-sun frowned. "How are your injuries?" His condition was worse than the last time he saw him. Ji-sun even suspected that this guy might die at any time. Jiayu listened but shook his head and said disapprovingly, "It's not a big deal. Let's go talk while we walk." Ji-sun nodded. Ji-sun and the other two walked all the way from the ruins to the dark valley. Then, they walked into a secret passage leading underground. Rock layers can limit the overflow of energy. Similarly, a deep enough cave can also be exempted from various means of investigation to a large extent. This is a secret base of the Illuminati Hermitage. As he walked, Jiayu said, "I received the message you sent me, and it really helped a lot. I had previously speculated that the people in the South Continent looking for jars might be related to those outer gods. Now it is basically possible to confirm that there are indeed signs of the revival of the outer gods. However, it may not be the Lord of War. The South Continent is the territory of the Dragon Clan, and the outer gods dare not plunder. I suspect there is something else going on." Ji-sun, oh? He had thought that this mushroom head could definitely think of more information with the same information. Jiayu asked a very unanswerable question as soon as he arrived. "The biggest question is, have you ever thought about why the 7 Lords of Calamity can't be killed? It's true that some of them are difficult to kill, but not all of them. But the fact is that even Emperor Lanlingster can't do anything about it. There must be other reasons." Ji-sun had thought about the same question before. Since the jar has always existed, why not get rid of such a dangerous thing? There is only one possibility, that is, it cannot be solved. The Terran dynasty also has powerful gods, but they were all killed. Why can't those foreign gods be killed? If it is faith, it seems that there are no conditions for large-scale faith pollution now. This is very confusing. Before he was confused, Jiayu directly gave the answer. Either the killing method is wrong, or the thinking is wrong. Wrong thinking? Ji-sun was lost in thought. Jiayu said, "Master Merlin's research gave me a new idea. He analyzed the gene chains of the 2 old gods, Scarlet Corruption and Beast Blood Boiling, through a large number of experimental studies, and came to a very interesting conclusion." "Oh!" Ji-sun's eyes lit up, vaguely catching something. Master Merlin's genetic technology is different from the technology tree direction of the Talon period. He studies more on the microscopic level. Although both are extraordinary black technologies, one is more metaphysical, and the other is more scientific. Jiayu didn't beat around the bush and said directly, although the gene chain of the gods is extremely powerful, and has rich branches. But the 2 outer gods have many similarities in some key origin genes. Ji-sun, you mean? I'm not sure either. Jiayu was very rigorous. He didn't like to use guesses to get answers, but said, "So, I plan to go there and verify some guesses." Ji-sun guessed what he wanted to do and said with a little surprise, "You want to go to the southern continent?" "Yes." Jiayu nodded. After the South Continent learned that the Scarlet Corruption jars had appeared in the East Wilderness, they sent several elite teams to search for them. Although we used bait to deceive them once before, we paid a heavy price. And judging from the current situation, the Holy See is determined to get those jars. With the current means, I don't see any hope that we can save them. Ji-sun frowned slightly and asked, "But your body?" He was not surprised by the darkness under the lamp coping plan. He just thought it was feasible. In his prime before, Mushroom Head could go anywhere. But in his current state, any random gunman could probably kill him. It's not that bad. Jiayu didn't care at all, and said calmly, this kind of injury is not a bad thing for me. Ji-sun? He was going to die. Isn't it bad? Jiayu's eyes were misty, and he chuckled, destiny involves a person's life. We must accept its good phases and its bad phases. Happiness and pain, enjoyment and suffering, good and bad, are all me. This is the complete world. Oh! Ji-sun listened and thought for a moment. He now also understood that I am the world, so it was easy to understand what Mushroom Head wanted to express. The other party was pointing out to him. He then laughed at himself and said, it's me who is too narrow-minded. Jiayu smiled and nodded, glanced at Ji-sun, and said, your progress has surprised me. At least I thought it would take you several years to reach your current level. He saw the change in Ji-sun and sincerely sighed, this way I can leave with peace of mind. If I can't come back, remember to give me some advice when you meet the next person wearing the light chaser mask. When these words came out, Ji-sun and Irene, who had been listening, both looked stern. Jiayu didn't care at all, and always had a relaxed smile on his face. Sometimes, it's good to stop. Stop and think about your career sequence, and you can also calm down and write a few good scripts. This injury has given me a deeper understanding of the world I understand. He paused, his tone was free and easy. Besides, I am a bard, I should travel around the world. Hearing this, Ji-sun stared at the steps under his feet and snorted, Many fortresses in the Talon period had complex tunnels. This secret base is about 300 meters underground. Ji-sun followed Jiayu down, and saw a large number of experimental equipment at first glance. This is Master Merlin's laboratory. When the three of them came down, the old man in a white coat with tentacles all over his body was busy. Ji-sun took the initiative to say hello, Master Merlin. Merlin's hands were not idle, he turned his head to take a look, which was also considered a greeting. Hey, Ji-sun boy, long time no see. The two of them had just said a word, and it seemed to have triggered something. At this time, the jar full of red liquid in the center of the laboratory, which looked like a pool of blood, began to vibrate. It seemed that some monster was trying to escape. The blood was boiling, and the air was filled with a familiar smell of blood. Ji-sun was very familiar with it. This was scarlet corruption pollution. However, Master Merlin did not seem surprised by the situation. He injected some green potion into the jar and muttered, Jiayu, can't you postpone it for a few more days? The condition of the experimental subject is not very stable now, and I am afraid that something will happen on the way. Jiayu was also quite helpless when he heard it, and said, I can't wait. If I don't leave as soon as possible, I can only stay in this base for 3 days at most, and then I have to give up. All the experimental equipment and other things must be scrapped. Merlin was speechless when he heard the old face, and said with a pursed mouth, forget it. I can only prepare more scarlet inhibitor for you. Be careful when the time comes. If it is really contaminated, it cannot be saved. Ji-sun listened to the conversation between the two, and his expression could not hide his confusion. He knew that the jar of scarlet corruption was in the laboratory. But what was going on? Before he could think more, the blood of the injected medicine stopped boiling immediately, the liquid was clear, and a strong middle-aged man with evil ghost tattoos all over his body appeared in the field of vision. Ji-sun blinked old Xie. Jiayu, who was standing by, knew what he was wondering about and explained. Before, the people of the Scarlet Sect used symbiosis to hide the jar in the captain's body in order to take it out of the Shinshu treasure house. Originally, this problem was very difficult. If we want to take out the jar, the captain will die. If we don't take it out, he will spread the pollution sooner or later. Ji-sun frowned when he heard it. He figured it out. The Scarlet Sect members were betting on Jiayu's hesitation. The fact is that Xie Guisheng is not dead. It seems that the situation is still under control. Jiayu added, later, Master Merlin came up with a solution. Use compulsory symbiosis to directly fuse the flesh and blood of the outer god with the captain, making him the carrier of the flesh and blood of the outer god. Both symbionts completely depend on each other for survival, and neither dares to kill the other. As long as the captain's consciousness is still there, he can control the scarlet corruption in the jar. Well, this is a bit similar to your situation. Now you are a vampire with a polluted body. But you are not polluted by faith. Ji-sun, is that so? It sounds a bit like Master Merlin's previous suggestion to implant the evil god's tentacles in his brain. As he said this, Master Merlin added, it's also thanks to Ji-sun's blood sample, otherwise this plan would not work. But his situation is more complicated, and there is a high possibility of losing control. The medicine can only suppress it temporarily, and it is still a long way to go to completely solve it. Ji-sun was just thinking that he couldn't get a word in on this topic, when suddenly, The great sword behind him vibrated. Chapter 335. Ji-sun carries two great swords on his back. One is the useless great sword, and the other is the royal sword Olympus Holy Sword. The one that was vibrating just now was the royal sword. This great sword is the King Slayer sword that the royal rulers are afraid of. The former Terran royal family did not dare to let it fall into the hands of the people because it would threaten the rule of the Augustus family. But Chujio has no such concerns at all. Now there are three major royal families in the South Continent, and there is also a new king of Orlon in the East Continent, but they are all enemies. This holy sword of kingship is a good thing no matter which king it threatens. Chujio himself cannot use the holy sword, so he gave it to Ji-sun before, asking him to bring it back to the leader of the organization Jia-yu. Originally, he wanted to use this sword to deal with the current chaos. Unexpectedly, it seems to be different from what he expected. Just now, when Xie scarlet corruption was exposed, the holy sword of kingship actually reacted. This movement certainly did not hide from Jia-yu beside him. He glanced at the big sword covered with coarse cloth on Ji-sun's back and showed a thoughtful expression. Ji-sun thought about it and directly said his guess. Someone here may have triggered the king's holy sword. The king's holy sword is not something that anyone can touch. Not only does it require the king's fate, but it also requires certain unknown conditions to be met. Ji-sun felt that the sword's unusual movement was definitely not because of him. He had no interest in the king's power, and he studied it in his hand for the past few days. No matter how he tried, it was just a rusty iron sword in his hand. Moreover, Ji-sun practiced the inheritance of the Gongwu Qigong master lineage, and paid more attention to his own practice. A handy weapon is the icing on the cake, not a necessity. But there are only 5 people in this laboratory. The target of speculation is very small. Master Merlin is a weird old man who is devoted to studying black technology. Let alone power, he is not interested in anything except research. I don't think so. Just thinking about it, the mushroom-headed Jia-yu beside him also smiled and shook his head, saying, "Don't look at me, it's definitely not me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been burned by the Holy Grail before." Ji-sun also felt that it made sense. In the Battle of Iron Forge, Mushroomhead was burned for testing the Holy Grail, so he doesn't have the fate of a king. Moreover, the Illuminati Hermitage has always been a mysterious organization hidden in the shadows of history. As the leader, he is obviously not interested in being a king. Looking at the expressions of the two people, Irene on the side also knew what they were talking about. She blinked and laughed jokingly. Ha ha ha, could it be that my sister has the fate of being a king? Ji-sun also knew that the Illuminati's chief intelligence officer was joking and just talking. The three looked at Xie in the jar. Jia-yu had already determined something, and said, the captain is Order Path, has justice in his heart, and has a very deep understanding of the law of order. If possible, he is indeed a very good order controller. As a team member who used to be together day and night, Mushroom Head certainly understood. Ji-sun listened and said yes. He also had a good relationship with Xie, and of course, he knew the character of this cheerful man. If it weren't for his stubbornness in upholding justice, he wouldn't have been in Bureau X for so long, and he would still be a frontline agent. There is another side evidence. Xie and Old Man Su have known each other for many years, and they are still alive and well. In other words, his fate is definitely not simple. With another association, the Pope sequence inherited by the Holy See is the Order Plus Royal Power line, and Ji-sun's thoughts suddenly became active. Thinking about it this way, Old Xie is really suitable for holding power. His personality is not suitable for the middle level, who are scheming against each other. So he is either at the bottom or the top leader. This Royal Holy Sword is likely to have reacted because of Xie. But the timing is very subtle. It happened to be the time when the Scarlet Corruption broke out. Jia-yu also noticed this and said to himself, it may not be caused by the Royal Power destiny. He deduced something, however. I have guessed some of the functions of this Olympus Holy Sword. Ji-sun cast a curious look. Oh? This Royal Power Holy Sword has been hidden in the North Terran royal family for tens of thousands of years. There are only legends about this holy weapon circulating among the people, and no one is sure what's so special about it. Jia-yu said, since this royal sword has the appearance of king's regicide against the royal ruler, then the essence may be that the holy sword should react to certain high-level things. The royal fate can be said to have a demigod fate. It may be that the captain has the royal fate, so it reacts. Now the captain and the Scarlet Corruption are in a symbiotic relationship, and their fates are entangled. It may also be that they react to pollution, but no matter which one it is, it's good news. He paused and said his own conclusion. Emperor Lanlingster ended the chaotic era. The 4 sacred instruments of royal power he held must have the sacred characteristics of suppressing evil and chaos. Ji-sun understood it when he heard this. If this holy sword really reacted to Xie Guozhong, it was definitely not to let the outer gods ravage. The sacred characteristics of the sword could even suppress the distortion. At the same time, Ji-sun also sighed that the realm of this mushroom head was indeed much higher than his own. With the same information, this guy saw further. Whatever you guess, you will know after trying it. After the inhibitor was injected, Xie Guozhong, who was soaking in the culture tank, opened his eyes. The scarlet blood was drained and he walked out. Seeing Master Merlin, Xie Guozhong also knew that he had caused trouble, and said apologetically, "Master, I am sorry to trouble you." He knew his situation very well. Now his memory has been fully restored, and he remembers everything that happened before. From the beginning, when he found that the senior management of the X-Bureau was contaminated, he actually expected that his result would definitely not be good. Later, he was still willing to join the game, thinking that only the Light Chaser could solve this problem. This is indeed the case. Jia Yu lived up to everyone's expectations, and the battle of the Shinshu treasure house almost eliminated the Scarlet Sect. But the problem is that the source of pollution is parasitic in his body. Xie Guozhong has always been firm in his beliefs. If he wants to become a believer of the outer god and pollute others, he would rather be killed as early as possible. He should have died a long time ago, but because of the efforts of Jia Yu and Master Merlin, he is still alive today. This also made Xie Guozhong feel very guilty, as he had caused a lot of trouble to others. And the trouble was far from being solved. Just as he was thinking, Ji-sun and the other two walked over. They hadn't seen each other since the delivery of the jar in Innocent City. Seeing that his old friend was still alive, Ji-sun was very happy and greeted him. "Old Xie, long time no see." Xie Guozhong looked at Ji-sun and showed his signature rough smile. "Brother Ji-sun, long time no see." Ji-sun didn't say anything and directly took out the Olympus Holy Sword. Xie Guozhong looked at him with a puzzled expression. "What is this?" After the battle in the Shinshu treasury, he was immersed in the culture tank. Later, in order to minimize his involvement with the cause and effect of reality, he was divined by some mysterious spells and cut off all contact with the outside world, including the information of the southern continent. Of course, he didn't know what this sword was. Jia Yu explained, "This is the holy weapon of the kingship. This sword involves a lot. I will explain it to the captain later. But it seems that it can suppress the scarlet pollution that you coexist with." Although Xie Guozhong didn't understand, he had no doubts because they were his most trusted friends. He looked at the two and asked, "What should I do?" Ji-sun said, "Try to pick it up first." He knew the negative impact of the royal sacred weapon on ordinary people, and reminded them, "Be careful. If you find something wrong, throw it away immediately." Xie Guozhong nodded, and reached for the hilt of the rusty iron sword. The other 4 pairs of eyes in the laboratory also stared at him. It seemed like a long time passed between Xie Guozhong's hand, and the moment he touched the hilt, the 4 people's eyes shrank at the same time. Because at this time, the rusty blade of Olympus Holy Sword had a faint sign of light. Ji-sun and Jia Yu had both seen the first sign of the Holy Grail's appearance. In this situation, either Xie Guozhong would be attacked by the Holy Sword, or he would be able to pick it up. Both of them were ready to deal with the emergency at the first time. A thought flashed through their minds, and the white light on the Holy Sword seeped out from under the rust, suddenly becoming dazzling. At the same time, Xie Guozhong's face also showed an extremely ferocious expression, as if he was in great pain. Backlash? Ji-sun was very clear about the backlash power of the royal sacred weapon, just when he was about to grab the Holy Sword. Jia Yu, who was standing by, had a sharp expression, as if he saw something, and stopped him. "Don't move." During the pause, Ji-sun also saw clearly why Xie Guozhong was in so much pain. The holy light overflowing from the sword seemed to illuminate the soul in Xie Guozhong's body, a human form, and a hidden vampire with green face and fangs. It was like a shadow cast by light on an object. This magical scene of 2 souls in one body was played out in front of several people. But gradually, as the holy light on the sword became brighter and brighter, the vampire form became fainter and fainter. Suppressed, this holy sword is so domineering. At this moment, Ji-sun also understood everything. Not being backfired and killed on the spot meant that Xie Guozhong was not backfired by the holy sword. Instead, it was because some mysterious power in the holy sword suppressed the scarlet corruption in his body that made him suffer such pain. This is good news. Jia Yu beside him seemed to have expected it. His eyes were full of sharpness, and he said to himself, "Hey, is it really hiding and preparing to attack?" He knew that the medicine could only suppress it temporarily. Once it leaves the laboratory, the scarlet corruption will never be willing to coexist with humans and will inevitably cause chaos. Originally, some other means were prepared, but there was no certainty. Unexpectedly, this holy sword forced out those hidden dangers in advance. Xie Guizhong also clearly felt the condition of his body, and a powerful force was fighting for control of his body. It was like the feeling of countless distortion thresholds during the previous experiments. That was the divine erosion that he could not suppress by his own strength. Normally, an inhibitor would be needed at this time. But at this moment, another more powerful divine power instantly suppressed the distortion. Xie Guizhong clearly felt that there was a force in the great sword in his hand that was burning the restless scarlet corruption in his body. It was this burning that brought him the pain of burning fire. There seemed to be a voice in the symbiotic soul roaring hysterically, "If I die, you must die with me," Xie Guizhong sneered in his heart. He was never afraid of death. His iron will made him not want to let go at all. He let out a low beast-like roar from his throat, and slowly raised the sword. In this instant, the rust on the holy sword slowly fell off, revealing countless mysterious runes with dazzling golden light. For the first time, this royal holy sword showed its original divine characteristics. Ji Sun looked at it, and his pupil shrank suddenly. It was very familiar. Divine power? He actually felt a high-level pressure on his sword. This sword is quite powerful. It seems to confirm what Jia Yu had guessed before, that this holy sword has a special suppressive property against high-level beings. As soon as the divine power came out, it directly hit the symbiotic scarlet will. The confrontation between the holy light and the scarlet gradually came to an end with Xie Guizhong's roar. The vampire phantom completely disintegrated. At the same time, the evil ghost tattoo on his skin glowed red, and the violent blood overflowing from his body was also suppressed. The magic god's magic king's cursed body originally suppressed all evil spirits. At this moment, Xie Guizhong tamed the restless scarlet, and his aura was visibly elevated. Huh? Old Xie has become so strong. Ji Sun narrowed his eyes as he looked at him. Only then did he realize that his old friend was much stronger than before. Oh, that's right. Becoming a vampire is much stronger. Besides, old Xie's situation is not a distortion, but a symbiosis with the outer god. Like Ji Sun's situation, as long as it is not contaminated, the divine substances in the jar can still feed back to itself. It's absurd that a 5th-level card master can possess the divinity of an outer god. The accident came suddenly, and went away quickly. Xie Guizhong returned to normal. Master Merlin also put away the green potions in the evil god's tentacles. Everyone in the laboratory breathed a sigh of relief. Xie Guizhong had never felt so good before. He came to his senses and said in surprise, "What's wrong with this sword? I felt that it just seemed to." He couldn't describe the feeling of divine power, and could only say, "It seems to have solved the problem of scarlet corruption?" Ji Sun and Jia Yu looked at each other. There were too many things to explain. First of all, Xie Guizhong's recognition by the royal sword had confirmed their previous conjecture. In other words, he was a person with the royal fate. Ji Sun was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that the royal fate would be possessed by someone like old Xie, who came from a civilian class. It's not impossible, but the probability is really very low. But it's very troublesome to explain. Jia Yu simply said, "It's not a complete solution. It's just that the holy sword severely damaged the little power that scarlet corruption had accumulated with great difficulty. As long as you, the captain, carry the holy sword with you, there will be no problem in the short term. However, when he comes out next time, he must be able to deal with it. At least in the short term, there is no more threat." This is good news. Xie Guizhong didn't dare to be careless after listening. At this time, Ji Sun thought of something and reminded him, the power of the royal holy weapon will increase as the holder's royal luck increases. Just like the new King Arthur, after becoming the king, the rewards brought to him by the crown of thorns are exaggerated. Now seeing that this holy sword is so domineering, if it is really improved a little bit, there may be hope of completely solving the problem. Jia Yu smiled knowingly, obviously understanding what Ji Sun meant. Xie Guizhong was a little confused, but looking at the sword in his hand, his expression was a little hesitant. Then this. Although he didn't know the origin of the Olympus holy sword, he also knew that it must be a treasure. Ji Sun smiled and said, "Old Xie, just take it. This sword is useless to others. The royal sacred weapon chooses people, and in the hands of others it is just a useless rusty sword. Besides, this big sword is like a stone thrown into a fish pond. It doesn't matter who holds it. It is used to fry fish. It also gives this chaotic situation some hope of breaking through." Hearing this, Xie Guizhong knew that he couldn't refuse. He glanced at Ji-sun with a complicated expression. Yeah. Thanks, brother Ji-sun. Ji-sun smiled brightly. Old Xia, you are too polite. He was never stingy with his friends, especially old Xia, who had helped him many times. Besides, a person with the fate of kingship may not necessarily become a king, but he must be extraordinary. The smile on Ji-sun's lips showed several interesting fate lines he deduced. Seeing Xie Guizhong, Ji-sun also understood another layer of Jia Yu's plan to go to Nanda Road. Xie Guizhong, who lived with the jar, was in a very special situation now. Once the pollution leaked, Dongwang had no ability to deal with it at all in its current situation. The situation in the southern continent is different. Not to mention the high-ranking dragons. Even the royal families of the three empires have no problem dealing with these old outer gods, who have not yet become powerful. Moreover, the people of the southern continent are already looking for the jar, and the dark under the lamp seems to be the only possible way to save the jar. The king's holy sword unexpectedly suppressed the scarlet corruption, which surprised everyone. At least temporarily solved this problem that had no clue before. However, because the holy sword appeared in the world, some powerful people may have noticed it. Jia Yu and Xie Guizhong did not dare to stay in the laboratory for long and left quickly. Irene, the intelligence officer, also had her own things to do. In a blink of an eye, only Ji-sun and Master Merlin were left in the laboratory. The most interesting experimental subject in the laboratory left, and the old man in the white coat was a little lonely. Merlin paced and kept talking to himself. A sword can actually have divine power and suppress divine pollution? This idea is interesting. So, the experimental project can also be solved by the mutual restraint characteristics of high-level divine objects? It seems I have found a new direction. As he said this, the old man turned around and controlled his evil god tentacles to start the experiment. It seemed that he immediately forgot that there was another person in the laboratory. Ji-sun had long been accustomed to the master's selfless state of research, and reminded him with a smile, Senior Merlin. Merlin realized that there was another person. Oh, I almost forgot that you are still here. His time is very precious, and he never speaks in a roundabout way, so he said directly, you are looking for me to prepare for the 5th level professional card, right? Before Ji-sun could say yes, the old man said directly, take out the bloody card. The materials are all ready, except for the bloody card in your hand. I also want to see what kind of professional card can use that kind of material. Ji-sun was stunned. Huh? He didn't even say anything. How come the other party knew everything? Moreover, the materials are all ready? What's going on? Merlin looked at him in a daze, and then he realized something and asked, you have been in the Augustus Mausoleum recently and haven't come out, right? Don't you know that the news that you are wanted in the South Continent has spread among adventurers in the Old Continent? Ji-sun wanted? Merlin then said, the news from the rebel dragon army is that the Red Dragon royal family has issued a wanted order. Someone killed the 19th prince of the royal family. Then your friend, Aragorn, guessed that you got a very special career card and sent all the materials directly. He said he was thanking you for saving him before. Aragorn? After hearing this, Ji-sun finally understood something. The wanted order has been issued, which means that Princess Betty must have left the mausoleum alive. Although I don't know how she explained the situation in the mausoleum to the royal family, it doesn't matter. What's important is that this action in the royal mausoleum was jointly planned by the rebel dragon army and the Illuminati Hermitage. So when Aragorn saw the wanted order, he knew that after Ji-sun killed Prince Salo, he probably got the 5th level Dragonborn career card inherited by the Red Dragon royal family. In addition to the mutual understanding, it is not difficult for Aragorn to guess that Ji-sun will definitely want to try to integrate this super powerful career card. The materials were prepared in advance, so it was normal to return a favor. At this time, Master Merlin took out a dark gold containment card and showed it. Hey, a dark gold quality 3-headed fallen chimera. This kind of mythical material is only available in the southern continent. I was also afraid that you would have special needs, so I also set a bunch of strange auxiliary materials. Ji-sun was deducing the course of events in his mind, and at this time his eyes fell on the containment card, and he was also slightly surprised. Chimera. It is a fusion creature in myths and legends. The 3 heads of this monster are the black sheep, the fallen snake, and the golden lion, which represent the grotesque devil, the cunning of the venomous snake, and the brave lion in the fable. It can also be understood as elements, wisdom and flesh and blood. Ji-sun was still struggling with the bloody card 3-headed dragon behemoth, and it would be a pity if he couldn't find the right main material. Seeing the 3-headed monster on this containment card, isn't it just right? Moreover, the quality is dark gold, which is exactly what I expected. Ji-sun had only heard of this chimera in legends before. As Merlin said, only the southern continent can produce such rare and high-quality materials. When Ji-sun saw this, even though he had become rich in the mausoleum before, he couldn't help but mutter, "Hey, Aragorn is really nice." If it were any other thank you, he would think it was dispensable. But the rare material that matched him was really delivered when he needed it. On second thought, it's not a coincidence. Chimera, not everyone can use this kind of material. Even if you get it, it will probably be gathering dust in the warehouse. The rebel dragon army has been rooted in the southern continent for thousands of years, so it's reasonable to have some ruthless goods in stock. But it's certain that they have a will. Malin saw Ji-sun distracted by the material library and urged, "Hurry up and take out your bloody card. I want to see what kind of 5th level card needs this level of material." As a legendary card maker, the attraction of special versions of professional cards that he has never seen before is irresistible to him. Ji-sun thought about it, took out the card Three-Headed Dragon Bahamut, and said, "Then I leave it to you, senior." "Huh?" Merlin looked at the bloody card with shining eyes, and took it with his sticky tentacles. He immediately sighed. No wonder such a special main material is needed. This professional card is really a good thing. TSK, the physical fitness of dragon card masters is much stronger than that of humans. They can actually withstand such strong extraordinary characteristics. This is not much different from those card masters who merged the original template in ancient times. As he spoke, he could no longer suppress his anticipation and said, "Ji-sun, go sit on the instrument, and I test your condition first." "Okay. Then I trouble you, senior." Ji-sun was already familiar with the process. He walked over and started to operate it himself, first putting various wires and tubes on his body, and then connecting them to the instrument. Only by testing his physical condition first could Master Merlin customize the career card he needed as accurately as possible. Chapter 336. The southern continent is rich in various legendary and mythical monster materials. Aragorn not only sent the main material Three-Headed Chimera. There are also dozens of top-quality materials that the eastern continent card masters have never heard of, such as Skull of Earth Dragon Godron, Soul-Nourishing Grass of Azklo, Gland of Hell Poison Frog, etc. The inferior ones are not worth showing off. All the materials are rare and precious. They cannot be measured by value. This gift is not light. This also allowed Master Merlin to have enough materials to choose from after examining Ji-sun, and to refine the most suitable career card possible. The final product was also very ideal. Three-Headed Golem Grotesque Chimera Quality, Dark Gold. Detailed explanation, Order Path Spade 6 Punishment Iron Guard 5th Level Career Card, Original Template Improved Dragonborn Exclusive Career Card Sahamut, Fusion requires flesh and blood attributes not less than 255, Dark Element Comprehensive Tolerance Value 110, Wisdom not less than 50, Dragon Blood Alienation Tolerance not less than 15%. After fusion, obtain the body of the Three-Headed Chimera Golem, obtain Super Flesh and Blood, Wisdom, Huge Element Growth, Dragonborn Full System Ability. Plus 7, Myth Blood plus 1, High Level Law Suppression Resistance plus 15%, obtain 3 System Growth Limit Increase, obtain Huge Law Perception Improvement. When Ji-sun saw the attributes of the finished card for the first time, in addition to surprise, Moore was also amazed. As Master Merlin said, the physical fitness of Dragonborn card masters is the closest to the conditions of those card masters who could fuse the original template in ancient times. This professional card is such a situation. From the perspective of fusion conditions, it has an outrageous threshold that ordinary human 4th level card masters cannot fuse at all. For human card masters in the Eastern Wasteland, even if they are pure power-based professionals like Black Knight, who have reached the 4th level of perfection, their flesh and blood attributes can exceed 220, which is already an excellent level. And the fusion threshold of this professional card is a minimum of 255 for all attributes of the flesh and blood system. There are also many requirements such as wisdom, elemental affinity, etc. Taken together, except for the special body brought by the blood of the Dragonborn, the human body is really far behind. But it must be said that the more stringent the fusion conditions, the better the improvement after advancement. Ji-sun is very satisfied with this card. After getting the finished card, he started the fusion advancement in the laboratory. Because it is a professional card strictly customized by Master Merlin, the probability of distortion is extremely low. There are no surprises in the advancement process. 10 days passed in a flash. On this day, in a corner of the laboratory, Ji-sun was still immersed in a deep state of meditation. In fact, he had successfully advanced 2 days ago. Not wanting to waste it, He was still digesting the last bit of extraordinary energy released by the occupation card in his body. At a certain moment, he finally opened his eyes slowly and exhaled a long breath. Is this the 5th level? It turns out that the higher the level, the easier it is to understand the laws. Ji-sun carefully sensed the laws in the void, and his face was radiant. He pinched his arm, and the knotted muscles bulged under the skin. A little bit of power was like ignited dynamite, and a burst of power accumulated instantly. On the panel, the flesh and blood attributes, such as strength, soared from 270 plus to 400 plus. The strength has made a qualitative leap. The most important thing is the improvement of the understanding of the extraordinary level. Every time he advances, the world in his eyes will change greatly. The higher the level, the more prominent this feeling. This time when he advanced to the 5th level, Ji-sun clearly felt that the whole world in his eyes was brand new. The laws of the universe that were invisible before can now be seen, and the secrets of the skills that were incomprehensible before can now be understood. Even the various martial arts secrets that were already familiar to him have been further understood. The proficiency levels of various secrets on the attribute panel have been intuitively improved by a large margin. This even exceeded Ji-sun's expectations. For example, the magic secret of gluttony. He remembered clearly that it was LV3, 3331/20,000, on the panel before the advancement. Now it has become LV4, 2213/80,000. It has been upgraded to a higher level. The efficiency of meditation breathing has increased by more than 50%. You should know that if you want to improve the proficiency of the 52 magic secrets, each level is a bottleneck. Apart from hard work, you can only rely on enlightenment. The last time Ji-sun's proficiency in this secret method increased sharply was when Gongwu personally taught him in Shangbang prison. Later, after more than half a year of daily meditation and hard work, his proficiency increased by less than 2,000 points. In other words, if you want to use hard work to improve the secret method to a higher level, it normally takes several years. However, this time, the advancement was directly improved in just 10 days. It's not just the secret method, almost all secret martial arts are like this. Ji-sun was surprised when he saw this, but he also understood what happened. He thought to himself, if there is no surge in the wisdom attribute, these improvements will definitely not be so exaggerated. He was also glad for his choice of promotion. The previous few advancements were almost purely physical, so the physical attributes increased sharply, and the changes in the results were all fully predictable. This time, the career card greatly improved. Wisdom, which brought him different gains. Some unexpected. Soft power. Improvements were pleasantly surprised. After contacting I Am the World, Ji-sun also knew more deeply that the Wisdom attribute can directly increase combat power. Wisdom. The growth is very abstract to describe. If you really want to have a concept, Ji-sun thinks it is like playing chess. Before, he could only fully deduce all the trends of the next 5 steps. But now, it may be 7 steps. The amount of thinking and calculation required for each step of improvement increases geometrically. Although it is not as directly visible as the attributes of the physical body, wisdom can bring the combat power of the body to the extreme. Ji-sun estimated that the combat power he can exert in this situation is even stronger than the pure physical line, with 20% to 30% higher attributes than himself. This is how Joker's multi-sequence specialization works. After advancing, he had a deeper understanding. The combination of professional sequences may improve combat effectiveness unexpectedly. This will be applied to the understanding of various magic learning, and will also bring him continuous and huge improvements for a long time in the future. Successful advancement, in a good mood. Ji-sun was carefully analyzing the improvement after fusing his professional cards. At this time, he heard an old man muttering to himself, "Hee, the source of the plague Takbara, this outer god is really interesting. His body is actually in the form of a virus. No wonder he can't be killed. Those predecessors in the Talon era were really creative and developed this medicine. It's a pity that this special medicine must be injected as soon as the infection occurs, and it cannot prevent the spread of the disease. This disease medicine is still a restraint at the extraordinary level. If we reverse it from the genetic level, can we directly modify some fragments of human genes to make people immune to pollution to the greatest extent? It's a bit difficult. It took many years for those people in the Talon era to find natural antibodies. Where can I find so many experimental samples? Hero, the sequence is not easily infected, but where can we find such an experimental subject? Oh, I almost forgot, Ji-sun was infected with blood plague, but he didn't die, so he shouldn't be infected. Isn't this the best natural antibody? That's right, The gene chains of those 7 monarchs of the natural disaster can be mutually compatible without rejection. When Ji-sun heard his name, his eyes jumped inexplicably. In the laboratory, you could always hear this kind of situation where it is obviously one person, but it seems like many people are having a heated discussion. Looking over, Master Merlin was busy in front of a pile of instruments. On the other side, there were piles of data. These were the ancient research data that Ji-sun had found in the EP311 Research Institute before. This was of no use to him, but it was like a treasure to a scientist like Master Merlin, who had been studying so much these days without sleep. Just by looking over, the old man who had been obsessed with research immediately noticed it, and said in surprise, "Ji-sun, have you advanced?" He said without any further ado, "Come and draw a tube of blood, I take a look." Ji-sun smiled helplessly, but walked over and drew a tube of blood very skillfully. This was not the first time. When he was infected with the blood plague before, he did this almost every day. Merlin took the test tube and put it into the instrument while sighing, "Your current situation is really special. Your golem form is really getting closer and closer to the legendary god of demons." Ji-sun smiled without comment. If he wants now, he can transform into a composite form of 3-headed chimera, werewolf, dragon, and red devil. In short, it looks more and more like the legendary gods and demons. He thinks it's good, but it doesn't quite fit human aesthetics. Master Merlin looked at the highly active blood sample and continued, TSK, there is no rejection conflict among so many different bloods. Blood plague has contributed greatly." As he said this, he seemed to have thought of something, and said, "The dragon can have no reproductive isolation against almost any creature because the god-level genes are too powerful and tolerant. Blood plague is even more inclusive than this. I even suspect that you can now remove the restrictions on human reproduction to a certain extent. Do you want to try? I have an idea." "No, I don't want to." Ji-sun glanced at the stitched monster samples in the laboratory and interrupted Master Merlin's strange ideas. He certainly knew that blood plague helped a lot. "I thought it was pollution before, but now it seems more like a blessing in disguise. The divine substance of scarlet corruption seedis is more like a universal blender, perfectly blending the blood of werewolves, dragons, chimeras, and demons." This made Ji-sun more suspicious about the immortality of the 7 lords of natural disaster. They were sealed in the same jar, so there must be some connection. Master Merlin, oh, that's a pity. Ji-sun didn't plan to stay in the laboratory for long. After drawing blood, he said hello and left the laboratory. Because he knew that Aragorn was now a guest in a secret base of the Alliance army. This time I was able to advance smoothly. The other party gave me a big favor. I have to go and take a look. 2 days later. Northwest of the laboratory, in an empty cave valley. This place is full of various ferns with light green spots on the leaves like fireflies. When Ji-sun came here, dong, 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 was a very fierce battle. As soon as he arrived, on a hillside at the entrance of the valley, 2 people greeted him, "Mr. Ji-sun, here, here." The beautiful girl in the princess dress was Alice. Beside her was her little follower, Alan. Ji-sun walked over. Alice greeted him warmly, "Mr. Ji-sun, long time no see." Ji-sun smiled slightly, "Ms. Alice, long time no see." Although he guessed something, he paused and pointed to the artillery-like fighting in the distance and asked, "What's going on?" Alice said helplessly, "It's Aragorn and Senior Gong Wu sparring. They have been fighting for 2 days and 2 nights. Ji-sun's eyes twitched when he heard this. No wonder they chose such a remote place to meet. If a battle of this magnitude were to take place in the city would be destroyed. However, it is normal. Gong Wu, the martial arts fanatic, would definitely want to fight with a suitable opponent. Before, there was no one in the East Wilderness who could fight. Now there is one. At the same time, Ji-sun was also a little surprised. The old man has only advanced to the 7th level, and he can fight with Aragorn for 2 days and 2 nights. Although Ji-sun has not seen Aragorn's combat power in his prime, he was exposed to a lot of information about the southern continent when he was disguised as an intelligence merchant. He knew very well that Aragorn was the S-class wanted criminal with the highest bounty among the 7th-class card masters on the wanted list of the southern continent. And he was in the hero sequence. His strength was considered top-notch among the same class. Although Ji-sun also thought Gong Wu was very powerful, how could he reach that level after only advancing to the next class? The old man was indeed a martial arts genius that only appeared once in 1,000 years in the eastern wilderness. Before the battle was over, Ji-sun sat down on the stone. Alice, who was standing next to him, shared the picnic dessert she made, and said, "Mr. Ji-sun, I heard about you recently. You are really powerful. You even killed Salo. Ji-sun didn't know how to respond and laughed dryly. If you really count, the Red Dragon Prince Salo, who died in his hands, was Alice's brother. However, Alice's mother was a forest priestess, and except for blood, she had little relationship with the royal family. With some special experiences, she has no relationship with the Red Dragon royal family now. After getting familiar with each other, Alice was also very talkative. They talked about some topics on the Rune Highlands, and her experience as a guest in the Alliance army these days, and she always praised that Sister Carter. Ji-sun heard a lot of news from acquaintances, with a smile on his face, occasionally responding, and digesting the knowledge after the advancement in his mind. After waiting for 2 hours, the fighting stopped abruptly. Ji-sun and the other two on the hillside looked over, and saw two ragged men coming out. Although both of them looked tired, they could not hide their excitement. Ji-sun looked over and exclaimed in his heart, "Is the old man rejuvenated?" Of course, he recognized the old man as Gongwu at a glance. But it was different from the last time I saw him. Gongwu's white hair had some black hair, and his wrinkled skin was much tighter. The key point was that his blood and energy were as hot as the midday sun. This was completely different from the sunset before. There are such changes in the 7th level? Ji-sun's eyes turned, and then he remembered a saying. After the 7th level, human status is promoted to demigod fate, the lifespan will be greatly increased. Like an eagle's beak broken and reborn, its blood, flesh and essence will also reach a new level. Especially for the Qigong masters, who are good at cultivating Qi, the changes are particularly obvious after years of accumulating Qi. Ji-sun glanced at Gongwu, and then saw the slender man beside him. Blonde and sunny, with a bright smile. Heroic. Probably describes this kind of face. If it weren't for the two huge bags on his forehead, he would look pretty good. Aragorn looks like this. Ji-sun raised his eyebrows slightly, and it was the first time he saw Aragorn not in the toad state. The two came over, Alice greeted him warmly, looked at the bump on his forehead, blinked, and joked, "Aragorn, are you okay?" Aragorn smiled, and shook his head. "It's my honor to be able to learn from Senior Gongwu. Senior's understanding of martial arts is the highest level I have ever seen. Benefited a lot. Thank you for your guidance. Gongwu, you are not bad. This is the first time I have met a card master in the hero sequence in so many years. You are the most talented young man I have ever seen." Aragorn laughed heartily, haha. Alan, who was standing beside him, opened his innocent eyes and asked curiously, "Mr. Aragorn, who won?" Ji-sun was also curious about this question. Hearing this, Aragorn smiled bitterly and said, "Senior Gongwu's martial arts realm is much higher than mine. If I hadn't been promoted to the 7th level much earlier, I would have lost long ago." Gongwu didn't deny it. This old man has this temper, he is never modest and never beats around the bush when speaking. Aragorn didn't expect that there would be such a strong man in the East Desert, and said meaningfully, "But next time we meet, I will definitely not be your opponent." Ji-sun looked at the two people and greeted them. Gongwu nodded casually, took a look at the Qi on him, as if he saw through something, his eyebrows jumped, and said, "Ji-sun, you have advanced? TSK, it seems not bad." Although Ji-sun also felt good, he was not as thick-skinned as the old man, and responded, "Yeah. Thanks to the materials sent by Aragorn, I was lucky enough to advance." Aragorn smiled and shook his head, correcting him, "Brother Jishuan, you confuse the Holy Dragon Guard Golem card of the Red Dragon royal family. It's not luck at all, it's clearly your own strength. You are too modest." Jishuan didn't dwell on this topic anymore, just smiled and said nothing. Gongwu didn't like this kind of procrastinating communication, and said directly, "Jishuan, I'm leaving in 2 days. If you have anything you want to learn, tell me as soon as possible." Ji-sun was very familiar with the old man's conversation rhythm, so it was no surprise that he could guess his purpose. "Originally, I came here to learn something from the old man. Before, my realm was low, and many things were beyond my reach, and I was powerless. Now I can learn almost everything." He just said in surprise, "Are you leaving?" Ji-sun heard the hidden meaning, which seemed to be a formal farewell. "Yes." Gongwu said, "My cultivation has reached a bottleneck, and I plan to go to the southern continent to have a look. There are many masters there, and some ancient martial arts schools have been passed down." After hearing this, Ji-sun finally understood what the old man meant. So he was going to the southern continent. After a stop at the Shinshu treasure house, and a battle at the gold-digging wharf, Gongwu's reputation had spread throughout the eastern wasteland. Going to the southern continent would definitely be a big hassle. So even though he knew it was dangerous, he still planned to go, which shows how determined he was in martial arts. Ji-sun expressed his understanding, and did not intend to persuade him. He just asked, Senior, do you want to gather Xiao Wen? I mean, he originally wanted to suggest that he go to the Augustus Mausoleum to see the Emperor's stone tablet, but before he finished speaking, Gong Wu knew what he wanted to express and said, I have my own way to go. Now, if I come into contact with martial arts insights that are too high beyond my own realm, it will affect my practice. He knew very well that Emperor Lanlingster was indeed very strong, and was proficient in many professional sequences, and his realm was extremely high. But every card master is unique. Except for himself, no one else would absolutely fit the path he has taken. Gong Wu has his own understanding and pursuit of martial arts. This is also the confidence of genius in himself. Ji Sun listened thoughtfully. Gong Wu continued, not only the bottleneck in the rank, but also the realm of martial arts needs some actual combat training. At this point, Aragorn said with great emotion, Senior Gong Wu has already touched the legendary martial saint realm. That realm is beyond even his reach. Ji Sun felt awe after hearing this. The atmosphere was a little serious when they were talking about this topic. But they didn't expect an unexpected incident. Aragorn was still talking when his face changed. Dense pustules suddenly spread all over his body, and his body was visibly expanding rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he had changed from a human form into a giant toad. Ji Sun and the other three looked at the huge toad with slightly strange expressions. Aragorn's big face was full of helplessness, and he explained, this is a blood curse, and it will occasionally get out of control. He had consumed too much curse power in the previous 2 days, and 2 nights of sparring, and he accidentally got out of control. Alice and Alan were already used to it. Ji Sun had also seen him in this toad form. Gong Wu took a look and asked, will you be stronger in this form? His expression was full of interest, as if he had never fought a toad before and wanted to give it a try. Aragorn said helplessly, no. On the contrary, it is weaker. Gong Wu gave up after hearing this. Ji Sun knew that this curse was actually the contaminated inheritance of the source of plague Takpara. Thinking of something, he said, well, I found some information in the plague swamp before. Master Merlin is studying it. Maybe he can solve this problem completely in the future. Well? Aragorn listened and smiled. But in fact, he didn't care. This curse has troubled the family for thousands of years, and they have long been accustomed to it. Ji Sun was not sure whether he could solve it, so he would talk about it later. This time, he went to Aragorn for business besides thanking him. Gong Wu was here, so he could consult with him. Ji Sun did not hesitate, and directly took out a copper plate and said, by the way, I have another thing. Looking at the ancient copper plate with a mysterious aura, the other people all cast curious eyes. What is this? Of course, Aragorn knew what it was. But he was curious. Which one of the 52 sequences was it? Ji Sun said bluntly, this is the exclusive secret method of the hero's sequence, the Lightless Sun. Ah? Aragorn listened, and the expression on his face was obviously stagnant. Chapter 337. Is this the original copper plate of the hero sequence? Aragorn's huge clam face was obviously frozen, revealing his inner restlessness. He never thought that Ji Sun would actually take out this ancient relic. It's no wonder that he was surprised, but this copper plate has not appeared in the world for at least tens of thousands of years. The other 52 magic secrets have more or less some fragments circulating among the people, even the imperial arts of the royal power sequence. But this Lightless Sun has always been regarded as a forbidden technique by the Augustus royal family. There are various legends circulating among the people, but no one has ever really seen what this secret method is. It is only known that there was an angel protecting the country at the end of the Talon dynasty, who practiced this secret method. This also makes its use unparalleled combat power, directly leading to the god level. Aragorn was shocked. Where did Ji Sun find this guy? Ji Sun now knows the relevant legends, so he is more curious about what is so special about this secret method. After all, he has really seen that angel. It was originally meant for Aragorn to translate, so Ji Sun handed it over without hesitation, explaining, I found this copper plate in the mausoleum of Augustus before. My current ability to comprehend it is still very limited, so I want you to help me. If you can decipher it, it will be even better. He did not beat around the bush, and stated his purpose directly. Aragorn looked at the copper plate, and then at Ji Sun. Even with his generous personality, his expression was slightly different. You know, this is not a fragment, but a complete magic secret. 52 original copper plates. Like 52 epic source cards, they are both civilization-level treasures in the eyes of card masters. This kind of thing is regarded as a supreme secret treasure by the royal family even in the southern continent. This guy just gave it to him. He also knew that Ji Sun asked him to help translate. But in fact, he gave him this great gift. The value of this copper plate may not be clear to others, but for Aragorn, a card master who happens to be in the hero sequence, it is absolutely inestimable. Even if the rumors were true, he would be able to get a glimpse of the ultimate secret of the god ascending steps by obtaining this secret method. Not only him, but Alice beside him also had a trembling of disbelief in her crystal eyes. As a princess of the Red Dragon royal family, she knew the value of this copper piece even better. It can be said that this thing can be easily exchanged for the status of a duchy king in the southern continent. For a moment, Aragorn's heart was turbulent, but then he was relieved. From the beginning of their acquaintance, it was because of their similar temperaments that they could cooperate and trust each other. He didn't say much, and took the copper piece with his slimy toed hand. In an instant, a human-shaped shadow wearing armor and holding a spear appeared behind him. This is the demon Achilles, who has many titles such as Invulnerable to All Methods, King of War, and Heart of the Brave pointed to by the hero sequence. As the shadow of the demon appeared, Aragorn's eyes bloomed with a hint of golden light. With the power of the demon, he looked at the copper piece again, and the ancient words on it came into his eyes. At this moment, a mysterious world of secrets appeared before his eyes. Aragorn himself was extremely talented, and his understanding of the laws brought by his rank was already very high, so even the magic secrets were easy for him to get started. Just by looking at it, he immediately saw the mystery of this lightless sun. It's a very powerful secret method. It turns out that this is how it works. Aragorn was watching, muttering to himself in shock. Even though he was from the heroic Frederick family, he had never seen such a magical secret method. Ji-sun and the others beside him looked at his slightly out-of-control expression, and were also very curious about what this secret method was. They did not interrupt him, and waited for the follow-up. Aragorn was immersed in the mystery of comprehending the secret method of the devil, and time passed quietly. Because this was a special secret method that was 100% in line with his career sequence. While comprehending it, the mantra in his body also surged and operated unconsciously. Visibly, a layer of strange black light lingered on Aragorn's body. Ji-sun looked at this strange phenomenon and thought, the sun without light? So this is what the name of this secret technique means? You said that barrier-like energy was once light, but it was black. You said it was black, but it gave people a feeling of aura. There is a sense of absurdity that conflicts with the original sensory world. It's like an outrageous expression like colorful black. Seeing this, even Gong Wu cast a very interested look. In the eyes of several people, the black light on Aragorn became clearer and clearer. Looking closely, the dust around him was repelled, forming an isolation layer. Ji-sun and Gong Wu were Qigong masters, and they saw at a glance that this was not Qi. It was a kind of repulsion at the level of law. Ji-sun happened to be proficient in the heavenly god fall, and when he thought of the opposite nature, he immediately realized that this was a bit like some kind of repulsion. Could it be that, as he guessed, these were two secret methods with opposite effects? It didn't seem that simple, otherwise it wouldn't be considered a forbidden technique by the Talon royal family. Ji-sun always felt that there must be something wrong with this secret method. He thought it might be too powerful, or it might have a special ability. But he didn't expect that this problem was negative. It was a coincidence. The moment this thought flashed through his mind, something strange happened. Aragorn, who was fine just now, suddenly had a black aura lingering between his eyebrows, and his cursed power unconsciously reversed. The most intuitive thing was the aura on his body, which suddenly changed from the righteous aura just now to a cold and sinister one. Is this a distortion? Seeing this, several people immediately realized that something was wrong. Gong Wu, who was standing by, saw through the countercurrent in his body, and quickly slapped the toad's head with one palm, making a buzzing sound. At the same time, he also slapped away the black air lingering around the toad's eyebrows. Aragorn seemed to wake up from a nightmare. He was stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly realized what he had experienced. He looked at Gong Wu, who had made the move, and felt that his back was already covered with cold sweat. He said with a complicated expression, "Thank you for your help, senior." Gong Wu nodded and reminded, "You just reversed the curse power." Ji-sun and the other two also looked solemn, trying to know what had just happened. It was obvious that the accident happened because of watching the copper film. Could this be an evil method? Even Ji-sun's first reaction was the same. But it's not that bad. There are indeed some very evil secrets in the 52 magic secrets, but how can the exclusive secrets of the hero sequence be evil? Aragorn thought about it, and said seriously, "This secret is very special." He looked at the eyes of several people, and guessed what they were suspicious of. He organized his words and explained, "It's not that there is a problem with the secret, but that practicing this secret requires sticking to one's original intention and suppressing a certain special dark law that the secret itself guides from the laws of the universe. I didn't know the situation before, so I tried to go deeper. I didn't expect to be attacked by a very strange force. Aragorn said, frowning, and added, well, it's not the dark law we understand. He couldn't explain what the special law was. This was a field he had never heard of or touched. Gongwu understood a little and asked, you mean, this secret method itself will trigger an unknown law? Aragorn nodded yes. After saying this, everyone present frowned and thought deeply. The 52 magic secrets can trigger the power of laws, which is a basic operation. However, it actually triggered a law that has never been seen before. The law that a veteran 7th level strongman has never seen must be extremely special. However, just when several people were puzzled, Ji Sun's expression became more and more strange. Listening to that statement, Ji Sun suddenly thought of the dark matter crystals near several angels' remains, and a guess popped up in his mind. He took out a crystal and asked directly, Aragorn, the dark law you mentioned, is it the energy in the crystal? Aragorn took the crystal suspiciously, and his expression changed instantly. Yes, that's it. After saying this, he and Alice looked at Ji Sun in astonishment, as if their expressions could speak. How come you have everything? Ji Sun's eyes twitched slightly when he heard this, and he thought, this thing has such a big negative impact. Looking at the curious eyes of several people, he explained, this copper plate was given by the national angel. This crystal core was also found near the angel's remains. After hearing this, Aragorn and Alice were relieved, but their expressions were very strange. This original copper plate was given by the angel? What does it mean? Is it the national angel of the Talon period in our concept? Do you have such a wide network of contacts? Also, what does the remains mean? Ji Sun didn't know how to explain it. This involves some arrangements of the high priest lineage, and he couldn't say more. Aragorn also guessed something and didn't ask more. This information is enough. He said, this crystal should be formed by the overflow of angelic power. No wonder it is not a hero sequence, and it can't suppress the erosion of dark energy. Gongwu listened and thought. Some such crystals appeared in the ruins of Shamu's city before, and they were popular in the business for a while. Originally, they were used as materials, but later it was found that humans could not bear it, and there was no good way to deal with it, so suddenly no one mentioned it. It turned out to be a crystal of an unknown law pointed to by the secret method of the lightless sun? How could it be possible that they have never seen it before? Ji Sun also had the same question. Normal laws of the universe, if they exist, must be perceptible. But this dark law is very special. Aragorn and Gongwu have never heard of it. There are only two possibilities. Either this law does not exist in the natural world they have come into contact with, or it is too high level and cannot be touched. If it is the latter, they have at least heard of it. And the fact is, they have come into contact with it. In other words, it might be the first possibility that there was no such law in the normal world they came into contact with. When this question came up, several people felt at the same time that the matter seemed to be beyond their cognition. Aragorn's family history is long, and he knows some ancient secrets that others don't know. He frowned and thought about it, and said his guess, the secret method of the lightless sun and the secret method of the sky-inducing gods have a certain degree of mutual opposition. In this way, it may be a field that only the gods can touch. Or maybe it's not something from the normal material world. After saying this, everyone stopped worrying. No matter what the situation was, it was not something they could touch now. But after talking about this, Ji Sun suddenly understood why the Talon royal family banned this secret method. Perhaps it's not just because it's exclusive to heroes and threatens the royal power. It's also possible that it can trigger the special ability of the Dark Law. Thinking about the black and white divine light that lingered on the angel before, isn't that the black light? Thinking of the scene where Aragorn was almost attacked, Ji Sun felt strange. What others didn't know was that he had absorbed this crystal twice before. The value of unknown dark energy affinity on his panel was already very high. But he didn't feel anything. He had tried it before, but he couldn't even sense where the dark energy indicated on the panel was. It turned out that it was not that he couldn't sense it, but that it might not be something in the normal material world. Ji Sun thought again. He didn't have any negative reaction, probably because of Joker's tolerance to all elements. Originally, Ji Sun took out this copper plate, thinking that he could decipher a magic secret. Unexpectedly, this secret was so special that it almost caused a 7th level to be backfired. It's not Aragorn's fault that he was careless, but this secret has been lost in the folk inheritance for countless years, and no one knows what's going on. Without guidance, it's easy to go wrong. Not to mention the original copper plate. The 52 magic forbidden techniques recorded on it are all real magic techniques, which are originally high-level abilities that only some gods and demons can master. Humans must be extremely cautious when they want to touch the power of the demon. Aragorn was also very optimistic. Although he suffered a little loss, he had no intention of retreating, but was eager to try. His expression became clear and cheerful again, and he looked at Ji-sun and said, "Brother Ji-sun, if you don't mind, I may need to spend some time to comprehend this copper coin." Ji-sun said happily, "Of course. It seems that this secret method must be suppressed by the spirit of a hero. For others, it is definitely an evil method." Aragorn didn't say anything more, and accepted the treasure that he couldn't refuse. At the same time, he said with emotion, "You gave me a great gift. This makes me very embarrassed." He was open-minded, and didn't need to hide his words. This was of course about the return gift. Ji-sun smiled but didn't say anything, and didn't say anything polite. Aragorn's toad eyes, like light bulbs, turned, as if he had an idea. "Hey, there is one. It's not easy to find a return gift that can match such a great gift. The most equivalent of the 52 magic secrets can only be the same magic secrets." As he spoke, he asked Ji-sun, "Are you interested in the law of space?" Ji-sun hadn't reacted yet, not knowing what he meant. The more Aragorn thought about it, the better he felt his idea was. A hint of teasing appeared between his eyebrows, and he said, "I get the leader's magic secret technique when I get back, and you can try to see if it fits. It's hard for others to get a glimpse of that secret technique, and I think you should be able to do it, brother Ji-sun." This time, it was Ji-sun's turn to be full of question marks. There are definitely a lot of good things inside the rebel dragon army. He had thought that Aragorn would give him something very important in return. But this guy actually set his sights on their leader? Moreover, this "get it" was very clever. Aragorn laughed heartily like a big boy who was expecting a successful prank. Ha ha ha. Alice, who was standing beside him, seemed to understand what he was laughing at and also chuckled. Ji-sun looked at the expressions of the two, and guessed that the atmosphere within the rebel dragon army must be very harmonious. The leader was probably a fun-loving person, who shared the same temperament with Aragorn. But what he was looking forward to more was which sequence of the magic secret method that could control the laws of space. Gong Wu was going to the southern continent to practice and train. Ji-sun also knew that the opportunity was rare. In Aragorn's words, Gong Wu's Ba Quan was at a very high level, and even the 7th level could not fully understand it. In Gong Wu's hands, the fist was not just a martial art, it was a self-invincible posture that integrated the will of martial arts into the fist. This was the divine power, he realized. It was no exaggeration to say that the old man was a humanoid warrior at this moment. The energy is like a knife, fearless and invincible. In the following days, Ji-sun spent the whole day asking for advice and being beaten. Gong Wu's teaching is still simple and rough, and actual combat has always been the most direct teaching method. I couldn't understand it before, but now that I have been promoted to the 5th level, Ji-sun has realized too many high-level skills that I couldn't understand before. After the advancement, I can learn more, but the result is that Gong Wu's attack is more ruthless. In the old man's own words, he was afraid that he would accidentally crush him to death if he used a little force. Now that he was at the 5th level, he had thick skin and flesh, so he could use some real kung fu. Ji-sun once again experienced the pain of being beaten up with lumps all over his head with his chi, as if it were made of paper. But the effect was also very obvious. In just a few days, Ji-sun's Qigong-related martial arts proficiency increased significantly again. Those beatings were like hammering iron billets, which not only allowed Ji-sun to forge out the impurities accumulated during the advancement, but also made him tougher. The fighting spirit also showed signs of taking shape. Even Gong Wu was amazed at his progress, and praised his incredible learning ability without hesitation. He might not be able to return from this trip to the South Continent. It would be a blessing if someone could inherit his legacy. 10 days later, Ji-sun left the devastated Nameless Valley. He planned to go to the Alliance army. In his spare time these days, he also deduced the current situation. The Void Dragon ship of the South Continent is about to arrive at the Abyss Rift, and a full-scale war should be launched soon. It is foreseeable that in the near future, the East Wilderness Orlon Royal Court will be very lively. And the situation of the Allied forces fighting guerrilla warfare in the Old Continent will definitely not be good. Ji-sun plans to visit his old friend. Also observe this special supernatural promotion ceremony. The news has been confirmed that the commander of the army, this time is Andrei Drolsky, the Marshal of the Iris Corps, a 9th-level strongman, and one of the 3 marshals of the Red Dragon Kingdom. The uncle of Prince Salo, who died in the Imperial Mausoleum. Ji-sun has gradually come into contact with some of the secrets of the top card master field, and knows that the extraordinary promotion ceremony is not only for the person who started the war. The all-round universe rules are embodied in the ceremony of large-scale war, which will affect everyone involved. Kings, generals, soldiers, merchants, civilians, and the laws of the universe have never existed in isolation, but must be accompanied. In the same ceremony, the extraordinary nature is opposite, and some laws will be passively manifested. For example, with war, opposing peace. This kind of influence is like a torrent passing through. Even if it is not a small stream of the top level, it will inevitably be affected. Such as counselors, wisdom, doctors, healing, assassins, corruption, and the change of royal power, etc. Ji-sun deduced a lot. He knew that this time, many people would die, but some new supreme powers would also appear. Ji-sun also knew that he was in the game, and he would not retreat, but face the difficulties. Chapter 338. A few days later. In the northeastern region of the Old World, in the dense forest, there is an ancient ruin called Ernst's Crow's Nest. After Ji-sun contacted Catalina, he learned that this was the latest secret headquarters of the Alliance army. Guerrilla warfare is to move to another place after firing a shot. There are large areas of uninhabited areas in the Old World, and even various ready-made military fortress ruins. This also gives the Alliance army room to survive. Wait for me, I'm holding a very important military meeting now. It will be over in about half an hour, I will come to you. Okay. After hanging up the communicator, Ji-sun squatted on a moss-covered stone tablet with interest, reading the inscription on it. Several crows stood on the branches high above, and their dark pupils reflected everything that happened in the forest. Ji-sun guessed that this was the spiritual object of the perception card master. He didn't care. It is normal to have such a garrison near the Allied base. Gently pushing aside the moss, a faint smell of soil rushed into the nose, making people smell the decay of history. After entering the world, Ji-sun became more and more interested in history. The laws of the universe are also hidden in these inconspicuous corners of the world, and need to be carefully observed. After waiting for exactly half an hour, a tall and slender blonde female general in a white military uniform walked out of the darkness. Looking at Ji-sun squatting in front of the stone tablet, her tone was as brisk as her footsteps, and she took the initiative to greet him. Long time no see, you have become stronger again. Being able to be personally received by the Allied commander, this face is already given enough. Ji-sun looked at the heroic Katarina, stood up, and smiled. Miss Katarina has changed a lot. After not seeing each other for a few months, the young lady of the Lionheart family has completely lost her former immaturity, and her eyebrows are full of competence and sharpness, just like a qualified military general. Katarina came over and explained, apologetically, the main force of the southern continent has arrived at the Abyss Rift, and the senior generals of the Allied forces have just been convened for an emergency meeting. I was afraid you'd been waiting for too long, so I came here without changing my clothes. In the upper-class society, it's always a bit rude to meet guests without putting on makeup. Very good. Ji-sun didn't care at all, and added, Miss Carter looks beautiful in a military uniform. Oh, really? Katarina listened, and a smile appeared on her pretty face. Thank you. As he spoke, Ji-sun glanced at the dark place behind Carter. There was a 6th-level assassin hiding his body perfectly. 30 meters away, there were 3 more people, all of whom were focused on him. They looked like a small team. Catalina caught his subtle glance and explained, that's my guard. Yeah. Ji-sun certainly knew, but his instinctive alertness made him take a closer look. Catalina seemed to think that bringing guards to meet friends would make people feel a little over the top, so she explained, after the restoration of the Orlan royal court, it has never given up the idea of incorporating the Allied forces. After I rejected them, some people have been trying to make small moves recently. They even have spies planted in the top ranks of the Allied forces. So the general staff has equipped me with escorts. This is also a secret. But I didn't have any scruples about friends, so I just said it casually. Ji-sun looked thoughtful. Oh? The foundation of the Oran royal family is still very strong, and there are many masters. At least it's not difficult to assassinate a high-ranking member of the Allied forces. Catalina also guessed what he was thinking and said, but it's not a big problem at the moment. Our Allied forces can still contain some enemies in the southern continent and the old continent, and the people of the Orlan royal family dare not go too far. Even if I die, it won't change anything. Ji-sun listened without saying anything, and he had instantly deduced several results in his mind. No matter what the final outcome of the war is, the restored Orlan royal family is a cancer. When talking about this topic, Catalina's expression was also slightly helpless. Knowing that it is a hidden danger, it cannot be solved at present. Originally, friends didn't want to talk about heavy topics when they met, but after thinking about it, she still said it. I encountered an assassination not long ago. Thanks to Miss Alice and Mr. Aragon for their help. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. Katerina described a thrilling assassination in the calmest tone. But she didn't intend to waste more words. She changed the subject. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. You finally came here, so I have to treat you well. Ji-sun glanced at her and followed her. Although there are masters on the rebel dragon side, they are allies, not thugs who deal with troubles for others. If this problem can't be solved, there is no equal value of cooperation. The two walked in the forest. Katerina also asked the question that she was curious about since they met, saying, "You have advanced to the 5th level? You can actually find the Falcon Squad." Ji-sun, yeah. Katrina smiled and said, "I saw the wanted warrant for you by the Red Dragon royal family. You are so powerful that you can kill the 19th prince of the Red Dragon. I heard that he is the top genius of the Dragonborn card master." Ji-sun smiled and said, "It was just luck. That guy is really strong, and I almost died." Catalina didn't take the phrase almost died as a joke and glanced at him. She continued, "This is also the enemy with the highest title of Death Noble since the war. Many people in the East Continent know that you are my friend. So this time many senior officials in the Allied forces speculated that this was a decapitation strategy that I secretly planned, and morale was greatly boosted." As she spoke, a hint of teasing flickered in her eyes, as if asking, "Do you mind if I use you as a strategic propaganda?" Ha. Ji-sun certainly didn't take it seriously. Catalina knew her old friend wouldn't mind, so she changed the subject and said, "I've also advanced to level 5. As if she was reporting her achievements to a friend who had agreed to improve together, she showed a bright smile that she hadn't seen for a long time, and said, "The last assassination made me understand that a qualified commander also needs to have strong enough combat power." "Yes." Ji-sun nodded. In fact, he noticed that her chi was different the first time they met. During this period of time, he practiced with Gongwu, and his improvement in Qigong was very obvious. This was why he could easily find several level 6 guards hiding in the dark just now. The old friend in front of him has also become very strong. The two walked in the forest, chatting as they walked. Occasionally, a breeze blew over, and the branches and leaves danced in the wind, rustling softly. Peaceful and peaceful. Only at this time, Katerina felt that she was no longer the iron-blooded commander whose orders affected the lives of millions of people, and the smile on her face became more innocent. With her mind together, she suddenly said, "Why don't we not go to the base? Just take a walk outside?" "Okay." Ji-sun didn't think much of it. "I came here to meet a friend. Anywhere is fine." Katerina pointed to the northwest of the forest. "Let's go. I know there's a good place in this forest." The two walked along the way, and soon came to the mouth of a valley with the sound of water. A closer look revealed that this was actually the outlet of an underground spring. The spring flowed, surrounded by gravel, and there were some light blue glowing flowers between the cracks of the rocks. The environment was quiet and pleasant, and it was indeed a good place for a picnic. Katerina took out a lot of ingredients from the storage ring, including various fresh fruits, bread and meat. She looked at Ji-sun's slightly surprised look, and while fiddling with it, she explained, "Because we may change places at any time, we often prepare food in the storage ring." Ji-sun smiled without commenting, and helped to get it done. He was not surprised by the food reserves, but that the noble lady who used to have servants to serve her in her daily life could use the marching boiler so skillfully. It was indeed a big change. The white military uniform on Catalina was a very formal dress. Although it looked good, it was inconvenient to do things in clothes. She took off her coat, her wide-brimmed hat, and tied up her golden hair, looking very capable. Even though it was a simple outdoor meal, it was still rich. At least the ingredients were all carefully selected. Soon the two of them prepared the meal, and sat on the mats facing each other. Looking at the food, Catalina always felt that something was missing, and asked, "Is it a little simpler? Originally, I thought that since you were here, it should be more formal." Ji-sun shook his head. "Of course not." Catalina remembered something. "Oh, wine." As she spoke, she took out a wine glass and wine, poured a glass for Ji-sun and herself, and said, "In the current situation, as the Supreme Commander, it is not suitable to drink often. It's rare that you are here, so I have a few drinks secretly." Ji-sun chuckled. "The sound of water gurgling beside my ears, and the rustling of wind in the forest seemed to make it nice to drink here." The two drank a few glasses, and continued to talk about the previous topic. Catalina asked casually, "How long are you going to stay this time?" Ji-sun said, "I came to see you. I find out some information and then leave." "Oh, want to go to the front line of the battlefield. Katerina knew her old friend's temperament, so it was not difficult to guess. Yeah. Ji-sun also said frankly, I plan to go to the army of the southern continent to see if there is a chance to see what those top card masters will do in this war. Marshal Andre of the Iris Legion is a real veteran 9th level strongman. He wants to be promoted this time. How could Ji-sun miss such an opportunity? Katerina heard some words that she couldn't understand, and frowned slightly. Promotion ceremony. Even if all resources were used, the Allied forces only had 2 7th level card masters. She was not clear about the field that only top-level masters could touch. Ji-sun explained, a special way to break through the shackles of rank. It is said that after a card master reaches a certain rank limit, if he wants to further understand the laws of the universe, he needs a special promotion ceremony. He also could not clearly describe what the ceremony at that level was. He simply talked about some of the situations he understood and deduced. This statement suddenly seemed to open up the situation. After hearing it, Catalina immediately fell into deep thought and murmured, so this is how war looks to some high-level people. Some confidential information is not convenient to say on the communicator, but now it is easy to say it in person. This is true for both sides. Catalina also knew that Ji-sun wanted to know some of the latest war reports, so she said bluntly, now the Vanguard Corps of the southern continent has crossed the Abyss Rift, but the latest intelligence shows that they have also suffered a lot of losses there. The Orlan royal family suddenly had a batch of mysterious mechanical armors that could kill 7th level strongmen. So even if the people of the southern continent broke through several cities, including the City of Innocence, the losses were not small. And they dared not advance rashly. Oh! Ji-sun became interested. As soon as he heard about the mecha, he knew what was going on. Those mechanical armors must be the Titan mechas in the Augustus Mausoleum. Although the overall strength of the Eastern Wasteland is not worth mentioning in front of the southern continent, it has a vast territory, a large population, and many cities. If the enemy wants to capture the city, it is impossible without a massive army. And now with the appearance of the Titan mech, the situation has changed subtly. Although the Orlan Royal Court does not have the ability to defend the city. But the people of the southern continent need a large number of soldiers to capture the city. Once the intelligence is known, the Orlan Royal Court can immediately send the Titan mech to carry out the decapitation operation. Ji-sun knew that the number of Titan mechs was definitely not large, but it was enough to make the people of the southern continent wary. After all, he had seen with his own eyes the scene of 3 mechs chasing the 7th level and fleeing in a panic. Although there are many strong men in the south continent, it is impossible to capture every city and station 8th level strong men to garrison. In this way, the pace of the war will be greatly slowed down. But others don't know this news. When Catalina talked about this topic, a solemn look flashed across her eyes, and she continued, according to reliable information, the Orlan royal family got some drawings from somewhere, and is carrying out a secret plan for the Titan Mechanical Corps. Catalina talked freely. In fact, I thought before that the only possibility to narrow the gap in the war with the South Continent is to develop the mechanical industry. After all, training card masters is too slow, and top card masters cannot be accumulated by resources. But machines can. Once the assembly line is produced, even low-level card masters can control mechanical armor that threatens top-level card masters. Just like the mysterious mechas of the Talon royal family. However, our hunter team's development progress in various ruins and different dimensional spaces is not fast, and the drawings obtained are also very fragmented. Although the current research and development progress is not slow, it is still far from keeping up with the pace of war. The Titan project of the Orlan Royal Court is the best opportunity. I have recently launched a hidden operation in the Royal Court to try to steal the blueprints. But it seems that there is little hope. The new King Arthur is very ambitious, and will never make such a low-level mistake. Facing Ji-sun, a life-and-death friend, Katerina did not hide anything. She directly told him her plan, and some of the Allied forces' top secrets. Ji-sun was not surprised to hear that. After returning from the Rune Highlands, one of the possibilities he deduced was the current situation. After seeing the terrifying lethality of Titan machinery, he was certain that mechanical technology would definitely change the future battlefield situation. However, this predicted situation is based on the premise that the Orlan Royal Court can really mass-produce a large number of armors. The people of the southern continent may not give this opportunity. Obviously, Catalina, the commander of the Allied forces, also thought of it. She continued, however, there is still a big problem. Although the metal deposits in the eastern wilderness are rich, high-level materials are scarce, and it may not be possible to produce a large number of Titan machinery. We can guess a little from the fact that some people are secretly buying up some rare metals on the black market in the old continent. And the southern continent will never allow them to create mechanical armor that can change the war situation. After a pause, she expressed her guess, I am worried that the Orlan royal court will be beheaded. When the royal court collapses, all the pressure will be concentrated on our allies. What the allies lack now is time. It also takes time to build a mechanical army. Oh! Hearing this, Ji-sun thought about it, and said a different opinion. I think beheading is unlikely to happen in the short term. Katarina had just frowned, but when she heard this, she immediately looked at Ji-sun expectantly. This is a problem that has been bothering her recently. But no matter how she thinks, there is no solution. But for some reason, when Ji-sun speaks, she always has a strong expectation that the problem can be solved. Like many times before. That guy always surprises people. Ji-sun spread his hands, indicating that he was not sure, and said, although I don't know the specific steps of the promotion ceremony. But the law of kingship requires a strong enough national strength to support a strong enough law of kingship. The universe law required for the promotion ceremony of the 9th level card master is definitely not low. The current Oran royal court is not qualified. So I suspect that those people will wait until the new king of Oran's kingship fate is raised to a high enough level before they take action. In the short term, the decapitation tactic should not be used. He added meaningfully, what's more, Augustus is the royal family of talent after all, with a background that ordinary people can't imagine, and it's not so easy to be beheaded. This time I went to the Rune Highlands, saw the Emperor's steel, saw the undead, and saw the strength of the Augustus family. Even the little bit of resources left behind are not what ordinary people can imagine. Although the new King Arthur did not get the recognition of the Tomb Keeper. But after all, he got the Titan armor and blueprints. God knows what else he got. Maybe there are more than just Titan armor. This is indeed Katarina's cognitive blind spot. When she heard Ji-sun's explanation, the worry between her eyebrows immediately dissipated a lot. Although she also heard that the other party was just speculating, she didn't know why, but her intuition told her that it should be like this. In this case, the enemy has given us a chance. Katrina pondered Ji-sun's words just now, ritual. It gave her a higher vision. Suddenly, she thought of something and said, oh, one more thing. I heard that there are also abnormalities in the East Wilderness recently. After the new king of Orlan ascended the throne, he kept publicizing the situation of the war, and arrested able-bodied men and slaves. The whole country was shrouded in a terrifying atmosphere, and there were complaints everywhere. As they talked, their eyes met, and they understood something tacitly. Normally, the first thing in war is to appease the people, and avoid chaos as much as possible. Only by uniting against the outside world can we concentrate our strength to defeat the enemy. Even those in power would conceal many failures in wars, to avoid destabilizing the people. Moreover, if a new king ascends the throne and fails to destabilize the people, problems will arise sooner or later. However, the Oran court did not do so, but did the opposite. Others could not understand this abnormal behavior, and might think that the new King Arthur was incompetent. But Ji-sun's understanding of that guy made him think of another possibility, and he said, TSK, the new king of Oran is also holding some mysterious ceremony through war. Both of them had seen it before. Arthur used fear to increase his strength more than once. The situation now was exactly the same. The difference was that it was just one city before. Now it was the entire East Desert. That guy was playing big. Ji-sun and Catalina both had very strong strategic vision. The two of them talked a little bit, and soon analyzed the topic thoroughly. As they chatted, Catalina's worries, that had accumulated in her heart for many days, also disappeared. Before she knew it, she had drunk 4 or 5 bottles of wine. At this time, they clinked their glasses again. Katarina looked at Ji-sun and said with emotion, I found that every time you come, you can help me solve many problems. Not just this time. The last time they met, Alice was brought with him, which made the Allied forces have a powerful ally, the Rebel Dragon Army. The last time they met, they contacted Gong Wu and other masters, and killed the 7th level Vanguard Legion leader of the southern continent, which boosted morale. Katarina already understood some laws of fate. After a few times, she felt more and more that this guy and her destiny had many important intersections. And his friends. Catalina thought of something and said, oh, there is another important news. Your friend of the Song family, Mr. Song Kan, has also encountered big troubles recently. Ji-sun, Song Kan? Catalina said, Mr. Song Kan is very foresight. He moved some advanced military enterprises to the old continent to support our allies. He is also one of our largest cooperative merchants. But he stayed in the East Wilderness. Before the federal parliament was in power, Our Lionheart family still had some say, and could protect the Song family. But now that Orlan has restored the throne, everything is different. The Song family's industries are almost all in the East continent, and the fat man is timid, so it is understandable that he does not come to the Old continent. After hearing this, Ji-sun actually saw everything clearly. More than 70% of the military industry in the East Wasteland is in the hands of the Song family. Now if the Orlan royal family wants to manufacture mechanical armor, they will definitely take action against the Song family. Katrina said, he asked me for help a few days ago, saying that the Orlan royal family wanted to forcibly confiscate their Song family's industries, and his life was also threatened. The people I left in the East Wasteland have gone to help, but they are probably no match for the Oran royal court. The most important problem is that the passage to the Abyss Rift is now broken, and my people cannot take Mr. Song away from the East Wasteland. The Oran royal family will never allow others to use the Void Iron Chain to cross the rift. So now the only way to enter and exit the East Wasteland is to use the Void warships of the South Continent. As she said this, she glanced at Ji-sun. Chapter 339. The situation deduced by Ji-sun is actually similar to Katarina's idea. If the Alliance army wants to narrow the gap in strength in the war with the Southern Continent, mechanical technology is the only feasible option at present. However, the mass forging of mechanical armor requires large-scale, high-precision factories and blueprints. Now most of these two key resources are in the East Wilderness. And the Song family is also a very important part of the development of mechanical technology. Given the current nature of the Orlan royal family, no matter how many times Ji-sun deduced, he could not see that they had any chance of winning. Moreover, Ji-sun did not think that a king who could sacrifice everyone to contribute the law of fear to himself could win the war with the East Wasteland card master. Ji-sun had no interest in who was in power, he just didn't like it. Now the vanguard of the Red Dragon Kingdom has crossed the Void Rift, and the front line of the battlefield is in the East Continent. Ji-sun originally planned to go and see the situation. Catalina told about Song Kan's situation, which was an additional plan. Whether it was the Song family or the Fat Man, Ji-sun had a reason to go. Besides, I have discussed the situation with Aragon before, and the Dragon Rebel Army also has some plans that need my help. Also, I haven't seen an old friend who is studying at the Federal Mechanical College for a long time. Ji-sun and Catalina are already very familiar with each other, so there is no need for them to beat around the bush when talking. Catalina mentioned Song Kan's matter, not only because he and Ji-sun are friends, but also because she wanted Ji-sun to help her see if she could plan the issue of the Titan mechanical drawings. It was a casual chat, asking for help, and also discussing cooperation. Ji-sun certainly didn't mind this kind of openness between friends. The relationship between the two seemed to have always been like this, with mutual respect and harmony. They were friends, confidants, and partners. The atmosphere of the chat was very relaxed. No outsider would have thought that the top-secret plans concerning the future direction of the war were decided during the two people's casual chat. Ji-sun also saw that Katarina seemed to really want to drink. She drank a lot of one glass after another. She seemed to have suppressed a lot of emotions in her heart. Only when she saw Ji-sun, a friend, could she say some things that she couldn't say to others. Before I knew it, there were already a pile of empty bottles. Catalina was only wearing a white shirt with 2 buttons unbuttoned at the collar, exposing her slender white neck and a large area of skin to the air. Her skin was originally very white, and now the smell of alcohol had infected her, and a layer of light blush was faintly overflowing from her neck to her cheeks, and her eyes were blurred. After a crisp clink of glasses, Catalina suddenly asked Ji-sun, "Do you know why I want to be the commander of the Allied forces?" Ji-sun glanced at her, knowing that she wanted to talk, and became a good listener. "Why?" A hint of coldness flashed across Catalina's eyes. "Because I want to be in power. Only with enough power can I accomplish what I want to do." Ji-sun was not surprised to hear this, and waited for the next words. "Oh!" This ambitious sentence made people hear a kind of greatness of carrying a heavy burden forward. It is not so easy to be a commander in wartime. Katarina did not rush to answer. She looked at Ji-sun, a hint of drunkenness appeared between her eyebrows, and added, "You are the first to hear it." Ji-sun smiled lightly and said, "My honor." After a moment of silence, Catalina said in a slightly lazy tone, 200 years ago, our ancestors broke through Dragon City, and the 5 major families, and a group of core members of the rebel army jointly signed the Federal Equality Declaration and created a new federation. At that time, everyone wanted to create a Kashi civilization of equality and freedom, without oppression and exploitation, without slaves and nobles. When she talked about this period of history, Ji-sun saw an inexplicable reverence in her eyes. Catalina clinked her glasses, took a sip of wine, and continued, when I was very young, I liked to look through the archived manuscripts in the collection in the study at home. It's strange to say that at that time, I could clearly feel the blood shed by our ancestors on those scrolls, as well as the great ambitions between the lines. As she spoke, she looked at Ji-sun, with a slight arc at the corner of her lips. Can you imagine? At that time, when I was 5 or 6 years old, I had a strong desire to become a federal senator and build a country that my ancestors dreamed of. At that time, I said this great ideal when I made a wish on my 6th birthday. I remember very clearly that my grandfather smiled and said to me, "Don't tell your dreams out loud, otherwise they won't work." Since then, I have never told outsiders about it again. As soon as these words came out, Ji-sun had a picture in his mind. At a grand birthday party, a little girl in a princess dress with a childish face, waving her pink fists, with an adult look on her face, told her dream in front of many people, causing everyone to laugh. Catalina caught this moment of distraction, and with the help of the alcohol, she showed a playfulness she had never seen before. "You are not going to make fun of me, are you?" Ji-sun smiled and shook his head. In his current perspective, the world is completely different. It is said to be an ideal. To some extent, this is fate. Some people are born into an environment that is destined to be extraordinary. The study room of an ordinary family will not have those precious historical archives. Heh. Catalina smiled with satisfaction at the attitude of this only listener. Then her smile faded, and she changed the subject. She continued, "When I grew up, I gradually realized that the Federation I saw was completely different from the ideal civilization of our ancestors. Power has become a catalyst that corrupts people's hearts, and a tool for competing for interests. What the federal parliament talks about is not the efforts for the progress of human civilization, but the distribution of interests full of intrigue. It's like a bunch of rotten and bloated monsters sitting in the seats of the members, relying on sucking the blood of the civilian class to maintain their wealth and respectability. At that time, I knew that the current federal system was rotten. But because the 5 major parliamentarians' families were deeply rooted, the relationship between the aristocracy was complicated and had become a completely unshakable interest bond. Even if I controlled the Lionheart family, I couldn't change anything. Later, the old world was discovered, and I knew the opportunity had come. Originally, I wanted to join forces with the Oran survivors to shake up the structure of the parliament. Unexpectedly, the Oran royal family had been in exile for 200 years, and their foundation was still immeasurable, and their ambitions were also great. What's worse is that people from the southern continent have appeared. That's what happened next. Katerina didn't say anything more. But she added at the end, "But I don't plan to give up. Originally, this world has never given humans peace. Harsh environments will only give birth to stronger and tougher people." Her tone was very calm, and her every move had a hint of the calmness of a superior. "Yeah." Ji-sun also nodded in approval. After listening, he suddenly remembered what happened in the ruins of Shamu's city. At that time, he entered Catalina's dream space. At that time, he saw Catalina standing on the seats of the 5 major members of the federal parliament like a lion, looking domineeringly. So that's it. After Catalina finished speaking, it seemed as if she had exhaled a breath of foul air in her heart. She hesitated for a moment, and soon chuckled. "In fact, I am also quite troubled sometimes. Like that time, when I was frustrated in Honolulu, Innocent City, I even doubted whether my ability could support my ideals. It was not until later that I met a guy who said I was not a caged bird that I made up my mind to take the hero trial. After that, many things happened." While speaking, she casually flicked the treasured fate coin, buzzing. The light in her eyes seemed to recall those scenes, and several important turning points in her fate came after that change of mood. Ji-sun listened and laughed. "I took this girl to the roof to blow the wind at the beginning, and it had such a big impact. Unconsciously, we talked a lot. After a good meal and a good drink, Catalina finished her story, looked at Ji-sun, raised her glass and said, 'Next time, if we are both still alive, it's your turn to buy me a drink.' Ji-sun said cheerfully, 'Okay.' A few days later, the Gold Nugget Wharf in Ji-sun's memory had been completely flattened by explosives because of the last battle. Now there are only densely packed military camps at the wharf. A flag with a purple iris and a golden spear pattern hung on the main tent of the military camp. This is the Iris Corps, one of the ace legions of the Red Dragon Kingdom. There is a row of red tents outside the military camp. This is the base of the Iris 9th Legion. It is also a vanguard group that is about to set off to the East Wilderness. In the tent, a group of fully armed soldiers are sorting out their equipment and chatting. "Hey Lao Luo, you've made a fortune this time. You got a hunting quota from the Vanguard Corps, and you won't have to worry about your life after you come back. What kind of fortune? I haven't even figured out what will happen in the East Wilderness, but I've already spent all my family's money. 10,000 gold coins for a spot, just be happy. If you don't want to go, give it to me, I pay 13,000. Hee. In other places, there's no shortage of excuses not to go to war, but in this damn crusade against the East Wasteland, you have to spend money to go. You just came here and don't know. Although the laws of the East Wasteland are poor, the mineral resources are rich. The nobles of the East Wasteland are not poor, but rich. The key is that the strongest of those guys is only level 6. They are just a bunch of fat pigs that can be slaughtered at will. Ha, yes. I heard that the first batch of the 7th Legion that entered the Innocent City all had treasure stuffed into 8 or 10 storage rings. When the soldiers talked about the East Wasteland, there was an irrepressible excitement in their tone. It was like a hungry wolf seeing a flock of sheep. In the eyes of the people of the southern continent, this war was no different from a hunt. The opponent was too weak, and the rest was only killing and plundering. Therefore, if you want to go to the East Wasteland to fight now, you have to have some connections. In the corner, a young soldier, who was wiping his short spear, was also chatting with everyone. This is Ji-sun in disguise. After spending some time, he once again obtained a perfect disguise identity. After spending some money, he obtained the qualification to go to the East Wasteland. The news has been almost inquired. As expected, the 9th-ranked Grand Marshal Andrei Drolsky is still on the way. Now the Vanguard group is exploring the East Wasteland. The drama of the war has just begun. While chatting, suddenly the melodious sound of the assembly horn sounded in the distance. The 9th Legion, get ready to go. Ha, let's go get rich. Ji-sun followed a group of people from the Vanguard Legion, and soon arrived at the Abyss Rift. A huge black sailing ship over 200 meters long was anchored here. This is the Void battleship used by the southern continent to cross the Void Rift. It is said that the keel of the ship is forged from the bones of a real high-level dragon. The whole ship exudes a faint dragon power. This is also one of the reasons why Catalina said before that it is difficult for spies of the Alliance army to infiltrate. People without dragon blood will easily reveal their flaws on this ship full of restrictions. Ji-sun is already very familiar with the work of spies. He stood in a long line, waiting to board the ship with a normal look. Looking from afar, you can see sealed boxes being carried down from the dock. The storage rings are not large in size, but they contain treasures with too high a law level like the disaster objects. Although the East Wasteland is barren, there are many treasures accumulated over 3,000 years. These are all the good stuff that was just looted. In addition to the items, there are also war prisoners with haggard faces and slave collars around their necks. Ji-sun sensed the chi. They are all official card masters. Now the old continent is in short supply of cannon fodder, and these high-quality prisoners were also transported here as soon as possible. After waiting in line for nearly half an hour, it was Ji-sun's turn to get on the ship. At the boarding intersection, there were several mysterious card masters in black robes fiddling with crystal balls, looking like they were checking for spies. Only 2 of these Void battleships have been delivered so far, and the people of the southern continent are also very cautious, fearing that someone will sabotage and destroy the ship. Ji-sun had known the intelligence for a long time, and the people of the Allied forces and the Orlan royal court had sent assassins to try, but failed. After observing it for a while, there were indeed no flaws. At least if you want to destroy this kind of keel ship, ordinary explosives will not work. He was not panicked at all, and passed the inspection calmly throughout the whole process and boarded the warship. Gravity is suspended upside down, and the sails are set. The warship is a huge monster at the dock, but in the foggy void crack, it is getting smaller and smaller, as small as a small boat that may capsize at any time. Ji-sun has crossed the void rift many times, but looking at the endless deep space again, he still feels a kind of shock that is hard to calm down. Before, there was a cable car and a steel cable to guide the direction. But now this warship is like a rootless duckweed, and I am afraid that it will drift and drift and drift to who knows where. In the cabin, the soldiers of the southern continent also have an instinctive awe of the void. Almost no one speaks. Ji-sun looked at the fog outside the window and thought to himself, what kind of creature can survive in the rift? After hearing the secret of Emperor Lanlingster crossing the void rift in his physical body in Rune Highlands, he realized that there seemed to be some terrifying creatures in this endless dark rift that could severely injure the gods. And judging from the behavior of the Emperor, some ultimate secrets of this world are hidden deep in this rift. As he thought about it, light appeared in front of him. The soldiers in the cabin also became noisy. Haha, look, we're in the East Wilderness. Ji-sun set foot on the land of the East Wilderness again. Downing Street is still bustling. The people of the southern continent invaded the eastern wasteland to plunder wealth and enjoyment, not to destroy the entire civilization. Coincidentally, Downing Street has the most prosperous entertainment industry in the entire eastern wasteland. Some newly built buildings can show some traces of the ravages of war, and the others are no different from before. The girls dressed in fancy clothes greeted the passing soldiers enthusiastically on the street, and the wine in the tavern flowed, creating a scene of decadence and debauchery. For the girls, it may not make any difference who is in power. Whether it was the Federation, the Orlan Royal Court, or the current Southern Continent royal family, it was just a change of men to have fun. Before Jason came, he had heard that this place was already the private property of a certain Duke of Red Dragon. Now it is a place where the Southern Continental soldiers spend their money. There were a large number of war slaves in the war. Those who were not so good were used as hard labor, and those who could be cannon fodder were sent to the old continent. There were also some good-looking ones. No matter they were nobles or of any other status, most of them were sent to Downing Street. On the streets, naked female slaves can be seen everywhere, being tied with hemp ropes by slave traders and sold on the street. The white flesh and humiliated expression became an increasingly wanton smile on the face of the victor. Ji-sun had been in the noble circle of Wuzu City for a while before, and even saw several familiar faces along the way. The noble ladies, the daughters of officials, and the noble women were mostly beautiful. But at this moment, they were all standing naked on the street, waiting to be bought without dignity. War is always cruel. Ji-sun watched and observed. His Iris 9th Legion would stay in Innocent City for one night, which was a reward before the battle. Ji-sun did not contact Catalina's intelligence personnel. He would not easily trust anyone now. Besides, he was already very familiar with Downing Street and knew all the tricks. After walking around, he got a lot of information. In addition to Innocent City, the army of the southern continent had already destroyed several large cities. However, due to the threat of the mechanical titan and the large area of the eastern wasteland with many cities, the progress of the expedition was not too fast. It was also a coincidence. The mission received by the 9th Legion this time was to surprise attack a military target near the Starfall City in the southern part of the Federation. It just so happened that the information Ji-sun learned from Catalina was that a secret military factory of the Song family was there. The coordinates of Song Kan's last distress message were also there. Chapter 340. The mysterious parts drawings that the Hyacinth Chamber of Commerce brought to the factory for commission are most likely not drawings from the ruins, but some Titan drawings. The royal family of Orlan probably wanted to keep it secret and disperse the drawings among the forging companies. Unfortunately, such drawings with extremely high technical difficulty can only be produced by us with high-precision factories and top-grade mechanics. No other company can produce them. Thanks to my grandmother's foresight, she has invested a lot of manpower and material resources in the field of machinery over the years and trained a large number of excellent mechanical engineers. Outsiders don't know that the mechanical technology mastered by our Song family is at least 20 years ahead of other families in the Federation. We were originally businessmen, and we didn't plan to put all our eggs in one basket. Cooperation is not impossible. But the trouble is that according to the current situation, the Oran Royal Court definitely does not want to cooperate, but wants to swallow up everything in my Song family. Once their people steal the core technology of the factory, we will lose our value. The new king of Oran is too ambitious, but his vision is limited. He only regards mechanical technology as a tool of war, and is far from seeing it as the direction of future civilization development. Starfall City. This is a well-known mechanical city in the Federation. Because of the convenient railway transportation network and the advantages of nearby mineral deposits, this city once produced about one-third of the military mechanical exoskeletons for the Federation. But no one knows that there is a little-known high-precision secret Factory 503 heavy machinery factory underground in Starfall City. This is the property of the Song family. At this moment, in a luxurious bedroom in the 503 underground factory, Song Kan and his wife Monica are having a farewell conversation. Monica, this is the inheritance key, which contains everything from our Song family. You must keep it safe. The Lionheart family has arranged for the contact. You take the key and Master Morton and the others to leave through the secret passage and hide first. But what about you? All the attention of those guys is on me now. If I stay, the factory will not be suspected if there are so many fewer people. As long as I can delay it until tomorrow morning, I can find a way to leave. No, let Master Morton and the others go first. No matter what happens, I will be with you. My dear Monica, it's too late if you don't leave now. I used a very important hidden card left by my grandmother in the Orlan Royal Court and got accurate information that the new king has conspired with the Bai family to use the Soul Control's secret technique to directly control me and seize the Song family. Now I have used all means to delay, but it won't last long. Moreover, the southern continent has suffered a loss at the hands of the Titan armor recently, and will definitely regard the machinery factory as the top military target. I suspect that Starfall City may have been targeted. In the next few days, the enemy will definitely come. If we really wait until then, we will have no chance. But, my dear Monica, mechanical technology must be the future of civilization. Factories can be abandoned and wealth can be regained, but as long as people are still there, the hope of our Song family is still there. My grandmother handed the Song family to me, and I will never let it decline here. Take the hope of our Song family and our unborn child to the old continent. I bet the future of our Song family on the Alliance army. Song Kin is still white and fat, but his face has lost the childishness of a teenager, and his mustache also exudes the calmness of a mature businessman. Monica looked at her husband and gently stroked her bulging belly, her eyes full of reluctance. She wanted to stay, but as a former professional agent of Orlon, she knew the organization's methods very well. If she didn't leave, she would become a burden to be threatened. Before the couple could talk more, there was a knock on the door. Master, the Lionheart family's agents have arranged for us to meet you, and we have to leave now. Yes. Got it, Mr. Gio. Song Kim responded. He turned to look at his wife, sighed, and said goodbye. My dear Monica, you must take care of yourself. Monica's eyes were already full of tears, and although she couldn't bear it, she could only turn around and leave. After the people left, Mr. Gio, wearing a neat suit, walked in. After seeing off his loved ones, Song Kan's face was no longer hesitant, and only a deep look remained. The situation is already very urgent. Mr. Gio reported, the young master has arranged it according to your request. But please forgive me for being so nosy. If you just leave the inheritance key in the tavern, I'm afraid of the person who will pick it up. As an old butler who has been loyal to the Song family for 100 years, he knows everything about the Song family. Of course, he also knows the importance of the inheritance key. This is everything about the Song family. Among them are the locations of underground treasures unknown to others, vault codes, mechanical drawings, extraordinary information, secret treasures, bonds, contact methods of various hidden people, and the black materials of federal bigwigs. Decades ago, the Song family was the first financial group in the Federation. Although it is not as famous as it was in recent years, its foundation is still beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It can be said that the energy released by the key is more exaggerated than anyone can imagine. It can even turn the entire Federation upside down. Mr. Gio is also worried that such an important thing will fall into the hands of someone he does not trust. Song Kin knows what the old man is worried about and explains, the Bai family's methods are extraordinary, and they have been coveting our Song family for a long time. Although Miss Carter is trustworthy, in the current situation, the hidden pawns of the Lionheart family may not have been turned against. If there is a problem in any of these links, then I will have no secrets around me now. So whoever gets the key will be in trouble. If the key is in my wife's possession, she will die if she is caught. On the contrary, if she doesn't have it, she still has a chance to survive, and can be used to threaten me. Mr. Gio listened without saying anything, his cloudy eyes full of relief. This young head of the family is wiser and calmer than outsiders see. This arrangement has taken everything into consideration. Then, Song Kin added, besides, you also know the person who will meet you. That person is absolutely trustworthy. Mr. Gio cast a surprised look. Oh? He was very curious. Who else is absolutely trustworthy in this situation? Song Kin thought of something, and the small eyes on his chubby face gradually became distant, and said lightly, Miss Carter brought the secret training, and Ji-sun is here. I entrusted the thing to him. So even if I die, the key will not fall into the hands of outsiders. He knew everything after reading the arrangements made by his grandmother. This is an outsider who is more suitable than any other member of the Song family. It is also someone that others would never think of. When Mr. Gio heard the name, the worry in his eyes disappeared instantly, and he was very moved. Oh, that's it. That's right, if it's that person, of course he is trustworthy. Moreover, if the Song family is really gone, the most suitable holder of those things is none other than him. At this point, Song Kin looked at the old man with silver hair, and could not hide his guilt. Mr. Gio, you are the person my great-grandmother trusts the most, and you are also the person I trust the most. You are also aware of the current situation. Those people must be keeping an eye on you all the time. So I can't arrange for you to leave tonight. Tomorrow morning, I will arrange for you to escort a batch of military equipment out of the city. You can find a chance yourself then. This is the last chance. He wanted to leave it to the most loyal old housekeeper of the Song family. But before he finished speaking, Mr. Jiu shook his head, interrupted him, and asked, Master, I'm leaving, what about you? Song Ken hid the strange color in his eyes. I will find a way myself. Mr. Jiu smiled and shook his head, having seen through everything. I'm leaving, all the pressure is on you, young master. You have lost your last chance to leave. This revealed Song Ken's thoughts. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't say it. Mr. Jiu saw his embarrassment and stopped talking about this topic. Instead, he sighed and said, Young Master Ken, I won't live for many more years. It is because of the young lady's kindness that I am where I am today. Of course, the old man knew that he must be the most watched key target among the core members of the Song family. His priority was even higher than that of the head of the family, Song Ken. After all, he had witnessed the complete rise of the Song family for 100 years, and mastered almost all the secrets within the family. Once he left, it would inevitably arouse suspicion, and no one could leave. Mr. Jiu was very clear about his situation. But he was not worried about his safety at all. Instead, he looked at Song Ken with a face full of relief and said, Before, I thought that Master Ken's wrist was a little hard and too timid and indecisive. It may take several more years to completely control the Song family. Now it seems that the young lady did not make a mistake. Song Ken listened, his eyes were full of brilliance, and he did not speak. Mr. Jiu's old face was full of smiles, and he continued, After the young lady passed away, Master Ken calmed down the internal strife of the Song family in a short period of time, and wandered around the parliament to win the support of several major families, preserving the rights and interests of the Song family to the greatest extent. The Song family, which everyone thought would inevitably fall apart, was finally perfectly preserved. To outsiders, these were all arranged by the young lady. But only the old servant knows that the young master is walking on thin ice every step of the way, how farsighted he is. He is by Song Ken's side every day. Not to mention outsiders, even within the Song family, he is the only one who can see clearly the skills of this young helmsman. After a pause, the old man continued, Later, the Oran royal court was restored, and other families all attached themselves to the new king. Only you, Master Ken, noticed the ambition of the royal family from the beginning, and made some absurd decisions that were misunderstood by others, which also made people think that you are just a playboy from the main ancestor. It is because of the contempt that we have the opportunity today, otherwise the Song family would have ceased to exist long ago. Mr. Jiu has always been a man of few words. This is the first time he has said so much in front of Song Ken. But it seems like a parting word. If I don't say it again, there will be no chance. My life has been wonderful enough. After the young lady left, I actually no longer have the idea of managing these mundane affairs. The reason why I still occupy the position of the chief butler is not because of greed. It's just because the young lady asked me to help Master Ken until you can completely take over the Song family. Now it's all right. He sighed with relief and continued, Many times before, when I encountered a crisis, I thought I would need to use some of the backup plans left by the young lady. But it never happened once. Every time, you handled it just right. Once was an accident, but if it was the same every time, and you didn't show it, it would be your real ability. If anyone else did it, they wouldn't do better. What a pity. If it weren't for the changes in the southern continent, the Song family would have been completely on the right track. The new head of the Song family must be a business genius that everyone is looking forward to. Song Ken listened to those words silently, and did not deny them. The Song family is big and powerful, and it is not easy to be the head of this family. Only he knows the dangers and bitterness. Listening to Mr. Jiu's words, Song Ken finally couldn't help but whispered, Since the grandma handed the Song family to me, I will not let it collapse here. Hearing this, Mr. Jiu smiled slightly. On his wrinkled face, it seemed that he heard the most comforting words. At this point, the old housekeeper said something meaningful. The hope of the Song family lies in you, Master Ken. Song Ken didn't know why, but when he heard hope, his expression showed a hint of bitterness. In the current situation, he tried his best, but he could only do this much. But the Song family is in his hands, and now it is facing the threat of destruction. Mr. Jiu saw the self-mockery in his expression and said, Master, you don't have to blame yourself, you have done well enough. Song Ken didn't say anything, but sighed in his heart. How could he not blame himself? Although it was a cause beyond his control, the Song family was in danger of collapse in his hands after all, and the feeling of powerlessness was indescribable. Now nothing he said could save the situation. Song Ken's thoughts were flowing, and suddenly Mr. Jiu said in a calm tone, Master, you You actually have a better choice to preserve the Song family. But you are too kind and don't want to choose that way. Song Ken listened and looked up suddenly. He looked at the old man who had been loyal to the Song family for 100 years, as if he had guessed what he was going to say next. Mr. Joe had a faint smile on his face, but his eyes showed a sharpness that he had never seen before. He said calmly and decisively, "Madam has left, but she may not have been targeted. In 10 minutes, I will find an excuse to leave the machinery factory through the back door. Once I leave, it will definitely attract those who are following me. Young master, find a way to take the opportunity to leave." Song Ken couldn't help but be shaken violently even in his current state of mind. "Mr. Gio, you..." "Yes, this is actually the best solution. Letting Mr. Gio, the chief steward of the Song family, attract the enemy's firepower is the best firepower target for others to evacuate. The same goes for him, Song Ken. It's not that Song Ken can't think of it, but he has never thought of it this way. Because in this way, all the firepower will be attracted to Mr. Gio, and the old man will definitely die." Since Mr. Gio proposed this plan, he certainly knew what his actions meant. The old man did not have any fear of death on his face, only a relieved smile. "Miss knows that you, Master Ken, are kind-hearted, and once asked me to tell you a truth at the right time. I didn't have the chance to tell you before, but now is the right time." As he said this, he looked at Song Ken and said solemnly, "Miss said that when you are in the position of a person in charge, you often have no choice. It is a good thing for a businessman to value friendship and loyalty, which is your human advantage. But sometimes it is also the enemy's weakness against you. You have to understand one thing. No one can have the choice to take care of everything perfectly at any time. Your hesitation will not only harm yourself, but also kill more people." Song Ken's eyebrows stern when he heard it. He knew this very well. Mr. Gio was like a cold-blooded scalpel, dissecting human nature, and continued, "Like your seventh uncle before, he was a traitor, colluded with the authorities, and sold out the interests of the family. Originally, according to the family law, he should be dealt with, but your second grandfather came to plead for mercy, and you only expelled him from the family for the sake of blood relationship. This incident eventually led to many troubles, including the collective defection of the Dragon City manager, which caused the family to suffer huge losses and many deaths. It was the seventh master who was revengeful and secretly made trouble. Later, it was the old slave who sent someone to deal with it." Song Ken listened quietly like a student who was sincerely trained. This incident was indeed the bitter fruit caused by his indecision. Mr. Gio finally said, "But from today on, it will depend on you, the young master, to make the decision." As he spoke, he glanced at his pocket watch. This old man who had been punctual all his life bowed to the master he was loyal to, and said, "I am leaving. Master Ken, take care." Song Ken shouted softly, "Mr. Gio?" However, Mr. Gio did not make things difficult for Song Ken. He also did not give him any room to refuse. After saying that, he disobeyed the master's order for the first time and turned around and left the room without hesitation. Song Ken was left staring at the back blankly, feeling as if a large piece of his heart had been hollowed out, empty. This scene was like watching his most beloved grandmother pass away. The old man who cared for him was gone. In the dark wilderness, a 200-man reconnaissance team had quietly approached. This was a pure industrial city, with bright lights in the city. The steam boilers kept rumbling, and the tall chimneys were spewing exhaust gas. In the dark wilderness, it sounded like a steel monster sleeping and snoring. Pairs of eyes hidden in the darkness stared at the city, revealing greed and murderous eyes. Mechanical technology is taboo in the southern continent. Other cities are still burned, killed and looted when they are broken into, but the mechanical city has only one result: massacre. The Starfall city is in front. This is a very important mechanical town in the East Wilderness. Intelligence shows that there may be a production base of Titan mechanical armor hidden here. Everyone, sneak in separately, don't take action yet, look for suspicious targets and mark them out. Wait for the follow-up large force to catch up, and then massacre the city. Yes, Captain. After hearing the order, the assassins dispersed and disappeared into the darkness. Ji-sun, who was hiding in the team, looked at the mechanical city that was still in normal production, and murmured in his heart, "I should not be too late. If it can still be in normal production, it means that nothing major has happened in the city." Catalina said that the Song family has a secret workshop here. Coincidentally, people from the South Continent also set their sights on this city. Originally, I planned to come here by myself. Unexpectedly, I happened to encounter a military operation, so I followed along. Ji-sun actually guessed before that the South Continent would not be destroyed for a while, and the Orlan royal court would not be beheaded. Then the current military mission must focus on eradicating various mechanical factories. They can wait for the new king of Orlan to consolidate his power. But they will never allow the mass production of Titan mechanical armor that can threaten the top powerhouses of the southern continent. Without thinking too much, Ji Sun's figure also disappeared in the darkness and rushed towards the mechanical city.